Chapter 368, Lunatic against Lunatic. Maple City was one of the major cities in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. Although its population was no match for White River City, it was not too far off at this moment. Over half of Maple City had fallen under Underworld control, and it was only a matter of time before the organization controlled the city entirely. Young Master Feng, do you really plan to contact Black Flame? South Wolf asked curiously, watching Feng Xianyang as he sat on the sofa, enjoying delicacies currently. Black Flame had become one of the great experts ranked on the God's Domain experts list, and had even received the title of Azura from the Secret Pavilion. He had now become an expert recruiting. However, Black Flame had once rejected their kind offer in the past, going as far as to toy with Feng Xianyang. He had even ruined Underworld's plans. Based on Feng Xianyang's personality, he would continue to plan Black Flame's destruction now. However, Feng Xianyang had actually taken the initiative to contact the Black Flame he hated so fiercely. There are some things you will never understand. Based on our previous investigations, that Mechanical Slayer was a very special monster, Feng Xianyang said as he examined the compiled data in his hands, a playful smile appearing on his handsome face. A special monster? South Wolf was confused. That's right. According to the information I have here, any player killed by the Mechanical Slayer had to wait 1 natural day before reviving. Even healers' resurrection skills were ineffective on these players. Moreover, the penalty for death doubled. After these players revived, they also entered a weakened state for 2 natural days. During this period, all their attributes have decreased by 30%, and the EXP they can receive has decreased by 50%. Feng Xianyang reported pleasantly as he lightly shook his head. Do you understand what this means? South Wolf shook his head, growing more confused at Feng Xianyang's words. Have you ever seen a monster with such strength? With God's Domain's basic settings, the stronger a monster is, the greater its loot will be. The Mechanical Slayer's loot must be stunning. There might even be many epic items among its drops. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is the largest beneficiary from the looting war. They claimed more drops than any other guild in White River City. Obtaining these drops could skyrocket Underworld's future development. However, it is simply too difficult for us to obtain them. Moreover, we don't have any concrete information about the loot. Try and steal it from Zero Wing would not be easy, hence I've decided to invest in Zero Wing. Although we would have to spend a large sum of money, when I become one of Zero Wing stockholders, I can easily obtain any information I want. Afterward, I could just set up a trap to steal those items and, slowly but surely, destroy Zero Wing from the incident. Isn't it just money? I have plenty of that. Feng Xianyang was determined to join Zero Wing. Nobody could resist the enticement of 1 billion credits. As long as he could get a hold of a small percentage of Zero Wing's shares, he could obtain all information relevant to Zero Wing fair and square. Previously, not only had Shifeng acted so arrogantly before him, but Shifeng had also caused his plans to support Dark Star to fall short. So, why would he ever let Shifeng escape his punishment? South Wolf trembled upon hearing Feng Xianyang's plan suddenly. South Wolf realized that he was still naive. His understanding of Feng Xianyang was still too shallow. Feng Xianyang's plans were simply insane and terrifying in South Wolf's opinion. Feng Xianyang's plans weren't related to the Mechanical Slayer's loot at all. Feng Xianyang just wanted his revenge on Shifeng. The drops were an excuse to take action. To think that Feng Xianyang was actually willing to spend 1 billion credits just to destroy Zero Wing and get his revenge. He was a lunatic. Young Master Feng, I'm not trying to overstep my boundaries, but we have gone looking for trouble with Black Flame many times before. We have hunted Zero Wing's core team. Now that we are trying to become the guild's shareholders, won't he just reject us outright? South Wolf said softly, Of course, I have already considered that. Although we were behind the attacks on Zero Wing, Dark Star stood in the forefront. I have never personally made an appearance. Although Black Flame knows the truth, on the surface, we maintain our pretenses with each other. Moreover, the reason I've contacted Black Flame during his time of glory is that I want him to think that I noticed his potential and that I am willing to pay any price to obtain him. That way, I can smoothly become a shareholder of Zero Wing without arousing any suspicion. Feng Xinyang smiled coldly as he gazed into the wine glass in his hand. After taking a sip, he added, "Besides, is there anyone who would willingly refuse money? I've investigated Zero Wing's background. This guild does not possess any sort of funding. If Black Flame wishes to develop his guild further, he will inevitably need large sums of credits. To Zero Wing, 1 billion credits is like a heaven-sent fortune if Black Flame is intelligent. He will set aside personal feelings and act logically. He has no reason not to accept my offer." South Wolf's heart suddenly pounded. He never expected that his guess would hit the mark. Feng Xuanyang's true goal had never been to obtain the drops of the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he only ever cared about Zero Wing's destruction. To put it another way, Feng Xinyang planned to incidentally obtain the drops after he destroyed Zero Wing. As fear began to grip South Wolf's heart, Feng Xinyang contacted Shifeng. "Oh, Vice Leader Feng, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call today?" Shifeng asked rhetorically the moment the call connected Guild Leader Black Flame. "Regarding the matters we discussed during our last meeting, I have thought them through. Regarding a guild with boundless prospects like Zero Wing, Underworld is willing to pay 1 billion credits to become one of its shareholders. At that time, with the support of Underworld, Zero Wing will certainly grow to become the overlord of Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. Guild Leader Black Flame, when will you have time to sign the contract with us?" Feng Xinyang asked, smiling. "It looks like you have finally realized Zero Wing's value. Although your previous conduct was slightly excessive, I will be magnanimous and forgive you this time. Let's first talk about the shares, then. If there are no problems after our discussion, we can discuss a time to sign the contract. After all, the shares of the utmost importance to Zero Wing," Shifeng said, expressing his interest, however. The moment Feng Xinyang heard Shifeng's words, he very nearly erupted into a flurry of curses. The wine glass Feng Xinyang had held, however, was less fortunate as it fell from his trembling hand and shattered on the floor. Shifeng spoke as if he thought Feng Xinyang was a child who had done something wrong, and that Feng Xinyang was currently pleading for Shifeng's forgiveness. Why wouldn't such blatant humiliation enrage the proud and arrogant Feng Xinyang? "Black Flame, I will endure today's matters. The moment I become a shareholder of Zero Wing, I will sign your death certificate." Feng Xinyang inwardly swore as he suppressed his anger. As calmly as possible, he said, "Of course. Underworld will willingly purchase 10% of Zero Wing's shares for 1 billion credits. We will also supply Zero Wing with 100 gold coins every week, as well as send a large number of experts and talents from various fields, allowing the guild to become the overlord of White River City. 1 billion for 10% of the shares." Shifeng shook his head. Revealing a cold smile, he said, "I think we may have a misunderstanding. Vice Leader Feng, do you know what times of change means? Is Guild Leader Black Flame planning to reject my well-intentioned investment because of our previous issues?" Feng Xinyang hurriedly said, "It was truly just a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of the actions against Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was responsible for those attacks. Despite my explicit command barring him from taking action against Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant insisted on doing so. Underworld never intended to strike Zero Wing. Vice Leader Feng, you misunderstand me. I'm not saying that I don't agree to Underworld's investment. However, 1 billion for 10% of Zero Wing's shares? Vice Leader Feng, don't you think you're being a little too greedy?" Shifeng shook his head slightly. He said seriously, "Vice Leader Feng, greed can ruin one's life. However, seeing Vice Leader Feng's sincerity, I will sell you 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for 1 billion credits. What do you think?" At this moment, Shifeng's tone implied that this was an incredibly generous offer. There was no sense of disharmony in Shifeng's words, and it sounded as if his every word was true black flame. Feng Xuanyang's face immediately flushed red upon hearing Shifeng's remarks, the hair all over his body standing on end and the blood vessels on his forehead surfacing. Feng Xinyang was no longer capable of suppressing the rage within him. Word by word, he angrily bellowed. Have you gone insane? Why don't you rob a bank instead? Shifeng's offer even frightened South Wolf, a 100-fold increase, even if Zero Wing had grown. Chapter 369, King's Return. By demanding such a price, Shifeng made it clear that he was still angry about Feng Xuanyang's previous actions. Misunderstanding was just another form of deceit. Everybody knew this. After all, if anything could be chalked up to a misunderstanding, why would anyone need the police? Vice Leader Feng, I'm really losing a lot with this transaction. If you aren't interested, there are many others who will jump at the offer. Shifeng chuckled. In fact, Shifeng wasn't lying. Many guilds and organizations outside of Starmoon Kingdom had expressed interest in collaborating with Zero Wing. In addition, there were also major corporations who had offered high prices to purchase the guild at this moment. Feng Xuanyang's complexion darkened, and his eyes flashed with a fierce chill. Even South Wolf, who stood by Feng Xuanyang's side, silently lowered his head, his legs trembling. He was deeply afraid that Feng Xuanyang would erupt with rage and take it out on him. Whenever Feng Xuanyang was this angry, he would secure a painful ending for any who incurred his wrath. Meanwhile, Shifeng had toyed with Feng Xuanyang many times. Now no one knew what Feng Xuanyang would do next. After a long moment, Guild Leader Black Flame, I am very sincere here. How about this? In exchange for 1 billion credits, I will ask for 5% of Zero Wing's shares. Feng Xuanyang suppressed his anger and expressed an extraordinary serenity. No negotiations. I will only do 0.1%. This is the very limit that I can offer. If Vice Leader Feng is not interested, then forget it. I won't demand your acceptance. Shifeng had only probed since he doubted Feng Xuanyang's intentions. He had not expected that Feng Xuanyang could actually endure his games so well. Feng Xuanyang had always possessed a dominant approach. He would immediately take action against anyone who disagreed with him. Now, however, he actually controlled his anger to negotiate with Shifeng. Why wouldn't Shifeng be suspicious? There must be a reason for Feng Xuanyang's attitude. Changed. Feng Xuanyang gnashed his teeth to the point of almost cracking them when he heard Shifeng's reply. 1 billion was not a small number. If he had to give away so much money, even his heart would ache. If it was in exchange for 10% of Zero Wing's shares, he could barely accept it. However, he could never accept 0.1%. Black Flame, you dare treat me like a fool. Sooner or later, I will make you pay this debt 100-fold. Feng Xuanyang inwardly bellowed. As long as he became one of Zero Wing's shareholders, he could investigate Zero Wing fair and square and insert his own men into Zero Wing's core. When that time came, he could crush everyone in Zero Wing. Hence, suppressing his anger right now, he said in a low tone, I understand. I hope that Guild Leader Black Flame will not disappoint me. Let's sign the contract as soon as possible then. Feng Xuanyang's agreement surprised and concerned Shifeng. Originally, he thought he could anger Feng Xuanyang and send the young master flying into a rage. He had expected Feng Xuanyang to break off their relationship completely, spouting a few curses and making some vengeful statement such as not resting until one of them was annihilated and the like. However, Shifeng had never expected this ending. Feng Xuanyang had actually endured such an insult to his reputation. Feng Xuanyang was actually willing to exchange 1 billion credits for 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares. Unless Feng Xuanyang had truly lost his mind, he was definitely plotting something considering the events up to this point. Shifeng revealed a faint smile and said, Vice Leader Feng, why are you in such a hurry? I still haven't finished. Aside from the 1 billion credits, I also want 50% of Underworld shares. If you can promise that, I won't hesitate to sign. Black Flame, you're courting death. Feng Xuanyang exploded. He was now fully aware that Shifeng was not deliberately raising the price out of anger. Instead, Shifeng was wholeheartedly toying with him. Right now, not only did Shifeng want to sell 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares for 1 billion credits, but he also wanted 50% of Underworld shares. What was Underworld? It was a force that far surpassed a first-rate guild. Not to mention 50%. Feng Xianyang did not even possess 1% of the organization's shares. Yet, Shi Feng wanted 50%. Vice Leader Feng, you're not going to keep up the act anymore? Shi Feng faintly smiled. I wanted to play around with you for a little longer. Black Flame, don't think that just because you are invincible in White River City that I can't do anything to you. You underestimate Underworld too much. Zero Wing is merely the overlord of White River City. Meanwhile, the several cities surrounding White River City have already fallen under our control. It won't be long before I personally finish you off and eradicate your guild. Feng Xianyang could no longer control his anger. Like a berserk beast, he let out a lung-piercing roar, causing everyone who heard it to shiver with fear. Black Flame, originally, you could have had 1 billion credits as your retirement fund. Now, you no longer have that chance. I will force you into a corner, bit by bit, and make you regret all your actions today. At first, Shi Feng was slightly surprised when he heard Feng Xianyang's fury. In the next moment, however, he smiled and said, I will be waiting. Afterward, Shi Feng disconnected the call, though he had only said 4 words. His statement contained utter confidence and determination. Even Feng Xianyang was slightly stunned. Having no comeback, Feng Xianyang fully understood the meaning behind Shi Feng's word. Zero Wing is not afraid to start a war. If you think you're strong enough, bring it on. However, Feng Xianyang was confused. Just how had Shi Feng remained so calm, even when facing 1 billion credits? It seems that I need to speed up my plans, Shi Feng thought after he disconnected the call. His surprise during the call had not been due to fear. Instead, it was because he had not expected Underworld's background to be so powerful. They had acted so quickly and had already conquered the cities surrounding White River City. If it were not for Feng Xianyang losing his cool for a moment and revealing this information, Shi Feng would not have known how serious the situation was. However, Shi Feng could now release a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not discovered this too late. He could still prepare if he started taking action right now. It wasn't Underworld's iron grip on those several cities. Rather, they were under the absolute control of the guilds beneath Underworld. Otherwise, Feng Xianyang would not have tried to spend 1 billion credits to bury Zero Wing currently. The average player's level was still low, so interaction between cities was limited. However, when players reached higher levels, they would have to head to higher-leveled areas. Meanwhile, these high-level areas were close to the common borders between cities. At that time, Underworld could trap Zero Wing. With enemies on all sides, Zero Wing's members would not be able to level up safely as they would face the risk of an enemy ambush at any time. In the end, Zero Wing would slowly but surely be pushed into a corner. However, thanks to Feng Xianyang's temper tantrum, Shi Feng could act early to prevent such a situation. Otherwise, by the time everyone had leveled up, Zero Wing would be declawed. Considering the situation, Shi Feng hurried back to White River City. Upon his return, Shi Feng discovered that the area outside the teleportation hall had already been fully repaired. Meanwhile, many players wandered the streets. A majority of these players were independent. Whenever these independent players saw someone wearing Zero Wing's emblem, they would watch that person enviously, letting the Zero Wing member feel very proud. As for the members of Dark Star and other guilds, whenever they saw a member of Zero Wing, they would consciously avoid contact. These guild players were no longer as arrogant as before. Moreover, Shi Feng discovered that the independent players walking around on the streets possessed very high levels. These independent players were clearly above the standard of ordinary players. Currently, many of these independent players were trying to form parties to raid high-level dungeons or grind in high-level areas. Before Shi Feng had even left the teleportation hall, the atmosphere on the street changed. Practically everyone turned to stare at him. I sent. He one-hit Azura. Black Flame? Guild leader Black Flame has returned. Where? Wah. It's real. It's the real deal. He's just too handsome. Crap. I'm gonna faint at this rate. Shi Feng was not currently wearing his black cloak, so he was easily and quickly recognized. Suddenly, everyone on the street grew excited. Some female players looked as if they would pounce on Shi Feng as soon as he passed, and many of them squealed in excitement. However, Before these female players even had the chance to pounce on Sure Feng, a group of players wearing dazzling equipment quickly swarmed over from a distance. The poorest quality weapons and equipment these players had were secret silver rank, and every one of these players was above level 20. They all wore a six-winged emblem on their chests, and the appearance of this group immediately attracted everyone's attention. This group of players was none other than Zero Wing's core team. In addition to these core members, there were also over 1,000 elite members behind them. These players moved in unison, and the extraordinary momentum they displayed caused the players to make way for them unconsciously. Meanwhile, all of these members of Zero Wing were here to receive Sure Feng Guild Leader. Welcome back. Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and everyone else walked over, smiling faintly as they looked at Sure Feng. This grand welcome left Sure Feng utterly speechless. He could only silently nod in reply. Afterward, Sure Feng walked back to the Starstreak trading firm with the crowd from Zero Wing. Throughout their journey, the players of White River City had all promptly moved aside. These players gazed at Sure Feng with wonder, as if welcoming the king's return. Chapter 370, Legacy Stone Sword. Starstreak Trading Firm, 3rd floor meeting room. At this moment, all of the core members of Zero Wing had gathered here. Compared to other guilds, Zero Wing was more fortunate as it had a meeting place exclusively for its own members. Normally, other guilds would have to use the temporary rooms available at the Adventurers Association. However, those temporary rooms could only hold a limited number of people at a time. Other than the Adventurers Association, guilds could also pay a large sum to rent conference rooms at hotels or bars. However, only wealthy and powerful guilds could afford such rentals. Guild Leader, we have completed all of the necessary preparations for tomorrow's recruitment. We can start as soon as the guild residence's construction has completed. In addition, here is the detailed list of tomorrow's tasks. Everyone can take a look at what they need to do tomorrow. Aqua Rose presented a list of tasks on the meeting table system screen and explained them one by one. Aqua Rose had long since prepared for Zero Wing's recruitment. However, when she considered the large number of players coming from other cities as well, she had to revise her plan. Moreover, she had also made detailed adjustments to the guild's benefit system. Now, they would not have to fear the sudden influx of members overloading Zero Wing's capacity and harming the guild's development. Aqua Rose's list shocked everyone present. The information Aqua Rose had compiled so impressively organized. They felt as if they were reading a university textbook. The section relating to Zero Wing's benefit system consisted of over a dozen pages. Moreover, Aqua Rose had carefully planned how they were going to counter the spies sent by other guilds. To access more information about the guild and its benefit system, members would need to be promoted to a higher rank within the guild. However, the lowest-ranking members could still view the benefits that Zero Wing offered, and they were enough to impress many players. What? There are actually 150 private rooms available for rent in the guild residence. I thought there were only going to be 7 or 8 rooms available. That's only what is available for the normal members. Look at the benefits for elite members. They can actually rent 2-star private rooms. Moreover, there are a total of 52-star private rooms available. Just how huge is our guild residence? Many of the core members present were shocked by the information revealed. Their curiosity about their guild residence grew. Look at their surprise. If they knew that our guild residence is White River City's largest and most valuable residence, the Purple Sun Mansion, I wonder what kind of expressions they would make. Blackie chuckled softly. Although Zero Wing's core membership had grown past 100, only a few actually knew where their guild residence was located. After everyone had their assigned tasks, Aqua Rose suddenly stood. Clearing her throat, she said seriously, "The next thing we're going to talk about is classified information regarding Zero Wing. It is also what that everyone present is most concerned about today, the loot from the Mechanical Slayer. Other than the people here, no one is allowed access to this information." Everyone nodded nervously in reply to Aqua Rose's words. Every player who had been invited to this meeting today had a huge responsibility to the guild. The Mechanical Slayer was extraordinarily powerful. So, the items it dropped were also extraordinary. The importance of the role these items could play went without saying. Whether it was competing for a dungeon's first clear or fighting in a guild war, these items would definitely be of immense help a guild's development. If the information of these items went public, not only would their enemies have an edge against them, but it would also rouse the greed in others. At that time, their enemies would definitely plot to steal these items. Looking at the anticipation in everyone's eyes, Shifeng slowly reported, "We have obtained a total of 102 items. Of them, there are 37 fine gold items, 14 dark gold items, 7 forging designs and recipes, 12 tier 2 magic scrolls, 3 tier 3 magic scrolls, 8 potions, 2 epic items, and 19 rare materials." What? There are actually epic items. Awesome. With epic items, our guild will flourish in dungeons. We can claim all of the first clears easily. Everyone grew incomparably excited after listening to Shifeng's report. The large number of fine gold and dark gold items alone had greatly shocked the team. They could fully arm a 20-man team with so many items. Just the thought of having a 20-man team fully geared in fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment was enough to give them the shivers. Not even first-rate guilds could produce such a powerful team. Fully arming a team with secret silver equipment was already impressive. As for a 20-man team in fine gold equipment, that was simply impossible. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing could establish such a powerful team, they would be invincible in 20-man team dungeons. The dungeon bosses would become pushovers. At that time, they could continuously supply the guild with loads of precious equipment. Most importantly, there were even 2 epic items among the loot. Previously, epic items only existed in their thoughts and dreams. After all, since the launch of God's Domain, there had yet to be any mention of anyone obtaining an epic item. Now, their guild actually had 2 epic items. Everyone's breath began to grow heavy at this revelation. Don't get too excited. Although we obtained quite a few weapons and equipment, the lowest level requirement is 30. The same goes for the 2 epic items. Shifeng smiled in response to their enthusiasm. He could understand how his team felt at the moment. Epic items. In God's Domain, they were symbols of extraordinary strength. In Shifeng's previous life, he, too, had been elated when he first saw an epic item. After all, it was an item every player dreamed of having. I know that all of you are eager to see how powerful the epic items are. So today, I'll let all of you have a look at them. While we're at it, I'll let all of you know that I do not plan to allocate these 2 epic items to anyone in particular. Instead, I'll place both of them in the guild warehouse. However, only core members can see them. Once you have accumulated sufficient contribution points, you could trade your points for any of these 2 epic items at any time, Shifeng explained. He then presented the information of the 2 items on the screen of the meeting table. Song of Beatrice, Staff, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to users' level. Magic damage increased by 25%. Cooldown of all spells reduced by 20%. Casting speed increased by 20%. Spell critical rate increased by 15%. Cast range +3. All magic type skills +2 levels. Ignore levels +15. Durability 200/200. Additional passive skill, Song of Elements. All successful attacks have a chance to trigger this skill, increasing players' magic damage by 20% for 15 seconds. Does not stack cooldown. 1 minute. Additional skill 1, Forest Sprites. Summons 3 forest sprites to battle for you. Forest sprites can also be sacrificed to recover players' mana. Each forest sprite sacrificed will recover 15% of players' maximum mana. Cooldown 20 seconds. Additional skill 2, Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown 30 minutes. Additional skill 3, Song of Sprites. Increases the effect of a specified spell by 300%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Shadowcraft, Leather Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment requirement. Agility 200, Strength 150. Attributes will be adjusted according to users' level. Agility increased by 25% strength increased by 10%. Evasion plus 20. All magic resistance plus 20. Defend plus 4 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill 1, Dark Shadow. Movement speed increased by 20%. In dark places, movement speed increased by 30% and agility increased by 10%. Additional passive skill 2, Rapid Movement. Agility increased after receiving damage. Agility increases by 5% with every 10% decrease in HP. Additional skill, Shadowless. Player can consecutively appear behind targets within a distance of 40 yards. Each use consumes 1 charge. Replenishes 1 charge per minute up to a maximum of 3 charges of the 2 epic items. The Song of Beatrice required 600,000 guild points, whereas Shadowcraft required 400,000 guild points. 1 guild point was the current equivalent to around 30 copper coins. Even Aqua Rose and Fire Dance would require a relatively long time before they could accumulate so many points. When everyone saw the attributes on the 2 epic items, they were all stupefied. The equipment they wore was simply too inferior compared to these 2 items. Meanwhile, when everyone thought about how they could trade guild points for these items, a passionate flame lit up in all of their eyes. The absurdly high demand of guild points didn't deter their passion at all. At this moment, they wanted to rush out of the room and start earning guild points immediately. You've seen the attributes on these items for yourselves. As to whether or not you could trade for them, that will depend on the effort you put in. In addition, I also have some good news to tell all of you. I will reward guild points to the first 100 members in the guild to get promoted into a Tier 1 class. First place will receive a reward of 50,000 points, so all of you, work hard. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Shurfeng added more fuel to the fire. Currently, not a single player had become a Tier 1 class in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. The various guilds around the kingdom were all focused on raiding the 50-man team dungeons in their respective cities. None of them knew the importance of Tier 1 players. Presently, only Shurfeng knew that Tier 1 players were the key requirement to raid a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. In addition, Tier 1 players also played an important role in the competition between guilds. The sooner a guild possessed Tier 1 players, the more beneficial it would be to the guild's future development. This was the reason why Shurfeng had ordered his guild members to level up quickly rather than waste time competing over the first clear for the level 10. 50-man team dungeons. Everyone's fighting spirit soared once more when they heard Shurfeng's announcement. At this moment, they all viewed their decision to join Zero Wing as the best decision they had ever made. No other guild would offer fine gold and dark gold items to its members, much less epic items. On the other hand, not only had Shurfeng made the items available for trade, but he also spent a large sum of money to encourage everyone to raise their strengths. Players would never find these opportunities in any other guild if they could earn the reward of 50,000 guild points. Even if they didn't want the epic items, they could still gain several fine gold or dark gold items, greatly increasing their prowess. After the meeting ended, the core members headed towards a class association to receive their class change quest. Afraid that the others would beat them to the top prize, it should be about time for me to upgrade my class as well. Shurfeng smiled faintly. Shurfeng had wanted to take on his class change quest for a while now. However, he celebrated the fact that he had not already done so. He would have regretted that decision before the meeting started. Shurfeng had already appraised the drops from the Mechanical Slayer. In a looting war, Zero Wing had actually managed to obtain 103 items, not 102. There was one item Shurfeng had not revealed. The item Shurfeng hid was none other than the crystal-encased ancient sword. Shurfeng had kept it hidden because that item was simply too frightening. Even if he added together the value of the other 102 items, it would not reach even 1/100th of the sword in the stone. If others learned about this item, it would definitely cause a sensation to sweep throughout God's domain, which was why Shurfeng had decided to keep silent about it. The sword in the stone was neither a weapon nor armor. It was a legacy item. Moreover, the legacy it contained was no ordinary legacy. It was a legacy item even more powerful than the magic weapon star's reminiscence. Chapter 371, Peak Legacy. A legacy hinted at a hidden class. This was also one of the reasons why legacy items were extremely rare in God's domain previously. The fact that they had obtained the Astromancer's legacy from the Bloodhand Association stronghold had already blown Shurfeng's mind. Now, however, he had an even more powerful legacy. Moreover, only berserkers and swordsmen could use this legacy. Shurfeng knew that the legacy contained within the sword and the stone was more powerful than the Astromancer's legacy was because of its unsealing conditions. Violet Cloud's legacy item, the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence, required a Tier 3 Great Mage to help unseal it. Based on these stringent requirements, the Astromancer's legacy should be superior among the many legacies that existed in God's domain. However, Shurfeng's sword in the stone was far more amazing than the Star's Reminiscence sword in the stone. The sword inside the crystal faintly emits a power from the ancient era. It occurs naturally with no signs of being crafted. However, a frightening power had damaged this ancient sword severely in the past. If one wishes to awaken the power contained within and gain a better understanding of this sword, they need to gather the power of 3 Tier 4 classes and expend 21 Mana Stones class restriction, Berserker and Swordsman. Not to mention the 3 Tier 4 NPCs. Just the number of Mana Stones required was a huge headache for sure. Foam Mana Stones were extremely precious in God's domain. Although they weren't as valuable as 7 Luminaries crystals, they were not far from them either. Mana Stones were rare materials required to craft epic ranked weapons and equipment. However, the most dreadful aspect of Mana Stones was that nobody sold them in God's domain. Only bosses in 100-man hard mode team dungeons dropped Mana Stones. Moreover, the drop rate was a minuscule 2% currently. Throughout all of God's domain, Shurfeng had yet even to hear news about anyone obtaining the first clear of a level 10, 50-man team dungeon, not to mention a level 2100-man team dungeon. Even Zero Wing, his own guild, was only in the preparation stage of raiding a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. Only players who had gathered 100 Tier 1 players had a chance of success in the hard mode versions of those dungeons. In other words, it was simply impossible for Shurfeng to get his hands on a Mana Stone right now, let alone 21 of them. The difficulty of unsealing the sword in the stone far surpassed the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence. Hence, Shurfeng was certain that the legacy contained within the sword and the stone was far superior to the Star's Reminiscence. At the very least, it should be one of the peak legacies of God's domain. Can only give it a try. Shurfeng smiled bitterly as he gazed at the sword and the stone inside his bag. The awakening conditions of the sword and the stone were too high. Ever since Shurfeng had appraised the legacy item, he had constantly been thinking of a way to fulfill those conditions. He could not afford to wait until Zero Wing obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon before gradually collecting 21 Mana Stones. If the guild leader of any other guild stood in Shurfeng's place right now, activating the class change quest of the sword and the stone would be nigh impossible. And ordinary players could never meet these conditions. Only after racking his brain did Shurfeng think a way to awaken the sword and the stone early soon. Shurfeng left the meeting room as well and headed to one of the forging rooms on the 4th floor of the Starstreak trading firm. They had obtained a total of 7 forging designs and recipes from the looting war. Of them, 3 were forging designs. All 3 forging designs produced different types of basic strengthened armor kits, which were respectively meant for plate armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. Although these basic strengthened armor kits were a lot weaker than the basic mana armor kit, their effects only half of the latter. They were still very valuable. After all, Shurfeng was not a dedicated lifestyle player. He could not afford to spend a large amount of time producing the basic mana armor kits. Meanwhile, the supply of basic mana armor kits available on the market would not meet the demand. Hence, these 3 basic strengthened armor kit forging designs were extremely important at this moment. A knocking came from the door of the forging room. Guild leader, the ones you called for are here. Melancholic Smile said respectfully as she entered the room. While Shurfeng had been busy, Melancholic Smile had grown to have the aura of a strong and capable woman. The current Melancholic Smile was already an advanced forging apprentice, and she was only a short distance from her promotion to a basic forger under Melancholic Smile's management. The Horizon Alliance, the lifestyle guild Shurfeng had secretly established, had grown to house over 3,000 members. These lifestyle players had been recruited from various places. Currently, these members had crafted a majority of the products sold at the Star Street trading firm. Even Aqua Rose and Blackie knew about the Horizon Alliance. In the eyes of the public, the members of the Horizon Alliance were simply players that the Star Street trading firm had hired. Come on in, then Shurfeng nodded, following which a man and a woman entered the forging room. The woman who followed Melancholic Smile was none other than the forging genius Cream Coco. She had already become an advanced forging apprentice. Meanwhile, the man who entered with Cream Coco was a 40-year-old man called Roasted Ironheart. Because of his age, the guild's Roasted Ironheart had joined in the past had looked down on him. However, after he passed the test set by Melancholic Smile and became a member of Horizon Alliance, he had poured his heart into forging items and displayed frightening talent. Regarding forging techniques, he was even more talented than Melancholic Smile. Currently, he had already become one of the 5 great forgers of the Horizon Alliance after the two entered. Upon seeing Shurfeng, Roasted Ironheart immediately grew cautious. Normally, Melancholic Smile was responsible for dealing with all matters within the Horizon Alliance. So, no one had ever met the true owner of the guild. The members of the Horizon Alliance only knew that their guild leader was extremely mysterious, and he had actually managed to form a relationship with the Star Street trading firm. Not only did this great personage possess frightening wealth, but he also had great talents such as Melancholic Smile and Cream Coco working under him. The members of the Horizon Alliance all felt reverence and curiosity towards this mysterious boss of theirs today, as Roasted Ironheart finally met the mysterious boss behind the Horizon Alliance. His heart was filled with incomparable shock originally. Roasted Ironheart had believed that the force behind the Horizon Alliance was a wealthy tycoon. However, he would never have imagined that proprietor of this lifestyle guild was actually White River City's, no, the entire Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, the one-hit Azura, Black Flame. How could this revelation not shock him? Moreover, Black Flame was also Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 forger at this moment. Roasted Ironheart's mind was a complete mess. There is no need to panic. I don't eat people. Shurfeng could not help but console Roasted Ironheart when he noticed the man's trembling legs hearing Shurfeng's words. Roasted Ironheart nearly slumped to the ground, a #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. The guild leader of Zero Wing. The great character that dominated White River City. There was simply no chance that a small fry like Roasted Ironheart could meet such a great character like Shurfeng. Yet, not only had such a situation occurred, but Roasted Ironheart was also speaking directly with such a great character. How could Roasted Ironheart not panic? Uncle Ironheart, relax. Our guild leader is a very kind and friendly guy. Cream Coco said. Smiling, Roasted Ironheart silently nodded. After taking a long moment to calm down, he said, "Hello, boss." Melancholic Smile and Cream Coco giggled at this sight. Shurfeng had grown speechless at Roasted Ironheart's actions as well. He was not a monster. Why was he so intimidated? All right, I have some important matters to discuss with you. I've called the 3 of you here today because of these. Saying so, Shurfeng took out the 3 basic strengthened armor kit forging designs. Each of you will take one. Your task for this is to produce these items. The more, the better. As forgers, Melancholic Smile's group was stunned when they saw the forging designs. They understood the value of the basic strengthened armor kits. By producing these items, not only could they increase their promotion speed to basic forgers, but they could also use these items to dominate the forging market and create names for themselves. When the trio thought about how Shurfeng was actually willing to let them learn such precious forging designs, their hearts were moved. I'll leave these forging designs to you, so research them properly. If you can achieve a 20% success rate, then you can start mass-producing them. Shurfeng said, although the basic strength and armor kits were not as difficult to produce as the basic mana armor kits, advanced forging apprentices still had a low success rate. Melancholic Smile and the others would be lucky if they could successfully produce 1 or 2 pieces out of 10 tries. Guild leader, rest assured, We will accomplish this task. We definitely won't disappoint you." All three of them guaranteed, following which the three returned to their respective forging rooms and began their research on the forging designs. Meanwhile, Shifeng also departed from the Starstreak trading firm and hurried towards White River City's bank. He planned to start the first step of awakening the sword in the stone. Chapter 372, 5 Big Cities. Walking in the middle of the street in White River City, Shifeng had used the demon mask to change his appearance back to Yifeng. The color of his ID reverted to white as well, all this while Shifeng had used his artificial ID of Black Flame. It had been a long time since he used his actual ID. In a rapidly changing game like God's Domain, not only were there tons of new players flooding into the game every day, but there were also many experts rising and falling with every passing moment. Meanwhile, the duration of Yifeng's disappearance from the public had been long enough for everyone in White River City completely forget about him throughout Shifeng's whole journey to the bank. Not a single player he passed by had recognized him. Although some players had glanced his way, they had not done so because of Shifeng's identity. Instead, it was because of the equipment. He wore the magic weapon Abyssal Blade, and the dark gold ranked Purgatory's shadow hung from his waist. Even if Shifeng had removed the two weapons' glow effect, when one saw the intricate patterns carved onto the swords, as well as the flowing lights flashing on the blades, no one believed they were ordinary weapons. White River City sure has changed. Even the average level of ordinary players is almost the same as Starmoon City. Making a casual observation, Shifeng discovered that a majority of the independent players wandering the streets were level 15 or 16 and armed with a few pieces of bronze equipment. Shifeng occasionally saw some independent players who were level 17 or 18 and fully geared in bronze equipment with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. In the past, this sight could not have been found in White River City. Suddenly, Shifeng thought of an idea. What if he transformed White River City into the heart of Starmoon Kingdom? Originally, Shifeng had intended to develop a branch guild in Starmoon City once Zero Wing was sufficiently powerful to compete for the resources available there. After all, Starmoon City was the heart of Starmoon Kingdom. It was a gem that incited fierce competition among the many first-rate guilds. Starmoon City was also the hub for elites. The player population there was simply immense, with no other city within Starmoon Kingdom capable of being its rival. Meanwhile, controlling Starmoon City meant obtaining the large number of elite players and resources there. A guild's development in Starmoon City would be much faster than in any other city in Starmoon Kingdom. However, when Shifeng saw the current state of White River City, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Why must he torture himself to compete over Starmoon City with all those first-rate guilds? Most players went to Starmoon City was because it had far more opportunities for development. The city also contained many advantages that no other city possessed, but what about now? Due to Zero Wing's existence in White River City and the fact that the guild did not recruit members in any other city, many players had now migrated to White River City. As for the reason behind this migration, wasn't it because Zero Wing offered advantages that no other guild possessed? As long as Zero Wing offered its members more benefits than other guilds, players would continue to flood into White River City. Moreover, as players' levels increased, their income would increase as well. Soon, the teleportation fee between cities would no longer be a problem. At that time, it was not entirely impossible for White River City to surpass even Starmoon City. Is it about Underworld's inside information? Shifeng suddenly heard the arrival of a message. Absolute Heaven had contacted him. Meanwhile, the assassin's message was perfectly timed. Underworld had already become the dominant force in the several cities surrounding White River City. As for how much control they possessed over those cities and exactly which cities they controlled, Shifeng had no clue. Without that information, he could not take appropriate measures against Underworld. Shifeng did not want to waste too much time searching for Underworld and subsequently ruining the organization's plans. If he could find access to detailed information about Underworld, he would have a much easier time preparing for the future. There sure is a lot of information here. Shifeng was inwardly surprised when he opened up the file attached to Absolute Heaven's message. The file was dozens of pages long, and its level of detail was above and beyond what Feng had expected. An outer member like Absolute Heaven should not have had access to the kind of information contained in the file. Most likely, only those at Feng Xuanyan's level would possess the authority to know such information. Did Absolute Heaven kidnap and interrogate Feng Xuanyang? I'm impressed that he could obtain such detailed information. Now that he had such detailed information about Underworld, without wasting any time, Feng quickly found a quiet spot inside the bank and sat down. He then started carefully reading through the file Absolute Heaven had sent him 2 hours later. Feng finished reading the final page. He could not help but exhale deeply. Although I already expected as much, I did not realize that Underworld is actually so terrifying. They control a total of 316 guilds in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. It is no wonder even Gentle Snow is wary of Underworld. Making a rough estimate, Feng guessed that Underworld controlled over 1 million players in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region alone. Zero Wing's current member count was just over 5,000. To Underworld, Zero Wing was no more intimidating than an ant. Furthermore, there were also the Underworld Guards, a group of elites that the organization secretly nurtured. Although the Underworld Guards only had around 400 members, each one was an expert. If they formed a 100-man team, they could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of elite players out in the fields. In addition, Blue Frost City, Maple City, Gale City, Twin Lion City, and Cold Star City, the 5 big cities neighboring White River City, had all been dominated by the guilds under Underworld control. Moreover, these guilds were not inferior to Underworld in the slightest. Without any powerful enemies, these guilds had grown rapidly. Of these guilds, overwhelming Smile, the guild holding dominance over Gale City, was currently even more powerful than Darkstar had been during its peak. Without any obstructions, it was a matter of time before these powerful guilds became the overlords of their respective cities. Underworld really is a headache. This situation is much worse than what I had imagined. Feng wrinkled his brows and scratched his head, considering the situation carefully based on Zero Wing's current strength. Moving out and dealing with just one of the 5 cities under Underworld's control would be a massive undertaking. As for dealing with all 5, it was simply impossible. Setting aside the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory, Zero Wing would first need sufficient strength. With the current number of members Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be a threat for any of these guilds. For such an endeavor, not only would Zero Wing need to pay a large number of teleportation fees, but also had to waste a lot of manpower and material resources. As for Feng himself, although he was strong as an individual, he wasn't strong enough to threaten an entire guild with tens of thousands of members. I need to hurry and get my class change done. Feng looked at the sword in the stone inside his bag, a sense of urgency overwhelming his thoughts of upgrading his class no matter how. Feng racked his mind. He could not think up of a proper solution. The only thing he could do now was to increase his own strength. There was a large gap in combat power between a Tier 1 player and a Tier 0 player, not to mention a hidden class. If Feng could successfully upgrade his class and become a Tier 1 player, he could cause some trouble for the guilds controlled by Underworld and by Zero Wing more time to grow, following which Feng walked towards the bank's counter, retrieving the larger of the 2 Philosopher's Stones from inside his personal warehouse. He then retrieved a large number of magic crystals from the guild warehouse. Guild members had come across these magic crystals while they had raided dungeons. Originally, these magic crystals were intended for equipment crafting, but as of yet, nobody within the guild could produce equipment that required magic crystals. Hence, a large stockpile had accumulated inside the guild warehouse. Now, however, Feng emptied their stock. Following which, Feng returned to his forging room inside the Starstreak trading firm. He then took out the Philosopher's Stone, and all of the magic crystals. Mana stones were originally born from the minerals inside magic crystals. If magic crystals were refined, there was a chance to obtain a mana stone. Hence, Feng intended to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to refine mana crystals into mana stones. However, mana stones were extremely rare and precious. The chances of obtaining a mana stone from refining a magic crystal were extremely low, and even Shi Feng himself wasn't very confident in success. Hopefully, this works. Shi Feng then grabbed a transparent magic crystal with one hand and the Philosopher's Stone in the other. Praying silently, he refined the magic crystal. Chapter 373, Alchemical Synthesis. With his right hand, Shi Feng lightly tapped the Philosopher's Stone on the magic crystal in his left hand. In the next moment, the Philosopher's Stone released a faint blood-red glow, following which the magic crystal in Shi Feng's left hand transformed into dust and scattered across the floor, leaving nothing behind. A magic crystal, which cost 8 silver coins, was gone, just like that. In the God's domain, 8 silver coins were the current equivalent of a day's income for an entire elite team. However, without even blinking, Shi Feng snatched a second magic crystal from the table and attempted the elemental refinement. Once more, 2 seconds later, another pile of dust scattered to the floor. After over 100 consecutive attempts and failing every time, Shi Feng stopped and reevaluated his actions. Is it not possible with elemental refinement? Shi Feng frowned at the dust-covered floor. There were not many members in Zero Wing, so the number of accumulated magic crystals was not high. There had been only around 600 in the guild warehouse. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had not obtained a single mana stone, even after refining over 100 magic crystals. At this rate, he would never refine 21 mana stones. No, it is just because the success rate is so low. Don't need to raise my chances before it'll work. Mana stones are the product of polymerization of magic crystals. Logically, it should be possible to refine a magic crystal into a mana stone. Is it because the magic crystal's quality is too poor? Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng took another magic crystal and tested his theory this time. After clicking Refine, Shi Feng thoroughly focused on observing the changes that occurred during the refinement process of the magic crystal after God's domain underwent its first evolution. Both forging and alchemy had become far more realistic. Moreover, Shi Feng was currently playing the game using a virtual gaming cabin which possessed a synchronization rate of 97%. Hence, if he observed the refinement process of the magic crystal carefully, he might discern the cause for failure. However, the refinement process happened far too quickly. Even if Shi Feng had exceptional dynamic vision, everything still happened in a flash. It was too hard to see anything. System recording. Activate full simulation mode. Shi Feng suddenly said, "System, please hold for system identification." System. Interface used by player detected as the virtual gaming cabin. Full simulation mode is supported. System. Full simulation mode has activated. After the system activated full simulation mode, Shi Feng picked up a magic crystal and attempted elemental refining once more. As expected, the magic crystal still crumbled into dust that scattered all over the floor. And perturbed, Shi Feng said, "System, play the video recorded through full simulation mode." In the next moment, a 3D holographic image appeared before Shi Feng's eyes, showing the exact scene when Shi Feng had attempted elemental refinement on the magic crystal. Aside from allowing players to experience a synchronization rate of 97%, the virtual gaming cabin also allowed players to activate full simulation mode in the game. With this function, the videos players recorded in-game could be viewed as a holographic projection rather than on a flat surface. This function was unavailable to those who used both the ordinary and advanced helmets in the God's domain of the past. If one were a master lifestyle player, they would have definitely purchased a virtual gaming cabin for themselves. They did so for the sole purpose of this holographic recording function. Through this function, players could realistically reproduce the videos they recorded. Players could experience what they normally couldn't through a flat-screen video, and this included the refinement process of the magic crystal. However, the main purpose of the full simulation mode lay in the analysis of enemies. Players could record their battles with enemies to study their enemies' fighting habits, defenses, attacks, dodges, and other detailed actions. After analyzing their enemies' habits and weaknesses, even if they were weaker than their opponents, players could take advantage of said habits and weaknesses to triumph against their enemies. In the past, this often happened in God's domain. It was especially true for fights between experts. At the same time, players could also utilize the holographic recording for self-reflection, improving weaknesses and discovering new techniques. This was one of the quickest ways for a player to improve themselves. This was also why players who used the virtual gaming cabins improved so quickly in the past. Shifeng had done countless self-evaluations through using the full simulation mode, continuously improving his combat power. Back then, if he had used the virtual gaming cabin a few years earlier, he might have reached even greater heights. Unfortunately, Shadow had only a few million credits. A single virtual gaming cabin cost 3 million. How could Shadow possibly afford a virtual gaming cabin? Moreover, even if they purchased one, Shifeng would not have had access to it, following which Shifeng adjusted the settings of the holographic recording and played the refinement process into slow motion. That way, he could fully observe and analyze the entire process in detail, without needing to waste magic crystals and stress his eyesight over and over after observing the process dozens of times. Shifeng finally discovered the reason. As expected, the mana density inside the magic crystals is too low. I wouldn't get a single complete mana stone, even if I used the elemental refinement 10,000 times. Although Shifeng had discovered the cause of his failures, he didn't have a solution. In God's domain, there was no difference in quality between magic crystals. In other words, it was simply impossible to obtain a mana stone through refining mana crystals. Shifeng could not help his frustration if refinement could not work. Then he had to go at it from another angle. The only method he had left was to use alchemical synthesis, combining 2 magic crystals into one. Once the accumulated mana inside the magic crystals reached a sufficient level, it would become a mana stone naturally. However, how could alchemical synthesis be easy? Even a Grandmaster alchemist would struggle with alchemical synthesis. The price they had to pay would also exceed the value of the final product. Normally, nobody would willingly take on such a risk. Meanwhile, Shifeng was merely a forging apprentice. He was not even an alchemist to begin with. His chances of successful alchemical synthesis were abysmal. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemy treasure, had such an ability. However, the Philosopher's Stone Shifeng had right now was a defective product. He could only use alchemical conversion and elemental refinement, not alchemical synthesis. That's right. If one Philosopher's Stone won't do, what about 2? Shifeng suddenly recalled the fragmented piece of Philosopher's Stone that he had obtained from the god's grave. The Philosopher's Stone had been broken into 5 fragments, so its abilities had greatly weakened. However, the Philosopher's Stone was inherently of one body. As long as Shifeng could gather all 5 fragments, he could restore the Philosopher's Stone. Although Shifeng did not possess all 5 fragments at the moment, if he fused the 2 fragments he had, it should become much stronger than 1 fragment alone. I can only give it a try. Shifeng had no other options. The Philosopher's Stone was his only hope. The Philosopher's Stone had broken into 5 fragments of different sizes, and the abilities each fragment possessed were different. The Philosopher's Stone Shifeng had obtained from the god's grave was slightly smaller than the first one he had found. As it only possessed alchemical conversion, Shifeng had not intended to use it. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng rushed back to the bank and retrieved the other Philosopher's Stone from his warehouse before hurrying back to his forging room. Inside the forging room, Shifeng carefully combined the 2 Philosopher's Stone system. Do you wish to fuse the 2 Philosopher's Stones? Shifeng immediately clicked the fuse button. Suddenly, the 2 Philosopher's Stones transformed into a pool of blood-red liquid and fused. The liquid then solidified into a fist-sized blood-red pearl. It was no longer an uneven block of stone. After the fusion completed, Shifeng picked up the newly formed Philosopher's Stone and checked its information. He wanted to know how powerful the Philosopher's Stone had become. Chapter 374. Results Beyond Imagination. Good. Shifeng sighed in relief when he read the information display. Philosopher's Stone, 36% completed. Epic rank special item, dropped upon death. A sacred item for alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone can be used to turn stone into gold, revive the dead, and more. However, the Sword Emperor, Knight, shattered the Philosopher's Stone into 5 pieces. However, the Philosopher's Stone possesses immense strength. As long as one gathers the 5 pieces, it will recover to its full strength active effect. Due to being damaged, the Philosopher's Stone possesses less than a seventh of its original strength. It can only be used for alchemical conversion, elemental refinement, alchemical synthesis, and elemental strengthening. Now that the Philosopher's Stone was capable of alchemical synthesis, Shurfeng should be able to obtain mana stones easily. Just as he was about to begin the alchemical synthesis, a system notification alerted Shurfeng. Moreover, it repeated 3 times Star Moon Kingdom Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin, rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin, rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin, rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom. What? The Bone Ruin is a 50-man team dungeon. A guild has already defeated it? Thinking that he had heard wrong, Shurfeng quickly opened the system message log to take a look. However, they had indeed cleared the Bone Ruin. Overwhelming Smile? Isn't that one of the guilds controlled by Underworld, the second-rate guild dominant in Maple City? Shurfeng could not help his surprise. He then carefully read the member list of the team that cleared Bone Ruin. How could they have cleared it first? There were over 100 cities throughout Star Moon Kingdom. There were simply too many guilds and experts within the kingdom to count. There were also plenty of first-rate guilds. Among the countless teams, the one with the greatest chance of being the first to clear a 50-man hard mode team dungeon belonged to Gentle Snow in White River City. On this, Shurfeng was certain immediately after Shurfeng had entered White River City. He produced the White River City guidebook. Gentle Snow had even spent a large sum to purchase the most detailed version, gaining a huge advantage over the other guilds right off the bat. Moreover, to secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had assembled many of Ouroboros experts in White River City. She even purchased multiple fine gold ranked Arclight shields and a large stock of basic mana armor kits from Shurfeng. Not even the core team of the most powerful first-rate guilds in Star Moon Kingdom could compete with Gentle Snow's team in terms of personnel or equipment yet. Gentle Snow's team had actually lost to a second-rate guild like Overwhelming Smile. Although Overwhelming Smile received plenty of support from Underworld in the form of money and experts, the first clear of 50-man hard mode team dungeons was not easy to claim. If that were the case, Gentle Snow would have long since claimed to first clear the Land of Death. Moreover, in Shurfeng's memories, Overwhelming Smile had always been a very ordinary guild. In the end, Assassin's Alliance took them out, and they were swept away by the torrents of God's domain. Just what sort of secrets is Overwhelming Smile hiding? In the information Shurfeng received from Absolute Heaven, there was nothing special about Overwhelming Smile. Despite Underworld going all out with its support, even sending 50 Underworld guards to help the guild, Shurfeng did not believe for a second that Overwhelming Smile could take the lead in claiming the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon yet. Overwhelming Smile had done exactly that. This showed that Overwhelming Smile's team had an advantage that not even Gentle Snow's could compete with if Overwhelming Smile continued to develop without rival guilds. In addition to Underworld's hidden support, even Shurfeng could not guess how powerful the guild would become. The appearance of the 3 system notifications had immediately caused a sensation throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Previously, everyone had their guesses as to which first-rate guild would be the first to claim the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, no one expected this result. A second-rate guild had actually accomplished what first-rate guilds couldn't. For a time, Overwhelming Smile had become the focus in Star Moon Kingdom. I need to hurry as well. Feng clutched the Philosopher's Stone and started the alchemical synthesis no matter how powerful an enemy was. One's personal strength still mattered the most. Feng stored one magic crystal after another in the Philosopher's Stone. In the next moment, the synthesis bar began to slowly increase. The synthesis bar only reached 100% after Feng stored 50 magic crystals, although Feng could now synthesize mana stones using magic crystals. The Philosopher's Stone in his possession was still incomplete. Hence, the synthesis rate was only 50%. This item really is an alchemical treasure. The power of this stone awed Feng. If Grandmaster alchemists could see this synthesis rate and the number of required base materials, it would leave them speechless. With shock, Grandmaster alchemist synthesis rate only hovered around 20%, which was already quite high. Meanwhile, normally over 200 base materials were required. Hence, nobody would willingly sacrifice high-tiered materials through alchemical synthesis. However, Grandmaster alchemists paled in comparison to the Philosopher's Stone. It was as expected of a treasure of alchemy. Meanwhile, alchemical combination was only a small part of the Philosopher's Stone's abilities. It was no wonder so many kingdoms and empires had gone to war over the Philosopher's Stone. Let's start, then. Feng clicked the synthesize button. 3 seconds later, an additional fist-sized gray stone appeared in Feng's hand. This was none other than the Mana Stone. Awesome. After successfully synthesizing a Mana Stone, Feng quickly added more magic crystals into the Philosopher's Stone, starting the second round of alchemical synthesis at the same time. Feng had also contacted Melancholic Smile and instructed her to purchase a large stock of magic crystals immediately. With the stockpile Zero Wing possessed, he wouldn't have enough to synthesize 21 Mana Stones. Even if the synthesis rate was 100%, he would need 1,050 magic crystals for 21 Mana Stones. With only a 50% rate, he would need at least 2,100 magic crystals. Feng had previously used quite a lot of magic crystals, and he only had 508 remaining by Feng's estimation. He would need at least 2,000 more magic crystals. Guild leader, please tell me you're joking. You want to purchase 2,000 magic crystals? The current market value for them is 8 silver coins each, 160 gold for 2,000 pieces. Moreover, this is the best and lowest cost. If we buy them in bulk, the prices in White River City will soar. When that happens, we'll need to pay at least double or triple the current price. Making a rough estimate, we'll need to spend at least 300 gold to get 2,000 magic crystals. Although Melancholic Smile had always dealt with the purchasing of materials for the Horizon Alliance, this was her first time handling a transaction that involved over 300 gold. She struggled against her sudden anxiety. If converted to credits, 300 gold coins would be over 4 million credits. All her life, she had never even seen so much money. It doesn't matter. Just get done quickly. Feng couldn't care less about the potential consequences. His class change quest took priority. Even if he had to spend 1,000 gold to purchase the 2,000 magic crystals, he would not hesitate. By the time Melancholic Smile's group of 3 could mass-produce the basic strength and armor kits, it would only be a short time before he earned the money back. After half an hour passed, Melancholic Smile delivered 2,000 magic crystals to Feng. She had experienced the pleasure of being a wealthy tycoon. Meanwhile, during this period, Feng had also kept himself busy. After using 500 magic crystals, he had an additional 6 mana stones. In addition, he had also produced some basic mana armor kits for his guild, as well as slightly raising his own forging proficiency. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad. Feng took the 2,000 magic crystals and started the alchemical synthesis. Once more he used 100 pieces. 200 pieces. The new stock of magic crystals continuously diminished. After using 1,650 magic crystals, Feng had finally managed to collect 21 mana stones. Chapter 375. I'd like to borrow someone. Now that I've got 21 mana stones, I only need the 3 tier 4 NPCs. Feng thought about where he could find these NPCs as he collected the 21 Mana Stones and Philosopher's Stone from the table. There were only 3 tier 4 powerhouses currently residing in White River City. If Feng wanted to gather all 3 of them, Even if Shurfong were 10 times stronger than he was now and became a Count of White River City, he would not possess the authority to gather all 3 of these NPCs to help him. I guess I can only try my luck in the capital city. Starmoon City possessed the most high-tiered NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom, and it was where Shurfong would most likely get the help of 3 Tier 4 NPCs, following which Shurfong left the Star Street trading firm and ran towards the bank. His personal warehouse in the bank was the safest location to store the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone dropped upon death, and Shurfong did not want to lose the treasure under any circumstances. While walking down the middle of the street, Shurfong could hear many players discussing Overwhelming Smile. Say, how do you think Overwhelming Smile became so powerful? They actually claimed the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon so quickly. I heard that their guild didn't have many experts. Yeah, I'm confused too. Originally, I thought either Ouroboros or Zero Wing would be the first guild to claim a first clear. After all, the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, leads the team herself. Although Gentle Snow had neither accomplished any amazing feats, nor is she a great expert ranked on the God's Domain experts list, everyone knows about her frightening battle records. She's probably no weaker than Black Flame. Now, however, both of these amazing guilds lost to a second-rate guild like Overwhelming Smile. I heard that the equipment dropped in a 50-man hard mode team dungeon is amazing. The attributes on the equipment are far superior than the equipment found in other dungeons. Now that Overwhelming Smile has equipment from Bone Ruin, they will have a much easier time raiding level 20 large-scale team dungeons. I heard that Overwhelming Smile has already become the overlord of Maple City. Moreover, they are currently mass recruiting players, and the benefits they offer are insanely good. There is also proof posted online showing that someone recently invested 1 billion credits for the guild's development. Just thinking about that much money makes me drool. I have never heard of any guild receiving such a large investment. I'm somewhat tempted to head over to Maple City to join them. Players on both sides of the street were talking about Overwhelming Smile. Overwhelming Smile had destroyed the previous momentum. Zero Wing had garnered. Shurfong could only smile bitterly at this sudden shift. He had to admit that Overwhelming Smile's timing of obtaining the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon was perfect. Not only had Overwhelming Smile managed to spread their name throughout Starmoon Kingdom, but it had also suppressed Zero Wing's fame. However, this was only natural compared to individual strength. Players were more concerned about dungeons. After all, dungeons were the main source of equipment in God's Domain. It was especially true for high-quality equipment. Just after Shurfong returned the Philosopher's Stone to his personal warehouse, the system notified him of a voice communication request. It was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, how are you? Shurfong greeted her warmly after answering the call. Although the situation of Overwhelming Smile's first clear had impacted Zero Wing, the one most affected by this result should be Gentle Snow. In order to claim the first clear of the Land of Death, she had paid a huge price. Other guilds could not compete with the advantages she possessed. Yet, just as she was about to harvest the fruit of her efforts, Overwhelming Smile stole the Glory Guild leader Black Flame. I wish to discuss something with you. Gentle Snow's tone was indifferent. Only she understood her current state of mind. Miss Snow, please speak your mind, Shurfong said, smiling. I'd like to borrow someone. Gentle Snow said, borrow someone? Shurfong was confused. Ouroboros had many experts. They should not lack personnel. That's right. I wish to borrow Yifeng. Gentle Snow nodded, resolving Shurfeng's confusion. As for the price, I am willing to pay 5 million credits. Borrow Yifeng? Shurfeng nearly stumbled. Just what was going through Gentle Snow's mind. Borrow Yifeng? Didn't that mean she was trying to borrow him? Since when did he have such great charm to attract the attention of the Snow Goddess? Moreover, Gentle Snow even offered an astronomical price of 5 million to borrow him. That was the equivalent of a famous gaming expert's annual salary. And she only wanted his help with a single matter? Wasn't Gentle Snow's opinion of him a little too high? I know that this is somewhat abrupt. Honestly, I initially considered asking you, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, not only are you the guild leader of Zero Wing, but you're also very famous in Starmoon Kingdom. The implications for obtaining your help are too grave to ignore. Hence, my only option is to ask for Yi Feng's help, as he is only a member of Zero Wing. However, I doubt he will help me without your explicit permission, Gentle Snow explained. If she had any other choice, she wouldn't be asking. However, now that overwhelming smile had claimed the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon. This was her only option. Listening to Gentle Snow's request, Shurfeng could guess that Gentle Snow needed experts. However, these experts could not be too famous, and the more hidden they were from the public eye, the better. Thus, she thought of the now-forgotten Yi Feng. Although I wish I could agree to your request, Yi Feng is currently busy in an extremely important task. I'm afraid he can't help you right now, Miss Snow. How about the other experts in Zero Wing? Although Shurfeng wished to help Gentle Snow, his class change quest took priority. Other experts? Gentle Snow fell silent for a moment, considering the idea. She then said, "It is possible if they are as skilled as Yi Feng. I'm afraid they have yet to reach that level." Shurfeng said, definitely setting aside techniques. If speaking purely in terms of weapons, equipment, and skills, nobody within the guild could even come close to being a match to him. In terms of techniques, though, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Cola might catch up to him in the future. It was especially true for Violet Cloud, who had improved leaps and bounds with each passing day. If Shurfeng hadn't had his decades' worth of experience campaigning in God's domain, Violet Cloud would have left him in the dust by now. I am afraid they won't do if they are not as strong as Yi Feng, Gentle Snow said, disappointed. However, when she gave it more thought, how could great experts such as Yi Feng be easy to find? She then asked, Guild Leader Blackflame, how long will it take for Yi Feng to complete his task? Normally, an ordinary class change quest required 2 to 3 days to complete. Meanwhile, Shurfeng's class change quest should be a lot more difficult. At the very least, he would require 3 to 5 days. Around 5 days, Shurfeng said, giving a conservative estimate. 5 days, huh? Gentle Snow's brows wrinkled slightly. After thinking for some time, she slowly asked, Guild Leader Blackflame, will 5 days really be enough? MHM. Shurfeng nodded. Shurfeng could tell that Gentle Snow was carefully considering a very important decision. I'll have to trouble Guild Leader Blackflame to pass on the message. Then, I'll transfer 5 million credits into your account immediately. Gentle Snow sighed in relief upon hearing Shurfeng's confident answer. She then disconnected the call after thanking him. Chapter 376, Great Divine Official. Based on Gentle Snow's tone, Shurfeng did not think that things were as simple as he had first imagined. After experiencing a decade of battles and socializing between various guilds in God's domain, Shurfeng was no longer the young and immature student that he had been in the past. This was merely the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon. At most, Ouroboros would lose the chance to earn some fame. Such a loss would not greatly affect the strength of the guild itself. In other words, Gentle Snow must have made some sort of personal bet regarding Overwhelming Smile being the first guild to claim the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon. However, she had obviously lost 5 days, huh? It seems that I can't slack off. Now that Shurfeng had agreed to help, he would not go back on his word. Unfortunately, even Shurfeng was not completely confident that he could gain the help of 3 Tier 4 NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom. He needed to waste a lot of time to earn their assistance. It was not easy to ask NPCs for help. It was especially true for high-tiered NPCs following, which Shurfeng took out the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting immediately, being a neutral zone as well as a famous city in God's domain. Blackwing City was many times stronger than Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, a lot of high-tiered NPCs would reside there. If luck would have it, he might even meet a Tier 5 powerhouse. One could not meet such an NPC even in the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom. It had been quite some time since the launch of God's domain. The population of the game had increased rapidly. The number of players who had obtained Blackwing City passes had also increased as Shurfeng walked down the wide streets of Blackwing City. He discovered far more players than before. Among these players, a majority were the upper echelons of guilds. Like Shurfeng before, these upper echelons were here to trade with each other. They mainly traded hard stones, taking advantage of the price difference to make a huge profit. However, as more players began visiting Blackwing City, the potential profits would start to dwindle. This was also why Shurfeng had stopped Aqua Rose from sending her subordinates to cooperate with other guilds. He planned to save the Blackwing City passes, only using them to attend the Blackwing City auction or purchase special tools, such as the frost grenades in reality. Aside from being a trade hub, Blackwing City had one other fascinating feature: the city's beautiful scenery. In the past, when God's Domain was in its middle stages, many upper echelons of guilds would frequently visit Blackwing City for leisure. Nothing could beat the stargazing tower of Blackwing City. The stargazing tower's interior was like a dream world. It looked absolutely stunning. In the past, many players even longed to spend the rest of their lives living inside the stargazing tower. It's been a long time since I entered the stargazing tower, Shurfeng muttered as he gazed at the distant tower that pierced the sky. The stargazing tower was one of the architectural symbols of Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the reason Shurfeng had come to Blackwing City this time was none other than to visit the stargazing tower based on Shurfeng's understanding of God's Domain's history. The stargazing tower of Blackwing City was older than the city itself. Blackwing City was established here because of the stargazing tower. The stargazing tower was a monument that had existed in God's domain before the Great Destruction. As for exactly when it had been built, not even Shurfeng knew. That if there were anywhere in Blackwing City where one could find 3 Tier 4 NPCs at the same time, aside from the City Lord's Mansion and Magic Tower, the stargazing tower would be at the City Lord's Mansion. Was self-explanatory. As for the Magic Tower, it was the residence of many mage NPCs of God's domain who single-mindedly pursued the limits of magic. Meanwhile, high-tiered NPCs had guarded the stargazing tower since ancient times. Hence, all 3 of these locations housed many high-tiered NPCs. However, players could not easily gain access to the City Lord's Mansion and the Magic Tower. Only a sightseeing spot like the stargazing tower permitted players to enter and leave as they wished. The moment Shurfeng set foot inside the stargazing tower, he was met with cute little elemental sprites hovering and dancing around in the air. The center of the main floor contained a spiraling staircase leading to the top floor of the tower. Despite the absence of sunlight inside the stargazing tower, a faint blue glow illuminated the interior. Moreover, the walls looked like the starry skies at night, glimmering starlight covering the pitch-black walls to create a mesmerizing sight. In addition, the stargazing tower also possessed another mysterious effect: calming heart. Any player that entered the stargazing tower, even those filled with burning rage, would find tranquility inside this place at this moment. However, Shurfeng did not have the time to appreciate the view. Immediately, he ascended the spiral staircase until he arrived at the Weeping Moon Pavilion of the stargazing tower. Before Shurfeng could enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion, the 2 level 180 Tier 2 Black Robe Knights guarding the entrance stopped him. Outsiders are not allowed entry into the Weeping Moon Pavilion. This humble one is called Yi Feng, a demon hunter. I wish to meet Lord Aslan Heartbaru. Can I trouble you to inform the Lord? Shurfeng immediately flashed his identity as a demon hunter to the 2 knights. As for his identity as the Viscount of White River City, it was utterly worthless here. Look, another fool is trying to enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion. I bet that he's a newcomer who has just arrived in Blackwing City. Everyone in Blackwing City knows that the Weeping Moon Pavilion is the most important place in the stargazing tower. It's where many power NPCs reside. I heard that there are many high-level quests available inside as well, and many experts have attempted to get in. But even after wasting a lot of time to become citizens of Blackwing City, the knights guarding the entrance still chased those experts away. Does that newcomer think he can get in just by asking? The stargazing tower was well known in Blackwing City. If a player visited the city often, they would know that the Weeping Moon Pavilion was off-limits to players. Hence, when the players inside the stargazing tower saw Shurfeng's presumptuous actions, they all started ridiculing him. Outsiders are forbidden from entering the Weeping Moon Pavilion. The knights ignored Shurfeng's identity as a demon hunter. The gaze they directed at him was as cold as before. They then moved to chase Shurfeng away. However, before these Black Robe Knights could take action, A voice came from inside the Weeping Moon Pavilion. Let him in. I know him. The two black-robed knights immediately halted their assault. They then opened the doors to the Weeping Moon Pavilion, allowing Shi Feng to enter. What the hell? Damn, that player actually got in. The players who had come to enjoy the show were all stupefied. Until now, not a single player had been allowed into the Weeping Moon Pavilion. Now, however, a newcomer actually got in. The first floor of the Weeping Moon Pavilion was a large and spacious hall. The hall was filled with books and crystal tools. Meanwhile, the ceiling was made of a gigantic water mirror that reflected the starry skies of the outside world. You relate. You've kept me waiting for a long time. How are you going to pay me for my time? A crisp and melodious voice reached Shi Feng's ears. Turning around, Shi Feng noticed a female priest in white robes walking down the staircase at a distance. Meanwhile, this female priest who emitted a sacred aura was none other than the divine official Charlene. Listening to Charlene's accusatory tone, Shi Feng suddenly recalled the scene back at the City Hall of White River City. Back then, Weissman had told him that Charlene would wait for him in the stargazing tower. However, as he had been preoccupied at the time and had completely forgotten about this. Watching Charlene's slowly approaching figure with a saintly smile plastered on her face, a sense of foreboding bloomed in Shi Feng's chest. Moreover, Charlene was no longer the Tier 3 divine official that Shi Feng had known. Now, she was a Tier 4 great divine official. Chapter 377, Unknown. Shi Feng stared at Charlene's information, dumbfounded by what he saw from a level 8 NPC in Red Leaf Town. Charlene had first jumped to become a level 20 Tier 3 divine official. Then she grew from a level 20 Tier 3 divine official to a level 180 Tier 3 divine official. Now, she had grown even further, becoming a level 200 Tier 4 great divine official. She was now on the same level as the Tier 4 wizard. Weissman. Lady Charlene, I heard that you have been looking for me. May I know how I may be of service to you? Shi Feng reluctantly asked after calming down. Whenever Shi Feng encountered Charlene, he feared for his wallet. It was especially true when Charlene revealed that saintly smile of hers. Shi Feng suddenly felt that he had come to the wrong place. If he had known that he would meet Charlene here, he would have definitely gone to Starmoon City instead. I do have something I need you to help me with, but this matter can only be addressed inside the Weeping Moon Pavilion. Unfortunately, the Weeping Moon Pavilion does not permit entry to outsiders. You should know that I'm taking a big risk by allowing you in. Seeing as we are acquaintances, I can help you pay half of the 1,000 gold security deposit, but you will have to pay the remaining 500 gold yourself. Otherwise, these black-robed knights will escort you out. Even I am helpless about this rule. Charlene sighed and shrugged. A helpless look on her face. Shi Feng immediately cast a scornful glare at Charlene again. She was trying to take his money again. This was the first time he had heard about a security deposit for entering the Weeping Moon Pavilion. He had only brought around 700 gold with him this time. Yet, in just a moment, Charlene had relieved him of 500 gold. However, even though Shi Feng's heart ached, he had no choice but to pay before Charlene. Shi Feng was like a helpless little boy. Charlene's senses were simply too sharp, and she would sniff out his weaknesses every time they met. This time as well, in order to find 3 Tier 4 NPCs to help him, he had to enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion no matter what. Although he had other plans he could use to try to enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion, there was no guarantee that those plans would succeed. Moreover, those plans would demand a lot of his time. Reluctantly, Shi Feng took 500 gold coins from his bag and handed them over to Charlene. Why are you looking at me like that? This is only a security deposit. It's not like you won't get it back, Charlene said. At this moment, her eyes were completely glued to the glittering gold coins in Shi Feng's hands. With a slight wave of her delicate finger, the gold coins flew in her pocket inwardly. Shi Feng flipped her off. Since this is a security deposit, why are you pocketing the money instead of the administrator of the Stargazing Tower? As if having read Shi Feng's thoughts, Charlene smiled faintly as she took out a silver moon emblem and pinned it to her chest. The words carved onto this silver moon emblem were Stargazing Tower Administrator. Damn, just how many jobs does she have? When Shi Feng saw the silver moon emblem on Charlene's chest, Shi Feng understood one thing. He would never see that 500 gold again. There was not even a trace of hope of getting his money back, in which case he had not just paid a security deposit, but an entrance fee moreover. It was an entrance fee of 500 gold. Little dummy. Did you really think that I'd lie to you? Charlene tapped the silver moon emblem on her chest, chuckling. All right, let's go then. Sighing helplessly, Shurfeng followed Charlene up the pavilion. As for the sword and the stone, it would not be too late to ask for Charlene's help after accepting her quest. The second floor of the Weeping Moon Pavilion consisted of a single wide corridor with many tightly locked rooms. It looked like an apartment complex. Massive stone doors loomed at the end of the corridor. Numerous images were carved onto the stone doors, and each image carried its own meaning and story. Charlene pointed towards the distant stone doors, smiling as she said, "Beyond those doors lie the deepest secret of the stargazing tower. Do you want to go in and have a look?" "Can I?" Shurfeng had always been curious about the stargazing tower. In God's domain, any monument that survived the ancient era was a massive treasure, not to mention a monument that had survived the Great Destruction. If a player could explore the secrets hidden beyond those stone doors, their path towards godhood would definitely become much easier. Unfortunately, Shurfeng had not been strong enough in the past, and he simply had not qualified to explore the secrets beyond those doors. Of course not. I should remind you that, without sufficient strength, you are better off not knowing certain things. Just like how you open the entrance to the endless abyss. Now, not only do you carry a stigmata on your body, but you also plan to gather the 7 treasures. You're looking to get yourself killed. Do you know how many years the War God's Temple has spent trying to gather those treasures? Meanwhile, you haven't even obtained your Tier 1 class. Do you think it is even possible for you to accomplish something the War God's Temple cannot? They are only trying to. Forget it. There are some things you are better off not knowing. Charlene sighed as she looked at Shurfeng, emotions such as pity and anger filling her eyes suddenly. Shurfeng realized that Charlene was a unique NPC. It was no longer a matter just high intelligence. Charlene was almost human, following which Charlene led Shurfeng to her own room. Charlene's room was very simple. Other than a place to rest, bookshelves covered the remainder of her room. Rare, ancient books crowded the shelves, all of which would normally be impossible to find anywhere else. Sit. Charlene made a wave with her finger. In the next moment, a wooden chair appeared behind Shurfeng. "I've called you here because I have something I need you to do for me. People such as myself cannot complete this particular task. Only heaven-blessed individuals like you can accomplish it. However, this task is extremely dangerous. Will you accept it? Of course, if you do, I can give you a chance to obtain an advanced legacy. This would help your growth immensely in the future. If you can complete this task, I can even make you the Lord of City. You will possess your very own fiefdom." Charlene's words stunned Shurfeng into a silence. He could obtain an advanced legacy just by accepting the quest. Moreover, if he could complete the quest, he could even become the Lord of a City. Just what rank was this quest? System. Do you wish to accept Charlene's unknown quest? It seems that I won't know anything about the quest if I don't accept it. Shurfeng felt uncertain when he saw Charlene's grave expression and the unknown quest. Shurfeng was very clear about the iron law of God's domain equivalent exchange. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Would beta advanced legacy alone was no trivial matter, let alone the reward of becoming the Lord of the City. Although he could afford to ignore the advanced legacy, the reward was something he could not ignore. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. It was now or never. The term becoming the Lord of a City did not mean that players would be allowed to take control of a city controlled by NPCs such as White River City. To begin with, these NPC cities would never accept the rule of players. When Charlene spoke of becoming the Lord of a City, it meant that she would reward Shurfeng with his own fiefdom, qualifying him to establish his own city. Normally, when a guild wished to establish their own city, it would first need to capture a town not governed by any kingdom or empire. The second option was starting it from scratch and establishing a town from nothing. However, that was much more difficult, and the resources needed would also be several times higher than if the guild just captured town. On the bright side, the guild could determine the location and geographic advantages of the town. Meanwhile, once they obtained a town, a guild would have to develop the town over a long period before it could become a city. Moreover, the conditions for a town's promotion to become a city were numerous and very demanding. However, Charlin's reward would allow Shifeng to establish a city directly, eliminating many of the challenges one would normally face. Chapter 378, Immortal Crown. A city completely under his control. This was a dream for Zero Wing. Shifeng had once led Shadow, a guild that owned 10 city-states, so he knew how valuable and how great the advantages were for owning his own city. Although Zero Wing was developing well at the moment, its lack of a stable source of income for credits was a major flaw. Their first-rate and second-rate guilds had support from wealthy corporations. These corporations would provide funding to their partnered guilds, allowing these guilds to develop steadily without worrying about a shortage of credits. Although Shifeng had many ways to earn coins in God's domain, it was not easy to support a guild with coins alone. Moreover, along with the guild's development and the influx of new members, its demand for coins would increase as well. Converting large sums of coins into credits was not a suitable long-term plan to develop a guild. However, it would be a different story if Shifeng possessed a city of his own. Why were large corporations willing to invest so many credits into a guild? Wasn't to earn money. However, how are they going to earn money? The answer was a player-established autonomous city. If a guild possessed an autonomous city, it could start seeking investors to rent out shops and such in its city. Through these investors, the guild could then earn a large amount of credits and coins, thereby solving the problems of the guild's future development. Thus, Shifeng was determined to obtain the rights to establish his own city. Even if he had to pay a huge price in the process, he would. After a moment of silence, Shifeng answered, "Lady Charlin, I accept your conditions." "Good. I really did not choose the wrong person. Since you've agreed, the contract between us will be established from this moment onward." Charlin nodded and drew a silver rune in midair. She then imprinted the rune on the back of Shifeng's hand and said, "This is a spirit seal, and it can be used to absorb immortal souls. What I want you to do is to collect 10,000 immortal souls." "Collect immortal souls?" Shifeng said, unable to suppress his shock. "You want me to kill 10,000 heaven-blessed individuals?" When NPCs spoke of heaven-blessed individuals, they were referring to players. Players were immortal existences in God's domain, and they could resurrect infinitely at the cost of some levels and EXP. This was all due to the souls of players being immortal. Meanwhile, Shifeng could only obtain the immortal soul from the corpse of a player. Moreover, Shifeng needed to meet a few requirements before he could absorb the immortal soul of another player. First, he could not be 5 levels higher or lower than the target player. Second, he needed to kill the target player personally. Lastly, upon the target player's death, the distance between Shifeng and the player could not exceed 10 yards. If he failed to meet any of these conditions, he would not absorb the player's immortal soul. For the NPCs of God's domain, absorbing the immortal souls of heaven-blessed individuals was taboo. If Shifeng were discovered doing so, no one, NPCs or players, would hold back from killing Hemas. To why players would try to kill Shifeng as well, it was because any players who lost their immortal souls would be barred from logging into the game for a long time. It was a punishment more severe than the penalty for death. Hence, there was no leeway for Shifeng if he were caught in the act. "I never thought you would know about immortal souls." "That's right. I require you to kill heaven-blessed individuals and collect their immortal souls," Charlin stated, slightly surprised that Shifeng actually knew about immortal souls. However, she had not planned to hide this fact, to begin with. "I know that I am making things very difficult for you by requesting such a thing, but we cannot repair the immortal crown without immortal souls." Immortal crown was originally a divine artifact used to suppress all evil beings. However, the crown was damaged the last time it was used to suppress the endless abyss. Meanwhile, the stargazing tower has already collected the other materials required to repair the immortal crown, and right now, we are only missing immortal souls. Initially, I called you here to help me collect immortal souls gradually. However, I had not expected the endless abyss to escape its confinement so soon. The endless abyss is simply too powerful. Without the immortal crown, We have no chance of resisting the invasion of the Endless Abyss. Since you started this scourge, naturally, you will have to take responsibility for it. In order to repair the Immortal Crown quickly, we need a large number of immortal souls. However, I do not want others to know of this, so I have no choice but to ask you to complete this task by yourself. The magic array that keeps the Endless Abyss in place will not last long. By my estimation, it will hold out for another 3 months. In 3 months, we will have no choice but to face the Endless Abyss directly. Hence, you must collect 10,000 immortal souls within that time. However, it won't be easy, which is why I asked you to meet me here. There are many legacies within the Stargazing Tower. As long as you can pass the test of one of those legacies, you'll have a much easier time collecting the immortal souls. System, you have accepted the epic hidden quest, Immortal Crown. Quest details. You are required to collect 10,000 immortal souls within 3 months. If you fail to do so, your soul will be cursed and barred from logging into God's domain for 1 month. In addition, your soul will enter a weakened state for 3 months, decreasing your attributes by 90%. During this period, Shurfang's head started to ache after reading this quest notification. To put simply, failure meant hell. Failing this quest would deal a heavy blow. If he could not log into God's domain for a month, just how far would he fall behind? Also, even after he could log back into God's domain, with all of his attributes decreased by 90%, how was he even supposed to play the game? With your current level, you already qualify to accept an advanced legacy. Will you the advanced legacies trial right now, or do you wish to challenge it after taking some time to prepare? Charlene asked patiently as she watched Shurfang. Oh, I should remind you that advanced legacies are extremely precious. Even with my status, I can only give you 1 chance. You must be careful. If you're not confident in succeeding, it is best to challenge it at another time. The trial of an advanced legacy is no less difficult than an epic quest. If you think that an advanced legacy will be too difficult for you, I can offer an intermediate legacy. Not only will the difficulty decrease, but you will also have 3 chances to complete it. Charlene explained the options patiently. Shurfang understood her intentions. In God's domain, a class change was the equivalent of obtaining the legacy of a higher-tiered class. Meanwhile, a majority of the players in God's domain would normally receive their class change quest from the class association in their respective city. By doing so, players would be challenging basic legacies. Intermediate legacies were 1 rank above basic legacies. Intermediate legacies were relatively rare in God's domain, and normally, these legacies allowed players to obtain a common hidden class. Advanced legacies were 1 rank higher. Advanced legacies were extremely rare, and players could take on a rare, hidden class. Astromancer was one of these rare, hidden classes. Peak legacies were 1 rank higher than advanced legacies. In God's domain, peak legacies were like phoenix's feathers. Even the Stargazing Tower should not possess such a legacy. In Shurfang's decade of playing God's domain, he had only seen a few people obtain peak legacies. After giving it some thought, Shurfang said earnestly, Lady Charlene, can I pass this chance to another person? To Shurfang, an advanced legacy held little significance. After all, he possessed the sword and the stone, a legacy item containing a peak legacy. How could he give up on a peak legacy to accept an advanced legacy? Chapter 379, Awaken. Shurfang's question stunned Charlene. She looked at Shurfang, surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. What were advanced legacies? A heaven-blessed individual could only come across an opportunity like this if they were lucky. They'd never find an advanced legacy by searching alone. Even if one tried to trade 10 epic items, they could never afford it. Even she, the manager of the Stargazing Tower, had paid a massive price to obtain this 1 chance to challenge an advanced legacy. Yet, Shurfang wanted to give this precious chance to someone else. The legacies of the Stargazing Tower cannot be passed to others. If you do not wish to accept the legacy, I can give you an epic item as compensation instead, Charlene said, shaking her head. The words, epic item, were tempting. However, Shurfang was not satisfied. Lady Charlene, may I exchange the advanced legacy for a favor from you? Shurfang asked once more. A favor? Charlene grinned. Chuckling, she said, Little dummy, do you know how valuable an advanced legacy is? And you want to trade it for a favor? Don't tell me you want Big Sister to... Looking at Charlin's blushing cheeks, sweat streamed down Shifeng's forehead. Hurriedly, he said, "Don't get the wrong idea. You mustn't misunderstand me. I only want you to awaken an item for me. Only Tier 4 classes can awaken it." Awaken an item? Charlin was suddenly interested. She then focused on Shifeng, thoroughly scanning his body from top to bottom. Her eyes widened in surprise when her gaze landed on the bag hanging from Shifeng's waist. With a teasing laugh, she said, "I don't see anything on your body that needs to be awakened, though. You can't be asking me to wake that withered dragon hanging from your waist, right?" Based on Charlin's comment, Shifeng had finally confirmed something. Charlin could see the contents of his bag. This was how Charlin could always squeeze him dry every time they met him. She hasn't discovered it. Shifeng felt that something amiss when he saw Charlin's ridiculing smile. Since she could see the contents of his bag, why didn't she discover the extraordinary power within the sword and the stone? If a Tier 0 player like himself could see it, how could a Tier 4 great divine official not? Thus, Shifeng removed the sword and the stone from his bag. Charlin, who had still been chuckling, immediately became serious upon the appearance of the sword and the stone. She was no longer laughing. Indescribable emotions flashed in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the crystalline-cased sword in Shifeng's hands. Charlin reacted as if the sword in Shifeng's hands had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Just what is this? It actually escaped the detection of my eyes of God. Charlin was momentarily surprised. Even as she looked directly at the sword, her eyes of God could not discern any information. It was as if the sword before her did not exist. Eyes of God was a Tier 3 advanced detection spell, and even legendary items could not escape its detection. Yet the sword and the stone had actually... Can I have a closer look at it? Charlin asked, her curiosity reaching its peak. Shifeng did not reject Charlin's request. Handing the sword and the stone over to her, a moment Charlin received the sword, she immediately cast over a dozen spells in quick succession. Every time one of her spells faded, Charlin's expression would grow slightly more serious. Amazing. It seems that I'll have to use my true abilities. Charlin smiled. Suddenly, a terrifying amount of mana burst forth from her body, and in the next instant, Charlin's holy light domain had devoured the room simultaneously. Two golden magic arrays appeared on both the ceiling and the floor. Shifeng immediately felt his body grow heavy, the mana in the room rendering him immobile. Charlin's holy light domain was much stronger than the Tier 4 Sky Piercer Weissman had used against the Mechanical Slayer at this moment. Shifeng had finally realized just how powerful Charlin was. It was no wonder why she could casually offer him the qualifications to establish his own city. However, Charlin was not done after summoning the twofold magic array, as her hands continuously drew line after line of divine runes in the air. After a short moment, the twofold magic array became a fourfold magic array, before finally becoming a sixfold magic array. At this moment, magic arrays covered all 6 sides of Charlin's room. The Tier 4 Sky Piercer Weissman had used only required a fourfold magic array to channel it. Yet, the spell Charlin channeled now required a 6-fold magic array. At the very least, Charlin's spell should be a peak Tier 4 spell. Although Shifeng did not know what Charlin was trying to do, he felt incredibly fortunate. It seemed that asking Charlin to help him was the right choice after all. If Charlin could summon such a powerful magic array, her position in the Stargazing Tower should be relatively high. She might even be able to invite 3 Tier 4 NPCs to help him awaken the sword and the stone. At this moment, the rune Charlin drew seeped into the stone and the sword, which floated in midair. After another few minutes had passed, the golden divine runes separated from the stone and the sword and flew into Charlin's palm, forming a golden ball, following which the magic arrays disappeared from the room, and the stone and the sword landed in Charlin's hand once more. However, Charlin paid no attention to the sword and the stone. Instead, she focused the ball of divine runes, seemingly studying it. How could this be? Charlin muttered in utter disbelief. Not even divine appraisal, a peak Tier 4 spell, can analyze this sword. To think that you have such an item, I have really underestimated you. Even after exhausting every option I have, I still can't uncover a single thing about this item. How did you learn that this thing requires Tier 4 classes to awaken it? Charlene asked. By this time, she had completely given up on analyzing the stone in the sword. Shurfeng wondered the same thing. I have simply used omniscient eyes. Charlene couldn't uncover even basic information about the sword in the stone. Just what kind of item was this? Omniscient eyes? Impossible. I couldn't analyze the sword, even when I tried using the eyes of God. Charlene shook her head, slightly surprised by Shurfeng's answer. However, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Don't tell me you have a golden stigmata. MHM. Shurfeng nodded no wonder. Charlene revealed a faint smile. Why didn't you tell me earlier, little dummy? Throughout God's domain, the omniscient eyes of the golden stigmata is only inferior to the eyes of truth. I really did not expect the war god's temple to be so generous as to give you a golden stigmata. Tell me, then, what are the conditions to awaken this item? Charlene inquired as she pointed at the sword and the stone. 21 mana stones and 3 Tier 4 classes are needed to awaken the power slumbering within this sword. Shurfeng recited the information he could see using the omniscient eyes. Little dummy, don't tell me you have 21 mana stones inside that bag of yours. Even Big Sister here doesn't have that many of them. Charlene's eyes glowed as she looked at Shurfeng. Stretching out her jade-like hand, she said, out with them then. I only have 21 pieces. Shurfeng instantly panicked. What kind of person do you take me for? Charlene rolled her eyes at the sight of Shurfeng's caution. She then said, relax, I won't rob you. I just want to awaken the power inside this sword. It needs 3 Tier 4 classes to awaken this sword, Shurfeng reminded, unwilling to hand over the mana stones. I know. However, do you think Tier 4 powerhouses have the time and energy to help you? Charlene said, disgruntled. This sword is no trivial matter. Fortunately, you met me. Otherwise, even if you found 3 Tier 4 powerhouses, they wouldn't help you. Their answers wouldn't change even if you offer each of them a fragmented legendary item. Chapter 380, Destroyer of Immortality. They won't help me even if I offer each of them a fragmented legendary item? Shurfeng was taken aback. He did not think Charlene was lying. He had personally witnessed how extraordinary the sword in the stone was. Even Charlene, a Tier 4 great divine official, could not uncover its secrets. Meanwhile, he had only obtained the golden stigmata due to luck. Otherwise, he would have never known that the sword in the stone was a legacy item. Fortunately, I made the trip here. Otherwise, I would have missed my chance. Shurfeng inwardly celebrated his luck as he looked at the sword in the stone. Originally, Shurfeng had thought he only needed to hire 3 Tier 4 NPCs to help him. Now, it would seem that even if he found 3 Tier 4 NPC powerhouses, there was no price he could pay to gain their help based on Charlene had said. However, even if he could afford the price, he still couldn't awaken the power within the sword and the stone. Right, let's begin. I, too, want to see just what sort of item this is. Little dummy, stand back. Charlene was greatly interested in the sword and the stone right now. After saying so, Charlene tossed the 21 mana stones into the air and started chanting an incantation. The 21 mana stones suddenly split up and flew in all directions. Fortunately, Charlene's room was sufficiently large. After the mana stones flew 20 yards, they immediately stopped, hovering in the air. The mana stones then started to spin slowly. In the next moment, silvery white light shone from under their feet. Shurfeng immediately distanced himself from the magic array that appeared, watching silently from afar as the 21 floating mana stones rotated. The sword and the stone hovered in the center of the magic array. Charlene then shouted. Suffocatingly dense mana filled the room, buzzing as if unable to withstand this immense pressure. The 21 mana stones immediately shattered into dust, forming clouds of gray smoke that flowed into the sword and the stone when the sword and the stone completely absorbed one of the mana stones. The legacy item emitted a thumping sound that resembled a heartbeat. Shurfeng even wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him at first. However, as more mana stones fused with the sword, the thumping became much louder and more powerful. It was as if the disintegrated mana stones were waking an ancient beast from its deep slumber. However, as mana stones continued to drift into the sword, Charlene, who currently stood inside the magic array, grew weaker. By the time the seventh mana stone fused with the sword, Shurfong could clearly feel that only half of the terrifying mana that filled the room remained. At this moment, Charlene had also greatly weakened. As the 14th mana stone melded with the sword, Charlene began to grow pale. When the 21st and last mana stone fused with the sword, Charlene wavered. A gentle breeze could send her tumbling to the floor at this moment. Shurfong finally realized that it was not easy to awaken the sword in the stone. Channeling a single magic array had weakened a Tier 4 powerhouse to such a degree. It was no wonder why Charlene had said that no Tier 4 powerhouse would agree to aid him. Even if offered a fragmented legendary item, Charlene's power stun Shurfong had managed to complete a task that required 3 Tier 4 classes. Her strength was simply too frightening. Just who is she? Shurfong grew curious about Charlene's identity. It was impossible for an ordinary NPC to grow so quickly. Moreover, back in the god's grave, Shurfong saw a woman who looked exactly like Charlene. Although Charlene's strength could not compete with that slumbering woman's, the aura the two gave off felt exactly the same. The intensity was the only difference. While Shurfong pondered Charlene's identity, the awakening ritual had come to an end. The silver magic array that covered the floor vanished. Boom. The sword in the stone, hovering in the air, suddenly fell, half its blade sinking into the floor sharp. Charlene, who was currently unstable from the drain of mana, could not hold back her shock when she saw the blade slide smoothly into the floor. Not even the Great Destruction had managed to destroy the stargazing tower. The strongest and highest quality materials had gone into this monument's construction. Magic arrays reinforced the building further. A full power blow from a Tier 4 sword Emperor armed with a legendary ranked sword could not even scratch the floor. Yet, the hovering sword in the stone sunk effortlessly into the would-be. Now, the transparent crystal encasing the sword had completely disappeared. Only a sword with a golden hilt and guard remained, with a blade that was as pure and clear as a diamond. Impossible. This is actually the destroyer of immortality. Charlene was tongue-tied when she read the sword in the stone's information, which was now fully visible. Destroyer of immortality. A creation born of nature, containing unrivaled power. Although it was greatly damaged during the war between the ancient gods, it had absorbed some of their powers. If one can master this blade, they will obtain a trace of the ancient gods' powers. Class restriction: Berserker and Swordsman. Destroyer of immortality? Shurfong was puzzled. He had never heard this name before reading the item's introduction. Apparently, its origin was quite amazing. The ancient gods had actually used this weapon. Shurfong knew a little about the ancient gods. The ancient gods were born from nature, and they had the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Even the Tier 6 god-rank classes of God's domain were no more than ants before an ancient god. They were practically invincible. However, all of these ancient gods had perished in the great ancient war. You must have heaven-defying luck. It is no wonder you didn't want an advanced legacy. Charlene smiled. She then explained, the Destroyer of Immortality is one of the 10 great saint legacy items in ancient records. Moreover, the legacy is unique. Not even the peak legacy of the Stargazing Tower can compete with it. 10 great saint legacies. Shurfong was at a loss. The highest legacies he had heard of in the past were peak legacies. This was the first time he had heard of the 10 great saint legacies. I, too, have only read about the 10 great saint legacies. Today is my first time actually seeing one in person. However, I don't know any details about them. Even so, I will remind you not to look down on these saint legacies. A peak legacy is already as difficult as a legendary quest. At the very least, the trial of 10 great saint legacies should be just as difficult. If you are not confident in succeeding, you should not recklessly attempt to challenge it. You might lose your life, even if you are a heaven-blessed individual. Charlene was extraordinarily serious when she looked at Shurfong, even more serious than when she gave the Immortal Crown quest to Shurfong. When she spoke of death, She had even paused for a moment, sure Feng could clearly discern the kindness in Charlin's tone. And he, too, knew how dangerous and difficult the trial of a saint legacy would be. God's domain's law of equivalent exchange held true everywhere naturally. There was danger in challenging the trial of a legacy. Take basic legacies, for example. If a player failed to clear the trial of a basic legacy, they would lose 3 levels, be weakened for 3 days, and be barred from accepting the trial again for 10 days. Meanwhile, the penalty for failing an intermediate legacy was much harsher. Players would lose 5 levels, be weakened for 7 days, be barred from accepting the trial for 20 days, and permanently lose a small portion of their attributes for advanced legacies and peak legacies. Shurfeng was 90% certain that he could complete an advanced legacy. As for a peak legacy, Shurfeng had around 50% to 60% certainty of success. However, the legacy he had eagerly looked forward to turned out to be one of the 10 great saint legacies. Shurfeng had never even heard of Saint Legacy, so he was not too sure how well he would fare. Chapter 381, Attacks from Above and Below. Charlin was a Tier 4 Great Divine Official. The information she had access to would definitely surpass a player like Shurfeng. The fact that she knew about the Destroyer of Immortality proved this point. Should I wait a little longer? Shurfeng pondered in silence as he looked at the translucent sword that penetrated the ground. Now that the Destroyer of Immortality had awakened, he could take on the legacy trial anytime he wanted to. He could slowly build his strength before challenging the trial. That way, he would have a higher chance of successfully clearing it. After all, as one of the 10 great saint legacies, the consequences of failure would be severe. It might turn out just as Charlin had guessed. Death. Heaven-blessed individuals were immortal existences, being able to resurrect infinitely. Yet, despite knowing this, Charlin had still made such an ominous claim. This proved that the penalty of failure would be unbearable, and players would have no choice but to delete their accounts and start all over again. The wisest choice for Shurfeng right now was to first increase his strength before challenging the Saint Legacy's trial. However, after campaigning in God's domain for a decade, Shurfeng understood one thing clearly: life in God's domain was like a boat sailing against the current. Either he kept going forward, or he would fall behind. Pursuing stability constantly was not enough. Sometimes, one needed to take risks to achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, Shurfeng did not have too much time to waste. Risks and opportunities coexisted. The sooner he obtained the Saint Legacy, the smoother his path towards godhood would be. Originally, Shurfeng had not been certain that he could become a Tier 5 class in this life. To do so, he had to plan and prepare carefully. As for becoming a Tier 6 God rank class, that was nigh impossible. That was the apex of God's domain. How could something like that be so easy to achieve? Shurfeng was aware of his own capabilities. His current performance right now was only amazing due to his decade of experience playing God's domain. It was not possible to walk the path toward godhood just by having a few additional years of experience. However, if he gained one of the 10 great saint classes earlier on, coupling it with careful planning and preparation, he would have a better chance of becoming a god. Shurfeng stepped up to the Destroyer of Immortality. He then grabbed the golden hilt of the sword. When he tried to pull the translucent blade out of the ground, however, it did not budge. No matter how much strength Shurfeng exerted, the sword remained firmly stuck in the floor. Instead, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Do you wish to accept the legacy trial? Remaining time, 23 hours, 54 minutes. Well, shit. Shurfeng bitterly smiled. The Destroyer of Immortality never intended to give him a chance to raise his strength sign. Shurfeng accepted the trial suddenly. The Destroyer of Immortality released a divine golden light, enveloping Shurfeng. In the next moment, both the Destroyer of Immortality and Shurfeng vanished from the room. Space transfer. Charlin's eyes flashed with surprise at both Shurfeng's and the Destroyer of Immortality's sudden disappearance. A powerful barrier protected the stargazing tower, and all forms of teleportation magic were rendered ineffective here, regardless of whether said magic was used to enter or leave the tower. Yet, the Destroyer of Immortality had effortlessly accomplished this feat. Hopefully, that little dummy can pass the trials. Charlene smiled faintly, gazing at the spot where Shifeng had stood a moment ago. Awakening that sword drained me to such a degree. I'll have to rest for a long time. I let him off too lightly by taking only 500 gold. The next time we meet, I'll collect this debt with interest. At this moment, Shifeng was at a complete loss. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in a dimly illuminated field. Swords were everywhere, from the sky to the earth. This place was literally a world of swords in the distance. Shifeng could see a mountain piercing the sky. A faint, silver glow radiated from the mountain's peak, and it was the only source of light in this dim world system. You have discovered the origin sword domain. System, you are in a unique realm. All forms of communications have been sealed. You are unable to make contact with the outside world. It would seem that this origin sword domain is independent of God's domain. Shifeng tried to call up the system map. However, the map was blank. Shifeng then took a look at his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, other than the mountain in the distance, there was nothing but flatlands. Moreover, the further one traveled from the mountain, the darker it would become. It looks like the only exit is at the peak of that mountain. Shifeng then examined the swords stabbed into the ground, all of which were immovable. Some even resembled buildings and plants. Unlike flowers and trees, however, Shifeng would receive damage if he touched these blades. To put it simply, he needed to avoid these swords as he advanced. As for the swords suspended in the sky, so long as he did not fly, they weren't a threat. However, this world only took a moment to correct that assumption. After Shifeng took a few steps forward, several swords descended from the sky. One of them just happened to slice past his arm, causing minus 200 damage. Crap. Raining swords? Shifeng looked at the sword around him, realizing why so many swords pierced the ground. Moreover, the swords that descended from the sky dealt a lot more damage than the swords on the ground. I'm guessing this trial requires players to avoid the swords on the ground while dodging the swords descending from the sky. Shifeng remained still for the moment. He silently observed his surroundings, searching for the best path towards the mountain. He chose to stand still because the moment he moved, the swords in the sky would start to fall. Most likely, the swords in the sky were set to fall based on the player's movement. Sure enough, this world is trying to kill me. After waiting for a moment, Shifeng discovered that the swords in the sky had not fallen. However, before he could rejoice over this discovery, the swords in the ground started trembling, and one after another, these swords sunk into the ground, vanishing completely. Feeling that something was amiss, Shifeng kept his gaze on the ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, tens of swords sprung up from the ground beneath him, soaring into the sky. Reacting quickly, Shifeng performed a backflip, dodging these blades. However, due to his backflip, the swords above plunged towards him. This is a joke, right? Shifeng immediately unsheathed the abyssal blade in Purgatory Shadow, defending against the incoming flying swords. One after another, blades of light struck the flying swords, scattering them. After these attacks, Shifeng finally realized that this world intended to toy with him until he died. If he rested, the swords on the ground would attack him after a short time. If he moved, the swords hovering in the sky would rain down on him. Such an attack pattern allowed him little to no time to rest or recover, keeping him on guard. Shifeng also discovered something else. The swords that descended from the sky were growing more accurate and faster as he advanced. Is this place trying to exhaust me to death? Shifeng's lips curled up slightly with amusement. Immediately, he switched out the aura of space on the 7 luminaries ring for the aura of wind, increasing both his movement speed and attack speed by 40% and agility by 30%. He then dashed towards the distant mountain. The moment Shifeng moved, the countless blades in the sky began their assault. They all turned their blades towards Shifeng and shot towards him. However, Shifeng was like a gust of wind. Relying on his movement speed alone, he avoided most of the attacks. In addition, his increased attack speed allowed him to strike down the remaining swords effortlessly as he darted onward. However, after running for a few minutes, the ground in front of Shifeng suddenly split apart. In the next moment, bone knights in silver armor crawled out of the fissure, every one of them emitting frightening, killing intent as they rushed towards him. Skeleton warrior, undead creature, elite rank. Level 25. HP 20,000/20,000. Chapter 382, Legacy Chapter. The silver suits of armor shone brilliantly under the dimly lit sky, creating an exceptionally conspicuous sight. The assault from all directions forced Shifeng to an abrupt halt facing such intense attacks. Shifeng had no choice but to stop. Even he was not confident of defending against so many attacks on a run. This won't do. I won't last long at this rate. I need to move faster. Looking at the swords decorating the sky, an idea, inspired by his years of experience, struck Shifeng purgatory power. Shifeng's attack speed rose by 100%. He then brandished the abyssal blade and the purgatory shadow, sending blades of light at the incoming swords and striking them down. After continuing this process for 3 seconds, Shifeng successfully deflected all of the swords that attacked him, scattering them around him. Undead creature. Shifeng activated omniscient eyes and examined the distant skeleton warriors. Shifeng could not learn anything about these undead monsters. If he faced them one-on-one, Shifeng was confident that he could defeat such a monster with ease. If he had to face a group of them, however, even he was not certain that he would win. Moreover, the swords in the sky still posed a huge threat. When the two combined, Shifeng's very life was at risk. However, Shifeng did not know if death meant failing the legacy trial. If it did, then he would truly be finished. As a precaution, Shifeng did not immediately move after fending off the flying swords. Instead, he stopped to think of an appropriate countermeasure. Changing my path isn't possible. For now, let's put these skeleton warriors to the test. The only exit was at the mountain's peak. Naturally, Shifeng could not retreat. However, charging forward rashly and accidentally losing his life was unwise. Hence, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger charging toward the skeleton warriors to test their strength. By doing so, not only could he buy himself time to come up with a defense against these undead monsters, but he could also avoid falling into any traps. After all, this was the trial of one of the 10 great saint legacies. He could not afford to be careless. The doppelganger possessed 70% of Shifeng's attributes. It was more than enough to deal with a single skeleton warrior. The doppelganger dodged the swords from above while approaching the skeleton warriors. However, when only a distance of 40 yards remained between them, the skeleton warriors still showed no signs of taking action. Instead, the monsters only focused on the doppelganger's every movement, killing intent oozing from their entire bodies. It looked as if they would explode at any moment. Disregarding the skeleton warrior's lack of a reaction, the doppelganger threw the blazing meteor at the closest undead creature. The weapon struck the monster's thigh, causing -816 damage. It would seem that the skeleton warriors only possessed mediocre defense. However, the instant the skeleton warrior was struck, it started moving and charged at Shifeng's doppelganger. The skeleton warrior that had been hit was not the only one to move. The surrounding dozen or so undead creatures charged at the doppelganger as well. Although the skeleton warriors wore full sets of silver armor, their movement speed was extremely fast. It took them less than 5 seconds to close the 40-yard gap. However, Shifeng's doppelganger did not stay idle as these undead creatures charged. Instead, it attacked with the blazing meteor again. As it retreated swiftly in terms of speed, the doppelganger clearly held the advantage. Despite needing to dodge the constant stream of attacks from the sky, it was still a thread faster than the skeleton warriors. As this game of cat and mouse continued, the HP of the skeleton warrior leading the charge gradually decreased. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Shifeng, who stood in the distance, did not discover any other traps hidden in this field. Moreover, the skeleton warriors possessed low intelligence. Aside from carrying out some basic defensive maneuvers, the group of undead creatures single-mindedly chased the doppelganger. After a short moment, the doppelganger killed its first monster. Although a skeleton warrior had died, other than a tiny amount of skill proficiency, Shifeng received nothing at all. He did not receive even a tiny amount of EXP. Even after the dozen or so skeleton warriors were wiped out, Shifeng did not receive anything. Fortunately, he didn't really care. He was in a legacy trial right now. His only goal was to clear the trial. As for whether or not he could earn EXP or items, that was not very important with the doppelganger's probing. Shifeng's advance became much easier. There were no other traps in the surrounding area. The skeleton warriors also did not possess high intelligence or troublesome skills. As long as he dealt with the attacks from the sky properly, he could deal with these skeleton warriors by kiting them. What the doppelganger could do, Shifeng could do better. Shifeng's movement speed was too fast. Unlike the doppelganger, not only could Shifeng attack using the blazing meteor, but he could also cast AoE skills such as Thundering Flash and Earth Splitter to deplete the skeleton warriors' HPs while maintaining the distance between them. When the arcs of lightning weaved across the skeleton warriors, they dealt damages of -1,242, -1,784, and -2,439 to the undead creatures. Some of the skeleton warriors who received critical hits lost over half their HP in less than 10 minutes. Shifeng had reduced the hundreds of skeleton warriors into piles of pearly white bones scattered across the plains. What's going on with these bones? Just as Shifeng was about to depart from this field of bones, he noticed the bones begin to tremble. The bones then gathered in the blink of an eye. These bones transformed into an entirely new monster. This monster was 3 times the size of the skeleton warriors from before. It wielded a skeletal giant axe in one hand and a thick black chain in the other. Dark green flames burned in its empty eye sockets. Emitting an angry roar, it charged at Shifeng with massive, thudding steps. With every step this monster took, the land beneath its feet would crack and shatter. One could see just how powerful this monster was. Skeleton giant, undead creature, chieftain rank, level 30, HP 250, 000/250,000. Why is it a level 30 chieftain? Shifeng was stunned. He instantly activated Windwalk and escaped. There was no way he could face a level 30 chieftain head-on while dealing with the incoming attacks from the countless swords in the sky. Moreover, with the skeleton giant's strength, a direct hit with its axe was all it needed to end Shifeng's life. Even if Shifeng dodged the monster's attack, the descending swords were no laughing matter. Each sword could deal -200 damage currently. Shifeng's HP was only slightly over 3,000. If 16 swords to hit him, he would lose his life all the same. Although the skeleton giant was colossal, it was frighteningly quick. Despite having activated Windwalk, Shifeng still could not shake off the skeleton giant, the distance between them never increasing. However, Shifeng also had to endure the rain of swords as he escaped. To avoid the blades, he was oftentimes forced to take action and strike back, affecting his speed as a result. Sometimes, in order to dodge a more densely packed attack, Shifeng had no choice but to dodge sideways, making a 90-degree turn. However, after Shifeng turned, the skeleton giant behind him would stumble. Its speed greatly fell when it changed directions, allowing Shifeng to widen the gap between them. Moreover, due to the skeleton giant's large frame, the sudden turn helped Shifeng block a few of the flying swords. When a sword struck the skeleton giant's body, the monster also received -200 damage from each attack. How could I forget? Due to their joints, skeletal monsters have difficulty dodging and turning. Shifeng smiled faintly upon seeing the skeleton giant's situation. Not only was the skeleton giant slow to react, but it would also receive damage from the swords above. Moreover, the skeleton giant's huge frame made the perfect shield considering the situation. A plan formed in Shifeng's mind, following which he made a 180-degree turn and charged directly at the skeleton giant's back to deal with Shifeng. The skeleton giant had no choice but to turn around as well. Although its body spun relatively quickly, its feet could not keep up with its body. By the time the skeleton giant had stabilized itself and started swinging its giant axe, Shifeng had arrived beside its feet. As the swords in the sky cascaded down towards Shifeng, due to the skeleton giant being in the way, the monster suffered the full brunt of the rain of swords now. Not only did the swords in the sky no longer pose a threat to Shifeng, but they also benefited him. Seeing as his planned success, Shifeng began to attack the skeleton giant. Meanwhile, no matter how many times the skeleton giant turned its body, Shurfeng would always appear behind it. Faced with the continuous assault from Shurfeng and the swords, the skeleton giant's HP fell rapidly half an hour later. The skeleton giant crumbled. Even until its death, it had not landed a hit on Shurfeng. On the contrary, it had become his shield, blocking the falling blades. This fellow dropped an item. Shurfeng noticed a golden piece of paper with divine runes laying beside the skeleton giant's remains. When Shurfeng picked it up and tried to check its information, he only received an unknown in reply. Hence, Shurfeng used the omniscient Eyes Legacy chapter. 7th page, a scattered page that has fallen out a legacy book written by the ancient gods. This legacy book holds records for one of the 10 great saint legacies. It has a total of 50 pages. After gathering all of the pages, the saint legacy contained within the legacy book will become available class requirements. Berserker, Swordsman. Chapter 383, Blade Demon. So this is it, huh? Reading the item's information, Shurfeng got a general understanding of the situation. Even if he ran to the mountain and reached its peak, that wouldn't mean he passed the trial. He needed to collect all 50 legacy chapters to pass, however. Now that he knew what he needed to do, this trial would be much easier to defeat. He just had to search for skeleton warriors and kill skeleton giants to obtain legacy chapters. So, Shurfeng began hunting around the fields for skeleton warriors, although the swords in the sky were a nuisance. Shurfeng gradually understood their attack patterns and could dodge them more efficiently. Soon, they were no longer much of an issue. Even when dealing with a large group of skeleton warriors, these swords would nick him a few times at most, dealing negligible damage after killing 12 skeleton giants in a row. Shurfeng discovered a problem: not every skeleton giant would drop a legacy chapter. In fact, the drop rate was very low. After killing 12 skeleton giants, he only obtained 2 legacy chapters. None of the monsters Shurfeng killed gave him any EXP, either. He also needed to dodge the swords from above constantly. Hunting these skeleton giants was truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. If not for the fact that one of the 10 great saint legacies beckoned him, Shurfeng would never tolerate such a strenuous and unrewarding task. While Shurfeng searched for skeleton warriors all around the mountain, an incident occurred in White River City. Dark Star, a guild that White River City had already forgotten, suddenly declared its dissolution. This news came as a great shock to everyone. Some of the guilds who had previously allied themselves with Dark Star simultaneously announced their dissolution as well. Originally, everyone had thought that White River City was on the path of becoming the overlord of Starmoon Kingdom. However, no one could have expected the following development. Half a day after the dissolution of these guilds, a branch guild of Overwhelming Smile suddenly appeared in White River City. More shockingly, Lone Tyrant, who was originally the guild leader of Dark Star, had become the vice leader that led Overwhelming Smile's branch guild. Furthermore, the benefits that Overwhelming Smile offered were impressive, at least twice as valuable as what Dark Star had previously offered. It was a blatant display of wealth. The members of the dissolved guilds promptly joined Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch within half a day. Since Overwhelming Smile's branch guild establishment, its member count had already reached 30,000. Moreover, that number was still increasing. It continuously recruited new members. Thinking of ways to steal players from Zero Wing Big Sis Aqua, Overwhelming Smile thinks too little of us. Instead of recruiting in their hometown of Maple City, they ran all the way here to fight us over members. The guild leader also suddenly disappeared and cannot be contacted. If we allow Overwhelming Smile to continue, by the time we start our recruitment tomorrow, they will have stolen all the good saplings. Big Sis Aqua, why don't we start recruiting right now? Snow Goose asked anxiously. It had been Zero Wing's fame that had attracted players from other cities. Yet now, Overwhelming Smile had come to steal the fruit of victory. It was truly despicable. Overwhelming Smile is truly ambitious. They've only obtained the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, yet already they're hungering after White River City. Aqua Rose's eyes flashed with rage. Although she was not afraid of losing potential guild members, she could not stand Overwhelming Smile's arrogant attitude. They were clearly trying to provoke Zero Wing. Does Overwhelming Smile think it is so easy to weave a web in White River City? Let's start advertising our recruitment right now. I want to see how a second-rate guild without a guild residence plans to compete with Zero Wing in terms of benefits. Once Zero Wing began to prepare for its recruitment fervently as well, White River City exploded with activity on one side. There was overwhelming Smile, a guild that had claimed the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon in Annex Darkstar, one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. On the other side stood Zero Wing, a guild that possessed a guild residence and was led by Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. Many players on the forums were also discussing which guild they should join. Big Brother Shadow Sword. White River City is truly interesting. Despite only being the 5th-ranking city of Starmoon Kingdom, it is now contested over by the 2 most popular guilds in the kingdom. Which guild do you think these independent players will join? The female Guardian Knight, Turtle Dove, asked the berserker beside her, Shadow Sword. With an amused smile on her face, I don't know what others will choose, but my goal from the very beginning has been to join Zero Wing. Shadow Sword wasn't interested in the competition between the 2 guilds. His only thoughts right now were of passing Zero Wing's assessment and polishing his strength by learning from the experts in Zero Wing. He also hoped to learn from Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. He had no interest in anything beyond that. Meanwhile, after spending an entire day at the Origin Sword domain, Shurfeng had collected 21 legacy chapters. Oh, what's that monster? At this moment, Shurfeng, who stood at the foot of Sword Peak Mountain, discovered a monster of steel slowly descended the mountain. This steel monster seemed to be patrolling its territory, although this monster was not large, only twice as tall as Shurfeng. All 4 of its limbs were blades. The rest of its body was made of pitch-black steel, decorated with spikes. It looked like a machine of slaughter, although Shurfeng wanted to know this monster's information. He only received an unknown when he attempted to identify it. Even observing eyes failed to yield any results. Hence, Shurfeng had no choice but to use Omniscient Eyes Blade Demon, Demonic Creature, Chieftain Rank. Level 30. HP 300, 000/300, 000. Shurfeng's interest suddenly grew upon discovering that the Blade Demon was a Chieftain-ranked monster since the Chieftain-ranked Skeleton Giant had a chance to drop legacy chapters. The Chieftain-ranked Blade Demon before him might drop the item as well. Fortunately, dealing with a single Blade Demon was much easier than destroying hundreds of skeleton warriors in addition to a Skeleton Giant. Moreover, the Blade Demon only had 300,000 HP. At most, it would only be slightly stronger than the Skeleton Giants. If so, Shurfeng could defeat it easily. Of course, Shurfeng would not rashly charge to his death. The only reason he had defeated the Skeleton Giants so easily was due to the monster's dull reactions and the aid of the swords in the sky. On the other hand, not only was the Blade Demon a stronger monster, but it also wasn't that large. Shurfeng didn't expect its reaction time to be as slow. If Shurfeng confronted the Blade Demon directly, he would only seek his own death. Hence, he needed to identify the monster's weakness. If it's a demonic creature, then the Demon Hunter title will suppress its strength. Let's use the Doppelganger to test things out first, then. Thinking so, Shurfeng switched out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title. The Demon Hunter title reduced the attributes of all Darkness-type monsters within a 100-yard radius by 10% and increased Shurfeng's damage towards Darkness-type monsters by 10%. Demonic creatures were considered Darkness-type monsters, following which Shurfeng used Phantom Kill and sent his Doppelganger charging forward. When the Doppelganger was 40 yards away from the Blade Demon, it threw the blazing meteor at the monster. A red glow instantly crossed the distance between the Doppelganger and the Blade Demon. Just as the blazing meteor was about to hit the Blade Demon's back, a black streak of light flashed over, striking the blazing meteor out of its path. What? Isn't that amazing? Does it not have any blind spots? Shurfeng muttered in shock. Shurfeng's Doppelganger had clearly launched its attack. Yet, as if the Blade Demon had eyes in the back of its head, it deflected the flying projectile. Moreover, the Blade Demon's reaction was astonishingly quick. The Skeleton Giants paled in comparison, however. Feng did not believe that the Blade Demon had no blind spots. The doppelganger activated Windwalk and circled to the other side of the Blade Demon. Once again, it threw the blazing meteor, launching a series of attacks in quick succession. The blazing meteor shot at the Blade Demon again and again. However, no matter which angle it approached, the Blade Demon easily deflected it. Moreover, the monster moved extremely fast, leaving afterimages wherever it passed. In just a moment, the Blade Demon stood in front of Feng's doppelganger Shua. Shua! Shua! In the blink of an eye, the Blade Demon had launched dozens of attacks. Despite the doppelganger having already activated Defensive Blade, the demon broke through the skill almost instantly. The doppelganger only managed to block a few attacks before losing its life. Feng's eyes widened as he watched his doppelganger's death. However, after a brief moment of shock, Feng suddenly discovered that the Blade Demon had not returned to its wandering after killing the doppelganger. Instead, it turned around and charged directly at him. Chapter 384, Unique Set Equipment. Despite also being a level 30 chieftain, the Blade Demon was far more powerful than the skeleton giant. Realizing that he could not face the Blade Demon directly, Feng immediately activated Windwalk and ran. He wanted to break away from the combat area as quickly as possible. However, after running for over 100 yards, the Blade Demon was still on his tail, although Feng's movement speed was much higher than the Blade Demon's. With the countless blades in the sky restraining him, Feng was not actually much faster than the Blade Demon. The distance between the two hovered around 30 yards. The Blade Demon was determined to chase Feng to the ends of the world. As long as the Blade Demon caught up to Feng, he would have to deal with the attacks from both the Blade Demon and the swords descending from the sky. At that time, his fate would be sealed. I need to find a way to deal with it. I'll be in trouble if it catches up. Feng examined the surrounding terrain. The area around him was the very definition of flatlands. The fields were endless, and there was nothing that he could use to his advantage. However, as Feng moved further away from Sword Peak Mountain, the number of swords that descended from above increased. It was as if they were reminding Feng that he was not allowed to move away from the mountain. However, Feng couldn't care less right now. If he stopped, only death awaited him. Hence, he continued running at full speed while enduring the countless swords raining down on him. After running for a certain distance, Feng suddenly noticed that whenever the Blade Demon behind him touched the densely packed swords that had fallen to the ground, damages of -100 would appear above its head. Due to the hindrances in its path, the Blade Demon's speed also slightly decreased. Feng's troubled expression transformed into a wicked smile. Just before the effect of Windwalk was about to disappear, Feng took out a speed scroll from his bag and used it. He then continued running away from Sword Peak Mountain. This time, however, Feng purposefully zigzagged. This way, if the Blade Demon wished to approach him, it would definitely collide with the swords on the ground. As a result, not only would the Blade Demon's speed decrease, but it would also receive a continuous stream of damage. The Blade Demon had a total of 300,000 HP. With its battle recovery, it could regain 3,000 HP every 5 seconds. Feng could not kill the Blade Demon by relying only on the scattered swords. Hence, Feng occasionally threw the blazing meteor at the monster. However, the Blade Demon's defensive capabilities were simply too powerful. Out of all of Feng's attacks, only 10% struck the Blade Demon. Feng also used skills such as Thundering Flash and Earth Splitter, dealing over -1,000 damage with each hit. Overall, the damage the Blade Demon received barely surpassed its battle recovery. If Feng wanted to kill the Blade Demon, he would need to spend a very long time to do so. It seems that I can only drag things out. Feng had no other options. The only fortunate thing about this situation was that the Blade Demon could eventually die. Time passed, bit by bit, while Feng played his game of cat and mouse with the Blade Demon. White River City had become extraordinarily lively. Zero Wing had finally started its recruitment. The independent players who had waited eagerly for this moment were incomparably excited as everyone arrived at Zero Wing's recruitment location. Anticipation overwhelmed them. The Purple Sun Mansion, the real estate that occupied the largest landmass and best location in White River City, was actually Zero Wing's guild residence. I'm not seeing things, right? Isn't this the Purple Sun Mansion? Zero Wing isn't even giving the other guilds a chance. Damn, Zero Wing's guild hall is huge. It won't have any problems holding several thousand players at a single time. That's nothing. I have a brother in Zero Wing. I hear that it's even more amazing inside. Aside from having a high-class bar, many NPCs appear every day to issue guild quests. The number and variety of guild quests they get far surpass those available at the Adventurers Association. Not only can members of Zero Wing obtain a lot more EXP, but the item rewards they can get from the quests are also much more abundant. Some quests even reward secret silver items. Also, if members rest inside the guild hall, they can accumulate a double EXP buff. There are private rooms available for rent, too. For a time, everyone began forming a long queue outside Zero Wing's guild residence, enthusiastically applying to Zero Wing. From a glance, the number of players in line had already exceeded 30,000. The many benefits such as high-level quests, double EXP buff, private rooms, and more had sent all the independent players into a frenzy. Meanwhile, when news of Zero Wing's guild residence spread, the various guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom tumbling into a turmoil originally. These guilds didn't think much of a guild residence, however. They never expected a guild residence to provide such significant benefits. All this time, they regarded a guild residence as only a symbol of a guild's establishment, a place where guild members could gather and chat. Now that they realized what a guild residence could do, the upper echelons of these guilds felt a chill crawl down their spines. A guild residence was simply too terrifying. Not only could it increase the leveling speed of guild members, but it could also provide a source of coins for the guild. Now that Zero Wing possessed its own guild residence, the guild would no longer have to purchase coins using credits or form teams to specifically farm coins. The guild residence also had other aspects that could allow a guild to develop quickly. How could guilds like theirs that did not possess a guild residence compete with Zero Wing now? At this time, the first-rate guilds who were not originally concerned with Zero Wing had to re-evaluate their opinions. Young Master Feng, now that Zero Wing has revealed their guild residence, everyone in Starmoon Kingdom has shifted their attention back to them. Overwhelming Smile's achievement can no longer hamper Zero Wing's recruitment. Should we focus on solidifying the branch guild in White River City? I have really underestimated Black Flame. However, don't think that I am out of options, Feng Xianyang sneered. Since you dare challenge me, you will only have one ending. Tell Overwhelming Smile this. Don't worry about spending money. Just steal as many players from Zero Wing as possible. I want to see just how a guild without many members can develop. Shortly after Feng Xianyang gave his command, Overwhelming Smile took action. Overwhelming Smile shocked the various guilds in White River City. Overwhelming Smile has gone insane. Snow Goose shouted when she read the latest information on Overwhelming Smile. In order to attract independent players, Overwhelming Smile had increased the benefits it offered once again. At this moment, it offered 4 times what Dark Star had in the past. Normal members alone would be treated far better than even elite players of other guilds. The benefits offered to Overwhelming Smile's elite members was beyond comparison. Overwhelming Smile even began to publicly poach Zero Wing's normal members, promising them threefold what the other guild members received if they joined the guild originally. Overwhelming Smile's increase in the benefits was already shocking. Now that they took it a step further and offered another threefold raise, how could the members of Zero Wing not be tempted? In fact, some members already considered withdrawing from Zero Wing and defecting to Overwhelming Smile. Is Overwhelming Smile planning to destroy us with money? Aqua Rose smiled bitterly, her expression turning grim. This move was truly vicious. Zero Wing had only established recently. Its funding had never been abundant. They had no chance against the large funding Overwhelming Smile possessed. While Overwhelming Smile was in the midst of waging a poaching war against Zero Wing, Shifeng had finally reduced the Blade Demon's HP to its last vestiges die. Abruptly spinning around, Shifeng dashed towards the low HP Blade Demon Abyssal Bind. Flame Burst. Abyssal Bind immediately tethered the blade demon in place, following which the scorching abyssal blade slashed at the demonic creature's body 12 times in a row. Every slash dealt over -2,000 damage to the blade demon, devouring the monster's remaining 20,000 HP. As the blade demon died, Shurfong noticed a piece of paper falling beside the monster's body. He originally thought that it was a legacy chapter. However, upon picking it up, Shurfong froze. At that moment, he even thought he might be hallucinating broken steel forging design fragment. Epic rank unique set equipment. Set consists of a total of 6 pieces. Current fragment count, 1/18. Chapter 385, Professional Level. No way. Shurfong struggled to calm himself even after staring at the forging design in his hand for a long time previously. When he obtained the fine gold ranked dragon scale set equipment back in the God's Grave, he had believed it to be the top set equipment currently available. Second to none, however. With Shurfeng's current forging standards, he could not forge the dragon scale set equipment. He needed to become an advanced forger before he could attempt it. However, a lot of time was required to advance to an advanced forger, time that Shurfong did not have yet. Now, the forging design for an epic set equipment had fallen into his hands. If he could equip an epic set equipment, killing players would be as easy as slicing vegetables. He would truly be invincible among fellow players originally. Shurfeng's head had ached thinking about ways to deal with the 5 cities controlled by Underworld. Now, however, this fragment swept those concerns away. As long as he could don the complete broken steel set equipment, he alone could become enough of a nuisance to disturb those guilds. Now that Shurfong knew the blade demons dropped the forging design for the broken steel set equipment. Even if he had to exhaust himself for a few days, he would obtain all the forging design fragment. Shurfong was suddenly brimming with enthusiasm. Turning around, he charged towards Sword Peak Mountain in search of another blade demon. Unknowingly, another day had passed in God's domain before Shurfong logged out of the game. He had killed several dozens more skeleton giants and blade demons. In the 2 days he had spent in the Origin Sword domain, Shurfong had obtained a total of 33 legacy chapters and 8 broken steel forging design fragments. He was not far from completing both the legacy book and the broken steel set equipment. Forging design. Shurfong had lingered in God's domain for 2 natural days without logging out to rest. As his body had been in the virtual gaming cabin all this time, the moment he stepped out of the cabin, his stomach growled a hungry complaint. However, his body did not feel any discomfort after laying motionless for 2 days. On the contrary, he felt extremely relaxed as expected of a virtual gaming cabin. It even assisted my body's absorption of the S-rank nutrient fluids. Shurfong clenched his fists and stretched. Revealing a faint smile, he thought, my punching power should be around 320 kilograms now. Originally, Shurfong had needed 5 days to absorb a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids, allowing the liquid to restore his body's vitality and repair broken cells now. However, only 2 days had passed, and Shurfong had already absorbed the S-rank nutrient fluid. Shurfong judged that, based on his body's current condition, he should barely meet the standard of a professional fighter. His current body had already far surpassed his body in his previous life. At the very least, his physical fitness was no longer inferior to the apex experts of God's domain. Being young really is great. If I started training my body only after I turned 25, it wouldn't really make a difference. Shurfong was satisfied with his current physical fitness. As long as he continued his training, his physical fitness would continue to improve. At that time, he could exert more of his brain's potential, allowing him to break through the boundaries he had never been able to cross. Although Shurfong was hungry, he did not immediately look for something to eat. Instead, after leaving the virtual gaming cabin, he walked towards his fridge and retrieved a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids. He then filled his empty stomach with the cold liquid after having not eaten for 48 hours. Although he had the protection of the virtual gaming cabin during this period, filling his stomach with solid food would negatively impact his body. It was best to drink nutrient fluids first and let his stomach gradually adapt. After a few hours, he could have a proper meal. Looking at the bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids in his hand, Shurfeng felt like he was dreaming over 10 days ago. He had lamented spending 10 credits on a meal. Now, however, despite drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids that cost 10,000 credits, he felt nothing at all. Although his reincarnation was part of the reason, it was more due to his change in mentality brought about by strength suddenly. His doorbell rang. Accessing the doorway monitor through his quantum watch, Shurfeng discovered Blackie standing outside his door. For some reason, Blackie looked panicked. It looked like he had some very urgent news. Shurfeng promptly disabled the lock to his front door using his quantum watch brother phone. "Where have you been these past 2 days? I haven't been able to contact you all this time. I even wondered if you were in some kind of accident." As Blackie burst into the apartment and saw that Shurfeng drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids, he unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. "What could possibly happen to me?" Shurfeng chuckled. "Did something happen while I was gone?" "Of course, something happened. Overwhelming Smile have been poaching our members. Although our guild's member count has increased steadily, the benefits Overwhelming Smile is offering are too enticing, and many have started considering defecting to Overwhelming Smile. Initially, he thought of increasing the benefits Zero Wing provides as well. However, Sister Aqua said no. Although Sister Fire Dance only focuses on the guild's core team, she agreed with Aqua Rose's opinion. However, at this rate, more members will leave the guild. If we allow this situation to continue, it will negatively impact Zero Wing as a whole. We need to think of a solution for this quickly. I have been trying to contact you all this time, but you haven't answered any of my calls or messages. I had no choice but to visit you personally." Blackie then explained the general situation to Shurfeng. Overwhelming Smile is intent on destroying us with money. Shurfeng smiled bitterly. "Brother Feng, you too?" Sister Aqua said something similar. Blackie was somewhat astonished. "I understand the situation. However, I'm still tied up with my quest. Go back and tell Aqua to continue recruiting members. The benefits we offer will stay the same, but loosen the entry requirements a little." Shurfeng also showed his support for Aqua Rose's decision. "Let's see just how many players you can steal from us. How much money do you plan to burn?" Taking Blackie's advice and increasing the benefits that Zero Wing offered was not a long-term solution. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile could simply counter by increasing the benefits it offered again. If this trend continued, the situation would soon snowball out of control and grow into an all-out economic war. At that time, the side with the most funds will be the final victor. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang, who quietly supported Overwhelming Smile, aimed for just that. If he had to increase the benefits Overwhelming Smile offered dozens of times, he would. He was confident he could destroy Zero Wing this way. Meanwhile, although Zero Wing could cause Overwhelming Smile to suffer greater losses by raising the benefits it offered, they would still lose. Zero Wing did not have the support of a large corporation. It also did not have the funds to contend with Overwhelming Smile. If Zero Wing increased its offer, it would dig its own grave. Shurfeng had seen many of such situations in his past life, and he had considered his options long ago. The best thing was to bide their time and stay on course. However invincible the opponents might seem, he would forever remain true to himself. Moreover, when Shurfeng had established Zero Wing, he had intended to establish a guild that was pure, rather than one where its members would leave because of a little enticement. Zero Wing did not need such shallow people at this moment. Instead of cursing, Shurfeng wanted to thank Overwhelming Smile for ridding the scum from his guild. Shurfeng's reply left Blackie speechless. However, since Shurfeng had already decided, he would fully support his guild leader. In truth, Blackie knew that increasing the benefits the guild provided would only increase the burden of Zero Wing. However, he still could not help his panic. Now that he had obtained Shurfeng's reply, his anxiety began to fade. Chapter 386, Tier 1 Skill. After receiving Shurfeng's confirmation, Blackie gave his report regarding Zero Wing's recent recruitment. Despite their plans, Overwhelming Smile's appearance did not negatively affect Zero Wing's recruitment. Instead, Overwhelming Smile had made Zero Wing even more popular than before, driving more players to apply to Zero Wing. Some players from other guilds even withdrew from their respective guilds to join Zero Wing as a result. The entrance of Zero Wing's guild residence was crowded with a sea of players. Those who did not fully understand the situation even thought that Zero Wing had already become White River City's overlord. Though those who knew the situation silently ridiculed the players rushing to join Zero Wing after 2 days of chaotic recruitment. Zero Wing had grown from around 5,000 members to having over 10,000. If not for overwhelming Smile's interruption, Zero Wing would have no problem surpassing the 30,000 member threshold. Unfortunately, many of the players who had been accepted into Zero Wing then defected to Overwhelming Smile almost immediately. By doing so, they could enjoy triple the benefits of the ordinary members of Overwhelming Smile, which was 12 times the treatment normally offered by other guilds. How could anyone resist such a tempting offer? Zero Wing will only suffer if this continues. I need to think of a plan quickly. Sure Feng frowned as he listened to Blackie's report. If the situation continued to evolve like this, Overwhelming Smile would have to waste astronomical sums of money. However, Overwhelming Smile's poaching of Zero Wing's members would also increase its prestige, increasing the guild's strength in White River City. Others might not know that Overwhelming Smile had underworld support from the shadows, but Sure Feng knew. In addition to Maple City, Underworld had also taken control of 4 more cities surrounding White River City. If Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile went to war in the future, Zero Wing would be surrounded by enemies. After Blackie finished his report, he hurried back to Zero Wing's workshop, whereas Sure Feng started working out. Now that Sure Feng's body had finished absorbing the S-rank nutrient fluids, it was the perfect time to improve his physical fitness further. However, instead of focusing on strength training like before, Sure Feng now focused more on control over his own body. When noon arrived, Sure Feng called for a takeout. After finishing his meal, he dove back into the world of God's domain. Sure Feng had not come up with any good ideas to counter Overwhelming Smile suppression through wealth. The only thing he could think of right now was increasing his strength after logging into the game. Sure Feng continued his hunting operation through his previous 2 days search. Sure Feng had grasped the general respawn time for the monsters surrounding the Sword Peak Mountain. As for the location with the highest spawn rate, that would be on the Sword Peak Mountain itself. However, Sure Feng had not climbed the mountain throughout this period. He doubted that the legacy trial of one of the 10 Great Saint legacies would be so easy to clear. Although the skeleton giants and blade demons were indeed challenging, a legacy trial that was supposed to be as difficult as a legendary quest should not be so simple in Sure Feng's opinion. The true danger of the Origin Sword domain waited for him on the Sword Peak Mountain. Hence, Sure Feng had yet to set foot on the mountain. Instead, he had searched for monsters around the foot of the mountain all this time, silently increasing his strength in the Origin Sword domain. Sure Feng did not obtain any EXP from the monsters he killed. The drops he obtained were also limited to the legacy chapters and broken steel forging design fragments. However, there was one other immediate benefit to killing these monsters: skill proficiency. The monsters here were all elites above level 25. Sure Feng's main targets, the skeleton giants and blade demons, were even level 30 chieftains. These chieftains exceeded Sure Feng by 8 levels. Whenever Sure Feng used a skill on these 2 monsters, he would receive bonus skill proficiency points, receiving around 5 or 6 with each use in the outside world. There was a limit to high-level chieftains available for players to kill. Hence, Sure Feng was able to raise his skill levels quickly here. In the Origin Sword domain, Sure Feng had upgraded the skills that he normally needed a lot of time to upgrade in just 2 days. At this point, all of his attack type skills had risen to level 10 or above, with some reaching level 11. When he upgraded a skill beyond level 12, it would become a tier 1 skill. Although players had weapons and equipment that could increase their skill levels, that particular increase would not allow a skill to undergo a qualitative change. Only the skill's level would change. For a skill to reach tier 1, players needed to raise the skill past level 12 personally. Meanwhile, as long as Sure Feng could grasp a tier 1 skill, his combat power would explode. This was why Sure Feng diligently killed the monsters outside the Sword Peak Mountain with this goal in mind. Sure Feng continuously searched for monsters and used his skills repeatedly, allowing his skill proficiency to soar. However, as Sure Feng killed more monsters, he discovered something odd. The drop rate of legacy chapters and design fragments plummeted in the beginning. Shurfeng could claim a drop in every 4 or 5 kills. Now, he would only get a single drop after killing over a dozen chieftains. The more legacy chapters and design fragments Shurfeng obtained, the harder it became to collect them. If Shurfeng did not increase his killing speed, it would be impossible for him to gather the required items within 5 days. On the bright side, where players in the outside world normally needed over a week of effort, Shurfeng only needed a few hours to upgrade a skill from level 11 to level 12. His efficiency was staggering. After just half a day's worth of effort in God's domain, Shurfeng had already promoted Chop to a Tier 1 skill. Chop, action type. Requires sword. Tier 1, level 1, proficiency 0/30,000. Additional 600 base damage. Deals up to 3 consecutive hits in 1 second. If attacks land in the same location, damage increases by 50%. Attack range, 6 yards. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Compared to the Tier 0, level 12 Chop, the base damage had not increased much. However, when using the Tier 1, level 1 Chop, Shurfeng could swing his sword 3 times in 1 second. Moreover, if his attacks struck the same location, his damage would increase by 50%. Not only did Tier 1 skills increase a player's power, but they also increased a player's freedom of attack. In other words, the more skilled a player was, the more damage they could deal. This was why, despite being the same level, Tier 1 players were far more powerful than Tier 0 players. Tier 1 players also possessed much higher attributes and a larger variety of skills. Tier 0 players had no chance of contending with Tier 1 players of the same level. It's been a while since I've used the Tier 1 Chop. Let's use you as a warm-up. Shurfeng dashed towards the skeleton giant side before him and used the Tier 1 Chop. A sharp aura covered the abyssal blade. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng brandished the weapon 3 times, sending 3 sword auras slashing at the skeleton giant. The 3 sword auras combined, forming an even sharper and more powerful sword aura that slashed at the skeleton giant's joint. 376, minus 2048, -2, 062. Aside from these 3 high damages, the skeleton giant, which had remained unperturbed by Shurfeng's attacks, had suddenly fallen to the ground. The power of the Tier 1 skill was clear after the skeleton giant fell. Shurfeng had a much easier time attacking it, following which, Shurfeng used one skill after another on the undead creature. If the skeleton giant stood up, Shurfeng would use Chop to attack its joints, knocking it to the ground once more. A short moment later, Shurfeng had slaughtered the skeleton giant effortlessly due to the Tier 1 Chop. Shurfeng's battles between the skeleton giants and blade demons had become much easier and took less time than before. Moreover, as Shurfeng's efficiency grew, he used his skill more frequently. After spending another 2 days, Shurfeng finally upgraded Thunderflame Explosion to Tier 1 as well. Now, Shurfeng's attack type skills that required skill proficiency were all Tier 1 skills. Compared to when Shurfeng had just entered the Origin Sword domain, his combat power was far more frightening. It should be about time to climb the Sword Peak Mountain. Chapter 387, Magic Night. Shurfeng had already stayed in the Origin Sword domain for 3 days, now after killing a large number of chieftain-ranked skeleton giants and blade demons. The number of legacy chapters and broken steel forging design fragments he could obtain from these 2 monsters had also reached its limit. No matter how many of these monsters Shurfeng killed, they no longer dropped any items if not for the fact that Shurfeng wanted to upgrade all his attack type skills to Tier 1 skills and raise his current combat power to its utmost. He would have long since charged up Sword Peak Mountain, although he could still continue trying to upgrade the tier of his skills. The amount of skill proficiency required to raise a skill from Tier 1 to Tier 2 was simply too much. This was a feat that could not be accomplished within a short amount of time. In addition, Shurfeng did not have much time left. Shurfeng had promised to help Gentle Snow in 5 days' time. Hence, he had no choice but to proceed with the legacy trial. Moreover, during this period of time, another major incident had occurred in White River City. After taking the first clear of the large-scale team dungeon in Maple City, Overwhelming Smile had gone on to claim the first clear of the Land of Death, the large-scale team dungeon in White River City. Meanwhile, Ouroboros' team, which was led by Gentle Snow, was a step behind, becoming only the second team to clear the Land of Death. Although Gentle Snow was only a step behind, it was a world of difference, the reason being only the first team to clear a large-scale team dungeon would have its achievement announced. There was nothing waiting for second place. If Gentle Snow wished to have an announcement of her own, then she would have to clear the Hell Mode Land of Death. However, the Hell Mode of the Land of Death was much more difficult than Hard Mode. She would require a large amount of time to raid the Hell Mode Land of Death, making it not worth her effort at all. It was much better for Gentle Snow to place her focus on raiding level 20 large-scale team dungeons, especially 100-man team dungeons, compared to going from level 10 to 20. The time span between level 20 and 30 was much wider. Leveling in God's domain took much longer the further one went. After reaching level 20, players would find themselves taking far longer to level up. Hence, guilds would have much more time to challenge dungeons than before on Sword Peak Mountain. Shurfeng had not met with any danger throughout his entire journey. He also did not meet a single monster on the mountain, however. The closer he got to the light at the summit, the faster the swords in the sky descended. Moreover, the number of swords that shot at Shurfeng also greatly increased. Raising the difficulty of the ascent is the difficulty only this much? Shurfeng felt very surprised. Although these dropping swords were indeed giving him some trouble, he would have no problems reaching the top of the mountain through dodging and blocking after spending 4 days in this place. Shurfeng had collected a total of 49 legacy chapters and 17 design fragments. He was only one piece away from completing both items as the only exit of the Origin Sword domain. The peak of the mountain definitely held the final legacy chapter and design fragment. What's that? Shurfeng suddenly discovered a majestic-looking armored knight standing at the mountaintop. The knight's hands gripping a great sword. This armored knight was different from the skeleton giants and blade demons, the reason being this great sword-wielding knight was not a monster, but an NPC, instead Doran Paley, Tier 1 Magic Knight. Level 30. HP 300, 000/300, 000. Level 30 Tier 1 NPCs were much harder to deal with compared to level 30 chieftains. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 NPC in front of Shurfeng was clearly not an ordinary existence. Although Doran Paley only possessed 300,000 HP, the same amount as the level 30 chieftain ranked Blade Demon, the skills and intelligence he possessed would definitely be far stronger and higher than the Blade Demons. To players, Doran Paley was a nightmare. However, Shurfeng no longer had a path of retreat right now. He could only advance. After making his preparations to confront the Magic Knight, Shurfeng charged forward while dealing with the swords raining down on him. Yet, the moment Shurfeng stepped onto the stone platform Doran Paley stood on, the sword in the sky also stopped attacking him, as if declaring that Shurfeng had completed the game of cat and mouse challenger. Since you have managed to arrive at this place, it shows that you indeed possess some strength and are qualified to fight me. As long as you can defeat me, you will be allowed to continue advancing. When Doran Paley noticed Shurfeng, instead of entering battle immediately, he revealed an excited expression and explained, "Starting now, you have 5 minutes to prepare. 5 minutes later, I will start attacking. Of course, you are also allowed to initiate an attack ahead of time. I hope that you do not disappoint me." A one-on-one duel? Shurfeng looked at his surroundings but failed to discover any other traps or monsters. However, after giving it some thought, Shurfeng found nothing strange about this situation. The NPC before him was a Tier 1 class. Doran Paley was definitely not an opponent ordinary players could contend against. Since Shurfeng was given 5 minutes to rest, he would certainly not waste it. He promptly sat down on the stage and took out a delicious steak to eat. Not only would he recover stamina and HP this way, he would also receive some bonus attributes. Although running and dodging for long periods of time did not greatly affect a player's body, it was a massive drain on their mental power. Meanwhile, 5 minutes was plenty of time for Shurfeng to restore himself to peak condition. However, Shurfeng did not just spend his 5-minute rest drinking and eating. He also carefully observed the surrounding environment, as well as studied the NPC named Doran Paley Shurfeng had seen the class known as Magic Knight before in his previous life. It was considered a rare, hidden class in advanced Legacy Magic Knights, and Astromancers were classes notorious for being unorthodox. Attacks of Astromancers were known for being strange. Attacks of Magic Knights were known for being violent compared to a Tier 1 swordsman. A Tier 1 Magic Knight had more variety in their attacks. The reason being, they incorporated various sorts of magic. In other words, their attacks inflicted a combination of physical and magic damage. Not even Tier 1 shield warriors could endure the attacks of a Magic Knight. However, this hidden class also suffered from a very glaring weakness. In order to increase their attack power, Magic Knights had discarded their life-saving skills. Hence, they were very poor in terms of survivability. The seconds and minutes quickly passed by. Of course, Shurfeng would not wait until the 5 minutes were up to attack Doran Paley in this kind of battle. The first person to strike held the greatest advantage. Hence, Shurfeng took the initiative to start the battle when Shurfeng was only 40 yards away from Doran Paley. He suddenly took out the blazing meteor and threw it at the Magic Knight's vital point. Doran Paley simply scoffed at Shurfeng's attack. He retrieved the silver greatsword from his back and lightly swung it. Immediately, blades of flame shot out from Doran Paley's greatsword. These blades of flame collided with the blazing meteor, striking it down. Before proceeding towards Shurfeng, however, when these blades of flame were only about halfway to their target, Shurfeng suddenly appeared behind Doran Paley and initiated a Tier 1 chop at the Magic Knight's back. Doran Paley suddenly smiled. He spun around abruptly, the flames covering his greatsword growing even more prominent. With a swing of his greatsword, he sent a flame tornado clashing against Shurfeng's abyssal blade. When the two swords collided, sparks splattered the surroundings. After clashing swords for dozens of times in a row, Shurfeng concluded that, in terms of strength, he was no match for the Magic Knight. On the other hand, his speed was superior to Doran Paley's. Despite having to retreat before the Magic Knight's every blow, Shurfeng managed to avoid receiving any fatal damage. However, under the circumstances, the battle would eventually end in his defeat. After all, Doran Paley possessed 300,000 HP, whereas Shurfeng had just slightly more than 3,000 HP. In a situation where both parties were equally skilled, the side with more HP would naturally emerge the victor to begin with. Shurfeng's combat power was inferior to Doran Paley's. As a Tier 0, you indeed deserve praise for being able to fight against me. However, what do you think of this move? Doran Paley revealed a faint smile. Suddenly, the flames surrounding his greatsword disappeared. In the next moment, cold air wrapped around the silver greatsword with a light swing. The area 40 yards around Doran Paley turned into a land of extreme frost. Inside this domain of frost, both Shurfeng's movement speed and attack speed declined greatly. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng lost his speed advantage. Chapter 388, Flame Dragon's Dance. Shurfeng hurriedly retreated upon seeing this scene. Wanting to escape Doran Paley's frost domain, he had not expected Doran Paley's intelligence to be high enough to actually grasp a player's weakness. This sort of NPC was an extremely rare sight in the current God's domain. Only in the later stages of God's domain would players be able to frequently see such NPCs. Moreover, these NPCs were usually Tier 3 NPCs and above. Meanwhile, Doran Paley was only a Tier 1 NPC higher intelligence. I won't stand a chance with the status quo. Shurfeng's expression turned solemn when he saw Doran Paley's figure charging at him. If Doran Paley were only an ordinary Tier 1 NPC, even if he had 300,000 HP, Shurfeng would have been confident of defeating him before leaving White River City. Shurfeng had armed himself with over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls from the guild warehouse. Meanwhile, most of these Tier 2 magic scrolls came from the Bloodhand Association's stronghold, with the rest from the dungeon raids carried out by guild members. The Origin Sword domain was different from the 12 trials Shurfeng had previously undergone. In the 12 trials, Shurfeng had not been allowed to use any tools to assist him. However, the Origin Sword domain did not impose such a restriction. He could use as many magic scrolls as he liked here. If he had over 100 Tier 2 magic scrolls, it would be an easy task to deal with an ordinary level 30 Tier 1 NPC. Even if Doran Paley had 300,000 HP, he would still die under the might of so many Tier 2 magic scrolls. However, the situation was different now in the past. Shifeng had crossed swords with many high-tiered NPCs, so he knew very clearly that NPCs who possessed higher intelligence were extremely sensitive towards magic scrolls. Players required some casting time, however short, when using magic scrolls. Meanwhile, when higher intelligence NPCs noticed this, they would either hurriedly withdraw to escape the effective range of the magic scroll, or they would decisively charge up to interrupt the casting process, not giving the player any chance to attack using the magic scroll. Seeing Doran Paley charging at him, Shifeng immediately brandished the Abyssal Blade and cast Abyssal Bind at the magic Night 9. Pitch black chains suddenly emerged from the stone floor. In response, Doran Paley simply snorted and stabbed his greatsword into the platform. In the next moment, a golden magic array rose up from underfoot and quickly enveloped his entire body. The magic array released a faint golden glow, and when the pitch-black chains touched this golden glow, they instantly turned into smoke and vanished. Shifeng immediately recognized the golden glow covering Doran Paley's body. This skill was called Free Will. Upon activation, the skill made the user immune to all control effects, rendering a control skill like Abyssal Bind completely useless. Shifeng gritted his teeth and activated Windrider, increasing his movement speed by 150%, as well as gaining the ability to fly temporarily. He escaped out of Doran Paley's frost domain right after. However, when the battle began, a magic barrier had formed around the combat platform, enclosing it completely. Hence, although Shifeng could fly now, he could not get too far. When the 20-second duration of Windrider ended, Doran Paley would still catch up to him at this rate. Shifeng would still die sooner or later. The seconds passed by quickly, and from beginning to end, Doran Paley fervently chased Shifeng. As a magic knight, Doran Paley might possess great destructive power and an absolute advantage in a direct confrontation, but he was sorely lacking in life-saving skills and control skills. Hence, Doran Paley was utterly helpless against Shifeng's extreme speed, and he grew furious at this situation within his frost domain. Doran Paley could clearly finish Shifeng off with just a few hits. Yet, as if Shifeng was a lively rabbit, not only was he very agile, his ability to escape was also first-rate. I want to see just how long you can stay in the air. The moment you descend will be the moment I end your life. Doran Paley lightly snorted, glaring at Shifeng, who was hovering in the sky. Meanwhile, Shifeng was also silently observing Doran Paley from midair. When in a desperate situation, the most important thing to do was to remain calm. That was one of the basics of surviving in God's domain. No matter how one looked at the situation, a Tier 0 player simply had no chance to defeat a level 30 Tier 1 higher intelligence NPC. Not to mention, said NPC was even a magic knight that possessed 300,000 HP. If it were anyone else standing in Shifeng's place right now, they would have long since lost their lives. Despite his dire situation, Shifeng remained very calm. The reason being, he knew very clearly that legacy trials would not mercilessly toy around with players. Shifeng firmly believed that the trial should have given him a lifeline. However, where was this lifeline? The entire stone platform was currently enveloped by a magic barrier. Moreover, the platform was completely flat, with a range of activity of only 100 by 100 yards available. The entire platform was paved with black stone slabs with strange patterns engraved all over them. Meanwhile, the patterns on these dozens of stone slabs came together to form magic patterns that Shifeng had never seen before. Other than those, there was nothing else on the stone platform. Is my lifeline, these magic patterns. Shifeng had a certain amount of understanding in regard to magic patterns. However, he only grew confused when he looked at the magic patterns engraved into the stone slabs. Just what function did these magic patterns have? Soon, Windrider's duration ended, and Shifeng descended back to the stage. Doran Paley immediately charged at him. Shifeng hurriedly activated Purgatory Power and abruptly jumped. As he raised the abyssal blade up high, raging flames and golden lightning emerged around the blade of the silvery gray weapon. Shurfeng then swung the abyssal blade down at Doran Paley's head. Suddenly, as if the space surrounding Doran Paley solidified, the Magic Knight's movements turned sluggish. Not only did the Tier 1 Thunderflame explosion possess a wider effective range, the duration of the fainted effect had also increased to 6 seconds. In addition, upon activation of the skill, enemies within a 10-yard radius would also receive a slowness effect. Enemies affected by this effect would have their speed reduced to only a sixth of their original, only recovering 1/6 of their speed with each passing second. Doran Paley snorted and activated Free Will once more, immediately shaking off the slowness effect. He then sent a Flame Cross Slash to counter Shurfeng's Thunderflame explosion. When the two skills collided, countless sparks flew to the surroundings. Cracks also appeared on the stone platform. Meanwhile, the impact sent Shurfeng flying backward, his body slamming heavily onto the ground. Shurfeng's entire body went numb, and his HP started madly decreasing as well. In the blink of an eye, his HP had fallen below 1,000, and it still showed no signs of slowing down. Panicking, Shurfeng hurriedly retrieved an intermediate recovery potion from his bag and emptied its contents. His HP soon stopped decreasing, barely staying above the 800-point threshold before slowly rising. In the end, his HP recovered to over 100. Thunderflame Explosion was a skill that possessed frightening destructive power. Yet, despite both being Tier 1 skills, just the impact between Doran Paley's Flame Cross Slash and his Thunderflame Explosion had caused him to lose over half of his HP. If he went through another clash like that, he would definitely die. Currently, Shurfeng felt numb all over. Even moving his arm was a challenge. He would not be able to defend against Doran Paley's next volley of attacks for a short period of time. However, something strange happened. Instead of immediately initiating another offensive at Shurfeng, Doran Paley actually stood there motionless. What's going on? Shurfeng was surprised at this moment. Doran Paley was glaring at him with eyes filled with killing intent. It did not seem as if the Magic Knight wanted to give him a breather. Yet Doran Paley just kept looking at him. Wait. His armor. Shurfeng discovered cracks on Doran Paley's black armor. However, these cracks were in the midst of slowly mending themselves right now. Is it because my attack has damaged his armor? Shurfeng's heart was filled with uncertainty, and he thought of trying it once again. Currently, Shurfeng had difficulty moving about. Seeing that Doran Paley gave no indication of taking action, Shurfeng took out a Tier 2 magic scroll, Flame Dragon's Dance, from his bag. Chapter 389, Legacy Book. Shurfeng needed some time to activate a Tier 2 magic scroll. If he were dealing with an ordinary player or boss, this short time he needed wouldn't be an issue. However, against higher intelligence NPCs and expert players, this small amount of time was enough for the opponent to either dodge the magic scroll or take his life. As Shurfeng unrolled the magic scroll, Doran Paley's armor finished repairing itself. At this moment, the Magic Knight gazed at Shurfeng with mockery, lifting his silver greatsword. Doran's legs abruptly pushed against the ground, launching himself at Shurfeng with frightening speed. However, Shurfeng, who was in the midst of activating the magic scroll that contained the Flame Dragon's Dance, could not afford to move. Otherwise, his efforts would go to waste faster. Hurry up! At this moment, Shurfeng's heart pounded with anxiety as he watched the slow progression of the Flame Dragon's Dance's activation bar. When Doran was only a few yards from Shurfeng, he abruptly jumped into the air. Raising his greatsword above his head, he swung it down towards Shurfeng. As the weapon of mass destruction descended, deep red flames resembling snakes emerged and coiled around the blade. The moisture in the air evaporating upon the emergence of these flames at the moment of Shurfeng's imminent peril. The activation bar of the Flame Dragon's Dance finally completed. Suddenly, raging flames emerged from the crimson magic scroll, transforming into a serpentine dragon that shot towards the sky. Doran Paley smiled disdainfully at the sight of the flame dragon bearing its fangs at him. Surprisingly, The Magic Knight made no effort to dodge the incoming dragon. Instead, he tightened his grip on his greatsword and added more power into his Slash the Snake and Dragon Collided. The Flame Dragon's Dance was a Tier 2 spell, and in terms of power, it was far superior to Doran Paley's attack. In the next moment, the Flame Dragon devoured the Fire Snake. The dragon then threw Doran, a damage surpassing minus 10,000 points appearing above his head. However, 10,000 damage was merely a scratch to Doran. An NPC with 300,000 HP after Doran Paley struck the ground. He stood and charged his sure phone once again without the slightest pause. His current performance had completely changed. Moreover, Doran's armor wasn't even scratched. What is going on? Sure Phone frowned at the Magic Knight. Confused, the Flame Dragon's Dance was clearly far more powerful than his Tier 1 Thunderflame Explosion. The spell had even inflicted over 10,000 damage. Yet, not only was the NPC's armor intact, but Doran also brimmed with fighting spirit. Considering the situation, Sure Phone quickly came to a realization. The cracks in Doran Paley's armor had not been due to damage. Watching the Magic Knight charge at him once again, Sure Phone suddenly thought of a possibility. Let's hope this works. Sure Fang's body was still slightly numb. Even if Doran did not activate his Frost Domain, Sure Phone could never outrun him. Sure Phone had also exhausted his arsenal of escape skills. Sure Phone then raised the Abyssal Blade and activated Earth Splitter. When the skill had fully charged, Sure Phone swung down his viciously sharp blade. However, Sure Fang's target was not Doran Paley this time. It was the black stone slab beneath him. Upon witnessing this attack, Doran's eyes widened with shock, and his expression became extremely ugly. He suddenly increased his speed again. However, no matter how much faster Doran became, he was not fast enough to counter Sure Fang's attack on the stone slab like a hot knife through butter. The silvery gray Abyssal Blade sliced apart the black stone slab beneath Sure Fang's feet. The slash also split several other stone slabs, creating a deep, long fissure, following which a crack also appeared on Doran Paley's armor. Bingo! Sure Phone inwardly rejoiced. If he attacked and damaged the black stone slabs under his feet, he could force Doran Paley to halt his assault momentarily. He could then activate Tier 2 magic scrolls without worry. Despicable challenger. Doran Paley was no longer as carefree as before. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Sure Phone and bellowed, "Your corpse will decorate this ground for eternity." Although larger cracks began to appear on Doran Paley's armor, the Magic Knight showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he charged up to Sure Phone and swung down his greatsword flame cross slash. Before Sure Phone could grasp the situation, he instinctively used parry to defend himself. Sure Phone retreated 4 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. Although Sure Phone had been forced back and had to use his life-saving skill, parry, he revealed a joyous smile on his face. Originally, even if he negated the damage from Doran's attack, the impact would have sent him flying back over a dozen yards. Now, although his hands were slightly numb, he had only been forced to take 4 steps backward. This showed that Doran Paley's strength had greatly weakened indeed. Just as Sure Phone had guessed, damaging the black stone slabs would weaken his adversary. Previously, Doran had not immediately dashed forward and attacked Sure Phone because he was worried that Sure Phone would discover the secret. Hence, he decided to hold back and allow his armor to repair itself. However, the display of his armor's recovery had been another facade. In reality, Doran had tried to hide the black stone slab's recovery. Previously, Doran's position had just so happened to block Sure Fang's vision, preventing Sure Phone from seeing the damaged stone slabs behind Hima's. To why Doran had launched himself up to attack Sure Phone the second time, it was to prevent the Flame Dragon's Dance from damaging the black stone slabs once more. Unfortunately, Doran's attempt at repeatedly disguising this fact could not escape Sure Fang's beast-like insight. Naturally, after Doran Paley realized that his secret had been exposed, he no longer attempted to hide it. Instead, he began a vicious assault on Sure Phone, hoping to annihilate his opponent sooner. However, a known secret was no longer a secret. Now that Sure Phone knew Doran Paley's weakness, he activated Defensive Blade and used Thundering Flash on the stone beneath them. Streaks of blue lightning shot out from the Abyssal Blade. In the next moment, the lightning transformed into hungry wolves that dove into the black stone slabs, charring them die. Doran Paley's rage flared as he swung his greatsword at Shur Fong desperately. However, Defensive Blade deflected every slash. Most importantly, with each consecutive slash, Doran's attacks grew weaker. When Defensive Blade was almost exhausted, Shur Fong switched out the aura of wind on the 7 luminaries ring for the aura of water. Received healing increased by 60%, cast consumption reduced by 30%, activatable skill dash. Life Bloom. Heal selected target for 20% HP every second for 40 seconds cooldown. 1 minute 30 seconds. Currently, Shur Fong had less than 1,100 HP. Even if Doran Paley had grown weaker, Shur Fong would still not survive more than a few hits from the Magic Knight. Hence, he cast Life Bloom on himself in the blink of an eye. Shur Fong recovered more than 1,000 HP. For the next 40 seconds, he would also receive over 1,000 HP every second, following which Shur Fong began to confront Doran head-on while defending against Doran Paley's attacks. Shur Fong also made sure to attack the black stone under his feet. Shur Fong could not help but admit that Doran Paley was indeed very powerful. Despite losing so much of his strength, the NPC could still inflict over minus 1,500 with Flame Cross Slash. Fortunately, Flame Cross Slash had a long cooldown. By the time Doran could use the skill again, Shur Feng's HP would have long since fully recovered during Life Bloom's 40-second duration. Shur Fong had destroyed over half of the stone slabs of the platform. Meanwhile, not only had Doran Paley's strength sharply decreased, but his speed had also fallen by quite a bit. Shur Fong now had a much easier time facing the NPC occasionally. Shur Fong also used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to pin down Doran, while he used a Tier 2 magic scroll from the side to destroy the black stone slabs. Unfortunately, although this infuriated Doran Paley, he could do nothing to stop Shur Fong as soon as Shur Fong had shattered all of the stone slabs on the combat platform and was about to focus his attacks on Doran Paley. Suddenly, Doran Paley's armor shattered, the metal shards scattering across the ground. Doran Paley then gripped his head with both his hands and let out an agonized scream that echoed throughout the Sword Peak Mountain. In the next moment, Doran Paley's full HP bar emptied, his body transforming into particles of light, and vanishing 4 items dropped to the ground in place of Doran's body. There is a pitch-black key with a faint blue glow, a silver stone tablet, and a final legacy chapter and broken steel forging design fragment. Before Shur Fong could pick up the drops, all of the legacy chapters he possessed flew from his bag and combined with the legacy chapter Doran had dropped, forming a thick and heavy ancient book. Golden divine runes decorated its cover. If translated to the language of players, these divine runes would read as Legacy Book. Chapter 390, Secret Sword Technique. Shur Fong sighed in relief when he saw the dazzling golden book of legacies. With this, the trial should be over, right? Shur Fong picked up the drops before walking towards the hovering golden book before him. He then clicked on the Book of Legacies, checking its information system. Completion rate 70%. Do you wish to open the Book of Legacies and accept the legacy within? What? Only 70%? Shur Fong was surprised. Taking another look, he was sure his eyes were not playing tricks on him after defeating a Tier 1 Magic Knight like Doran Paley, which was no easy feat. He had only completed 70% of the trial. Legacies in God's domain were categorized into different ranks. Similarly, there were differences within each rank, and these differences were based on the completion rate of the legacy trial. Completion rates between 51% 60% would be given a C rank evaluation. At C rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy. Completion rates between 61% 70% would be given a B rank evaluation. At B rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 3 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 71% 80% would be given an A rank evaluation. At A rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the legacy in addition to 9 legacy skill points. Completion rates between 81% 90% would be given an S rank evaluation. At S rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the Legacy in addition to 10-18 Legacy skill points. Completion rates between 91% 100% would be given an SS rank evaluation. At SS rank, players would obtain the basic skills of the Legacy in addition to 20-36 Legacy skill points. Legacy skill points would unlock the class skills in the Legacy book. Moreover, the more powerful a class skill was, the more Legacy skill points would be required to unlock it. The number of powerful skills a player possessed was important in determining their combat power. It was especially true for powerful class skills, hence, Legacy skill points were extremely important. However, it was not easy to obtain Legacy skill points. After obtaining the Legacy book, aside from receiving one Legacy skill point every 3 levels, players could only obtain more points by completing special quests and challenges. In general, Legacy skill points were an extremely rare commodity right now. Feng's completion rate would only give him a B rank evaluation, and he would, at most, receive 3 Legacy skill points. This was unacceptable. He had only obtained one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies after much difficulty. So why would he be satisfied with just 3 Legacy skill points? Moreover, he only needed 1% more to boost his evaluation up to A rank and receive a minimum of 5 Legacy skill points. He would need to level up 6 times to bridge this small gap. Is it because I killed Doran Paley by exploiting his weakness? Feng silently pondered his situation as he rejected the offer to open the Legacy book based on Feng's recollection. One needed to complete certain tasks in order to increase the Legacy trial's completion rate. However, since arriving at the Origin Sword domain 4 days ago, Feng had constantly observed and searched for anything special in the realm. He had done so precisely because he wanted to avoid missing anything, resulting in a low completion rate. Yet, after 4 days of careful observation, Feng had not discovered anything special. He had the same results after he explored the entire mountain. Just what did I miss? Feng thought that he had performed perfectly in this Legacy trial, and he should not have missed anything suspicious. He had even completed the broken steel forging design. As for the skeleton warriors, skeleton giants, and blade demons below the mountain, they would respawn indefinitely. It was not possible to eradicate them. Does it have something to do with these items? Feng stored the Legacy book before retrieving the pitch-black, sword-shaped key and the silver tablet Doran's key. This is a strange key. It exudes a faint trace of ancient magic secret sword technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be obtained from this pattern. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/6. This was the first time Feng had seen or heard of an item like this secret sword technique. However, judging from its description, it should not be related to the Legacy trial. After all, 6 tablets were required to restore it, and no matter how he thought about it, there should not be any more enemies as strong as Doran Paley. Hence, Doran's key was the only possibility as the final boss of Sword Peak Mountain. His key would have something to do with the Sword Peak Mountain itself. Since there's a key, there must be a lock here somewhere. Feng put away the key and tablet and began to explore every inch of the mountain carefully. While Feng was in the Origin Sword domain, Starmoon Kingdom had undergone many changes. The large-scale dungeons of the various cities in Starmoon Kingdom had been conquered, one after another, generating one system announcement after another. Moreover, due to Zero Wing's incitement, the various guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom had also rushed to earn reputation, hoping to obtain their own guild residence. When Zero Wing had publicized its guild residence, overwhelming smiles spent an astronomical sum of money to poach Zero Wing's members. However, despite this being a significant blow, Zero Wing had not stopped developing. On the contrary, they grew stronger with each passing day. Now, Zero Wing's member count approached 20,000. Moreover, Zero Wing's members sported high levels currently. Most average players in White River City were only level 18 or 19, while elite players of guilds were around level 21. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's ordinary members were level 20, while its elite members were all level 22 or above. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between the elite members of Zero Wing and the other guilds. The necessary EXP to surmount this gap was intimidating. The majority of the NPC commission guild quests found inside the guild residence were high-level quests. Not only did these quests reward a ton of EXP, but the item rewards were also impressive. Most importantly, the monetary rewards of these guild quests were much higher than the guild quests available at the Adventurers Association. As a result, the income of Zero Wings members was at least twice as much as players of other guilds. This was also why overwhelming smiles at high-price poaching could not defeat Zero Wings Snow. Are you really planning to do this? The Flame Witch, Zhao Yueru, asked worriedly. This isn't what I want either. However, I have to take this risk. Otherwise, you too know how things will end, Gentle Snow said, frowning as she quietly read the report she had just received. Zhao Yueru wanted to persuade her friend, but soon shut her mouth, holding back her protests. She knew that, no matter what happened, there would be a battle in the end. Only, this final battle had arrived too early, catching them unprepared. Snow, you've read the latest report. With our strength, we are no match for them. Rest assured, I would not take such a risk if I were not certain. Gentle Snow smiled faintly as she recalled Yi Feng's figure. Zhao Yueru was surprised by Gentle Snow's expression. Facing such a desperate situation, she never thought Gentle Snow could still smile with such confidence. Meanwhile, back on Sword Peak Mountain, after spending most of the day searching, Shurfeng finally discovered a pool on the mountainside. This place is somewhat suspicious. Slowly, Shurfeng walked towards the pool of water. Dipping his hand into the pool, Shurfeng immediately realized that ice had formed over his hand, freezing it solid. The water inside this pool was icy. If he dove into this water, he would freeze to death. Chapter 391, Underwater Mysteries. This pool of water seems interesting. Not only is the water so cold, but it is also light as air, weightless. Moreover, even with 60 points in ice resistance, it still freezes my hand, Shurfeng muttered, shocked as he examined his frozen hand. Just what is this water? With 60 points in ice resistance, players could withstand most cold environments in God's domain. However, Shurfeng's resistance was useless against this water. It was astounding. Following which, Shurfeng took Doran's key from his bag, hoping the key would trigger some sort of reaction. However, despite making a full circle around the pool while holding the key, nothing happened. He did not discover any kind of lock. Either is it inside the pool? Shurfeng was fairly confident that was the case according to the statistics collected on God's domain in the past. Most chance encounters and treasures were normally found in treacherous lands. Only a few treasures and encounters occupied safe areas, and these normally required players to possess sufficient status or luck as for the so-called treacherous lands. Players also knew them as forbidden lands. Unless players had ways of dealing with the threats, their deaths were all but guaranteed upon entering these forbidden lands. Meanwhile, the small pool before Shurfeng was clearly one such forbidden land. If he entered the pool without a plan, he would freeze to death. If not for his 60 points of ice resistance, he would have received a large amount of frost damage the moment he came into contact with the water. He might have even frozen to death instantaneously. Furthermore, even though it was only his hand that had frozen, it still took over a dozen seconds before it thawed completely if Shurfeng jumped into the water. Although he might not receive any damage due to his ice resistance, the water would still freeze his body. With how light the water was, he would surely sink to the bottom of the pool once the ice encased him. In the end, he would still drown. What should I do now? Shurfeng gazed at the cold water and meditated quietly. It would be great if I could increase my magic resistance. It had never been easy for players to raise their magic resistance. It was also impossible for players to come into possession of equipment that could raise magic resistance at this stage of the game. Even if they had such equipment, the effects would be minimal. Shurfeng only managed to accumulate 60 points in ice resistance due to the ice blue devil flame and the golden stigmata. For ordinary players, they'd be lucky if they had 10 points of ice resistance at this stage of the game. Of course, the quickest way to raise one's magic resistance was to consume a magic resistance potion. Even a basic magic resistance potion could raise one's magic resistance significantly. If Shurfeng could consume an intermediate magic resistance potion, adding that to his own magic resistance, he might be able to cope with the frosty water. However, Shurfeng did not have any magic resistance potions on him. At the moment, the recipe for basic magic resistance potions only dropped in level 20 maps and above. Meanwhile, the recipe for intermediate magic resistance potions only dropped in level 40 maps and above. Obviously, Shurfeng could not obtain any of these recipes right now. Not to mention a recipe for the specialized ice resistance potion. However, if he could not enter the pool, how was he supposed to obtain the remaining 30% completion rate? If he entered the pool, he would become an ice sculpture. Unless he could get his hands on an ice resistance potion, he had no way to combat the powerful cold within the pool. This freezing effect is truly troublesome. I wonder if Fantasy World's magic damage immunity will work? Shurfeng touched the water and allowed his hand to freeze once again. He then tried the activatable skill of the Aura of Illusion. Fantasy World, however, even after activating Fantasy World, the freezing effect had not dispelled. If Aura of Illusion won't do, what about Aura of Space? Unwilling to give up, Shurfeng waited for another minute before switching to the Aura of Space and submerging his hand into the pool water once again. This time, a miracle actually happened. Although Shurfeng could still feel an unbearable, biting cold, his hand did not turn into a solid block of ice as expected. Heaven will always leave a door open. As long as he dealt with the pool's effect, which bound his movements, he would have an easier time dealing with the water. So what if he had to endure a little cold? Shurfeng was confident that he could tolerate it, following which Shurfeng activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger remain by the poolside as insurance. Within 40 seconds, if his life were threatened, he could immediately swap positions with his doppelganger. Shurfeng then dove into the pool, creating a loud splash. As the water was extremely light, Shurfeng managed to sink quickly with little effort. Moreover, the deeper he sunk, the darker it became. Soon, darkness devoured Shurfeng's surroundings. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. Currently, Shurfeng felt as if he had suddenly been thrown into the Arctic North, naked. The slightest movement stung painfully inside this chilling water. If any normal person were in his place, they would have definitely screamed in pain. However, from beginning to end, Shurfeng only gritted his teeth and remained silent. As Shurfeng sunk deeper into the pool, the stinging sensation became more intense. At this moment, even someone with a strong will, such as Shurfeng, could no longer cope with the pain. His complexion had paled, and his eyes were bloodshot. The pain was so unbearable that he could not even scream if he wanted to. Why haven't I reached the bottom yet? Shurfeng's anxiety grew as he looked at the time. 10 seconds had passed since he jumped into the water. Although he had not received any actual damage thus far, the pain took a huge toll on his mental strength. He had greatly underestimated this water. He did not think that the water below would become so cold. Shurfeng was already approaching his limit after spending 10 seconds in this pool. He was also surrounded by darkness, so he could not see anything below or around him. Struggling, Shurfeng activated Ice Blue Devil Flame. Even while underwater, the Ice Blue Devil Flame burned brilliantly as it wrapped around Shurfeng's body, causing the temperature of the surrounding water to rise rapidly. The light from the flames also illuminated Shurfeng's surrounding. Shurfeng breathed a sigh of relief at the effects of the Ice Blue Devil Flame. The rise in temperature allowed him to recover from the cold and pain, and the chill was just barely tolerable. As Shurfeng observed his surroundings, he suddenly discovered that the pool of water was much larger than he had imagined. Previously, he could not see anything due to the darkness. Now that he had the Ice Blue Devil Flame, he could see everything clearly. How was this a pool? There was actually a courtyard beneath him. Hence, Shurfeng started swimming downward. Hastening his descent, the courtyard at the bottom of the pool looked ancient. Its architectural style was completely different from the buildings he had seen in the current God's domain. It looked like the Elysium spoken of in legends. It was fascinating. Although this place was very beautiful, Shurfeng could sense great danger. Moreover, whether it was in this life or his previous life, This was the strongest sense of danger he had ever felt. System. You have discovered the eternal courtyard that should be the place. Shi Feng swam towards the spiral building with a shut gate that he had seen from the courtyard. Even the stargazing tower paled in comparison to this beautiful and mystical place. If not for the danger Shi Feng felt, he would have stopped and admired the scenery. The tightly shut gate was made of gold, and many drawings had been engraved on it. These drawings seemed related to the destruction of the ancient gods. Shi Feng had even discovered the image of an ancient god that he knew of. The twilight goddess, some sort of power protected the Golden Gate, and it was impossible to destroy it with external forces. Currently, Shi Feng was not of the mind to study the images as he had discovered a keyhole on the gate. Meanwhile, this keyhole was centered in an image of the sun. Shi Feng then took out Doran's key and inserted it into the keyhole, twisting it gently. Chapter 392, God's Will. Sure enough, it works. Upon turning Doran's key, Shi Feng noticed the blue glow surrounding the key flow into the Golden Gate. Suddenly, the gate released a brilliant golden radiance. As if it were the sun, the gate illuminated the eternal courtyard. The gate clanked as it slowly opened, following which a surge of cold air bubbles rushed out of the gate. Reacting quickly, Shi Feng immediately jumped backward. However, as Shi Feng was currently underwater, he could not move as fast as usual. As a result, the bubbles blasted him backward. Shi Feng only felt a stinging pain before his HP instantly fell by 2,000 points. The cold air here is so powerful. Shi Feng looked at his HP bar in disbelief. Fortunately, his ice resistance was sufficiently high. Otherwise, that air bubbles would have killed him. Shi Feng then took out an intermediate recovery potion from his bag and drank it, recovering some of his lost HP. Despite having 60 points in ice resistance, he had still lost 2,000 HP instantly. How cold was it beyond this gate? Fortunately, after the gate finally opened, the cold air scattered, and the spiraling tower was no longer as cold as before. After Shi Feng entered the temple, he was immediately greeted by a large hall containing golden statues of various ancient gods. Among the many statues, there was one particularly eye-catching statue that depicted a valiant man raising up his sword. That man stood in the very center of the hall, and high-grade swords littered the area around him. A simple glance told Shi Feng that there were over 1,000 swords stabbed into the ground. Meanwhile, every sword seemed like it was submitting to the Shi Feng could even faintly feel the abyssal blade. His hand grow restless, as if it, too, wanted to go forth and submit to that. Shi Feng was astounded that man in the center of the hall was simply a statue. Yet, the abyssal blade that Shi Feng feared even showed signs of submission to him. Just how powerful had he been when he was alive? Meanwhile, a dark blue crystal ball sat below the statue. This crystal ball emitted an intense cold. Upon seeing this crystal ball, Shi Feng came to a realization. The reason the pool of water containing the eternal courtyard was so cold was that of the crystal ball. Before him, Shi Feng's heart suddenly trembled at this discovery. If the crystal ball was capable of lowering the temperature of this large pool to such a degree, it was definitely a treasure. Following which, Shi Feng quickly swam towards the crystal ball, hoping to claim it. However, before Shi Feng could reach the crystal ball, a sharp pain shot through his fingers, a damage of minus 1,000 points appearing above his head. Shi Feng had no choice but to back off. Shi Feng silently lamented as he gazed at the dark blue crystal ball. Despite such a powerful treasure sitting right before him, he could not take it as his own. Just as Shi Feng was about to move on and look for other treasures, a system notification rang out. System. The will of an ancient god drifts around this eternal hall. Are you willing to surrender to this will? Before Shi Feng could react, majestic voices suddenly assaulted his mind. Submit to me. I can give you unparalleled strength and make you the most powerful man in this world. Even gods will tremble before your might. Submit to me. I can give you eternal life and make you into the eternal master of this world. Listening to the tempting voices in his mind, Shi Feng was suddenly dazed and decided to submit to this will. However, just as Shi Feng was about to reply, memories from the past suddenly surfaced in Shi Feng's mind. In the past, because he chose not to submit to world dominators. Shadow had forced him out of God's domain. Even so, he still refused to submit and had planned to start all over again in this life. When he faced Martial Union, Darkstar, and Underworld, as long as he bowed down, he could live a better life. Yet he still refused. He would no longer allow others to dictate his life. Becoming someone's puppet, how could he possibly give in now? Just as Shurfeng was about to refuse, the majestic voice spoke once again. Don't you wish to become the master of this world? If you submit, I will give you anything and everything you want. Since it is the case, I only want the ability to say no. Can you give me that? Shurfeng refused to submit, foolish mortal. You will regret your decision today. Since you do not wish to become my servant, die. Seeing as it had failed to delude Shurfeng, the will of the ancient god grew furious. An entire hall became stifling suddenly. The thousands of swords that had been thrust into the ground rose into the water. Aiming for Shurfeng, every one of these swords shot towards him in response. Shurfeng hurriedly attempted to use Replace Doppelganger to swap positions with his doppelganger. However, he discovered that he had been silenced, the debuff preventing him from using the skill now, that he could not swap positions with his doppelganger. Shurfeng tried to raise his swords to defend against the incoming attack. However, he discovered that not only were his skills sealed, but he also couldn't move at this moment. He could only watch the thousands of swords slice through the water towards him, however. Just as the swords were about to pierce Shurfeng's body, the dark blue crystal ball suddenly released a silver radiance. The swords flying at Shurfeng immediately froze. At this moment, it looked as if time had come to a halt. A second later, the thousands of swords shattered like glass, the metal shards drifting to the floor, after which a loud bang echoed throughout the space of the hall. Black cracks began to appear around the hall, and soon the space inside the hall shattered as well. Along with the shattering of space, the stifling pressure Shurfeng felt before also vanished, his body regaining its freedom. Damn, you actually dare spoil my business. Although this heaven-blessed individual has rejected me, I can still look for others. You cannot stop me forever. Meanwhile, this despicable heaven-blessed individual will die here. The will of the ancient gods' rage grew, and even the hall trembled. The golden gates suddenly closed as the hall began to collapse at this moment. As if having lost its power, the crystal ball darkened. It no longer released the astonishing cold as it had moments before, although Shurfeng did not know what was going on. When he heard the will claim that this heaven-blessed individual would die here, he knew what he needed to do: escape. Shurfeng immediately grabbed the dark blue crystal ball and placed it into his bag before activating Replace Doppelganger in the blink of an eye. Shurfeng appeared outside the pool. The doppelganger had only been 1 second away from disappearing when Shurfeng activated Replace Doppelganger. It had truly been a close call. That was close. A second later, and I would have been dead. Shurfeng inwardly celebrated his escape as he watched the pool of water suddenly explode. Replace Doppelganger was truly a godlike escaping skill. Although Shurfeng had come very close to losing his life, he also managed to obtain a treasure from his excursion into the pool. At the very least, he had not returned empty-handed. When Shurfeng recalled the frightening might that the crystal ball had displayed, his heart pounded with excitement. The crystal ball could actually break the seal of the will of an ancient god. It was no ordinary treasure. With this thought, Shurfeng impatiently opened his bag, wanting to investigate the dark blue crystal ball. Even legendary items had such frightening abilities, however. When Shurfeng tried to check the crystal ball's information, it revealed nothing. Shurfeng then used Omniscient Eyes to Shurfeng's shock. However, the Omniscient Eyes, which could analyze even the destroyer of immortality, also revealed nothing. Moreover, Shurfeng could not even touch the crystal ball now, as he instantly lost 1,000 HP the moment he tried. Shurfeng felt utterly helpless. He had no choice but to set aside this treasure for now. If he wanted to use his crystal ball, at the very least, he needed to raise his ice resistance to 100 or 200 points. Although Shurfeng could not do anything about the dark blue crystal ball, the legacy book had a surprise for him indeed. Just as Shurfeng had guessed, the Eternal Courtyard where he could raise the Legacy Trials completion rate now. Instead of a 70% completion rate, the Legacy book displayed a 92% completion rate. Shifeng had obtained an SS rank evaluation. Chapter 393, Blade Saint. SS rank was the highest evaluation achievable in a Legacy trial in the past. The Legacy Shifeng had accepted was only a basic one. Even so, Shifeng had spent a lot of time and effort to achieve an A rank evaluation and obtain 7 Legacy skill points now. He that had an SS rank evaluation, he could obtain between 20 and 36 Legacy skill points. The thought of so many Legacy skill points alone was enough to excite Shifeng, although Shifeng had not achieved 100% completion rate. He was very satisfied with this result now that he thought about it. The condition to achieve a 100% completion rate might have been submission to the gods' will. Since he chose not to submit, this was probably the highest completion rate he could achieve. System completion rate 92%. Do you wish to open the Book of Legacies and accept the legacy contained within? Without hesitation, Shifeng clicked accept. The legacy book suddenly released a golden flash. The book then flipped open, and a purple ray of light shot out of the book and pierced Shifeng's forehead. The moment the purple light touched him, Shifeng felt his mind clear as if no secret in the world could hide from him. As the legacy book faded out of existence, Shifeng's body began to emit a faint and flickering purple glow. After the flickering continued for a few more seconds, the purple glow subsided, and Shifeng returned to normal after successfully receiving the legacy. Shifeng felt his entire body brim with power. His mind was clear and unburdened as well. Right now, Shifeng was confident that he could face a Tier 1 Magic Knight without necessarily suffering defeat. Of course, that was if the Magic Knight did not possess so much HP. System. Congratulations on obtaining one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies. Rewarding 20 free Mastery Points. System. Congratulations on becoming a Tier 1 Blade Saint. Rewarding Blade Saint title. Blade Saint. All attributes plus 20. All resistances plus 15. Attack power increased by 15%. Attack speed increased by 20%. All attributes increased by 30%. Although Shifeng was still level 22, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His base attack power alone exceeded 1,200 points, and his HP had reached 4,650 points. His HP even surpassed Tier 1 MTs now. Moreover, after being promoted to a Tier 1 class, players could receive 8 free attribute points with each level up, whereas Tier 0 classes would only receive 4 free attribute points. Shifeng also had the Abyssal Blade, which provided him with 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled. The Golden Stigmata also increased all of his basic attributes by 5 points and gave him 10 free attribute points with every increase in 5 levels. In other words, where other Tier 1 players would receive a total of 40 attribute points with each level up, Shifeng would receive a total of 85 points. Ordinary players could not compete with Shifeng. In addition, after completing his class change, Shifeng also gained 2 basic skills and 1 passive skill. Sword Dominator, passive skill, can freely swap out sword-type weapons in both combat and non-combat states. Blade Dance, action type, requires sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Allows simultaneous control of up to a maximum of 5 sword-type weapons for both attack and defense for 10 seconds. Each weapon has 80% user's strength and 50% user's damage range, 40 yards. Cooldown 1 minute. Illusory Shadow, action type, requires sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Upon activation, players' next 6 attacks cannot be blocked, and each attack will deal 40% attack damage. Cooldown 40 seconds. Shifeng was shocked upon reading these skills descriptions. The basic skills of the Blade Saint were already so powerful. Although Blade Dance was inferior to the Abyssal Blade's 9 Dragon Slash in terms of the number of weapons and burst damage, 9 Dragon Slash could only attack, not defend. Moreover, as the weapons summoned by 9 Dragon Slash were phantoms, they did not possess any impact force. However, Blade Dance was different. The 5 controlled weapons were tangible and possessed 80% of Shifeng's strength. This feature was far more valuable than just high damage. Through the consecutive attacks of the 5 swords, Shifeng could break his opponent's balance and create a gap in his opponent's defense. If Shifeng could not defend against an attack by himself, he could also use the 5 swords to boost his defense. Meanwhile, Illusory Shadow was even more amazing. It was perfect for PvP and PvP2 battles in God's Domain. When both sides were equally strong, the opponent would usually block over 90% of the attacks. However, if one side possessed an unblockable skill, it would upset the balance. It was especially true if Illusory Shadow were used when both sides were nearly dead. Such a trump card could determine the outcome of a battle. The Blade Saint is indeed worthy to be called one of the 10 great Saint legacies. If I use these skills in PvP, dealing with a Magic Knight with the same attributes as myself will be easy. After reading the descriptions of the Blade Saint's basic skills, strategies for future battles began to surface in Shifeng's mind. Originally, Swordsman was a balanced class. Although swordsmen were not as durable as shield warriors or had the endurance of a guardian knights, the frightening power of berserkers, the long-range capabilities of rangers, or the burst damage and dexterity of assassins, the class didn't have any shortcomings. The class was just as strong, or just as weak, against all other classes. Meanwhile, the Blade Saint was simply the enhanced version of the swordsman. Every aspect of a swordsman had increased. It was probably the most formidable class in God's Domain, following which Shifeng called up the system interface. There was now a new tab called Legacy Skills Menu in the system menu. Selecting this tab, the Legacy Skill menu that appeared reported that Shifeng had 31 legacy skill points available, as well as plenty of skills that he could learn. There were over 100 skills listed in the menu. However, there were only 6 Tier 1 skills Shifeng could learn right now, and 2 legacy skill points were required to unlock a Tier 1 basic legacy skill. Meanwhile, among these 6 Tier 1 skills, there were 2 that made Shifeng's eyes shine. One of them was Skywheel Sword. The other was Blade Liberation. Skywheel Sword, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Inflicts 1000 base damage plus 200% attack damage to all enemies within 20 by 20 yard. Also seals all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the area for 4 seconds cooldown. 1 minute 20 seconds. Blade Liberation, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 1, Level 1, Proficiency 0/30,000. Grants player unparalleled strength for 20 seconds. Effect obtained varies based on the weapon's unlocked potential. After the duration, player is weakened. All attributes decrease by 80% for 3 minutes cooldown, 10 hours. Skywheel Sword was one of the extremely rare AoE control skills. Whether it was used in PvP or PvP2, it was indispensable. Meanwhile, Blade Liberation belonged to the Super Burst skill category. It could be a trump card when Shifeng was in a desperate situation. It was also indispensable, however. When Shifeng saw the points required to unlock these 2 skills, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and very nearly cursed. Skywheel Sword required 10 points to unlock, while Blade Liberation required an astonishing 20 points. With the total points these 2 skills demanded, Shifeng could learn 10 basic class skills. However, these high requirements also made Shifeng aware of just how extraordinary Blade Liberation was for an AoE control skill, such as the Skywheel Sword. The demand of 10 legacy skill points was not odd. However, Blade Liberation needed twice that amount to unlock. With 20 legacy skill points, Shifeng could even learn a Tier 3 class skill. Chapter 394, Times have changed. The Legacy Trial had given him a total of 31 legacy skill points. Anyone would hesitate over spending 30 points on only 2 skills. However, Shifeng did not. With his mind made up, Shifeng clicked to learn both Skywheel Sword and Blade Liberation. Suddenly, his stock of legacy skill points plummeted to 1 to an expert in God's Domain. Nothing was more important than a powerful skill. A powerful Tier 1 skill had a lot of versatility, so it was not easy to master. However, if mastered, it would not be surprising if a player's combat power increased by several-fold. As the saying went, a bird in the hand was worth two in the bush. Although Shi Feng could learn more skills if he spent the 30 legacy skill points on less costly skills. The skills he learned would not contribute as much to his overall combat power during dangerous moments. In particular, the Super Burst skill, Blade Liberation, will be far more useful than a dozen other ordinary Tier 1 skills. After learning the two class skills, Shi Feng used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. At this moment, White River City buzzed with activity. Overwhelming Smile's high-price poaching had boosted White River City's development. A flood of independent players had migrated to White River City with the intention of joining Overwhelming Smile based on the statistics offered by the official game developers. The player population in White River City had exceeded 3 million. White River City was now the most populated city in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. It was also the third most populated city throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Looking at this situation, Shi Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he had intended to make White River City the most popular city in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, Zero Wings Guild residence was in White River City, so it had the home field advantage here. However, he never thought an enemy like Overwhelming Smile would actually help him achieve that plan. Fate truly knew how to toy with people. If Feng Xinyang, the mastermind behind this situation, knew Shi Feng's thoughts right now, he would most likely pop a vein or two out of anger. However, Shi Feng also could not help but admit that Feng Xuanyang's plan of desperately throwing money away was very effective. Currently, Overwhelming Smile had become the undisputed #1 guild in White River City. The branch guild in White River City already had over 80,000 members. Among them, there were also quite a few elite players. Compared to the other guilds in White River City, Overwhelming Smile was far superior. Moreover, during this period, Overwhelming Smile had continuously raided large-scale dungeons around White River City. As if they were on steroids, Overwhelming Smile's raiding speed far surpassed Gentle Snow's team. They were on completely different levels. In addition, Overwhelming Smile had also offered to purchase information regarding reputation quests at a high price, apparently intending to become the second guild in White River City to own a guild residence. In contrast, Zero Wing showed no signs of movement at all. The guild's member count held steady around 20,000. If not for the high-level quests and double EXP buff available from the guild residents, most of Zero Wing's members would have long since defected to Overwhelming Smile. Brother Feng, you're finally out. Have you completed your class change? Not long after Shi Feng returned to White River City, Blackie contacted him. Yeah, how has the guild been recently? Shi Feng asked, not bothering to discuss his new class. What do you think? The entire guild has been spiritless these past few days, and everyone is just focusing on quests. Many in the guild have also started complaining and asking why the core team hasn't moved against Overwhelming Smile yet. Overwhelming Smile's suppression has them feeling resentful. Moreover, those Overwhelming Smile bastards have also started ridiculing Zero Wing publicly, claiming that we're all bark and no bite, Blackie said, feeling slightly indignant. Brother Feng, since you've returned, why don't we start raiding a level 20 large-scale dungeon and show those punks from Overwhelming Smile Zero Wing strength? Currently, the level 20 dungeons in White River City were only 10 and 20-man team dungeons. However, in the 50-man large-scale team dungeon, Sarek Dungeon, Overwhelming Smile had not managed to even meet the first boss of normal mode before suffering a team wipe. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing could obtain the first clear of Sarek Castle, it would rain on Overwhelming Smile's parade. Not only would it extinguish their arrogance, but it would also increase Zero Wing's reputation. As for whether or not they could actually raid Sarek Castle, Blackie didn't doubt their success. Others might not realize how strong Zero Wing's core team was, but Blackie was well aware. Moreover, with Shi Feng around, it would be a simple task to clear the level 20 large-scale team dungeon. Sarek Castle. How many people in the guild have completed their class change? Shi Feng agreed with Blackie's plan, but Sarek Castle was not easy to dominate. There are 39 members who have completed their class change. Among them, Sister Aqua was the first to obtain her Tier 1 class, while Sister Fire Dance was second. Blackie said, a hint of fear surfacing in his eyes as he said class change. He had never expected that the class change quest would be so difficult. If not for the fact that he possessed the epic rank staff, Mavis's guard, he might not have completed the quest. Fortunately, he passed his class change and obtained an A rank evaluation. While he waited for Sure Feng's return, he had familiarized himself with the combat style of a Tier 1 class precisely because the class change quest was not simple. Many core members of Zero Wing had failed it, as these members had to wait a few days before they could challenge the quest again. Moreover, as everyone had been busy with their respective class change quests, the levels of Zero Wing's core members had fallen behind. Now, Zero Wing no longer occupied all of the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Others had even claimed a few of the top 10 ranks. This had been a huge blow to Zero Wing's morale and reputation. 39? Not bad. Once we have more than 50, I guess we can make a trip to Sarek Castle, Sure Feng said with a faint smile. In truth, he was somewhat surprised by Blackie's report in the past. Even when most players were around level 24 to 25, most guilds in White River City had not had more than 20 Tier 1 players. Currently, the average player in White River City was only around 18 to 19. Yet, Zero Wing already possessed 39 Tier 1 players. Although part of this reason was that Sure Feng had leaked some information about the strategy to challenge a few basic class changes, the number of players that had succeeded was still astonishing. The difference in combat power between Tier 1 players and Tier 0 players was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was not something that could be measured by levels regarding the White River City ranking list. Ever since Zero Wing's guild residence had been established, Sure Feng no longer troubled himself with it. After all, the future was the era of high-tiered players, not high-level players, Brother Feng. Do you really mean it? Blackie suddenly grew excited. During this period, the oppression he had suffered from those bastards, an overwhelming smile frustrated him. Look at how excited you are. Of course, I mean it. However, I still have something I need to attend to right now. For now, have everyone familiarized themselves with the combat style of their Tier 1 classes? Sure Feng said, chuckling. Although everyone had already evolved to a Tier 1 class, the freedom a Tier 1 class possessed had also become much higher. If players could not properly adapt and display their strength, their combat power would not improve much. Okay, leave it to me. I'll let everyone know, Blackie said excitedly before disconnecting the call. He then proceeded to contact those who had already changed classes. Meanwhile, Sure Feng took a look at the time, noticing that he still had quite some time before his appointment with General Snow. He then retrieved Celiora's communication crystal from his bag. The Grandmaster Forger had given him this item herself, and it allowed him to contact Celiora at any time previously. Sure Feng had helped Celiora become a Grandmaster Forger, resulting in Celiora's favorability towards him to increase greatly. Moreover, in order to search for materials to produce an epic item, Celiora had gone on a journey. Sure Feng had obtained the forging design for the epic ranked broken steel set equipment back in the Origin Sword domain. However, if he had to forge an epic item by himself, who knew how long it would be before he could achieve such a feat? Since he had a connection with a Grandmaster Forger, why not use it? Chapter 395, Broken Steel Legacy Set Equipment. Sure Feng then used the communication crystal to contact Celiora. Hello, Miss Celiora. I am Yi Feng. I have something I would like your help with. I wonder if you have any time to spare right now? Sure Feng carefully asked. Ultimately, his current status was far from comparable to Celiora's. Although they had a good relationship, basic courtesy was still required. If he wished to ask her for a favor, oh, it's you. I'm very busy right now, so make it quick. Although Celiora did not immediately reject him, she still did not show any sign of interest to Celiora. Nothing was more important than collecting epic-ranked forging materials right now. If not for the favor she owed Sure Feng, she would have directly rejected his request. Instead of taking the time to listen to him, Sure Feng was aware of this point. After all, he was extremely familiar with Celiora's personality, someone who was wholeheartedly focused on forging, without the slightest bit of interest in anything else. This was also why she had managed to become a Grandmaster Forger at such a young age. Sure Feng then chuckled and said, I have a forging design for an epic set equipment. What? Epic set equipment. Silura's eyes suddenly shone. She hurriedly demanded, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Meet me at my smithy right away." Shurfeng shook his head and laughed when he heard Silura's impatient tone of NPCs. Epic-ranked forging designs, much less a forging design for an epic set equipment, were extremely rare. It was the dream of countless forgers to produce a set of epic equipment. Meanwhile, to players, epic-ranked forging designs were much more difficult to obtain. In the past, Shadow had only managed to get a few pieces. As for epic set equipment forging designs, Shurfeng had only heard about them occasionally and had never personally seen one himself in God's domain. Set equipment were half a rank stronger than discrete equipment of the same rank. In other words, the quality of an epic set equipment was above that of epic equipment, but below that of fragmented legendary equipment. To players who could not get their hands on fragmented legendary equipment, epic set equipment was the best equipment available in this life. Shurfeng was truly fortunate to have obtained the forging design for an epic set equipment half an hour later. Shurfeng arrived at Silura's smithy in a horse carriage. At this moment, the door to her smithy was still shut tight, and it did not seem she planned to do business at all. Shurfeng walked over and knocked on the door. The thick wooden door then slowly opened, and a surge of scorching air rushed out of the house. In the next moment, Silura walked out from within before quickly dragging Shurfeng into the house. Despite having not seen each other for some time, Silura looked exactly the same, still fully garbed in black leather clothing. That large V-shaped collar revealed her snow-white skin. Her black leather pants tightly hugged her slender legs. Silura currently exuded an enchanting charm. "Hurry up and let me see it." Silura pushed Shurfeng against a table, her body very nearly sticking to his. Her eyes shone with excitement as she spoke, failing to notice how lethal her impure actions were. Although Shurfeng had long since gotten used to Silura's personality in his past life, his heart still raced involuntarily every time they met. "Here it is." Shurfeng calmed down somewhat and retrieved the broken steel forging design from his bag. Broken steel set equipment. Epic rank unique set equipment. 6-piece set consisting of broken steel gauntlets, broken steel breastplate, broken steel helmet, broken steel leg guards, broken steel boots, broken steel bracers. Equipment requirement: strength 1000, agility 1200, sword-related mastery 350. Class restriction: Blade Saint. Originally, Shurfeng had thought he could equip this broken steel set equipment immediately. However, 1,000 points in strength and 1,200 points in agility were definitely not achievable by players below level 30. At the very least, one needed to be above level 50 to possess such attributes. Meanwhile, the materials required to produce this set equipment were 12 pieces of Eternium, 300 mana stones, 1,000 pieces of Titan, or 12 fire source crystals, 12 water source crystals, 12 wind source crystals, 12 earth source crystals, and 1 nucleus of life. The person who drew this design must be insane. Is he trying to make a legendary item? Silura gaped in shock after inspecting the forging design. Not to mention Silura's, even Shurfeng's heart was beating madly right now. He, too, was dumbfounded by the description. Shurfeng had previously been caught up in his joy over becoming a Blade Saint. Moreover, he knew it was impossible for him to produce the broken steel set equipment by himself and to gather the materials required to make the set. Hence, although Shurfeng had long since completed the broken steel forging design, he never actually bothered to take a look at Ida's for the reason why Shurfeng had come looking for Silura this time. He simply wished to know how confident she was in producing the set equipment. That way, he could make appropriate preparations for it. However, after seeing the forging materials required, Shurfeng immediately dismissed his previous thoughts of making preparations. Just collecting a single set of materials was nigh impossible. Not to mention collecting a second set. Previously, Shurfeng had spent hundreds of gold just to produce 21 mana stones. Now, the set equipment actually required 300 mana stones. That was a few thousand gold at least. However, even if he did manage to obtain the 300 mana stones, Eternium was something much rarer and more precious than even mana stones. Countless master forgers dreamed of obtaining even just one piece. Yet, the set actually needed 12 to produce. Titan ore was also a considerably high-class rare ore. At this stage of the game, nobody was capable of mining such an ore yet. As for the elemental source crystals, they were all materials highly sought after by master alchemists. Their preciousness and rarity were not one bit lower than Eternium. Meanwhile, the most inconceivable thing was that the broken steel set equipment actually required a nucleus of life. The value of that item far surpassed even the water of life, and it was something that could only be found with luck. Miss Celiora, if you have the materials, how confident are you in making it? Shi Feng asked. Originally, he had already planned on giving up on producing the broken steel set equipment. However, after giving it some thought, he still chose to inquire, you really have the materials? Celiora's expression immediately changed upon hearing Shi Feng's words. Her gaze as she looked at Shi Feng was as if she were looking at his 7 luminaries crystal mountain, and she beamed at him as if saying, Tycoon, let's be friends. I was only asking. Shi Feng smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Even if he sold everything in his possession right now, including himself, he still wouldn't be able to gather all the required materials around 20%. If you give me more time of practice, I can raise it to 30%. Celiora rolled her eyes at Shi Feng, feeling slightly disappointed. However, her interest in producing the broken steel set equipment still burned brightly. 30%. Shi Feng had also made his own estimations before. It would be extremely fortunate if Celiora could have a 20% success rate. Most likely, only a few NPC Grandmaster Forgers could actually achieve a 30% success rate. As for players, even if Shi Feng waited until someone became a Grandmaster Forger, these players would have around a 10% success rate, at most. I'll have to trouble Miss Celiora, then. I will try my best to collect the materials required. Since you have entrusted this task to me, I will continuously research this forging design while you gather the materials. As for the cost of making it, I won't charge you anything if it is unsuccessful, Celiora said happily. In God's domain, one needed to pay an exorbitant labor fee when commissioning a forger, be they players or NPCs, of master rank and above, to produce an item, regardless of the final result. Now, however, Celiora offered not to charge him should she fail. It could be seen just how happy Celiora was right now. System. Celiora's favorability towards you has increased by 100 currently. Shi Feng was in no hurry to produce the broken steel set equipment. After all, even if it was produced, he did not possess the attributes needed to equip it. In order to do so, he needed to be above level 50 at the very least. During this period, he could slowly gather the required materials, following which, Shi Feng left the broken steel forging design at Celiora's place to allow her to properly study it. He then hailed another carriage and hurried to the location he had agreed to meet Gentle Snow at. Chapter 396, Powerful Aid. Inside Blue Mountain Restaurant, a high-class restaurant located in White River City's Nobles District. As White River City's upper-class area, the cost of living here was very high. It was a place that ordinary players rarely visited at this moment. However, there were actually 3 players, 2 women and 1 man, sitting under one of the outdoor gazebos of Blue Mountain Restaurantov. The 2 female players. One was a bright and seductive witch, while the other was an otherworldly fairy. Meanwhile, the man exuding a cold, murderous intent by their side also possessed a valiant look. With his combination of a handsome face and frosty personality, many young ladies would definitely fall prey to him. Snow, you can tell me who it is now, right? Just who is that mysterious person you called for? Zhao Yuuru whispered as she shifted closer to Gentle Snow's side, the expression on her face saying, I won't tell anyone else. Don't worry. You yourself have met that person before. In any case, he'll be here in just a moment. Gentle Snow smiled faintly. I know them? Zhao Yuuru immediately started searching her memories, tried to recall all the experts she had met. However, taking into consideration the severity of the matter this time, she dismissed the large majority of them. In the end, she still shook her head and gave up. She truly could not figure out just which amazing character her friend had invited. If Zhao Yueru had to point out an amazing character she had personally met before, then that would be Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. One hit Azura Black Flame, however. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame was obviously not suitable this time. If they really were to invite him, those people might even disagree to hold the match and make up even more excuses. There were countless players in God's domain. Meanwhile, Black Flame managed to obtain the rank of 481 on the God's Domain experts list, as well as being given the title of Azura by the Secret Pavilion. Let alone a single Starmoon Kingdom. There were only a few players throughout the entire God's Domain stronger than Black Flame. Looking at Zhao Yueru's defeated expression, Gentle Snow could not help but curl her lips up even higher. If not even Zhao Yueru, someone who was extremely familiar with her, could guess the identity of the person she invited, then it was even more impossible for those people. Most likely, even if she were to reveal that person's name, those people would not know anything about that person. Either listening in on Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru's conversation, the aloof-looking man's curiosity reluctantly grew, as well the operation this time needed to be kept a secret. It was something that should not be told to outsiders. At the same time, this operation was of utmost importance to Gentle Snow yet. Gentle Snow had done the unthinkable. She had actually requested the help of an outsider instead of choosing an expert subordinated to her. This decision had inspired both confusion and curiosity in him with regard to the expert who would arrive in a moment fierce. "Why didn't Nimble Snake come with you?" Gentle Snow asked, shifting her gaze to the impassive youth beside her. The reason why Ouroboros was able to become a dominant force in the virtual gaming world was mainly due to a few reasons. Other than its founding members, guild leader, branch leaders, and elders, it also had the 32 advocators and the 12 apostles. The last two groups of players were carefully chosen from the large number of experts within the God-slaying army, and they could be said to be the strongest combat power of Ouroboros. This was especially true for the 12 apostles. Each and every one of them possessed strength that not even Gentle Snow herself could casually dismiss. Meanwhile, the cold youth before her was one of the 12 apostles. Fierce Snake, the Nimble Snake she mentioned, was also one of the 12 apostles. However, Nimble's strength was still a cut above Fierce. Among the 12 apostles, Nimble was also ranked close to the top, and he was one of the key figures for the operation this time around. Nimble said he had something to take care of, so he might come a little later. However, he is always punctual, so you can rest assured, Big Sis Snow. Not to mention, the operation this time is of such importance. Fierce Snake assured. Gentle Snow nodded in reply. Gentle Snow had nurtured quite a few confidants in Ouroboros. Apart from the apostles, she had also nurtured a few among the advocators. However, the operation to be carried out later required someone with top-notch combat power. Although the advocators were also very strong, they were still not comparable to the apostles. She could not afford to be careless in the operation this time. If she failed, the results would be irreversible, hence why she had called for Fierce Snake and Nimble Snake. In addition, out of worry that her plan might fail due to unforeseen circumstances, she had even invited Yi Feng. After Gentle Snow's group of 3 chatted for a while, a man wearing a black cloak came walking over. Zhao Yueru, who had originally been idle and bored, immediately widened her eyes in shock upon seeing who was approaching. Unable to help herself, she said, "Snow, don't tell me he's the person you invited?" "Of course. Who else do you think I would invite?" Gentle Snow chuckled lightly as she stood up to welcome that ordinary-looking man. Meanwhile, the identity of this ordinary-looking man was none other than Shi Feng. Zhao Yueru possessed a certain understanding of Yi Feng's strength. Although she felt a little hatred for man, she could not help but admit that Yi Feng was indeed very strong. If it were any other person, they would definitely be fooled by that ordinary appearance and aura of his. In fact, she, too, had suffered under a similar misconception. However, as someone who had personally witnessed Yi Feng's strength, Zhao Yueru knew that he was definitely not the slightest bit inferior to them. From the dungeon raid, the previous few battles, as well as the fact that he was the first player to enter White River City, all of these clearly prove how strong Yi Feng was. However, because of Black Flame's sudden celebrity, Yifeng's existence had slowly disappeared from everyone's minds. Even Zhao Yueru herself had nearly forgotten that there was still this hateful person. "Miss Snow, may I know why you call me here this time?" Shifeng was somewhat curious about the reason for Gentle Snow's latest invitation. Previously, Gentle Snow had always been tight-lipped on the matter, so Shifeng had not asked about it. Now that the operation was set to begin, he needed to at least understand what they were to do. "Of course, if Miss Snow feels it inconvenient to speak, you need only tell me what you can. Since you're already here, there is naturally no need to keep this matter a secret any longer. It is a competition. 5 people, 5 matches. The first to win 3 wins the competition. I have invited you here to defeat 1 person on the opposition team. The remuneration is 20 million credits." Gentle Snow said, truthfully 20 million. Shifeng was greatly shocked upon hearing this amount previously. Gentle Snow had already paid 5 million up front just to have him show up. With this additional 20 million, the total would come to 25 million credits. Wasn't it just a competition? Was there a need to be so extravagant? There were countless people in the world who could not earn 1 million credits even after working for their entire lives. Yet, with just a few words, Gentle Snow had casually spent tens of millions. Comparisons were indeed odious originally. Shifeng had thought he could be considered a relatively wealthy person. Now, in comparison to Gentle Snow, he was practically a pauper. Of course, 20 million is just the basics. Depending on the opponent's strength, I can further increase the remuneration. Gentle Snow nodded okay. I accept this condition. Shifeng was naturally very satisfied with this deal currently. Zero Wing had just started its development, and Shifeng needed money for all aspects. Yet, he also could not constantly convert his coins into credits. Hence, this 20 million could definitely be considered a timely injection of funds upon Shifeng's agreement. Gentle Snow sighed in relief. With a great expert like him around, things should proceed much more smoothly later on, however. Before she even had the time to feel joyous, she suddenly received a message. When she read this message, her expression immediately turned grim. At this moment, everyone beside Gentle Snow could feel a bone-chilling aura emanating from her. Chapter 397, a different outcome. "Snow, what happened?" Zhao Yueru asked. She knew Gentle Snow well enough to notice the change, immediately seeing Gentle Snow's icy expression. Zhao Yueru knew that her friend was furious. Gentle Snow had always been a very calm person. She was not easily angered. Now, however, a single message had enraged her. Something big must have happened. Even Shifeng, who was not particularly familiar with Gentle Snow, could tell that the woman was furious. However, as an outsider, it was not appropriate for him to ask after reading the message. Gentle Snow first felt anger, but soon she seemed to deflate. Seeing this, Shifeng could tell that Gentle Snow wanted to say something, but struggled with how to express her thoughts. There are many challenges throughout life, and for most, one must face them alone in the end. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile as she forwarded the message to Zhao Yueru. "Nimble Snake. This inhuman, heartless animal. To think that we took care of him when he was at his lowest, provided him with resources, and even helped him become one of the 12 apostles of Ouroboros. Yet he actually became someone else's lapdog. The next time I see him, I will break all 3 of his legs." Zhao Yueru bellowed the moment she finished reading the message. "Big Sis Yueru. Maybe this is a misunderstanding? Big Sis Snow taught and nurtured him personally. They're nearly blood siblings. How could he possibly betray her?" Fierce Snake said, astonished when he heard Zhao Yueru's words. Nimble Snake was normally very appealing when in Gentle Snow's presence. Moreover, he had always been earnest and honest. He was also very loyal. He definitely was not someone who would betray his allies. If you don't believe me, then look at the evidence. Zhao Yueru made the message visible to everyone. This message was evidence that Nimble Snake had betrayed Gentle Snow before she even began to make plans. He had been reporting Gentle Snow's movements to those people, allowing them to take appropriate measures against her. Just an hour ago, Nimble Snake had officially become one of the opposition's 5 duelists. This was indisputable proof of Nimble Snake's treachery. Fierce Snake was speechless after reading the message, his eyes becoming bloodshot. He tried desperately to contact Nimble Snake. However, no matter how many times he tried, his calls never connected. Right now, Fierce Snake wanted to hunt down Nimble Snake and question him, however. This revelation hurt Gentle Snow the most. She had treated Nimble Snake like her own younger brother. Yet in her hour of need, that brother slid his blade between her shoulders, stabbing her in the back for the 5 matches. Based on Gentle Snow's understanding of the opposition's strength, Nimble Snake, Yi Feng, and herself had the highest chances of victory among her team. As for Zhao Yueru and Fierce Snake, they didn't even have half a chance. Now that Nimble Snake had defected to their enemy, her side had become the underdog. Snow, don't worry. Even if Nimble Snake has become a turncoat, we still have the advocators, Zhao Yueru hurriedly consoled her friend. Their strength has risen significantly recently, and they're not completely without a chance of victory. I'll contact them and have them meet us. However, Gentle Snow simply waved off Zhao Yueru's suggestion since Nimble Snake had betrayed her. Other than Yi Feng, her opponent most likely knew all about her other options. Even if she called for the advocators under her wing, they probably would not heed her summons at all. As the situation had already devolved to this point, she could only look for a random person to fill the empty spot on her team and leave everything else to luck. Fortunately, she had yet to reach a dead end. If Zhao Yueru or Fierce Snake won their matches, they still might come out on top at this moment. Gentle Snow was relieved that she had not revealed the matter regarding Yi Feng. Otherwise, their position might be unsalvageable. Witnessing this from the side, Shifeng suddenly thought of Gentle Snow's sudden departure from both Ouroboros and God's domain in the past. At that time, the snow goddess had suddenly disappeared from God's domain, creating a commotion throughout the virtual gaming world. Everyone knew of her disappearance in the past. However, nobody had known what exactly had happened to cause Gentle Snow's sudden departure. Now that Shifeng thought about it, Gentle Snow's departure might very well have had something to do with strife within Ouroboros. Meanwhile, considering the situation, something that should not have happened for another 2 years had arrived ahead of time. Just what is going on here? Originally, Shifeng had avoided obtaining the first clear of the Land of Death precisely because he was afraid of altering too much of history, making it more difficult for him to control the flow of events. However, the butterfly effect had still occurred. Moreover, history was even rapidly evolving in the worst possible way. If Gentle Snow left the virtual gaming world right now, Zero Wing would lose a reliable ally. Meanwhile, the other guilds would begin to target Zero Wing. This was not a future Shifeng wished to see, since history's development was already out of his control. Shifeng no longer intended to suppress himself. He might as well alter history further and open a better path for himself in the future. While Zhao Yueru attempted desperately to contact people and Gentle Snow planned to look for a random substitute, Shifeng suddenly walked up to them. Miss Snow, if you need an expert, I can recommend one. Shifeng said. Gentle Snow's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing Shifeng's word. Zhao Yueru, on the other hand, simply rolled her eyes at Shifeng, saying, Yi Feng, stop messing around. What we need right now is not an ordinary expert, but a great expert. We need someone who can face an army of 100 by themselves. However, they also cannot be too famous, and it would be the best if they were a hidden expert. Although Zero Wing's Aqua Rose and Fire Dance indeed possess the strength, they are simply too well known. The opposition definitely will not agree to such powerful reinforcements. The competition was an internal matter for Ouroboros. Hence, both parties had agreed to conduct the competition secretly. Although obtaining foreign aid was allowed, the precondition was that said reinforcements could not be well-known experts, allowing them to avoid unwanted attention. Of course, not attracting attention was simply an excuse. In reality, the opposition simply wanted to limit Gentle Snow's options, preventing her from requesting the help of anyone too powerful. Gentle Snow had very little backing in Ouroboros. If both sides faced each other using only their available forces in Ouroboros, Gentle Snow would definitely be at a disadvantage. As for inviting Aqua Rose, someone who is just as famous as Gentle Snow, or Zero Wing's #1 assassin expert, Fire Dance, her opponents would never agree to their participation in Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, unless the opposition had lost their minds and wholeheartedly wanted to lose Shifeng rolled his eyes at Zhao Yuru. He then smiled and said, "The public is definitely not familiar with the person I am recommending. As for how strong that person currently is, I do not know. However, just recently, their strength ranked close to Aqua Rose and Fire Dance in Zero Wings rankings." Listening to Shifeng, Zhao Yuru racked her mind, trying to figure out who Shifeng referred to. However, based on Shifeng's expression, he did not seem to be lying, and this only served to frustrate her even more. Gentle Snow's curiosity had also grown as she understood Zero Wing quite well. She had never expected that Zero Wing still hid such a powerful expert. The more she learned, the more she questioned her insight of Zero Wing. "I'll have to trouble you then. As for remuneration, I will similarly pay them 20 million. Would that be all right?" Gentle Snow said as she gazed at Shifeng gratefully. "Since Ms. Snow has no problems with it, I'll contact that person immediately." Shifeng nodded and called up the system menu. Chapter 398, Underground Arena. After Gentle Snow and the others had waited at Blue Mountain Restaurant for some time, a young girl in green robes finally appeared before them. Her hair had been pulled back into twin tails, and she radiated a holy aura. Shifeng walked up to the young girl's side, turning to look at Gentle Snow and the others as he said, "Let me introduce you. This is Violet Cloud, a healer of Zero Wing's core team." Violet Cloud grew nervous as Gentle Snow and the others stared at her. Lowering her head, she softly muttered, "Hello." Gentle Snow's team was stunned. The great expert Shifeng talked about was actually a young girl. Moreover, she was a cleric. She was only level 22, the same as Shifeng. As a great expert, Violet Cloud's level was somewhat low. After all, they were all level 24, although a 2-level gap was not considerably large. When experts fought, this little gap might lead to a loss. Such incidents were common in God's domain. Moreover, it was common knowledge that, although clerics had a certain amount of combat power, compared to other classes, they were by far inferior. Violet Cloud might possess excellent combat techniques, but that would only work against ordinary players. If she fought an equally skilled expert with a pure combat class, Violet Cloud had no chance of obtaining victory. Zhao Yuru immediately shot a hateful glare at Shifeng. Originally, she had thought Shifeng's behavior had changed for the better. However, she now discovered that she had been greatly mistaken. Shifeng simply did not have a bottom line. Even during such a crucial time, he still had the audacity to make fools out of them. Did he really think they were going up against a bunch of noobs? However, just as Zhao Yuru was about to give Shifeng a piece of her mind, Gentle Snow stopped her. "Since everyone's here, I'll lead the way then," Gentle Snow said. She then went out to the street and hailed a carriage. In reality, Gentle Snow also thought of replacing Violet Cloud. However, since Shifeng had guaranteed results, and she had already arrived, rejecting Violet Cloud would only disrespect Shifeng in any case. The result would be the same even if she replaced the cleric with a random player. Since it wouldn't really matter who took Violet Cloud's place, she might as well humor Shifeng a little. Shaking his head, Shifeng could not help but laugh as he watched Gentle Snow's figure board the carriage. He then said, "Violet, I look forward to your performance today." "Yes, sir. I definitely won't disappoint you." Violet Cloud nodded with determination, following which the two boarded the carriage. As well, Shifeng was very familiar with Violet Cloud's combat techniques. She was a first-class cleric in Zero Wing. Only, due to the limitations of her initial class, she could not display her strength fully. Now that she had successfully become an Astromancer, however, things had changed. Moreover, until now, Gentle Snow and the others had failed to notice one thing. He and Violet Cloud were no longer Tier 0 players. They were now Tier 1 players. Of course, a player's tier would not reveal itself to a basic identification skill. One required an advanced identification skill. It was also because of this that advanced identification skills became must-have skills later in the game. If one unknowingly provoked a high-tiered player, it would be too late for regrets. After all, the gap in tiers was much wider than the gap in levels at this stage of the game. Players rushed to level up and raid dungeons. It was even more so for the members of the various guilds. Nobody had the time for their class change quests. After all, A basic class change quest required players to invest at least 2 to 3 days. Moreover, class change quests were not easy to complete. On the off chance that they failed, they would have wasted a lot of their time. Hence, everyone chose to level up first and upgrade their equipment so that they would have a much easier time with their class change quests in the future. Even a great expert like Gentle Snow was of the same mind. There was also another reason why nobody was in a hurry to challenge their class change quest. Everyone still lacked a clear understanding of Tier 1 classes. They did not know just how much of an improvement a Tier 1 class could provide. Hence, none of the guilds in God's domain were in a hurry to push their members to complete their class changes. They all focused on claiming the first clear of dungeons, setting aside their class changes for now 2 hours later. Gentle Snow led everyone to Starmoon City's underground arenas. The underground arena was a holy land for players who loved PvP. During the later stages of the game, it was also a place to make a lot of money. Countless players would come to watch the fights here, and many of these spectators would bet on their favorite players. Meanwhile, the winners could receive a commission from the bets. The underground arena was also separated into a few different areas. There was the basic area, advanced area, and special area. Meanwhile, the commission players could obtain and the conditions to enter each zone were different. In the basic area, any player could enter to watch or participate in the fights. The advanced area was slightly different. If players wished to watch the fights there, they needed to pay a small fee. Meanwhile, if one wished to participate in the advanced area, they needed to face a minimum of 20 opponents in the basic area and win 80% of their matches. Victors in the advanced area would receive a commission of 1%. In other words, they would receive 1% of the total bets placed on their match. If a lot of players gambled on the fight, it would serve as a hefty income. Lastly, the victor would also receive 10% of the entrance fees. The special area had an even higher entry requirement. First, the entrance fees were much higher for the special area. As for players who wished to join the fights, they needed to have a minimum of 20 matches in the basic area under their belts and have won 90% of their battles. However, there was another option for players to become participants in the special area: the systems test. The system had to determine a player was an expert before they could fight in the special area. Meanwhile, victors would receive a 3% commission in addition to 30% of the entrance fees in the basic area, advanced area, and special area. There was one more difference between them: the size of the arenas. Each of the arenas in the basic area could only house up to 300 people, while the advanced area could house up to 1,500 people, and the special area could house up to 10,000 people. As long as a player had sufficient strength, they could make a lot of money in the underground arenas. In the past, Shurfeng had earned quite a lot from this place at this stage of the game. Although the underground arenas were not particularly popular and many of the rooms were empty, one could already see signs of prosperity in this place. In a few months, this place would definitely become very lively. Basic room 29. This should be it. Gentle Snow looked at the number plate hanging on the door before opening it. Inside the room, over 30 players had already gathered. These players all possessed very high levels. The lowest among them was level 23, while the highest was level 25. None of these players were ordinary. Nimble Snake, you traitor. You dare to show your face here. Have you forgotten who it was that helped you to achieve the wealth and status you possess today? Zhao Yueru's temper exploded the moment she saw a simple-looking youth standing among the crowd. That simple-looking youth was none other than the person Gentle Snow had spared no effort in cultivating: Nimble Snake. He was a level 24 assassin, and currently, he was fully armed with the level 20 Crimson Blood set equipment, a secret silver set equipment meant for assassins. In response to Zhao Yueru's curses, Nimble Snake remained calm as he swept a glance at Shurfeng and Violet Cloud. He then laughed coldly and said, "Zhao Yueru, I admit that Gentle Snow has treated me well these past few years. However, as the saying goes, man struggles upwards, water flows downward. Since Brother Chao's team is stronger, what is wrong with me joining them? With your strength, you wish to contest for the position of guild leader? Don't make me laugh. Zhao Yueru, on the other hand, you're someone that Brother Chao has always liked. Join us, and everyone will be on the same side in the future. Of course, you can also refuse." When you all lose, Brother Chow can only follow the appointed rules, and Gentle Snow can forget about the virtual gaming world in the future. Chapter 399, Death Mode. Although Nimble Snake's voice was soft, his tone was sharp, and unquestionable Gentle Snow frowned upon hearing Nimble Snake's words, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Changhua actually targeted Zhao Yueru for his own team, however. When Gentle Snow considered the matter, she could not find anything strange about Chao Chenghua's actions. Zhao Yueru's potential and strength were both very high. In the past, Zhao Yueru had been uninterested in virtual reality games and had only started gaming due to her unyielding insistence. Meanwhile, despite never training seriously, Zhao Yueru's strength had reached frightening levels. Zhao Yueru's talent was obvious to anyone who had seen her fight if Zhao Yueru had bothered to put more effort into her training before this. Very few in Ouroboros would have been a match for Hera at this moment. A majestic-looking middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. Upon seeing this man, everyone among the crowd respectfully moved aside. This man was none other than Ouroboros' acting guild leader, Chao Changhua. Even looking at him from afar, they could clearly feel the pressure Chao Changhua emitted from his gaze alone. Chao Changhua felt like a ferocious beast. Chao Changhua was currently level 24, and he was fully armed with a level 20 Wind Roar set equipment, a secret silver set equipment meant for berserkers. On his back, he carried a great sword that was as tall as he was. The great sword was the Iron Cutter, and it was one of the few dark gold weapons in Star Moon Kingdom enough. Nimble Snake, you've said too much. Chao Changhua reprimanded as he shot a glance at the assassin. Yes, guild leader. Nimble Snake self-consciously retreated behind Chao Changhua and fell silent. Gazing at his guild leader with reverence, I hope that you will consider your options carefully. You will not have a future if you stay by Gentle Snow's side. Only by joining my team will you have a bright future in God's domain, achieving your dreams. With a charming smile, Chao Changhua tried to persuade Zhao Yueru forget it. I will never join you. Zhao Yueru snapped, hatred coloring her expression as she sneered at Chao Changhua. The battle hasn't even begun yet. The winner and loser still haven't been determined. If we lose, I will leave the virtual gaming world with Snow. Yueru. Gentle Snow's heart was moved him. It seems you refuse to see things my way until you face reality. With just your 2 level 22 aids, even I feel sorry for you. Nimble Snake snorted and laughed disdainfully. Originally, Zhao Yueru had wanted to refute Nimble Snake's words, but when she saw Chao Chenghua's team members and looked at her own team, they truly were a pitiful sight. Chao Chenghua's team consisted of 4 level 24 players. Other than Chao Changhua and Nimble Snake, there was Ouroboros' 3rd branch leader, Blackheart Darrow, and the strongest member of the 12 Apostles, Soaring Snake. As for Chao Chenghua's last team member, he was a level 25 shield warrior who had hidden his identity behind a black cloak initially. Zhao Yueru still had some hope for victory. However, after seeing Chao Chenghua's team, other than Blackheart Darrow, whom she had a 40% certainty of defeating, her chances of defeating the other 4 were less than 30%. Moreover, Chao Chenghua's team also had Soaring Snake. Even Gentle Snow only possessed slightly more than a 50% chance of victory against him. Since everyone has arrived, this competition will be overseen by us elders. There are a total of 5 matches in this competition. The first to claim 3 victories will win. The victor will become Ouroboros' guild leader, while the loser will leave God's domain forever. The main God system has already accepted this condition. In addition, the arena has been set at death mode. A match will conclude only after one side has died. Before entering the arena, either side can choose to forfeit. That way, even if it is a loss, you won't have to suffer the penalty of death mode. If no one has any issues, you too can check the agreement. The main God system will bear testimony to this agreement. After agreeing, you can start drawing the lots for the battle. Gentle Snow and Chao Changhua nodded, confirming their agreement. Neither side really cared about the arena being set to death mode. Originally, players fighting in the underground arenas would not die even when defeated. Their HPs would stop decreasing after reaching 1. However, players could also enable death mode. This mode of battle was the equivalent of PvP out in the field, and players would suffer the same penalties for death, losing one level and dropping one random piece of their equipment. They would also randomly lose some skill proficiency points. The only difference about death mode was that a player's crime value would not increase for killing their opponent. Meanwhile, Shurfeng, who stood by the side, finally understood what was going on after listening to Ouroboros's elder's explanation. It turned out that Gentle Snow's mysterious departure in the past had been because of this competition. It was also obvious that Gentle Snow had lost the competition in the past. As for why she had lost, Shurfeng could see that as well, with a treacherous bastard like Nimble Snake stabbing her in the back at the most crucial of moments. How could Gentle Snow possibly walk away victorious? Seeing the predicament Gentle Snow was in, Shurfeng suddenly thought of himself. Gentle Snow had only fallen to her current predicament because of her bad judgment of people. Shurfeng had suffered a similar fate in the past after campaigning for a decade in God's domain. Instead of suffering defeat at the hands of his enemy, world dominators, his own people got rid of him. It was truly laughable. Just as Shurfeng recalled his past, the level 25 shield warrior on Chao Qinghua's team finally removed his cloak and revealed his true appearance. Why is he here? Disbelief filled Shurfeng upon seeing this shield warrior's identity. This shield warrior was Warwolf. Shurfeng had met him once in the past, and the man had left a very deep impression on Shurfeng. He was definitely a top-tier expert, and even Shurfeng had wanted to recruit him. However, Warwolf, at that time, had hated guilds deeply, so Shurfeng had no choice but to give up on his endeavor. Hence, he was greatly surprised that Warwolf had actually shown up as foreign aid for Chao Qinghua. Warwolf's appearance also shocked Gentle Snow. She had previously tried to recruit Warwolf back in White River City. However, the middle-aged man had rejected her, and after that, they both went their separate ways. As for how strong Warwolf was, even Gentle Snow herself was unsure. However, seeing that even the usually arrogant Soaring Snake and tyrannical Chao Qinghua showed him respect, it clear that something was amiss. After observing Warwolf for some time, Gentle Snow's gaze suddenly turned solemn. She could feel Warwolf's body radiating a sense of extreme danger. This was something that she had never felt before, even from Soaring Snake, although Gentle Snow wished to oppose Warwolf's participation. Until today, Warwolf had been utterly unknown in God's domain. Hence, arguing the matter wouldn't do any good compared to Gentle Snow's grave expression. Chao Qinghua currently appeared carefree. What is with Gentle Snow? I thought she would have invited some powerful experts, yet she actually invited 2 level 22 players. One of them is even a cleric. What a disappointment, the Elementalist, Soaring Snake, commented. Before Gentle Snow's team had arrived, he had planned to let loose, displaying his full might. Now that he was looking at them, however, it would seem that he would not get the chance today. Perhaps my departure had dealt too big of a blow to Gentle Snow, so she simply found a few people to fill the gaps. Otherwise, why would she even invite a cleric? Nimble Snake laughed, mocking the other team. Right now, the only threats are Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and Fierce Snake. Unfortunately, it is impossible for Zhao Yueru and Fierce Snake to win their matches. Just as Chao Qinghua's group laughed, confident of their victory, the system promptly announced the players who would fight in the first match immediately. Everyone's attention shifted towards the large screen above the arena. First match, Zhao Yueru vs. Chao Qinghua. Chapter 400, A Strange Blow. After the system revealed the first set of opponents, Zhao Yueru and Chao Qinghua promptly entered the arena. Zhao Yueru was an elementalist, while Chao Qinghua was a berserker. In terms of levels and equipment, both were evenly matched, though Chao Qinghua was slightly superior to Zhao Yueru regarding techniques. Zhao Yueru had the class advantage in this matchup. Hence, the victor was not apparent at first glance. Yet, Nimble Snake and the others revealed playful smiles, as if victory was already in their grasp. Seeing these reactions, Gentle Snow grew slightly confused. Gentle Snow had a fair grasp on Chao Qinghua's strength and ability. Although his techniques were slightly superior to Zhao Yueru's, there was a limit to how much of an advantage that could bring him. At most, it would help him bridge the gap between classes. Hence, it would not be easy for Chao Chenghua to obtain a victory yet. Why were Nimble Snake and the others behaving so confidently? Yueru, be careful. Chao Chenghua seems odd today. Don't let him approach you, no matter what. Gentle Snow secretly sent a whisper to Zhao. I understand. Don't worry. For the competition, I prepared and completed a high-level quest, obtaining a powerful skill. I will definitely make Chao Chenghua suffer. Zhao Yueru replied with a carefree smile, although Zhao Yueru appeared relaxed at the moment. Inwardly, she was on full alert. Although her match was only the first in this 5-round competition, it was also a crucial fight. If she won, then their chances at winning this entire competition would increase beyond 50%. Big Brother Yifeng. Is that Chao Chenghua an amazing expert? Violet Cloud asked when she saw the confident Chao Chenghua. He is an expert. However, he doesn't have what it takes to defeat Zhao Yueru with a 100% certainty. After all, other than mentality, there are other factors that can contribute to the result of a battle. Shifeng shook his head. In the past, Chao Chenghua had been the guild leader of Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Ouroboros had been a guild that mainly focused its development in Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, as the guild leader of Shadow back then, Shifeng had collected plenty of information on Chao Chenghua, and he had an acute understanding of Chao Chenghua's strength. While Shifeng and Violet Cloud secretly conversed, the battle at the arena had begun the moment the battle started. Chao Chenghua held nothing back and immediately activated Flame Charge, followed by a violent strike. Chao Chenghua was like a violent beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws naturally. Zhao Yueru would not give Chao Chenghua a chance to close in on her. Chanting an incantation, one of her hands waved the staff it held while the other swiftly traced lines of divine runes in the air. When Chao Chenghua was only 20 yards away from Zhao Yueru, an ice sphere appeared, blocking his path. If the ice sphere struck him, the damage would only be a secondary problem. The main problem was the movement speed reduction of the spell. After all, Berserkers were not exactly known for their mobility. Hence, when Elementalists fought Berserkers, kiting was their basic strategy, responding quickly. Chao Chenghua turned sharply and circled the ice sphere from the right. However, immediately after he dodged the ice sphere, multiple frost arrows flew towards him. Chao Chenghua smiled disdainfully at this sight. Swinging the dark gold ranked iron cutter, he smashed and shattered the frost arrows coming at him before renewing his charge once more. However, as if she had expected this outcome, Zhao Yueru waved her staff once more and cast Ice Dragon Blast, sending a large serpentine dragon at Chao Chenghua. She then cast Ice Wall to seal off the berserkers' surrounding shatter. Chao Chenghua gripped his sword with both hands and swung the weapon at the ice dragon, activating horizontal slash. However, the instant the ice dragon shattered, a layer of frost appeared on Chao Chenghua's body, reducing his movement speed sharply. Zhao Yueru immediately followed up with 3 ice spears. Although Chao Chenghua wanted to block the incoming attacks, the frost covering his body drastically slowed his movements. In the end, he only managed to block one of the spears, allowing the remaining to reach their mark -215, -221. 2 damages appeared above Chao Chenghua's head. However, at level 24, Chao Chenghua possessed 3,320 HP, so these 2 attacks only managed to decrease his HP by slightly over 10% at this moment. Chao Chenghua frowned. He had clearly shattered the ice dragon, yet why had the freezing effect still taken hold? It seems the effect of this new skill is quite powerful after all. Zhao Yueru was very satisfied with her previous attack. Ice Dragon Blast was the advanced skill Zhao Yueru had recently learned opponents could defend against ordinary spells. However, Ice Dragon Blast was slightly different. Even if her opponent blocked the attack, although it would not deal any damage, it would still inflict a speed reduction effect lasting 5 seconds. When used against classes with low mobility like the Berserker, it was extremely useful. Now that Chao Chenghua's speed had fallen, Zhao Yueru would take advantage of it. First, she cast Frozen Circle, freezing the slowed Chao Chenghua. A magic array then appeared by Zhao Yueru's side, and 5 fireballs the size of wash basins circled the Elementalist. Go. Zhao Yueru cast Flame Barrage and bombarded Chao Chenhua with Attack's Ice Spear was a fast attack spell. It possessed speed but not power. Hence, the two previous attacks had merely been a scratch to Chao Chenhua. However, Flame Barrage was different. If all 5 fireballs struck the guild leader, he would lose over half of his HP at this moment. Chao Chenhua was still frozen in place, unable to move. He could not dodge the bombardment of the 5 incoming great fireballs. Good. We've won. Fierce Snake shouted excitedly just before the 5 great fireballs struck Chao Chenhua. However, the berserker's skin suddenly flushed red, and his body seemed to grow. The layer of frost binding his legs instantly shattered. Nobody would have thought that Chao Chenhua had learned a control removal skill in the next moment. Chao Chenhua released a thundering roar. He then brandished his greatsword with both hands as he charged at the nearest great fireball. With a slash of his sword, Chao Chenhua split the spell in half. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 great fireballs merely rubbed past Chao Chenhua's body, each dealing slightly over -100 damage after breaking through Zhao Yueru's Flame Barrage. The distance between Chao Chenhua and Zhao Yueru was only 8 yards. Launching himself into the air, Chao Chenhua activated Death Leap and arrived by Zhao Yueru's side. He followed up with a thunderclap before twisting his body and using Cleave. In a panic, Zhao Yueru hurriedly used Blink. However, she was too late. Not only had Thunderclap reduced her speed, but she also took the full brunt of Chao Chenhua's Cleave instantly. Zhao Yueru's HP of over 2,600 points fell to around 1,700 points. Fortunately, Zhao Yueru had kept Magic Shield active, absorbing a certain amount of damage. Otherwise, Chao Chenhua's Cleave would have destroyed at least half of her HP. However, just after Zhao Yueru used Blink to pull a distance of 15 yards between Chao Chenhua and herself, the Berserker used Charge for the second time. Approaching the Elementalist at high speed, Zhao Yueru waved her staff, sending out multiple ice spears. Facing these attacks, Chao Chenhua had no choice but to defend himself with his greatsword, slowing him down. Meanwhile, Zhao Yueru took this chance to widen the gap between them further, not forgetting to use control skills like Ice Wall and Ice Sphere while she made her escape. However, due to the debuff from Thunderclap, Zhao Yueru's movement speed had greatly reduced. Meanwhile, ever since Chao Chenhua's body had increased in size, he had been able to shrug off control effects. After fending off Zhao Yueru's attacks, he charged at the Elementalist and activated Trisecting Slash. 3 crescent-shaped blades of light flew at Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru used Frost Shield to block the attacks, taking the chance to jump away and dodge Chao Chenhua's Trisecting Slash. However, as if he had predicted what Zhao Yueru would do, Chao Chenhua charged towards her new position, swinging his greatsword violently horizontal slash. Zhao Yueru knew that she could not avoid this attack. Blink was still on cooldown. She needed a little more time before she could use it again. With no other choice, she could only block the attack with her staff. Although mages had low strength, they could still use their weapons to block attacks, reducing the damage received. Not to mention, she still had Magic Shield. As long as she endured a few hits, she could use Blink to escape. Normally, control skills like the one Chao Chenhua had used did not possess a very long duration. Moreover, Zhao Yueru had already seen through the trajectory of Chao Chenhua's attack. She could easily angle her staff to utilize the force of the impact to pull away from Chao Chenhua. However, after Chao Chenhua's Iron Cutter landed on her staff, Zhao Yueru did not feel any force transmitted to her hands. Instead, the greatsword appeared at Zhao Yueru's side. Chao Chenhua's attack shattered the magic shield and struck Zhao Yueru viciously. Chapter 401, Omnivision. What happened? General Snow, who watched the fight from the spectator stands, focused on Chao Chenhua, her mind replaying Chao Chenhua's last attack no matter how she looked at it. Zhao Yueru had blocked the attack. Yet, somehow, Chao Chenhua's sword had appeared somewhere completely different. It was like a magical sword. Zhao Yueru was just as confused. She could not understand what had happened. However, she no longer had the time to think on it. Chao Chenhua's attack dealt -1,241 damage, reducing Zhao Yueru's originally low HP to 470 points. If she suffered another attack, she would damage were especially weak in terms of defense, strength, and agility. If a melee class like the Berserker close in on a mage, only tragedy awaited them. Zhao Yueru instinctively used Flame Circle, a type of instantaneous activation spell. Immediately, a ring of flame expanded outwards, forcing her enemies to retreat. Chao Changhua remained unfazed by the incoming flames as he swung his greatsword down at them. Boom. Chao Chinghua's greatsword sliced apart the ring of flame. However, he was still forced to take a step back due to the resulting impact, abruptly stopping his attack momentum. Taking this chance, Zhao Yueru retreated while pelting Chao Changhua with frost arrows. Don't even think of escaping. Chao Changhua roared. Enduring the attacks from the frost arrows, he sent a horizontal sweep at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yueru used her staff to defend once more. This time, Zhao Yueru focused on the greatsword, devoting her full attention to determining the weapon's trajectory. Just as Iron Cutter was about to land, Zhao Yueru quickly shifted her staff to block the attack. Chao Changhua, however, simply revealed a mocking smile as he focused all his power into his slash. Once again, something strange occurred. Chao Chinghua's Iron Cutter suddenly disappeared before reappearing and striking Zhao Yueru's blind spot. Before Zhao Yueru realized what had happened, her body was on the ground, her vision darkening. Zhao Yueru, do you understand now? Only by following me will you have a bright future ahead of you, Chao Chenghua said as he looked down at Zhao Yueru's fallen body. Zhao Yueru wanted to rise and retaliate. Unfortunately, her HP had already fallen to 0. Victor in the first match, Chao Changhua. Meanwhile, not only had Zhao Yueru lost a level after dying, but she had also dropped a piece of her equipment and lost a significant amount of skill proficiency after resurrecting. Zhao Yueru walked up to Gentle Snow, her disappointment written all over her face. Feeling deeply ashamed, she said, "Snow, I'm sorry." Her loss had undoubtedly increased the burden on the later fights. After all, out of the next 4 matches, they needed to win 3 to win this competition. It's not your fault. Chao Changhua hid his strength too well. Not only did he learn a control removal skill, but he also learned a new, mysterious skill. There is nothing wrong with losing to him. Gentle Snow comforted. "Leave the rest to me." MHM. Zhao Yu silently nodded, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Although Gentle Snow had consoled her, she could not forgive herself. What frustrated her the most was the fact that she didn't even know how she had lost. Shurfeng, who had observed the fight from a distance, was similarly surprised since when had Chao Changhua become so strong. Thinking back to Chao Changhua and his team's expressions, Shurfeng finally understood why they had been so confident in Chao Chenghua's victory. "Big brother Yifeng, do you know what sort of skill this Chao Chenghua used?" Even after watching the match, I still failed to discern the attack pattern of that strike of his. Chao Chenghua's attack clearly wasn't that fast, yet his blade had suddenly vanished and reappeared somewhere else. How can anybody block such an attack? Violet Cloud was curious about Chao Chenghua's previous attacks. If Chao Changhua possessed such a strange skill, then one could only kite him and kill him from a distance. Did you think that was skill? Shurfeng chuckled. Was it not a berserker's skill? Violet Cloud asked, surprise filling her face. Shurfeng shook his head, explaining, "That isn't an in-game skill. Rather, it is a martial arts technique." "A martial arts technique?" Violet Cloud gaped. If anyone else had said these words, she would suspect that they were boasting. However, if they came from Shurfeng, they must be true. Chao Changhua used a technique similar to rock, paper, scissors, using scissors before he took action. Zhao Yueru, upon noticing Chao Changhua was about to use scissors, naturally chose rock. However, before the two clashed, Chao Changhua suddenly changed to paper. So, Chao Changhua won, while Zhao Yueru could not figure out how Chao Changhua had used paper. That's the general idea of this technique. Although it sounds easy theoretically, it is actually quite difficult to pull off. One needs to have learned Omnivision and carefully observe their opponent. However, I'm not referring to ordinary observations we make. One needs to see the whole picture, looking at everything objectively without bias to gain insight into the enemy's actions. When Qiao Changhua had attacked earlier, he had analyzed Zhao Yueru's actions, her body's movements, defensive positions, everything. Hence, when Zhao Yueru was about to defend herself, Qiao Changhua changed the trajectory of his attack, striking Zhao Yueru's blind spot. By the time Zhao Yueru reacted, she had already taken damage, of course. When Qiao Changhua swung his greatsword, he had also used a technique called second acceleration. When he swung his greatsword, he had not attacked with his full power, using only around 40%. Only when he changed his attack's trajectory did he use his full power. Such a sudden acceleration leaves an afterimage, causing one to think that the greatsword still followed its original trajectory. So, when you saw Qiao Chenghua's sword suddenly vanish, what you actually saw was a false image produced by her mind. Zhao Yueru does not possess such combat experience, and she has no martial arts training. It is only natural that she lost. A realization struck Violet Cloud as she listened to Shi Feng's explanation. After hearing Shi Feng, Violet Cloud felt as if a door had opened within her, and she had discovered a whole new world beyond that threshold. So, players could use such techniques in battle. As Violet Cloud recovered from her shock, a new thought suddenly popped in her mind. Since Big Brother Yi Feng can explain it in such detail, does that mean that Big Brother Yi Feng knows how to do it as well? The thought excited the young cleric as Shi Feng and Violet Cloud discussed the fight among themselves. The system revealed the next pair of combatants. Shi Feng then shifted his gaze to the electronic display above the arena's second match. Gentle Snow versus Blackheart Darrow. Gentle Snow was a berserker, while Blackheart Darrow was a ranger. Comparing classes, berserkers were the more dominant of the two classes. Although rangers had some close combat capabilities, their advantage lay in their ultra-long-range attacks. They were more suited for fighting in jungles or forests. In this arena with limited space and no obstacles to use as a cover, rangers were at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Gentle Snow's techniques were stronger than Blackheart Darrow's despite being in such a disadvantageous position. However, Blackheart Darrow was still very calm. There was even a hint of scorn in his eyes, his gaze void of the respect he had shown Gentle Snow in the past. When both fighters entered the arena, the countdown for the battle began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Blackheart Darrow immediately spun around and activated Wind Chaser, intending to increase the distance between him and his opponent. However, Gentle Snow's first attack stunned everyone present. Chapter 402, The Terrifying War Goddess. What is Gentle Snow trying to do? Everyone in the spectator stands was baffled. Even Zhao Yu, who was very familiar with Gentle Snow, was dumbfounded by her friend's actions. Gentle Snow had thrown her blue greatsword the moment the battle started. Any player who lost their main weapons was tantamount to a beast without its claws and fangs. Yet, Gentle Snow took the initiative to discard her main weapon in order to attack her enemy. Berserkers were not ranged fighters. Although the greatsword she threw possessed some power, its attack pattern was very straightforward. The greatsword was not very fast, so players could easily dodge it. Meanwhile, if Gentle Snow lost her main weapon, she could not attack or defend. If she relied solely on a berserker's mobility and dodging capabilities, an expert ranger like Blackheart Darrow could defeat her effortlessly. Zhao Yueru's loss had already forced Gentle Snow to the edge of the cliff, and she could not afford carelessness in the second match. If Gentle Snow lost her match as well, their hopes of victory would be dashed. It seems that Zhao Yueru's loss was quite a blow to Gentle Snow. Why is she acting so impulsively? Many of the elders who silently supported Gentle Snow lamented at this sight before this battle had even begun. The victor of both this match and this competition had been determined. If even Gentle Snow lost, the other members of her team didn't have a prayer. The only person who had a chance at victory was Fierce Snake. However, Qiao Changhua still had Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake fighting for him. As for Warwolf, even Qiao Changhua treated the shield warrior respectfully. The man must be astonishingly powerful in the arena. Blackheart Darrow discovered the blue greatsword soaring towards him. He grinned. Gentle Snow, you're seeking death, Don't blame me for being merciless. Blackheart Arrow immediately adjusted his footwork. Sidestepping, he twisted slightly. His movements were incredibly subtle, and his dodging techniques were reminiscent of a martial arts master. In the next moment, Gentle Snow's blue sky flew past Blackheart Arrow, missing his side by a few centimeters. At this moment, Blackheart Arrow revealed a savage expression. Whenever he had fought Gentle Snow in the past, the latter would always beat him into a pulp. Even today, he was not absolutely confident that he could triumph over the Snow Goddess. However, she had foolishly thrown her greatsword, assuming that he couldn't dodge it. Now that she no longer had her main weapon, she could not deflect his rain of arrows. Blackheart Arrow retrieved the deep blue longbow from his back and retrieved the precious wind-breaking arrows from his bag. He then knocked the arrows, aimed at Gentle Snow, and drew his bow into a full moon wind-breaking arrows. There was also an additional knockback effect when the arrow hit its target. Furthermore, the bow Blackheart Arrow used, Blue Wings, had an effect that increased an arrow's speed by an additional 15%. Compiling both of these effects, even an agility-focused assassin would struggle to dodge his attacks. At most, they could use their weapons to deflect the arrows. Previously, Blackheart Arrow had tested the wind-breaking arrows with Nimble Snake. Within 20 yards, even with Nimble Snake's skills and extremely fast reaction speed, he could only use his daggers to defend himself against the arrows. Hence, there was no way a low agility and unarmed berserker could protect herself from them. This was one of the reasons why Blackheart Arrow was confident that he would defeat Gentle Snow just as Blackheart Arrow was about to fire 3 wind-breaking arrows at Gentle Snow. The Snow Goddess suddenly revealed a faint smile. Watch how I'll get rid of. Blackheart Arrow suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, and he plunged face first into the ground. A damage of minus 1,342 appeared above his head, his HP decreasing by almost half. Blackheart Arrow's mind was blank as his body fell to the ground. What happened? Hadn't he been the one attacking? How had he fallen? There was even an additional heavily injured debuff on him now. His movement speed and attack speed had decreased by 20% for 6 seconds. Moreover, by the time he looked up, the blue greatsword Gentle Snow had thrown had somehow returned to her, and the berserker was charging at him. Wasn't that death throw? When did Gentle Snow learn it? Moreover, the skills level has actually reached tier 1. Is it an innate skill of her weapon? With his wealth of experience, Shurfong had immediately discerned the skill Gentle Snow had used. Death Throw was not a skill unique to berserkers. Rather, it was a special skill with a 2-staged attack. Those unaware of this skill would simply think that Gentle Snow had thrown her weapon. However, Death Throw basically made her weapon boomerang. Normally, after players dodged the first attack, they would launch a counterattack, failing to notice the second attack from behind. Moreover, Death Throw's second attack contained far more speed and destructive power than the first. At tier 0, Death Throw would inflict a heavily injured debuff upon hitting the target. It was even more powerful at tier 1. This 2-staged attack fooled many players, and as a result, they would lose their lives. Blackheart Arrow knew that he was in danger at the moment. However, Gentle Snow was still more than 10 yards from him. Hurriedly, he climbed up from the ground, intending to escape while firing the wind-breaking arrows at Gentle Snow. Knocking her back, however, the moment Blackheart Arrow stood, he suddenly discovered Gentle Snow slashing down her blue greatsword despite the distance between them. In the next moment, over a dozen blue wind blades flew towards him. With both his movement speed and attack speed reduced, Blackheart Arrow would have a difficult time blocking or dodging. The ranger immediately released an angry bellow, intending to activate a life-saving skill, Backward Jump. However, why can't I use any of my skills? Blackheart Arrow discovered that he could not use Backward Jump. He then looked at the blue wind blades that were suddenly before him, crying out in confusion, "Shwa! Shwa! Shwa!" The dozen or so wind blades shredded Blackheart Arrow's body, and damages over minus 300 appeared above his head, one after another. In the end, his HP fell to 0. As the ranger's body transformed into particles of light, a deep blue longbow had been left behind in his place. Victor of the second match, Gentle Snow. Chao Chunghua, his teammates, as well as the elders of Ouroboros standing at the spectator stands, were dumbfounded. Gentle Snow had only used 2 moves to defeat Blackheart Arrow, Ouroboros' 3rd branch leader. It was simply unbelievable. Is this her true strength? Chao Chunghua watched Gentle Snow's figure as she departed from the arena with a grim expression. Fortunately, Gentle Snow's opponent had been Blackheart Arrow, the weakest of the 5 on Chao Chunghua's team. If she had fought anyone else this round, Gentle Snow might have had a chance of becoming the victor of this competition and the guild leader of Ouroboros' big brother Yifeng. Big Sis Snow is so amazing. She took out an expert with just 2 moves. Violet Cloud exclaimed with awe indeed. Shifeng nodded, smiling faintly. Blackheart Arrow did not know that, if struck by the Tier 1 death throw, players would also suffer a silence effect, which prevented them from using any skills for a short time. This was why the skill was known as the death throw. Gentle Snow's brilliant victory had undeniably increased the morale of her team. They now only needed to win 2 of the 3 remaining matches. Moreover, Gentle Snow's intense domination had given the opposition some pause, just as Zhao Yueru and Fierce Snake celebrated Gentle Snow's victory. The next combatants were announced. Chapter 403, Boiling Fury. Chao Chunghua's team, who had fallen silent due to Gentle Snow's display, suddenly smiled upon seeing the names for the third match. Fierce Snake vs. Warwolf. Fierce Snake was a berserker, while Warwolf was a shield warrior. Regarding combat power, berserkers held the advantage over shield warriors. However, shield warriors possessed high HP and defense, as well as plenty of life-saving skills, making them far more difficult to deal with than other classes in general. Neither class had an edge over the other. Hence, the players' techniques would determine the outcome of this third match. Gentle Snow looked at the shield warrior, who had remained silent and calm throughout the competition. Despite doing nothing, Warwolf exuded a faint pressure that made one unconsciously distance themselves from him. No matter how Gentle Snow examined Warwolf, she could never mistake him for an ordinary expert. Even her core team's MT, Ghost Chop, had admitted that he had only started playing as shield warrior because of this man. Furthermore, Chao Chunghua and the rest of his team treated Warwolf with great respect. This showed that Warwolf's standards were top tier, and he should not be any weaker than Nimble Snake of the 12 Apostles. Soaring Snake ranked 1st, Nimble Snake ranked 3rd, and Fierce Snake ranked 9th. If Fierce Snake fought Nimble Snake, his chances of victory only hovered between 30% and 40% if Warwolf was stronger than Nimble Snake and was about equal to Soaring Snake. Then Fierce Snake's chances of victory were only around 20% to 30%. However, Warwolf did not play a damage-dealing class. His attacks would not be very powerful. On the other hand, a Berserker also wore plate armor. Unlike leather and cloth armor classes, Berserkers would not die so easily. Knowing this, Warwolf was prepared to fight a battle of attrition and slowly exhaust Fierce Snake to death. After all, that was the shield warrior's specialty. Fierce Snake, your opponent is not simple. Make sure you don't cross swords with him for too long and give him any openings. Gentle Snow whispered a reminder to Fierce Snake. She then took a gold-rimmed skill book from her bag, carefully handing it to Fierce Snake, saying, "Learn this skill. If you use it at a crucial moment, you might defeat him." Fierce Snake's heart pounded the moment he read the introduction of this skill book. This skill book was an extremely rare burst skill for Berserkers, Boiling Fury. For a short time, the skill increased the player's damage by 40%, strength by 15%, and attack speed by 30%. Moreover, the less HP the player had, the faster their attack speed would become. To a Berserker, this skill book's value far surpassed that of 1 or 2 dark gold weapons. Big Sis Snow, Boiling Fury is too valuable. I can't learn it, Fierce Snake said, shaking his head. Warwolf will not be easy to deal with, and you know this. You don't want me to lose, right? Worried that a powerful enemy would appear, Gentle Snow had prepared for this competition. As the underground arena prohibited players from using any tools, the only way to raise a player's combat power was to learn new and powerful skills. Boiling Fury was one such skill Gentle Snow had prepared. She also had another advanced skill for Nimble Snake. Unfortunately, that skill book would not come into play during these matches sitting a short distance away. Surephone was slightly surprised upon seeing the skill book Gentle Snow pass to Fierce Snake. Gentle Snow had actually obtained such a super rare skill book. Boiling Fury would only drop from High Lord's ranked field bosses, and its drop rate was 2%. One needed immense luck in order to obtain it. I understand, I will not lose. Fierce Snake nodded and chose to learn Boiling Fury. He then watched the thin war wolf walk into the arena, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Originally, he only had a 30% chance of defeating the Shield Warrior. Now that he had obtained Boiling Fury, he had a 70% certainty of coming out victorious. Following which, Fierce Snake also entered the arena. Snow, you're simply too amazing. I can't believe you had something so powerful hidden. Fierce Snake will win for sure. Zhao Yuru hugged Gentle Snow excitedly, her previous depressed mood scattering to the winds. In response, Gentle Snow lightly tapped Zhao Yuru's forehead and revealed a faint smile. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the battle between Fierce Snake and War Wolf had begun. I am interested to see just how powerful you are. The moment the battle started, Fierce Snake lifted his silvery gray battle axe and charged at War Wolf. When his axe descended, even the air roared. However, without even retrieving the shield and saber from his back, War Wolf simply took a step back and allowed the battle axe to brush past his body, slamming into the ground. War Wolf immediately stomped down on the battle axe, the weapon becoming completely embedded into the ground. He then unsheathed the saber covered in golden magic runes from his back and slashed at the berserker's neck, the weapon creating a beautiful arc. The entire process flowed like water, and everyone who witnessed it was amazed. Before Fierce Snake could respond, a damage of minus 536 points appeared above his head. Although War Wolf's attack had not dealt a significant amount of damage to Fierce Snake, who had over 3,200 HP, this strike had dealt a heavy blow to the berserker's mentality. Before he could even react, War Wolf's attack struck him. In Fierce Snake's memories, this had never happened in any of the PvP battles he had participated in before. Seeing War Wolf's saber slashing at him again, Fierce Snake hurriedly used Whirlwind Slash. At this moment, War Wolf lifted his shield, blocking Fierce Snake's skill, and taking a single step back. Fierce Snake took advantage of a small victory to follow up with a series of attacks, using skill after skill to force War Wolf into a continuous retreat. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Fierce Snake's HP continued to decrease despite being on the offensive. Every time Fierce Snake attacked, War Wolf would effortlessly block it with his shield and counterattack with his saber. Fierce Snake had no idea what was happening. Although he had tried to dodge and block War Wolf's counterattacks, the Shield Warrior's saber would always somehow land a hit. Even when War Wolf took the initiative to launch an attack, he couldn't dodge or defend himself. War Wolf's saber would always disappear in mid-swing before suddenly appearing elsewhere. By the time War Wolf's saber reappeared, it was too late for him to react. He could only watch as his HP fell, powerless to do anything about it. Seeing that he had less than 1,000 HP remaining, Fierce Snake gritted his teeth and activated Boiling Fury. At this point, if he hesitated to activate Boiling Fury, he would die in a few moments. However, even after activating Boiling Fury, Fierce Snake was no different than a baby swinging a large axe to War Wolf. This time, the Shield Warrior did not even bother to use his shield and relied on his reflexes to dodge every one of Fierce Snake's attacks. It looked as if Fierce Snake's axe actively avoided War Wolf as the weapon brushed past him, never hitting his body. Fierce Snake nearly crumbled. This scene dumbfounded both Gentle Snow and Zhao Yuru. They were familiar with Fierce Snake's strength, yet War Wolf could toy with him so effortlessly. Even Gentle Snow admitted that she was not capable of such a feat. Just who is he? Gentle Snow could not believe her eyes. Chao Chenhua had actually found someone so impressive. Most likely, only Zero Wings guild leader, one-hit Azura Black Flame, could contend with such a powerful expert inside the arena. War Wolf walked up to Fierce Snake, utterly relaxed. After swinging his saber twice, Fierce Snake's body fell to the ground, Reluctance and frustration filling his face, their strengths were on different levels entirely. Gentle Snow has definitely lost. The difference between our external player and hers is like heaven and earth. However, this is fate. Not everyone has the chance to connect with such an expert. If Chao Chenghua becomes the guild leader, he might be able to invite more experts into our guild. This would benefit the guild's future development. The elders seated in the spectator stands expressed their admiration of Warwolf's performance. They began to anticipate the future of the guild. As for Gentle Snow, they no longer expected anything of her. Chapter 404, The Difference Between Outsiders. Gentle Snow, you should now see the difference between us, right? Chao Chenghua said, laughing as he grinned at Gentle Snow. From the very beginning, you never had any chance of winning this competition. There is only one ending for you all today: defeat. Gentle Snow, stoic and beautiful, refused to respond to Chao Chenghua's taunts. It was true that she had never expected Chao Chenghua to invite such an expert suddenly. This competition was no longer within her control originally. She had hoped for Fierce Snake's victory. Then, as long as Yifeng secured another win, she would dominate this competition yet. Now, there were still 2 matches left. Even if Yifeng won his match, they would end with a tie. However, they didn't have any experts for the final match. Big brother Yifeng, what is going on? Violet Cloud's eyes widened in shock when she witnessed Warwolf's demonic attacks. Why does he know it too? Seeing as Warwolf can use Omnivision and second acceleration to such a refined standard, Chao Chenghua must have learned those techniques from him. Shifeng calmly explained. Realization immediately dawned on Violet Cloud, however. Shifeng's words had undeniably given Gentle Snow and the others a shock, each one of them falling silent. If Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake had also learned such mystifying techniques. Ha, that's right. Both Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake have also learned those techniques. Moreover, they are more proficient than I am. Chao Chenghua could not help but laugh when he saw Gentle Snow and the others' expressions. Gentle Snow, you understand now, right? You have no chance of winning this competition. On top of that, the 2 outsiders you brought are merely 2 level 22 players. How could they possibly compete with the empowered Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake? Gentle Snow, just admit your loss right now. If you do, you won't have to suffer a humiliating defeat. At this time, both Nimble Snake and Soaring Snake shifted their gaze to Shifeng and Violet Cloud, disdain filling their eyes. How boring. They are the last opponents. With this, I can't test out my new techniques. Soaring Snake sighed with disappointment. If I fought Gentle Snow, I might have been able to display some of my strength. I heard that Yifeng is quite strong. He was previously the first player to enter White River City and had even defeated hundreds of players by himself during the initial stages of God's domain. He should provide some challenge and serve as a warm-up for the both of you. Chao Chenghua casually explained as he smirked at Shifeng at this moment. Warwolf opened his mouth and said, "That's right. You should not underestimate Yifeng. I have seen his battle videos. Even though everyone's levels were very low at the time, based on the way Yifeng moved and took action, I guarantee that he possesses a significant foundation in martial arts. Although he is yet to grasp Omnivision, you two should still be careful when fighting him." After Warwolf had agreed to aid Chao Chenghua, other than speaking while he trained them, he was usually silent. Warwolf's sudden and casual comment drew everyone's attention to him. Nimble Snake looked at Shifeng, unable to feel any power or pressure from the ordinary-looking man. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he laughed and said, "Big brother Warwolf, you worry too much. You taught both of us personally. Against such an amateur martial artist, I can easily take care of him alone." Before Nimble Snake had joined Chao Chenghua, he had never known that he could apply so many martial arts techniques to playing a game like God's Domain. When Chao Chenghua had first approached him, Nimble Snake did not even humor the thought of defecting. At that time, he felt that Gentle Snow's combat techniques were the epitome of what it meant to be an expert. However, after dueling Warwolf and suffering an overwhelming defeat, Nimble Snake realized that he had merely been a frog in the bottom of the well. It was like meeting Superman. Superman was the creation of man's imagination, a fictional character that could never exist yet. Reality suddenly revealed that such fictional characters actually existed. This revelation had shaken Nimble Snake's beliefs. Hence, Nimble Snake had joined Chao Qinghua's side without hesitation and received special training from Warwolf. After spending a lot of time and effort, he finally grasped the technique called Omnivision. After grasping Omnivision, Nimble Snake finally realized how huge of a gap there was between him and Warwolf. If Gentle Snow was the peak of mortals, then after grasping Omnivision, Nimble Snake had exceeded mortal standards. The two were on entirely different levels, top-tier experts. Great experts. They were just jokes in Nimble Snake's eyes. Nimble Snake, stop speaking nonsense. Brother Warwolf definitely has his reasons for what he said. No matter who faces Yi Feng, you must go all out against him, understand? Chao Qinghua reproached Nimble Snake, glaring at the assassin. Yes, I understand. Nimble Snake hurriedly lowered his head at this moment. The fourth combatants had been revealed. Fourth match. Yi Feng versus Soaring Snake. Haha. Perfect. Since Big Brother Warwolf said to be careful of Yi Feng, then I'll use him to test my new skills and see just how much I have improved. Soaring Snake walked into the arena. Excitedly, Soaring Snake was not a brawny man. On the contrary, he was very lean. However, although he was thin, his muscles were packed with explosive power like a cheetah's. Out of everyone in Chao Qinghua's team, Warwolf was the most optimistic about Soaring Snake. Not only did he possess the highest talent for combat, but the speed at which he learned also left everyone speechless. He had only taken half the time to learn Omnivision. Moreover, he was a natural-born fighting maniac under Warwolf's tutelage. Soaring Snake had developed with unimaginable speeds, and right now, he was definitely the #1 powerhouse in all of Ouroboros. If not for Chao Qinghua's wish to hide Soaring Snake's strength, the latter would have long since made it on the God's Domain experts list. Yi Feng, how confident are you? Gentle Snow suddenly asked as Shi Feng was about to enter the arena. If you don't feel confident, just admit defeat. You are Zero Wings backbone. It would not be beneficial for you to lose a level here. This competition was a miscalculation on my part. I never expected that Chao Qinghua had such a monster on his team. Not only is he a powerful fighter himself, but he has also enhanced Soaring Snake and Nimble Snake's strength. As for the losses you have suffered by joining me, I will pay 5 million credits. In Gentle Snow's opinion, Yi Feng was undoubtedly stronger than Soaring Snake. However, after finding out that Soaring Snake had completely changed, even Gentle Snow didn't think that she had much of a chance against him. Meanwhile, how much stronger could Yi Feng possibly be? A promise is a promise. Since Miss Snow has already invited me here, and I have agreed to help, how could I possibly flee without a fight? Shi Feng revealed a faint smile as he entered the arena. Yi Feng is such a fool. Zhao Yuru huffed angrily. Didn't he see how powerful Warwolf was? Since Warwolf guided and taught Soaring Snake, even if he is not on par with Warwolf, he is probably not too far behind. Yi Feng is just trying to die. All right, Yueru, everyone has their own bottom lines and styles of conduct. It is my fault for telling Yi Feng to give up without a fight. Gentle Snow placated Zhao Yueru. She then shifted her gaze to Shi Feng inside the arena. A mix of feelings filling her heart, however. While Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru both worried, Violet Cloud suddenly giggled and said, "Since Big Brother Yi Feng has given his promise, he will fulfill it. You can rest assured about this." Both Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru turned their heads to look at the little girl named Violet Cloud, confused. Just why was Violet Cloud so confident in Yi Feng? Violet Cloud simply smiled and remained silent. Only she realized that their opponents should be the ones worrying. Soaring Snake was about to fight none other than Starmoon Kingdom's #1 powerhouse, One Hit Azura. Chapter 405, Techniques Are Useless. Seeing Violet Cloud's confident yet silent smile, Zhao Yueru grew anxious. However, she also could not do anything about this situation, so she could only return her focus to the arena. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was very calm, observing Violet Cloud previously. Due to her anger over Nimble Snake's treachery, she had only glanced at the cleric, not paying her any mind. Now that Gentle Snow paid closer attention, she discovered that, Although this little girl, named Violet Cloud, seemed like any ordinary spirited and harmless girl, she could feel a faint, indescribable pressure from the girl. It felt completely different from the pressure Warwolf gave off. Warwolf felt more like a slumbering, feral wolf. Cruel, domineering, and vicious. As for Violet Cloud, she didn't know how to describe the girl. This was the first time she had encountered such a feeling. Violet Cloud felt like the starry sky at night. Silent, awe-inspiring, and profound. Just who is this little girl that Phone brought with him? Gentle Snow was quite confident in the accuracy of her sixth sense. After she started playing God's Domain, that sixth sense had only grown keener naturally. Violet Cloud noticed Gentle Snow staring at her. In response, she only nodded her head lightly and beamed a playful smile at the snow goddess inside the arena. Phone and Soaring Snake faced each other, both observing their respective opponent. Both were swordsmen, and the only difference between them was their level. Phone was only level 22, while Soaring Snake was level 24. With a difference of 2 levels, and Soaring Snake's grasp of the combat technique Omnivision that granted him insight far beyond the average person, the battle was definitely tilted in Soaring Snake's favor. Yet, even though the starting signal for the battle had already occurred, Soaring Snake remained motionless. He stood there calmly, without any apparent intentions to rush at Phone. Soaring Snake, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Soaring Snake's hesitation puzzled his teammates. Usually, Soaring Snake was a battle maniac that would go into a frenzy the moment the battle began. He would never behave as calmly as he was now. Soaring Snake is certainly quite talented. Warwolf revealed a faint smile as he watched the motionless Soaring Snake. Big brother Warwolf, what do you mean? Nimble Snake asked, confused. When in battle, one does not rely only on their physical prowess, but their mental strength as well. One must remain calm to obtain victory. Soaring Snake is currently adjusting his mentality. Warwolf explained. Indeed, just as Warwolf had said, Soaring Snake was not as excitable as he had once been. Instead, there was a hint of clarity in his eyes. Suddenly, Soaring Snake unsheathed his swords and, with a powerful stomp, dashed toward Phone. As the first apostle of Ouroboros, Soaring Snake's weapons and equipment spoke for themselves. Of the 2 swords he wielded, one was dark gold ranked, while the other was fine gold ranked. Meanwhile, a large majority of his equipment was fine gold ranked. His gear was among the best currently available in God's Domain. Soaring Snake crossed more than 20 yards and arrived before Phone in an instant. Immediately, he launched a rapid attack at Phone. Soaring Snake had no intention of fooling around with Phone. However, faced with Soaring Snake bombardment, Phone leisurely unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow. Leaning forward, he lightly swung his 2 swords and readied his battle stance. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena changed. Everyone shivered, goosebumps covering their whole bodies. What is going on? Gentle Snow could sense something from Phone inside the arena. Who is this Phone? Chao Chenghua watched Phone with shock just by adjusting his stance. Phone had managed to deter every one of his opponents, causing their hearts to beat madly. Suddenly, silence overtook the arena facing Phone. Soaring Snake stumbled like a frightened bird, abruptly halting his steps. Not even Soaring Snake understood why he had suddenly stopped. After regaining his composure, he resumed his charge at Phone. Your courage is commendable. Phone smiled faintly and nodded. Although Feng's voice was soft, Soaring Snake, with his acute 5 senses, could hear Feng's words clearly. Rage instantly burned in his heart. Activating Windblade, his speed increased once more as he slashed at Phone. However, the moment Soaring Snake was within range, Phone struck his adversary with even greater speed. Feng's sword was as fast as lightning, reaching Soaring Snake in no time at all. Just as the Abyssal Blade was about to slice open Soaring Snake's neck, something strange occurred. The sword, which should have originally cut Soaring Snake, struck only air. Meanwhile, Soaring Snake's upper body completely vanished from Feng's sight. Taking a closer look, Soaring Snake had actually reclined his body to evade Feng's fatal strike. A pity. Soaring Snake revealed a malevolent smile before Soaring Snake had even finished speaking. His 2 swords flew toward Feng's sides. His angle of attack was extremely complex and prevented Shi Feng from dodging with no better choice. Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade to block the two attacks. He then took the chance to distance himself from Soaring Snake. What is going on here? Soaring Snake can dodge such a fast attack. Zhao Yueru considered herself an expert, and her dynamic vision was excellent. In her view, Shi Feng's previous strike had been perfect. His strike was so fast that the attack should have been impossible to avoid. Yet, that perfect strike had missed Soaring Snake. Instead, Shi Feng was the one who had been struck twice. It was simply too strange inside the arena. Shi Feng examined himself for wounds. He frowned at the amused smile plastered on Soaring Snake's face. Leisurely, he said, "I never expected that you would have hidden your strength so well. Your reaction speed is impressive. I am both a swordsman and the strongest member of the 12 Apostles. How could I possibly be slow?" Soaring Snake laughed. "You, on the other hand, have truly surprised me. You were able to use Defensive Blade the moment I countered your attack. Your reactions are not slow, either." "No, I'm not talking about that." Shi Feng shook his head. "To be precise, you dodged my sword because your neural reaction is fast." "No." "Oh, you discovered that?" Soaring Snake asked, feeling slightly surprised. In the next moment, he smiled and said unconcernedly, "So what? Do you think you can win despite it?" "Snow, what are they talking about?" Zhao Yueru asked curiously. Many in the spectator stands had overheard the conversation in the arena. Zhao Yueru was thoroughly confused. "You saw Yi Feng's attack for yourself. It was a perfect strike. Yet, Soaring Snake still dodged it. Do you know how?" Gentle Snow inquired, wearing a grim expression. "It because Soaring Snake detected Shi Feng's attack, so he managed to evade it." Zhao Yueru did not understand what Gentle Snow was trying to say. "You could put it that way, however. Detecting an attack is one thing. Dodging it is an entirely different matter. With the speed of Shi Feng's strike, not even a top-tier assassin could dodge the attack from so close. Yet, Soaring Snake had done just that. The reason lies in Soaring Snake's neural response rate. When ordinary people act, their brains go through three processes: cognition, understanding, and correspondence. Time is required to go through all three. Statistically, the average person's reaction time is 0.3 seconds. Top sprinters who have undergone arduous training can shorten it to around 0.15 seconds. However, no matter how hard a person trains, they can never lower the transmission speed of their neural signals below 0.1 seconds. Of course, this is only common knowledge. Based on Soaring Snake's reaction time, his was 0.7 seconds, possibly around 0.6 seconds. His reaction was a lot faster than the average person. In other words, where an ordinary person can carry out 3 to 4 actions in 1 second, Soaring Snake can act over a dozen times. Because of this, not only could Soaring Snake dodge Shi Feng's sword, but he also managed to stab at Shi Feng twice simultaneously. This is no longer a situation of technique or hard work, but talent. One could say that Soaring Snake is a true combat genius. Chapter 406, Rapid Showdown. Zhao Yueru was speechless upon hearing Gentle Snow's explanation. She was dazed as she stared at Soaring Snake. Soaring Snake had never been so powerful in the past. I never knew he possessed such talent. He had actually hidden his true strength so well. With this, who else could be his match in close combat? While ordinary people could launch 3 to 4 attacks, Soaring Snake could launch 14 or 15 attacks. He was invincible. Chances were that the only way to defeat Soaring Snake was to pull away and attack from a distance. Melee classes had no chance of winning. Yi Feng is indeed commendable for discerning Soaring Snake's ability. However, there is no way Soaring Snake will lose this match. A huge smile appeared on Chao Chenghua's dignified face. As long as Soaring Snake won this match, this competition would come to an end. Meanwhile, he would officially take hold of the position of guild leader. Everything was going exactly as he had expected. "I was just warming up. If I take this fight seriously, I will only become faster. You're pretty amazing for blocking my last 2 attacks. Let's see how many attacks you can block." Although Soaring Snake was slightly surprised by how quickly Shi Feng had discerned his talent, his opponent could never overcome it. There was not a single swordsman who could beat him. Swordsmen mainly relied on their normal attacks in battle. It was a class that wore down their enemies by attrition. If faced with a ranged class, Soaring Snake might have had some difficulties. However, against another swordsman, he was practically invincible with his reaction speed. Moreover, he had also grasped Omnivision. He could easily perceive his enemies' every movement and strike their weak points. Combining this martial arts technique with his inhuman reaction speed, in a melee battle, he was invulnerable. As he said so, Soaring Snake abruptly stomped on the ground, and like a fierce gale, his body shot towards Feng. Straight-line attacks could usually be easily seen and dealt with. Despite knowing this, however, Soaring Snake still chose to face Feng head-on, as if saying, "Come at me if you can. You want to compete with speed?" Feng's frown deepened. Facing Soaring Snake, someone with such a unique talent, would be disadvantageous for Feng. Although Soaring Snake's assault had many flaws, the swordsman was not afraid of exploitation. Even if Feng attacked Soaring Snake, the latter could easily perceive the attack with his Omnivision. With Soaring Snake's reaction speed, before Feng's sword could reach him, he would have already evaded it, following which Feng activated the aura of wind of the Seven Luminaries ring, increasing his movement speed by 40%, attack speed by 40%, and agility by 30%. He then dashed forward to meet Soaring Snake in battle with breakneck speed. Soaring Snake had sent out 16 sword images, forcing Feng to deal with 16 attacks simultaneously. However, after activating the aura of wind, Feng's speed allowed him to deflect all 16 attacks easily for the time being. Both sides were equally matched despite Feng having a huge advantage in terms of speed. Soaring Snake's reaction speed was unmatched. Even if Feng's attacks were faster, Soaring Snake could respond instantaneously. The clash of metal resounded relentlessly throughout the arena, the noise reaching deafening levels. Every time Feng's and Soaring Snake's swords met, dazzling sparks would scatter around them. The spectating crowd's hearts pounded as they watched the two swordsmen confront each other. Each attack was simply too fast. The threat of death dominated each second. The slightest mistake would determine victory or defeat. Feng is this strong. No wonder he was so confident, Zhao Yuru said with shock. Her eyes focused on Feng inside the arena, who had yet to lose any HP. Fierce Snake, who had been resurrected not long ago, nodded in agreement. In such a furious showdown, he might not last even 2 seconds before suffering defeat. Of course, Big Brother Feng is very strong. Violet Cloud giggled. What a joke. How could the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom, one-hit Azura, lose just because the opponent possesses a special physique? Fine. Your Big Brother Feng is the most amazing. Zhao Yueru was also relieved upon seeing Feng's performance. If Feng lost this match, today's competition would end. Meanwhile, Chao Qinghua's team was also greatly shocked by the battle happening before them. Soaring Snake was Ouroboros's undisputed #1 expert, yet an unknown player like Feng could match him evenly. That Feng is amazing. He is actually able to cope with Soaring Snake's violent offensive. Even I can't last as long. Nimble Snake felt slightly surprised as he looked at the relaxed expression on Feng's face. However, the result of this match will soon be determined. Warwolf suddenly said, smiling faintly. Big Brother Warwolf, what do you mean? Nimble Snake asked curiously. Soaring Snake still hasn't used everything he has. He is simply probing Feng at the moment. Didn't you see that Soaring Snake hasn't used second acceleration yet? Warwolf had the keenest eyesight among everyone present, and with just a glance, he could tell that Soaring Snake conserved a considerable amount of his strength. No wonder Feng is still standing. Nimble Snake laughed as Warwolf and the others discussed the fight. Inside the arena, Soaring Snake suddenly retreated a few steps, pulling a small distance away from Feng. Meanwhile, Feng did not give chase. Instead, he silently observed the swordsman facing him. You have really surprised me. Ever since I learned Omnivision, you have been the first person who has lasted this long against me. How about it? If you join us, Big Brother Warwolf can help you become even stronger than you are now. As for the remuneration Gentle Snow has offered, I believe that Brother Chow will not hesitate to double that amount now that he has seen what you are capable of, Soaring Snake said, smiling at Shi Feng confidently even with his inhuman reaction speed. Soaring Snake found it extremely difficult to counter Shi Feng's attacks. Shi Feng's strikes were simply too fast, so much so that, if he had not perceived the attack's trajectory beforehand, it would be impossible to dodge or block them if the assassin Nimble Snake stood in his place. The battle would have ended long ago. Only a talented person like himself could possibly avoid Shi Feng's attacks. Zhao Changhua cannot afford to give me what I want. So, just forget about it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. What a pity. Die then. Soaring Snake's smile instantly twisted into something sinister. In the blink of an eye, he launched 18 sword images, blocking all of Shi Feng's paths of retreat. Although the 18 sword images did not appear to be fast, Shi Feng knew that Soaring Snake was no longer holding back. Of these 18 sword strikes, Soaring Snake had applied second acceleration to every one when the 18 sword images were about to reach their mark. Shi Feng simultaneously activated Purgatory Power, Windwalk, Windblade, and Windrider, and rather than retreating, he dashed forward to meet the incoming attack. Shi Feng was like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he had weaved through the gaps between Soaring Snake's sword images. When Shi Feng and Soaring Snake collided, a silvery gray flash appeared on the latter's body. The time it took the two to cross swords was only an instant for some reason. However, an impressive gout of blood sprayed from Soaring Snake's body, splashing across the floor. Following which, Soaring Snake released an agonized scream as he tumbled to the ground. What happened? The crowd fell silent at this sudden development. Only the sound of Soaring Snake's scream echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 407, Final Battle. What just happened? Why did Soaring Snake fall even after using second acceleration? When was Soaring Snake attacked? Chao Changhua bellowed. Chao Changhua simply could not believe what he had just seen. From his position, he could see the entire battle, yet he was completely clueless as to what had just happened between the two swordsmen. It was simply ridiculous. In fact, Chao Changhua wasn't the only one confused. None of the spectators understood what had just happened. The crowd saw Shi Feng dive headfirst into the Soaring Snake's sword images before he suddenly vanished. Before they realized it, Shi Feng had already walked past Soaring Snake's body. Meanwhile, multiple sword wounds had appeared on Soaring Snake, blood gushing from those wounds. In this match, no matter how one looked at it, Soaring Snake had already obtained his victory, yet the true outcome of the battle was completely unexpected. For a moment, nobody could accept this reality as Soaring Snake's instructor. Warwolf was most familiar with Soaring Snake's strength. Warwolf was also an expert with frightening combat power in his own right. However, after witnessing this scene, he too found it unbelievable, so much so that he was more shocked than everyone else present. The higher you were, the better view you would have. Others might not have realized what had happened, but Warwolf had seen some clues. However, his confusion was precisely because of what he had seen. Although Shi Feng's speed was indeed frightening, it was not at the level of becoming invisible. Yet the instant Shi Feng closed in on Soaring Snake, he suddenly vanished. By the time Warwolf noticed Shi Feng again, the latter had arrived by Soaring Snake's side, their shoulders brushing past each other. In other words, when Shi Feng had charged at Soaring Snake, he had disappeared from view not because of speed, but because Warwolf's mind had failed to perceive Shi Feng. Even Soaring Snake, who used Omnivision and his inhuman reaction speed, had failed to perceive Shi Feng. This was what thoroughly confused Warwolf. How had Shi Feng achieved such a feat? Second acceleration was a technique used to confuse the eye, utilizing acceleration to catch an enemy off guard and attack their blind spot. With this technique, enemies would still have a small window to react. However, Shi Feng's technique did not allow his enemies even that brief time before his sword landed. After Soaring Snake died, he dropped a level 20 fine gold ranked pauldron, which Shi Feng casually pocketed. Shi Feng also secretly collected an immortal soul now, He only needed 9,999 more after Soaring Snake lost his immortal soul. Not only did he lose a level, but he was also barred from logging into God's domain for a time. As for exactly how long he was barred from the game, even Shurfeng did not know. If it were short, it might only be 1 or 2 days. If it were a long wait, Soaring Snake might not be able to log in for 3 or 4 days. In short, Soaring Snake would have to stay put for some time. Yifeng, how did you manage to defeat Soaring Snake? Zhao Yuru, unable to contain her curiosity, immediately went up to him and asked when she saw Shurfeng exit the arena. She had too many questions about the battle because of this match. Zhao Yuru suddenly felt like a noob that had only started playing games, completely clueless despite having witnessed everything with her own eyes. She had no idea of what had actually happened. Do you want to know? Shurfeng was slightly surprised as he looked at the excited woman rushing up to him. He never expected Zhao Yuru to be the first person to ask him. Zhao Yuru nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Zhao Yuru was very curious about how Shurfeng had managed to not only dodge the 18 sword images, but also neutralize Soaring Snake's inhuman reaction speed, killing him instantly after thinking for a moment. Shurfeng said seriously, I just went up to him and slashed him 3 times. That's all. Everyone present was immediately rendered speechless. Zhao Yuru had been about to tackle Shurfeng and take a few bites out of him if it not for gentle Snow holding her back. All right, Yuru. Everyone has their own secrets. You can't force him to tell you. Now that we have won the 4th match, each side has 2 wins and 2 losses. This result is all thanks to Yifeng. The following match will determine the result of this competition. At this moment, Gentle Snow felt very fortunate that she had thought of inviting Yifeng when she had prepared for this competition. Although she had felt that Yifeng had a good chance of securing a victory for her, she had never expected him to surprise her like this. Despite facing the greatly enhanced First Apostle, Soaring Snake, Yifeng had defeated him with overwhelming might. She could never have expected this result. Gentle Snow found it very hard to believe that such an expert had remained unknown all this time. Was it because they were too weak to encounter such experts? Or was it because these experts loved to play the role of a weakling? Even Gentle Snow was unsure, however. The few fights today had certainly widened her horizons. She really could not figure out what kind of guild Zero Wing was. First, there was Black Flame. Now, the combat power Yifeng displayed was not the slightest bit inferior, and might even be superior to Black Flame's. Of course, Black Flame had never displayed his true strength to the public, so Gentle Snow could not be certain of who was stronger. Regardless, though, the 2 of them were true monsters. Big brother Yifeng, what's wrong? Violet Cloud could feel that something was amiss. The moment Shurfeng left the arena, he immediately sat down in the first row of seats. Now, his forehead was covered with sweat. Shurfeng was obviously dispirited, and he seemed exhausted. It's nothing. The high-intensity battle simply exhausted my mental power. I'll be fine after a short rest. You should get ready for the next match, Shurfeng replied softly, not trying to hide his current weakness. Although he was exhausted right now, he brimmed with joy. Everyone had thought that he had defeated Soaring Snake effortlessly. In reality, however, it had not been easy to dodge the 18 sword images while dealing a fatal blow if he had not been promoted to a Tier 1. Blade Saint, with his attributes enhanced greatly and his physical strength increased substantially, he might not have been able to use Void Steps in the exchange. Although Shurfeng had other methods to deal with Soaring Snake, he had chosen to take the risk because he wanted to break through his personal barrier and improve himself further. Fortunately, his gamble succeeded under the immense pressure Soaring Snake had placed on him. Shurfeng had finally reached a breakthrough and used footwork that he had never been able to use in the past. Void Steps. Void Steps was advanced footwork that allowed one to remove their presence from the opponent's mind. In the past, very few top-tier experts had successfully grasped such advanced footwork. As for Shurfeng, who had merely been a first-rate expert back then, he had only ever succeeded in his dreams. In order to learn this advanced footwork, Shurfeng had done countless research and trials. Yet, he had never succeeded. This footwork possessed an extremely high requirement of a person's movement and breathing. It was not a technique that ordinary people could easily learn, however. Shifeng's physique had massively improved after he had undergone his class change. His control over his body had also improved. In addition, he was currently playing the game through a virtual gaming cabin. Hence, Shifeng had always thought of giving the footwork a try. Only, he had never found the chance. Fortunately, Soaring Snake had created the perfect opportunity for him with the threat of death looming. The pressure allowed Shifeng to finally break through that unreachable barrier meanwhile, as Shifeng was still feeling joyous over his own breakthrough. The fifth match of the competition had begun. Fifth match, Violet Cloud vs. Nimble Snake. Chapter 408, Level vs. Tier. Shifeng's overwhelming victory during the fourth match had undoubtedly formed dark clouds in Chao Chenghua's heart. As if something was stuck in his throat, Chao Chenghua felt extremely uncomfortable. Why hasn't Soaring Snake resurrected? Chao Chenghua was in a sour mood. If Shifeng was so powerful, then the cleric girl that came with him must be extraordinary as well. She might also know the same technique as his. Even now, Chao Chenghua had no clue as to what Shifeng had done. Without that knowledge, he had no response to it. Most likely, only Soaring Snake might know what sort of technique it was. Since Soaring Snake was still absent, Chao's anxiety began to take hold. Currently, the competition was tied, and Nimble Snake and Violet Cloud would face off in the final match. Nimble Snake was an assassin. Although he had an absolute advantage against the cleric and had learned Omnivision and second acceleration, they would be useless against Shifeng's technique. Brother Chao, for some reason, Soaring Snake has logged off and is still offline. I can't contact him at all, Nimble Snake reported at this moment. Nimble Snake was also panicking, afraid that his opponent would know the same technique that won the previous match. If he lost, Chao Chenghua would be finished. His life wouldn't exactly be easy either. Chao Chenghua paled as he looked at Soaring Snake's status window. He wished he could log off and strangle Soaring Snake playing hooky at such a crucial moment. Was he trying to toy with him? Guild leader Chao, you don't have to be so worried. Although Yifeng is very powerful, that female cleric is different from those like Yifeng and me. Warwolf suddenly spoke. Brother Warwolf, are you sure? Chao hesitated. If Violet Cloud were not a martial artist like Yifeng and Warwolf, then even if she had powerful techniques, Chao Chenghua would have nothing to worry about. A cleric was still a cleric after allies. She does not have the unique aura that people like us possess. I guarantee it, Warwolf affirmed, nodding. Excellent. Chao Chenghua's face lit up with a relieved smile. He then shifted his gaze to the other team, muttering in a cold tone, "Gentle Snow, oh gentle Snow. Although you invited an expert of such caliber, in the end, you are still a step behind Nimble Snake. Do not disappoint me." Brother Chao, rest assured, she is only a level 22 cleric. I could have defeated her effortlessly even before I underwent the special training. Nimble Snake revealed a sinister grin as he glanced at Violet Cloud, who had already entered the arena. He was currently level 24. To an expert, an advantage of 2 levels made quite a difference, following which Nimble Snake entered the arena as well. Meanwhile, seated in the spectator stands, Warwolf still appeared indifferent. There was not the slightest hint of a smile on his face. In truth, he had only finished half of his statement. Violet Cloud, indeed, did not possess the unique aura of a martial artist. However, with his acute senses, Warwolf could feel a faint sense of danger from her. This danger was slightly different from that of a ferocious beast. It felt almost like a divine pressure. Just what secret is this female cleric hiding? Although Warwolf was not trying to boast, in God's domain, he did not fear many people. Even if he encountered someone who could intimidate him, it definitely would not be the young little girl standing inside the arena. Yet there was something about her that gave him pause. Meanwhile, the tension was similarly high on Gentle Snow's side. Yifeng, will Violet really be all right? Zhao Yuru asked as she took a seat beside Shifeng. She wanted a straight answer from him, although she did not know why. Zhao Yuru felt that Shifeng knew something she did not. It should be all right. Shifeng said, "Uncertain should? What do you mean should? If Violet loses, Snow will have to leave God's domain forever. Are you really willing to lose her?" Zhao Yuru huffed, listening to Zhao Yuru's words. Shifeng was suddenly speechless. Yuru, Gentle Snow glared. To think that her friend could still joke at a time like this, Gentle Snow was somewhat familiar with Shi Feng's personality. Shi Feng would never speak without certainty. If he said it, then it was true. Otherwise, he would remain quiet. But Zhao Yueru knew that her questioning would not change anything. She only wanted Shi Feng's confirmation so that she could feel more at ease. I really do not know. Nimble Snake's current strength, especially after grasping combat techniques, such as Omnivision and second acceleration, is a complete mystery to me. As for Violet's current progress, I don't know that either. However, she should be quite powerful. At least, without Omnivision and second acceleration, Nimble Snake wouldn't even be a challenge for her. Now, however, I do not know. We can only wait and see. Shi Feng explained as he understood Zhao Yueru's anxiety before Warwolf's appearance. Shi Feng had been certain of Violet Cloud's victory regardless of who she fought. Now, however, Nimble Snake had learned combat techniques that very few experts knew, of course. Although Nimble Snake had the advantages of levels and techniques, Violet Cloud possessed the advantage of tiers. Simply put, the results of this match were unknown. After listening to Shi Feng's explanation, Zhao Yueru grew even more nervous. Wasn't that the same as saying nothing at all? Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was greatly surprised from Shi Feng's words. Violet Cloud was actually superior to Nimble Snake. Nimble Snake had originally been one of the top combatants of Ouroboros, and even Gentle Snow could not obtain an easy victory if they fought. However, Shi Feng was confident when he spoke. Thus, Gentle Snow believed in Violet Cloud was only a young girl around 16 or 17 years old. How could she possibly be so strong? If Shi Feng's statement was true, then there might still be hope. Moreover, Violet Cloud was a ranged class. She would have an easier time dealing with techniques, such as Omnivision and second acceleration suddenly. The countdown timer above the arena had ended immediately. Nimble Snake activated stealth, and Vanished One had to admit that Nimble Snake was indeed one of the top combatants of Ouroboros. After entering stealth, all of his movements were silent. He was even stealthier than Absolute Heaven, and not even Shi Feng, who watched from the spectator stands, could tell Nimble Snake's exact location time passed little by little. Other than Violet Cloud, there was nobody else visible inside the arena. However, Nimble Snake revealed no intentions of making a move. As a result, the atmosphere inside the arena grew tenser as more time went by. This was one of the methods often used by assassins. By doing so, they could instill paranoia in their target, exhausting their target's mental fortitude. As soon as their target relaxed, they would launch a fatal assault. Hence, many players despised dealing with assassins. After all, it was tiresome to remain on high alert for long periods of time. Hence, assassins had a natural advantage when fighting against all classes. That's quite some patience you have there, little girl. We'll see how long you last. The moment you relax will be the moment you die. At this moment, Nimble Snake stood only 10 yards away from Violet Cloud. To an agility-focused assassin, an instant was all that was necessary to cross that distance. Chapter 409, The Difference of Tiers. The seconds ticked past. The crowd seated in the spectator stands were on the edge of their seats. Although they were not the ones fighting, they were just as focused on the battle as the combatants in the arena. This was the final match. The result of this match would determine the fates of both sides. The winner would become the guild leader of Ouroboros, and their team members would obtain success and prestige. The loser, however, would have to leave God's domain forever, and those who followed them would struggle in the future as a result. The tension was practically tangible in the stands. Even the elders observing the fight from the side felt heavy. Nimble Snake, show yourself if you dare. It has already been more than 20 minutes, yet you still act like a coward. Even with the advantage of your class, you play such a dirty trick. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Zhao Yueru shouted. Her crescent brows tightened as she frowned at the quiet arena. From the beginning, Nimble Snake had shown no sign of attacking. Zhao Yueru was greatly tempted to charge into the arena and fight the assassin with Violet Cloud. Nimble Snake was cunning. In order to gain victory, he would willingly act and scrupulously to guard against her opponent. Violet Cloud had to stay on high alert, focusing her senses to detect any movements at best. An ordinary person could only maintain their concentration for half an hour or so. If pushed any longer, not only would they greatly exhaust their mental fortitude, but they would also become susceptible to distractions. Soon, they would unconsciously reveal flaws in their defense, however. This was a type of defense mechanism, so it was unavoidable. Meanwhile, the match had stretched on for almost half an hour. Now even Zhao Yuru felt her concentration begin to reach its limit. If this stalemate dragged on any longer, she would definitely falter when experts fought each other. Even the slightest distraction could mean death. Haha, we never set a time limit for the matches, so it is up to them to choose how they fight. If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for not thinking of this beforehand. Don't you think it's a little too late to regret it now? Blackheart Arrow laughed triumphantly. Zhao Yuru was suddenly speechless. The statement was not false. It was true that they had not set a time limit for this competition. However, nobody ever expected Nimble Snake to do something so underhanded. Originally, Zhao Yuru had thought that she knew how low Nimble Snake would go. However, it would seem that she still underestimated the treacherous bastard. It turned out that he did not have even the basic self-respect of an expert. He actually planned on dragging the match on for over half an hour. It was my mistake. I had forgotten to set a time limit despite knowing that we would face an assassin. Gentle Snow said remorsefully as she watched Violet Cloud, who already began to show signs of mental exhaustion. She had blundered during such a crucial competition. Without a doubt, her mistake had significantly decreased Violet Cloud's chances of victory. Don't be too nervous. Just watch. I believe that Violet Cloud knows what to expect, Shifeng advised, his gaze fixed on his guildmate as well. But relax. Shifeng was not the slightest bit worried at this moment. Although a Nimble Snake was indeed skilled, he still had a long way to go if he wanted to defeat Violet Cloud finally. Half an hour had passed since the match had begun. It seems that this little girl is close to reaching her limit all this time. Nimble Snake had carefully observed Violet Cloud from a distance. In reality, he had plenty of chances to make his move during this half an hour. However, he resisted. To be 100% certain that he would kill the cleric, he chose to wait until this very moment. Sweat had already appeared on Violet Cloud's forehead. It was obvious that her concentration had reached its limit. Nimble Snake even slipped up deliberately and made a little noise when he was about 10 yards from her. An expert with acute senses would detect the sound. However, Violet Cloud failed to sense it at all. Sure enough, she has grown tired. Nimble Snake was overjoyed. He then circled to Violet Cloud's back, silently drawing closer. 10 yards, 5 yards, 3 yards. Soon, Nimble Snake arrived behind Violet Cloud and unsheathed his gleaming dagger before stabbing it between the girl's shoulders. Ambush placed the target in a fainted state for 4 seconds. During the early stages of God's Domain, control removal skills were extremely rare. As long as his attack landed, Nimble Snake could kill her quickly with a chain of skills to ensure his victory. Nimble Snake had even used second acceleration. Even if Violet Cloud discovered his attack, it would still be impossible for her to block it the moment before Nimble Snake's dagger sank into the cleric. Violet Cloud released a mighty roar. Terrorizing Roar. Terrorizing Roar feared all enemies within a radius of 8 yards. Feared players would lose all control over their bodies suddenly. Ambush struck Violet Cloud, and she entered a fainted state, while Nimble Snake had been feared by Terrorizing Roar. Violet is amazing. She actually managed to use Terrorizing Roar at the very last second. Now, neither side can attack each other. Moreover, now that Nimble Snake has been exposed, he has also lost the initiative of this fight. Next, once Violet distances herself from Nimble Snake, she can wear him down and finish him. Zhao Yuru exclaimed after seeing Violet Cloud's performance. However, Gentle Snow said, "No. Snow, is there a problem?" Zhao Yuru asked curiously. Nimble Snake is level 24, but Violet is only level 22, though both of their control skills have a duration of 4 seconds. As Nimble Snake is 2 levels higher, the effect of Violet's Terrorizing Roar will definitely be slightly weaker. It is highly possible that the skill's effect will only last 3-5 seconds. However, Violet will remain incapacitated for a full 4 seconds. Nimble Snake can do a lot of things during that 0 5-second gap. Gentle Snow said with a grim expression. Although Violet Cloud's counterattack was marvelous, there was a small level gap between them. Does that mean we've lost? Zhao Yueru's expression suddenly became melancholic. Xiao Changhua had also revealed a victorious smile as soon as the control effect on Nimble Snake ended. The result of this match would be set in stone, however. Shifeng suddenly smiled and said, "No, we've won." Won. Zhao Yueru turned to look at Shifeng. Whispering, she said, "But Violet's fainted duration is longer than Nimble Snake's. How is she going to win?" "You'll find out," Shifeng laughed. "What?" Shifeng confused every spectator. However, since an expert like Shifeng had said such a thing, he had his own reasons. "What nonsense." Blackheart Arrow scoffed as he glanced at the distant Shifeng. Ridiculing, he said, "It is common sense that the level suppression in God's domain is severe. One will only suffer if there is a difference of 3 levels. Although Nimble Snake is only 2 levels higher, it is enough to weaken a skill's effect significantly." What an ignorant fool. However, before Blackheart Darrow could finish, inside the arena, Violet Cloud suddenly recovered ahead of Nimble Snake. "No. How is this possible? It hasn't even been 3 seconds. Blackheart Darrow's eyes nearly popped out of their socket. Shifeng was the only player who was not surprised. None of them could understand how Violet Cloud recovered first. What a pity. "You might be 2 levels above me, but I am 1 tier above you." Violet Cloud looked at Nimble Snake, who currently shivered uncontrollably on the spot, smiling faintly as she waved her staff. A black magic array then formed beneath Nimble Snake's feet. "Good. I still have a chance." Nimble Snake, who had originally begun to despair, suddenly saw hope. Violet Cloud had foolishly chosen a spell with a long casting time. Although Nimble Snake still had no control over his body, he could see and hear without any issues. The magic array forming beneath him needed 1 second to complete. Meanwhile, he was less than 1 second from reaching the 3-5-second duration of his feared state. At that time, he could simply use Vanish to avoid Violet Cloud's spell. However, as if ignorant of this fact, Violet Cloud continued chanting her incantation just as the 3-5 seconds were almost up, and Nimble Snake was about to use Vanish. What's going on? Nimble Snake suddenly noticed that he still had no control over his own body. Meanwhile, the magic array Violet Cloud summoned began to activate Tier 1 Advanced Spell, Black Coffin. Chapter 4:10 Unpredictable Astromancer. What's going on with Nimble Snake? Chao Changhua asked, having paid attention to the system clock all this time. Isn't he 2 levels higher than that cleric girl? Nimble Snake had clearly been incapacitated for over 3-5 seconds now, yet he was still feared. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud had long since regained her freedom. This series of events had shattered Chao Chenghua's understanding of God's domain completely. Even Zhao Yuru, who had thought that they had lost, was dumbfounded by what she saw. Gentle Snow's gaze also held doubt as she watched the battle inside the arena. The scene happening before her made no sense among the crowd. Only Shifeng knew that Nimble Snake had fallen into a trap. Compared to level suppression, tier suppression was far more powerful. It was like comparing the fist of an infant and a fist of an adult. The combatants were on completely different levels. As a Tier 1 player, even if Violet Cloud fought a Tier 0 player who was 10 levels above her, her control skills would be 100% effective or more. On the other hand, when a Tier 0 player used a control skill against a Tier 1 player 10 levels below them, the effect of their control skills would weaken by at least 30%. This was the harsh reality of gap in tiers. This was why high-tiered players were so valuable and so overwhelmingly strong before anyone in the spectator stands could properly analyze the situation. Violet Cloud sealed her opponent inside a dark and silent barrier. Nimble Snake felt as if he were locked inside a huge coffin. This barrier stunned the watching crowd. Except for Shifeng. Of course, nobody knew how powerful this black coffin was, and they did not know what was special about it. However, every player present was an expert, and when the crowd looked at the pitch-black barrier, they felt their souls tremble with fear. The black coffin was like a giant beast, and only death awaited those who were devoured. After trapping Nimble Snake inside the black coffin, Violet Cloud immediately distanced herself from it. The black coffin would gradually dissipate after 3 seconds. By the time it vanished, Violet Cloud was already more than 20 yards away from Nimble Snake. Even if Nimble Snake wanted to launch a counterattack, he would find it extremely difficult to do so from such a distance. What's going on? Why didn't I receive any damage? Nimble Snake had originally thought he was dead for sure. After all, an advanced spell that took an entire second to cast must be frighteningly powerful. However, he was actually unharmed. Is it because of my level that the spell's damage was nullified? Or maybe this is only a control spell? Nimble Snake relaxed. He then focused his gaze on the distant Violet Cloud. Although this distance was slightly disadvantageous to him, he had many ways to resolve this minor problem suddenly. Violet Cloud waved her staff, and sacred sanctions descended from the sky, falling towards the assassin in response. Nimble Snake sneered as he started moving. With little effort, he dodged the attack and charged at Violet Cloud. However, Nimble Snake quickly discovered that something was amiss. Somehow, his HP suddenly fell by 500 points, and a moment later, it had fallen by another 500 points. Nimble Snake only had slightly more than 3,100 HP. Now that he had suddenly lost 1,000 HP, he only had around 2,100 HP left, but nothing hit me. Nimble Snake was 100% certain that he had dodged the several sacred sanctions before Nimble Snake could figure out what had happened. Violet Cloud sent another barrage of sacred sanctions towards him. Nimble Snake advanced once more to dodge the attacks. However, he lost another 500 HP the moment he moved. Violet Cloud sent an attack once more. Knowing that he could no longer afford to lose HP, Nimble Snake started using his daggers to fend off the sacred sanctions. This time, he did not receive any damage. I was found out. Violet Cloud giggled. Astromancers possessed very few spells that dealt high damages. A majority of their attacks were strange and unpredictable. This was what Violet Cloud had discovered after researching her new class. Even until now, Violet Cloud had yet to grasp the true essence of an Astromancer. Completely Black Coffin was one such skill. Any players caught by the spell would lose HP when they moved. Meanwhile, the amount of HP they lost depended on the spellcaster's intelligence. In addition, Black Coffin also had a silence effect. This spell worked wonders on a melee classes. By now, Nimble Snake had grasped the general gist of the situation. However, when he thought about how he could neither move nor use any skills, only enduring a beating, he suddenly grew sullen. The crowd was also amazed upon seeing the effects of Violet Cloud's skill. This skill is so powerful. So that's why little sister Violet used it. Nimble Snake is dead for sure. By the time he reaches little sister Violet, his HP will have fallen to nothing. Zhao Yueru exclaimed. Although it is powerful, this move has a glaring flaw. Sure, Feng said. Smiling flaw? Zhao Yueru wondered, but quickly understood. In just a moment, her excited heart froze. Since Nimble Snake lost HP whenever he moved, he would be fine if he stood still. With Nimble Snake's capabilities, he could easily block the cleric's attacks, unless Violet Cloud could suddenly become an elementalist. Moreover, since it was a spell's effect, it had a duration. When the spell's duration ended, Nimble Snake could move freely once again. Since Zhao Yueru could figure out this simple solution, Nimble Snake could certainly figure it out as well. Indeed, Nimble Snake had simply chosen to remain where he was for now as he waited for time to pass. Surprisingly, upon seeing Nimble Snake's actions, Sure Feng smiled. To do nothing and give a casting class so much time? Was that really a good idea? Delaying for time? Violet Cloud smiled faintly. She then increased the distance between them to almost 30 yards before she began chanting an incantation and waving her staff. Compared to when she had cast Black Coffin, the channeling time for her current spell was much shorter. It was clear that she was not using an advanced spell as she had before. Nimble Snake had revealed a throwing weapon. Violet Cloud had long since prepared for it as she cast a sacred shield on herself, the spell capable of absorbing a significant amount of damage. In addition, Violet Cloud could physically dodge the attacks sent at her. After all, an assassin was not a specialized range class, so Violet Cloud effortlessly defended against all attacks thrown at Eros. As a result, Nimble Snake could only stare at Violet Cloud helplessly. When the cleric finished channeling her spell, she pointed her jade-like finger at Nimble Snake, who stood 30 yards away from her. Suddenly, her opponent felt a powerful suction, pulling him towards Violet Cloud. Although he tried to resist, his efforts were futile as he moved closer to Violet Cloud. Moreover, the speed at which he approached her increased as he grew nearer. The moment Nimble Snake arrived before Violet Cloud, multiple damages of -500 appeared above his head, and his HP decreased rapidly. Nimble Snake knew that he was finished. A distance of 30 yards was sufficient to deplete his remaining 2,100 HP. To hell with it. A hint of madness surfaced in Nimble Snake's eyes. Now that the two were in such proximity, his daggers could reach Violet Cloud easily in a flash. Nimble Snake tightened his grip on his daggers and sent over half a dozen blades of silver light flying towards Violet Cloud in response. Violet Cloud simply flicked her finger. All of a sudden, an incomparably strong pressure slammed down on Nimble Snake, holding him in place. Even the two daggers he brandished froze centimeters away from Violet Cloud. In the next moment, the assassin abruptly shot backward. Flying over 20 yards away, his body smashed into the wall of the arena. Victor of the fifth match, Violet Cloud. Chapter 411, Victory and Defeat. Violet Cloud's easy victory had rendered everyone speechless. Nimble Snake, one of the 12 apostles of Ouroboros, had been effortlessly manipulated so much so that he failed to inflict even a single point of damage to a cleric. If this matter reached the public, nobody would believe it. We won. Although Zhao Yuru had prayed that Violet Cloud could win, she had not expected that the girl could so easily. However, Violet Cloud's skills were peculiar. It was especially true for her final skill. It had complemented Black Coffin perfectly, allowing the skill to display its full potential. Violet Cloud's and Yifeng's combat styles were clearly different. Violet Cloud had not used any stunning attacks like Shurfeng. Instead, she utilized her skills to their very limits. From beginning to end, Nimble Snake had no chance to employ his advantage of techniques. Violet Cloud practically had him in the palm of her hand this entire match. Regarding combat techniques, Zhao Yuru did not think that Violet Cloud was much stronger herself. Unlike Yi Feng and War Wolf, Violet Cloud's techniques were not at an unreachable level. Only the skills Violet Cloud possessed were simply too powerful. Despite Nimble Snake's techniques being far superior, he still lost in the end. Yi Feng, is she really a cleric? Although Gentle Snow rejoiced, she was also incredibly curious. She refused to believe that a cleric could possess such powerful skills. Moreover, from the looks of it, Violet Cloud's basic attributes were significantly higher than Zhao Yuru's. Yes and no, Shurfeng said, smiling. He could guess what was going through Gentle Snow's mind right now. What do you mean? Zhao Yuru piped in. Violet has already class changed from a Tier 0 cleric to the Tier 1 hidden class, Astromancer. Not only does she possess the inherent skills of cleric, but she also possesses the skills of an Astromancer, Shurfeng explained slowly. Meanwhile, she defeated Nimble Snake just now using the Tier 1 legacy skills of an Astromancer. As for the might of those skills, you've seen them for yourselves. Tier 1 class? You're saying that Violet has already obtained her Tier 1 class? Zhao Yuru's little mouth gaped, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at the girl, smiling happily beside Shurfeng Tier 1 class. This was a completely unknown concept to God's Domain's current players. Though, as an expert, she knew that a Tier 1 class was stronger than a Tier 0 class. However, the class change quest was cumbersome. Not only would it be time-consuming, but the quest also quite difficult. As a result, she had chosen to focus on her level first. However, she never imagined that there would be such a huge gap between a Tier 0 and a Tier 1 class, so this is the gap between a Tier 0 player and a Tier 1 player. When Zhao Yuru thought back to how effortlessly Violet Cloud had defeated Nimble Snake, her heart was suddenly eager to challenge her class change quest. Meanwhile, after listening to Shurfeng's explanation, Gentle Snow had also come to a realization. It was no wonder the two of them were only level 22. It turned out that they had taken the time to complete their class change quest. Zero Wing is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gentle Snow inwardly sighed as she looked at Violet Cloud. It seems that Ouroboros needs to challenge the class change quests, as well a Tier 1 class was actually so powerful. If Zero Wing had a large number of Tier 1 players, could Zero Wing even find a dungeon they could not raid? With such strength, leveling up would also be much easier in comparison. They had only been wasting their time and efforts by leveling up and raiding dungeons at this time. The 5 matches of the competition had come to a close. Naturally, Gentle Snow was the overall winner. As for Chao Chunghua, the loser, at this moment his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Nimble Snake as thoughts of strangling the assassin filtered through his mind despite all of his calculations and machinations. He had never expected that the 2 outsiders Gentle Snow had invited would be so powerful, however. His thoughts were meaningless now, because the main god system had already begun enforcing the conditions of the contract. Chao Chunghua's body began to slowly fade out of existence as the main god system expelled him from God's domain permanently, just like that. The acting guild leader of Ouroboros, a relatively influential character in the virtual gaming world, could not log in a god's domain ever again without Chao Chunghua supporting them. Black Hard Arrow and the recently resurrected Nimble Snake were at a loss from now on. Gentle Snow would be the guild leader of Ouroboros. It would be a piece of cake for her to deal with them. Regret turned Nimble Snake's stomach originally. He thought his future would be set if he followed Chao Chunghua. Yet now, just as Nimble Snake and Black Heart Arrow began to panic, War Wolf, the outsider invited by Chao Chunghua, stood and walked up to Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, we meet again. War Wolf greeted, a faint smile on his face. Do you have any business with me? Gentle Snow asked, somewhat surprised. In the past, War Wolf had felt only disdain towards guild players like her, refusing to even speak with her. Now, however, he had actually initiated a conversation. It was beyond Omnivision. Shurfeng was curious as to what War Wolf had to say. I only wish to congratulate Miss Snow for becoming the guild leader of Ouroboros. War Wolf spoke softly. Thank you. Gentle Snow answered politely in regard to the man named War Wolf. Gentle Snow could not see through him in the least. Moreover, the shield warrior gave her a sense of extreme danger, and she was quite uncomfortable, following which War Wolf shifted his gaze to Shurfeng, saying, I truly did not expect to meet a fellow martial arts practitioner here. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with you, unfortunately, I'm only a Tier 0 class right now. I can only seek you out once I receive my Tier 1 promotion. However, before I leave, I have something I need to say to Brother Yifeng. It is best if you leave Zero Wing quickly and look for a better guild to develop yourself. Brother War Wolf, what are you trying to say? Shurfeng did not think that War Wolf was someone who would speak nonsense. It could be dangerous for me to go into detail, but recently, Zero Wing has attracted too much attention in God's domain. Some people can no longer sit by and have begun to take action. Are you referring to Underworld? No. Even I get a headache just thinking about dealing with those people. If you can hide from them, then hide. In the off chance that Zero Wing provokes them, the consequences would be unimaginable. War Wolf simply smiled and shook his head before departing from the room. Watching War Wolf's departing figure, Shurfeng grew confused. He could not figure out who else had targeted Zero Wing. Even an expert like War Wolf feared of them. Forget it. There is no point overthinking things. Let's just take things as they come. Since he could not figure out, Shurfeng no longer bothered thinking about it. Why worry about trouble that might not even come? After War Wolf's departure, Gentle Snow had immediately expelled Nimble Snake and Black Hard Arrow from Ouroboros, although the 2 of them were experts, who knew what sort of schemes they would concoct in the future. It was especially true for a sly and treacherous bastard like Nimble Snake. Afterward, Gentle Snow gave both Shurfeng and Violet Cloud 30 million credits each as remuneration for their help. Violet Cloud was stupefied upon seeing the numbers in her virtual bank account. This was her first time seeing such an astronomical sum of money. Shurfeng, on the other hand, was rather pleased after receiving the money. With this, he would not have to worry about the guild's development funds for some time. As Gentle Snow had just become Ouroboros' guild leader, she still had a ton of things she needed to handle. Shurfeng and Violet Cloud did not linger either. and they left the underground arena just as Feng and Violet Cloud were about to return to White River City. The sound of his communicator ringing suddenly reached his ears. Brother Feng, I have bad news. Something big has happened, Blackie announced. Chapter 412, Great Lord. Relax, slow down, Feng said. Blackie wanted to calm down, but he couldn't contain his panic after surviving something so intense. Brother Feng, listen to me. A meteorite shower rained down on the White River City region, Black said excitedly. Originally, everyone thought nothing of it. However, a system notification suddenly appeared in White River City, stating that the meteorite shower had destroyed the entire White Fog Canyon, a level 20 to level 30 grinding area. All the monsters within White Fog Canyon have gone berserk, and based on the information our guild uncovered, these monsters have surprisingly high drop rates, and the EXP they give is also significant. On top of that, a ruined shrine has appeared inside the White Fog Canyon. We received information of powerful monsters guarding something inside the shrine. A few powerful assassins even snuck in to have a look. They discovered that there was actually a level 25 Great Lord ranked monster deep inside the ruined shrine. Currently, the various guilds are organizing their personnel and preparing to raid the level 25 Great Lord. A Great Lord was an existence that surpassed a High Lord. Such monsters did not even exist in level 50 large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons. At most, the final boss of said dungeon might be a High Lord yet. Now, a Great Lord had actually appeared. Without a doubt, its appearance would draw guilds to it. The ironclad rule of God's domain was that the stronger a monster was, the better its drops would be for Great Lord ranked monsters. At the very least, they would drop dark gold items. There might even be a chance for epic items to drop. Brother Feng, how many people do you think we should send? Blackie asked Yuri, saying a meteorite shower has destroyed the entire White Fog Canyon. Feng's eyes suddenly shone. Excellent. Blackie, notify Aqua and have her organize some personnel. We don't need for too many. Around 500 people will do. However, they must all be strong. We'll meet up in White Fog Canyon later. The matter regarding White River City's meteorite shower incident in the past was still deeply engraved in Feng's mind. Because of this incident, players engaged each other in a long-standing war. Whether it was the independent players or the various guilds, if one set foot into White Fog Canyon, they would become entangled in this war. However, what player could resist the temptation of the items inside White Fog Canyon? In the past, even Feng died no less than a dozen times for that particular treasure. That's right, he died half a dozen times. That was equivalent to losing half a dozen levels, yet Feng had still thrown himself into the fray. Everything he had done was for equipment and money. Okay, I'll contact Sister Aqua immediately. Blackie disconnected the call and did as he promised. Sure enough, history has changed significantly. The meteorite shower has happened so early. I must take full advantage of it this time. When Feng thought about how he could enter the White Fog Canyon so soon after the meteorite shower's appearance in this life, excitement filled his heart. Feng sorely lacked money right now. Currently, the Star Streak trading firm granted him a daily income of over 1,000 gold. In addition, he received a dozen or so gold when guild members completed quests from the guild residents. Overall, it was a hefty income. However, the Star Streak trading firm did not belong to Feng. Moreover, his quests still demanded 30,000 gold. Right now, he had not even accumulated half that amount of money. On another note, there was not much time left before the great demon's curse that afflicted Feng would take effect. If he failed to gather the 30,000 gold and obtain the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could not locate the Bible of Darkness and remove the curse. If he failed, Feng would only have one end waiting for him: death. Originally, Feng had planned to exploit the market and increase his income through the strengthened armor kits Melancholic Smile and the others produced. Now, however, there was no need. His problems would be solved as long as he had the White Fog Canyon. Although the meteorite shower had caused the appearance of the ruined shrine and had driven the monsters in White Fog Canyon berserk, greatly increasing their drop rate and EXP, neither aspect was really important. What mattered the most was the Starfire ore. After White Fog Canyon was destroyed, starfire or had been found all over the area starfire or was incredibly rare, and it could only be found around the crash sites of meteorites. Starfire essence could be extracted from refined starfire and could increase the success rate of forging. The more starfire essence one used, the higher their success rate would be. Although starfire essence was ineffective when forging dark gold ranked items and above, it could still allow forgers to produce various secret silver and fine gold equipment. Hence, starfire essence was very valuable in the past. A piece of starfire could sell for 1 silver coin, whereas a piece of starfire essence could sell for 4 silver coins. Even the independent players of White River City had hungered for starfire ore in this life. Shurfeng would not let this opportunity pass him by for the moment. Everyone was still focused on the Great Lord of the Ruined Shrine. Nobody had discovered starfire or realized that it littered the demolished White Fog Canyon, let alone its value. Hence, this was the perfect chance for Shurfeng. Half an hour later, Shurfeng and Violet Cloud arrived in White Fog Canyon. The layer that previously hid the canyon had dissipated. Instead, craters and flames filled the area. A dilapidated shrine loomed in White Fog Canyon Center. Plenty of monsters also patrolled the surroundings of said shrine. After Shurfeng arrived, he discovered that players crowded around the entrance to White Fog Canyon. There were tens of thousands of players. However, although all of the guilds of White River City had come, the majority consisted of independent players. Guild leader from our investigations, we discovered that Overwhelming Smile has dispatched over 6,000 members to White Fog Canyon. Emperor's Light has sent over 2,000. Assassin's Alliance has sent over 2,000 players, and Ouroboros has also sent over 3,000 players. All of these players are elites who are level 21 and above. Yet, we've only brought 500 members with us. Do we really have enough players? Aqua Rose asked worriedly. It's enough. Having too many people isn't necessarily a good thing. Moreover, our goal is different. Shurfeng stated before his arrival. Shurfeng had done his own calculations. White Fog Canyon was not particularly large. The crash sites were also limited in number. 500 people were just about right for the task he had in mind. Sending any more would just be a waste of manpower. Are we not going to the ruined shrine? Aqua Rose was greatly surprised. Had they not gathered the top combatants of the guild to raid the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine? It would not benefit Zero Wing if Overwhelming Smile managed to raid the Great Lord successfully first. Currently, their guild also had quite a number of Tier 1 players compared to Overwhelming Smile. They would have a much easier time raiding the Great Lord. Yet, that wasn't their goal. How could a Great Lord be defeated that easily? We are here simply to level up. Even if we want to defeat a level 25 Great Lord, at the very least, everyone must be at 25 or above. Since they wish to raid it, just let them raid it. Shurfeng laughed. What was a Great Lord? A Great Lord was a monster would only appear as the final boss of a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. With only a group of Tier 0 players, what could they possibly hope to achieve? Even if they drowned the Great Lord with corpses, the price they would pay would be unimaginable in the past. Many guilds had attempted to raid the level 25 Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. However, after the death of several thousand players, they submitted and gave up the hope of defeating the monster. Moreover, the various guilds back then even had Tier 1 players in their midst. But what about now? The meteorite shower had appeared a lot earlier in this life. Currently, aside from Zero Wing, none of the guilds had even a single Tier 1 player. How were they supposed to defeat the Great Lord? Chapter 413, White Fog Canyon. As Shurfeng marked locations on the system map, more players continued to arrive at White Fog Canyon. When Shurfeng had arrived, he had changed his appearance to Black Flame. As a result, he received an extraordinary amount of attention. Wow. Isn't that guild leader Black Flame? He's so powerful. Just looking at him makes my heart pound. It would be great if I could become friends with him. Why don't you look in the mirror first? Guild leader Black Flame is the #1 expert in Starmoon Kingdom. Meeting him alone is a rare chance, much less becoming friends with him. Sure enough, One Hit Azura is here as well. Things in the White Fog Canyon will be more interesting now. No duh. Overwhelming Smile's influence in White River City continues to grow. If Zero Wing fails to achieve anything in the competition over White Fog Canyon, it will become the laughingstock of White River City. However, Overwhelming Smile has dispatched an impressive army of players. Look, even Overwhelming Smile's branch leader, Lone Tyrant, has shown up. A huge war is going to break out over the canyon. I hurried here specifically to watch this war unfold. Upon seeing Sure Fong, many players began to discuss Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile currently. The atmosphere surrounding White River City grew increasingly tense with each passing day. Despite Overwhelming Smile's clear attempts to suppress Zero Wing, it had not acted directly. Thus far, it had only employed various plots to poach the members of Zero Wing. It was as if Overwhelming Smile was dead set on stealing every single member from Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Sure Feng's guild showed no signs of taking action. The guild had only declared that all members who withdrew from Zero Wing were permanently barred from joining the guild again in the future. At the same time, Zero Wing also lowered their recruitment criteria. Both sides appeared strangely calm as they maintained a delicate balance. No one knew what these guilds were thinking. There was a faint feeling of a storm brewing behind the scenes now that these guilds had gathered in the White Fog Canyon. They were both on high alert for each other when Lone Tyrant saw Sure Fong. His eyes turned bloodshot as killing intent radiated from his body. He glared at Sure Fong as if the man was his greatest enemy. Any expert could feel Lone Tyrant's killing intent. Naturally, Sure Fong was no exception. Guild leader, it seems that Lone Tyrant's hatred for you is quite intense. Despite the fact that you've killed him several times, he refuses to learn his lesson. Aqua Rose giggled. He can only act this rampant because he has Overwhelming Smile backing him. Why don't we head over and kill him again? We can use this chance to massacre Overwhelming Smile and relieve some stress. Blackie snarled. Fire Dance stepped forward and said, I alone will be enough to kill him. Sure Fong, who had busied himself with the system map all this time, simply smiled and said, ignore him. We have more important matters to tend to. Fire Dance, you, especially, have much to do. Sure Fong thought little of Lone Tyrant. The one Sure Fong was truly worried about was the Overwhelming Smile branch based in Maple City and the several surrounding cities controlled by Underworld at this moment. A graceful and quiet woman standing beside Lone Tyrant softly reminded him, Brother Tyrant, we have not come here to wage war with Zero Wing. Don't forget our goal. Listening to this woman's words, Lone Tyrant shot Sure Fong a glare before turning to enter the White Fog Canyon. The graceful woman then looked at Sure Fong and the others, sending them a faint smile before she followed after Lone Tyrant and led the army of over 6,000 players into the White Fog Canyon. I remember seeing that woman the last time I killed South Wolf. I think she was called Yulan. For Lone Tyrant act so subserviently, it seems that her status is quite high. Naturally, Sure Fong noticed the woman who had smiled at them. Uncertainty filling his gaze. Sure Fong had only paid attention to Yulan because of his intuition. He could feel an indescribable sense of danger from the woman, yet, after using omniscient eyes to inspect Yulan, Sure Fong discovered that the woman was merely a level 24 Tier 0 summoner. There was nothing special about her at all. Sure Fong began to doubt his intuition after Overwhelming Smile entered the canyon. The other guilds promptly followed. Only Sure Fong and the others lingered at the entrance. Guild leader, Overwhelming Smile, Emperor's Light, and Assassin's Alliance have already entered. Are we not going in yet? Aqua Rose asked as she watched guild after guild enter the White Fog Canyon. In a moment. I'll be done soon. Sure Fong leisurely responded. White Fog Canyon was a level 20 to level 30 grinding area. Or rather, it had been originally. However, after the meteorite shower, the monsters inside had gone berserk and had become far more difficult to deal with. At the very least, the White Fog Canyon was no longer suitable for ordinary players around level 20. When in a berserk state, monsters' damage and attack speed would increase by a minimum of 30%. With this increase, a common monster would possess the combat power of an elite monster, and so on. However, this was only the beginning. As time passed, the monsters within White Fog Canyon would also grow stronger and more numerous. Soon, even the weakest monsters inside the canyon would become elites, while a majority of the monsters would be special elites. There would also be quite a number of chieftains and lords moreover. All these monsters would have also entered a berserk state. Just thinking about this gave one goosebumps based on how long it had been since the meteorite shower. Surephone could say with certainty that there were no longer any common monsters inside White Fog Canyon. At the very minimum, the monsters inside the canyon would be elites. Moreover, the monsters would move in groups and respawn very quickly. There would also be many danger spots inside the canyon meanwhile. The core area of the White Fog Canyon spoke for itself. The results of rushing and unprepared were obvious currently. The baseline for entering White Fog Canyon was level 20 Tier 1 or around level 30 Tier 0, although players could improve their chances by going in with larger numbers. This canyon was still significantly dangerous, therefore. Surephone had sketched out a new map of the White Fog Canyon based on his memories of the past. On the new map, he had made sure to indicate locations that they needed to avoid. He had also marked a few mining spots and danger spots, although it was a time-consuming task. This new map would undeniably reduce the losses his guild members suffered. The minutes crawled by while Surephone was busy trying to recall the White Fog Canyon. Over a dozen minutes had passed since the crowd of independent players and guilds had entered White Fog Canyon suddenly. The members of Zero Wing, who had waited silently at the canyon's entrance, noticed many players exiting the canyon. These players looked pitiful. They left in parties of 2s and 3s. Not a single complete party passed the watching Zero Wing players. Unable to contain his curiosity, Blackie walked over and asked, "What happened to you guys? It's only been around 10 minutes since you went in. How'd you guys end up in such sorry states so quickly?" These players had relatively powerful equipment. They were fully geared in bronze equipment at the very minimum. Logically, a party of such caliber should not have any issues dealing with a level 22 or 23 special elite. Yet, all of these parties had lost at least half of their members. What do you know? The monsters inside White Fog Canyon are all berserk elites. Even our level 21 shield warrior could only take a dozen hits at most. Facing one was hard enough. Yet, for some reason, the monsters in there move in groups of 3 at least. They also have a massive aggro range, so they're easy to pull. Many had party wiped, and we only managed to escape after much difficulty. We've decided to level elsewhere until we hit level 25 at least. A level 21 veteran player replied, sighing. At this moment, his heart still trembled when he thought back to those groups of elite monsters. Chapter 414, Beast War. Every Zero Wing member laughed when they heard these independent players. In the end, independent players only amounted to so much. Even with a party of 6, 2 or 3 elites had been too much for them. They were truly weak. Guild leader is being too cautious. How can independent parties' strength compare to ours? Now that overwhelming smile has taken the lead, won't those bastards claim the Great Lord kill? It shouldn't be possible. It's a Great Lord. Overwhelming Smile has dispatched over 6,000 members for this, and all of them are elites. Killing a Great Lord should be child's play to them. Indeed, even though a Great Lord is very powerful, with 6,000 players, they could simply exhaust it to death. I really don't understand what the guild leader is thinking. Everyone has already arrived, yet we're just standing here. By the time we enter, who knows how many elite monsters the other guilds will have killed already. Why are we here anyway? While the members of Zero Wing grumbled about Feng's approach, a team of several hundred players left the White Fog Canyon. These players' equipment looked uniform, and they all wore the same guild emblem on their chests. They were clearly a guild team. What's up with these people? The crowd from Zero Wing grew curious as they watched the members of this guild team, disgrace haunting these players' expressions, following which another large wave of players came out of White Fog Canyon. These players also belonging to a guild. However, the second guild team had far more members than the first. Moreover, instead of slowly walking out of the canyon, these players ran in a panic. This scene thoroughly confused the Zero Wing members waiting by the canyon's entrance. Had these people gone insane? Wait, there's something behind them. One of Zero Wing's level 22 rangers with the Eagle Eye skill said. Everyone from Zero Wing then shifted their gazes and were immediately dumbfounded by what they saw previously. They had not been able to get a clear view due to being too far away. Now that it had come to them, they could finally see it behind the frantically running players. Thousands of crimson-eyed battle monkeys stormed after them. These bloodthirsty monkeys released frenzied roars as they charged at the escaping players like a tsunami, devouring everything in their path. Crimson-eyed battle monkeys, elite rank. Level 22, HP 16,000/16,000. Although these crimson-eyed battle monkeys did not have a lot of HP, compared to players, their bodies were half a size larger. Not only were they nimble and powerful, but they also possessed naturally long arms. In addition, they wielded weapons and were also capable of using these weapons as proficient as players. Defeating these monsters would not be easy. Meanwhile, among these thousands of crimson-eyed battle monkeys, there are also a few larger armored battle monkeys squeezed in. These armored battle monkeys were covered in scars, a testament to the many battles they had fought. Compared to the elite-ranked crimson-eyed battle monkeys, the armored battle monkeys were much stronger. It was not just because of their ranks as special elites, but more so because of their combat techniques, which were far superior than ordinary players. Armored battle monkeys, special elite. Level 24, HP 54,000/54,000. Moreover, whenever the tide of battle monkeys caught up to some of the escaping players, they would only tackle and hack said players to death in groups of 3 to 5. Not every battle monkey would stop to attack. Although frenzied, these battle monkeys fought with intelligence and organization. More players continued to die. Save me. Save me, please. I don't want to die. Many players screamed as the battle monkeys caught up to them. As for resisting, most of them had forgotten how to do that. The players of God's domain had never experienced such horrific slaughter before, and their legs had long since gone limp with fear. At this moment, only those who possessed a strong heart managed to keep running, whereas the weaker-willed players had died under the monster tsunami. Although some of the escaping players were also attacking as they ran, there were simply too many battle monkeys. Retaliation was no different than pouring a cup of water into a raging inferno. After a short moment, over 100 players had died in the end. The players who escaped the White Fog Canyon numbered less than 500. These players had even implicated the guild team that had escaped before them, causing the latter to suffer another loss of over 100 players after watching the massacre. The idle members of Zero Wing were stupefied. These battle monkeys were terrifying. Are these really monsters? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. The battle monkeys had behaved completely different from the monsters they had seen and fought before. Fighting these monsters was no longer grinding. Rather, it looked more like a full-blown war at this moment. The Zero Wing members who had previously complained about Shifeng's decision fell silent. Now, they only admired Shifeng's forethought. If they had not witnessed this scene and had foolishly charged into White Fog Canyon, it was highly possible that they would have suffered a similar fate to those players as for the other guild members. They looked at Shifeng with even greater reverence now while the crowd from Zero Wing continued to linger around the entrance. One guild team after another fled the canyon. As for the independent parties, very few had managed to escape, as practically all of them had died inside the canyon. Instead of calling the White Fog Canyon a precious grinding spot, it was more like a gigantic meat grinder. Right, let's join the party, Shifeng said after he finished organizing his map. He then said in the team chat, "You've seen for yourselves the various guild teams that have escaped. Most of those guild teams have more members than we do. However, as you can see, only half of them made out alive. You can imagine for yourselves just how dangerous White Fog Canyon is. So I hope that everyone will obey the commands given to you. Do not take any arbitrary actions. If anyone violates their orders, I will deal with you personally." The crowd involuntarily trembled upon hearing Shifeng's words, tensing unconsciously since no one has any issues. Stand by the groups and formations previously arranged. Shifeng nodded and said, "Let's head in then." After the meteorite shower, White Fog Canyon had ceased to be a grinding area. It was more like a super large-scale dungeon. Obtaining the Starfire would not be an easy task. Instead of grinding monsters, they were about to wage war inside the canyon. Danger lurked around every corner of the map. Inside the canyon, They did not need to look for the battle monkeys, as the battle monkeys had long since been ready to ambush them. Hence, they needed to stay vigilant inside the canyon. The formation Shurfeng had organized scattered the MTs around the team, whereas healers and range classes were safer in the center of the group. As for the assassins, they were sent to scout ahead, reporting back any activities they discovered so as to avoid an ambush under Shurfeng's lead. The Zero-Wing team quickly arrived at the inner region of the White Fog Canyon during this period. Everyone had experienced several battles, and the battle monkeys they killed numbered over 1,000. Everyone's experience bars rose significantly as a result. They had also obtained plenty of level 20 and above bronze equipment and materials. Most importantly, the team had suffered 0 casualties throughout the journey. This situation caused everyone's reverence towards Shurfeng to soar once more previously. Everyone had simply thought of Shurfeng as someone with impressive strength. They had never expected him to be a superior leader as well. Suddenly, Fire Dance, who was in stealth in a nearby tree, reported in the team chat, "Guild leader, a group of nearly 300 battle monkeys currently approaches from the left side of the team. Contact in roughly 30 seconds. Guild leader, a group of close to 400 crimson-eyed battle monkeys approaches from the rear. There are also a dozen or so armor battle monkeys with them. They will reach the team's current location in roughly 1 minute. Flying Shadow, one of the 5 demon generals, reported to everyone's hearts trembled upon receiving these 2 reports. The previous ambushes they had encountered had only come from a single direction. Now, these battle monkeys were initiating a pincer attack. Moreover, their numbers were far greater than before. The previous ambushes had only consisted of 100 or so battle monkeys. Now, they had to face a total of nearly 700. They were outnumbered. Chapter 415, Sword Practice. Sure enough, what will come has come. Shurfeng silently examined the system map of the White Fog Canyon. He was not the slightest bit surprised by the battle monkey's pincer attack. Smiling brightly, the White Fog Canyon was like a dungeon. There is a proper strategy to raid it. Shurfeng had been able to lead his party around the canyon freely with what knowledge he had in his previous life. With the experience he had accumulated, leading his current party would be a breeze compared to the past. The current White Fog Canyon was practically child's play back then. Not only had Shurfeng's party been required to deal with the battle monkeys, but they also had to deal with the sneak attacks and plundering of other players. This was especially the case when they faced the high-handed interception of the major guilds. These opponents were far more difficult to deal with than the battle monkeys currently. Other than Shurfeng, nobody else in White River City knew that the Starfire was the most valuable item in White Fog Canyon. Hence, this was the perfect chance for Shurfeng to make a fortune. Nobody would bother mining the Starfire so his chances of encounter competition were nil. All of the Starfire throughout the White Fog Canyon was free for Shurfeng's taking. If this were in the past, he would only have encountered such an opportunity in his dreams. Everyone, run towards the narrow gorge ahead. Shurfeng commanded through the team chat. Kola, your MT group will be responsible for blocking the entrance of the gorge. The other MTs, get ready to replace them at any given moment. Shurfeng had already considered every situation they could possibly encounter on their way here. Shurfeng also knew the topography of the White Fog Canyon like the back of his hand. A moment later, Zero-Wing's team of 500 entered the gorge. Meanwhile, the Guardian Knight Kola, along with 14 other MTs, walled off the entrance into White Fog Canyon's inner region. Anyone or anything that wanted through would have to break through these 15 MTs first. At first, the Zero-Wing members still worried about the army of battle monkeys. However, after seeing Shurfeng maneuver his troops, they sighed with relief. They had never expected that this canyon would contain such strategic terrain in such a narrow area. The battle monkeys could not take advantage of their numbers. Moreover, with this setup, they did not have to worry about a pincer attack. They only needed to focus on a single location. Shortly after everyone prepared their defenses, the first wave of close to 300 crimson-eyed battle monkeys slammed into their MT wall. Like the cavalry charge on ancient battlefields, the enemy stampede shook even the land. The sound of the monkeys' bloodthirsty roars that echoed throughout the gorge sent tremors through everyone's hearts despite having already experienced over a dozen battles. Zero Wing's elites still panicked compared to the previous battles. This was on an entirely different level. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys appeared to be more organized than the foes they had faced before. These battle monkeys also seemed much fiercer, resembling the battle monkeys they had seen back at the entrance of the White Fog Canyon Guild leader. These crimson-eyed battle monkeys look strange. I feel that not only have they become more organized, but they are also stronger than before. Aqua Rose frowned slightly. Inwardly, she worried that Cola and the others might not be able to hold off this wave of monsters, of course. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys we fought before were merely washouts. Meanwhile, the ones we are about to face right now are the victors, so naturally they're much stronger, Shurfeng explained as he nodded. Moreover, these crimson-eyed battle monkeys have a war chief at their backs. Look over there. As he said so, Shurfeng pointed towards a large tree outside of the gorge. Standing in a large tree was a slightly smaller battle monkey covered in fine black leather armor battle monkey war chief, chieftain rank. Level 25. HP 140,000/140,000. The battle monkey war chief possessed the war chief's aura, increasing the attributes of the surrounding crimson-eyed battle monkeys by 10%. An ordinary MT simply could not withstand the attacks from these elite-ranked crimson-eyed battle monkeys. It was simply impossible for a tier 0 metric tons around level 21 to survive. Hence, the various guilds have been massacred upon meeting such monster armies watching the crimson-eyed battle monkeys charge towards them. Shurfeng hurriedly said, "All clerics, cast sacred shields on the MTs. Oracles, use prayer barrier. Cola, activate Guardian Aura." Immediately, the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors on the front line each received a sacred shield from the clerics, the shield being capable of absorbing a large amount of damage. In addition, there were also prayer barriers cast in front of them. These barriers could similarly absorb a certain amount of damage from the front. Finally, Cola's Guardian Aura increased everyone's defense. Faced with the physical attacks of the crimson-eyed battle monkeys, the Guardian Aura will be particularly beneficial. Zero Wing's members' levels were, on average, higher than those in other guilds. For this operation, the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors dispatched were all level 22 and above, and each one had at least 4,300 HP. Among them, Cola, who was a level 23 Tier 1 Guardian Knight, possessed over 5,300 HP. There is also Yi Wumian, a level 22 Tier 1 Shield Warrior with over 4,900 HP. Just as the wave of battle monkeys arrived before Cola and the others, Cola suddenly shouted, "Aegis protection!" In the blink of an eye, a faint golden glow covered every MT Aegis protection. Tier 1. Reduces damage taken for all allies within a 30-yard radius by 30% for 12 seconds cooldown. 1 minute 30 seconds. Simultaneously, everyone readied their shields to defend against the crimson-eyed battle monkeys' attacks. Bang! 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 The instant both sides collided, the prayer barrier shattered. Only the sacred shields still barely supported the MTS, however. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys' charge was overwhelming. Cola and the others were forced to retreat several steps before they could stabilize themselves. In the next moment, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys, which had stopped their charge, brandished their swords and sabers at the MTs. Their attack speeds were incredible, preventing the players from catching their breaths. Some of the MTs had been too late in defending against the oncoming attacks, their sacred shields shattering and receiving minus 200 damage without the protection of the sacred shields. The MTs received around minus 800 damage every time the crimson-eyed battle monkey struck them, and this was after the 30% damage reduction of Aegis protection. Only Cola and Yi Wumian received damage below minus 500 points. If the MTs did not block the majority of the attacks with their shields, the healers would struggle to keep up with the incoming damage. I'll leave this to you all. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, you two cover my 6 while I deal with that war chief, After issuing the command, Shifeng activated the aura of wind of the 7 luminaries ring. He then activated Wind Rider and flew towards the Battle Monkey Warchief when one met a Battle Monkey army in the White Fog Canyon. They first needed to exterminate the Battle Monkey Warchief. Not only could the Warchief increase his subordinates' attributes and raise their attack efficiency, but it could also call for infinite reinforcements. Hence, players needed to kill the Warchief as soon as possible. Players would simply be asking for trouble if they dragged the fight on for too long without killing the Warchief. However, taking it out would not be easy. This did not mean that the Battle Monkey Warchief was overly powerful. Rather, compared to the other battle monkeys, the Warchief was far more sensitive to danger. When its own life was at risk, it would flee. Moreover, the Warchief was also more agile than the other battle monkeys, as could be seen from its thin and lean body. Hence, players would find it difficult to kill when the Battle Monkey Warchief saw Shifeng flying towards it. It immediately fled in the opposite direction. Unfortunately, although the Battle Monkey Warchief was quick on its feet, it was far slower than Shifeng. When he had Wind Rider active, let's use you as practice for my newly learned void steps. Shifeng smiled faintly. Unsheathing the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory Shadow, he shot forward, hurtling towards the Battle Monkey Warchief. Chapter 416, Dance of Blades. While Shifeng hunted the Battle Monkey Warchief, the range classes of Zero Wing within the gorge began to take action. Cola and the other MTs had successfully held off the first charge. The healers in the back had also stabilized the 15 MT's HP. The only thing left to do was to clean up the assaulting battle monkeys standing in the rear. Blackie had begun to chant an incantation, waving his staff after becoming a Tier 1 Cursemancer. Blackie's damage had increased significantly. At the same time, he had also learned a new Tier 1 skill, Magic Synergy. Magic Synergy. Tier 1 increases the efficiency of the caster's spells, improving spell effects by 30% and reducing cast time by 30% for 15 seconds. The density of elemental mana surrounding Blackie skyrocketed. Blackie then cast Stars of Light due to Magic Synergy's enhancement. Both the effective range and power of Stars of Light had increased by 30% in the next moment. A dazzling ball of light descended from the sky. Noticing this, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys responded quickly and tried to evade the incoming attack. However, while inside the gorge, other than advancing, their only escape was to retreat backward. Natural rock walls surrounded the battle monkeys on both sides, and it was impossible for them to scale these walls. With Cola and the other MTs of Zero Wing creating a shield wall ahead, and their companions blocking their rear, these battle monkeys could only watch helplessly as the Stars of Light descended. They also had no way to block this incoming bombardment. AoE destruction spells attacked from all angles. Unless one had magic immunity, invincibility, or countered with an AoE destruction spell of their own, there was no other way to defend against the attack boom. The instant the Stars of Light descended, a damage of over minus 5,000 points appeared above the heads of every battle monkey the spell struck. As for the monsters further away from the site of impact, they, too, received damages of over minus 3,000 points. Despite having increased attributes due to the Warchief's aura, these crimson-eyed battle monkeys still lost close to a third of their HP. However, this was only the beginning. Stars of Light had a duration of 15 seconds, and with each passing second, the spell's damage would scale up by 10%. After only 5 seconds, all of the battle monkeys within range had turned to ash, leaving behind a plethora of loot. A large section of the gorge was suddenly empty. Making a rough estimate, over 100 crimson-eyed battle monkeys had died. AoE destruction spells are awesome, though it would be great if their cooldown times were shorter. Although Cola had seen Blackie cast the spell many times, his heart still trembled with excitement whenever he witnessed this overwhelming destruction. The scattered loot on the ground and his soaring EXP bar also exhilarated him. EXP from level 22 elites was originally quite significant. Meanwhile, after the meteorite shower, the EXP from the monsters inside the White Fog Canyon had increased by 3 to 4 times. In other words, Killing a single monster here was the equivalent of killing 3 or 4 monsters of the same level and rank outside of White Fog Canyon after Blackie's Stars of Light ended. Yi Wumian rose from level 22 to level 23, his HP breaking past the 5,000 threshold. Everyone else also watched their experience bars increase by a huge chunk. Originally, it would have taken them several hours to gain so much EXP. Now, however, they had only taken around a dozen seconds or so Stars of Light truly shone when used in a war. Not only was it massively destructive, but it could also shock enemies. Take the crimson-eyed battle monkeys caught outside the range of Stars of Light, for example. Despite having received no damage, they did not barrel forward after Stars of Light ended. They stood there with stunned expressions. Their previous fierce momentum had completely vanished, unfortunately. AoE destruction spells like Blackie's Stars of Light were rare. Moreover, these spells possessed long cooldowns, needing a full half an hour. In a battle, such spells could be used once at most. Stop daydreaming. All range classes, attack those dazed battle monkeys. Aqua Rose commanded suddenly. Spells and arrows bombarded the dazed monsters. Momentarily, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys were at a loss of what to do. They had even forgotten to dodge or use their weapons to fend off the incoming attacks. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen more battle monkeys died, however. One would be sorely mistaken if they thought they could get rid of these crimson-eyed battle monkeys so easily. As soon as these monsters regained themselves, they charged at Kola and the other MTs with even greater madness suddenly. The second battle of attrition had begun, although the battle was vicious. Compared to Shi Feng's battle, it paled in comparison. Shi Feng's current opponent was the Battle Monkey War Chief, a level 25 chieftain that had gone berserk. Inside a dungeon, the War Chief was definitely worthy of the role of a boss. Only, its HP was slightly lower than a typical dungeon boss. Shi Feng moved in front of the Battle Monkey War Chief with a flash, blocking its path. He then activated Chop and sent 3 silvery gray blades of light slashing at the War Chief's thin frame, completely sealing off its exit. The Monkey War Chief suddenly squinted its blood-red eyes as it screeched, releasing an intimidating power. It then took a step back, its right fist punching towards the convergence point of the 3 blades of light pump. The 3 blades of light shattered. The Monkey War Chief then took a step forward and swung its left fist, flames covering the fist as it flew toward Shi Feng's head. The whole process had happened in the blink of an eye, and the Battle Monkey War Chief had launched its attack was a lot more accurately and faster than many expert players. However, the instant the Monkey War Chief's fist struck Shi Feng's head, it felt as if it had struck air. Taking a closer look, the Monkey War Chief discovered that had only hit Shi Feng's afterimage. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had used silent steps and arrived behind the Battle Monkey War Chief. He then used Thunder Flame Explosion. The Tier 1 Thunder Flame Explosion possessed a brief area suppression effect when cast, slowing all enemies' movements within a 10 by 10 yard area. Moreover, Shi Feng was now a Tier 1 player. Despite being only level 22, the effect of the attack-type skills he used would not have weakened in the slightest even against the level 25 Battle Monkey War Chief. Furthermore, Shi Feng also possessed the Golden Stigmata, which allowed him to ignore up to 20 levels of suppression suddenly. The Battle Monkey War Chief's speed had fallen, having only 1/6 of its original speed. It was no longer capable of blocking or dodging incoming attacks in Time Boom. The power of lightning and fire assaulted the Monkey War Chief. However, it had a surprisingly high defense for such a thin frame. Despite being a Tier 1 Blade Saint, Shi Feng only managed to deal over minus 3,600 damage to the Monkey War Chief. Fortunately, Thunder Flame Explosion forced the Monkey War Chief into a fainted state for 6 seconds. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to follow up his victory with Hot Pursuit, taking the opportunity to damage the Monkey War Chief heavily while it was incapacitated for 6 seconds. In the end, however, the Battle Monkey War Chief activated Berserker Rage, becoming immune to all control effects and increasing its strength and speed. It then unsheathed the War Saber hanging on its back and brandished it at its adversary. Suddenly, 9 blades of light wrapped around Shurfeng. This was one of the battle monkey warchief skills. Dance of blades if struck, even an MT like Kola would die without question. However, Kola possessed a large shield that he could use to defend himself. He would have no problems blocking the majority of the blades of light. Shurfeng, however, did not possess a shield. He only had his 2 swords. Good timing. At this moment, Shurfeng could feel impending doom approaching. Yet, he neither defended with his swords, nor did he activate defensive blade to save his life. Instead, he activated purgatory power and charged at the monkey warchief's dance of blades void steps. Previously, Shurfeng would have never thought of confronting a berserk level 25 battle monkey warchief head-on. After all, the monkey warchief was terrifying after going berserk. Not only did its speed surpass Tier 1 players, but Tier 1 players also could not block its incredible attacks. After his match with Soaring Snake, Shurfeng had finally succeeded in learning the advanced footwork void steps. However, he had not found a chance to test his footwork again since that match. Meanwhile, the agile battle monkey warchief was the perfect opponent for Shurfeng to practice void steps. The usefulness of void steps wasn't limited to PvP. It was also effective against monsters. After the battle monkey warchief swung its saber, it suddenly discovered that Shurfeng had disappeared. By the time the monkey warchief discovered his opponent again, the latter had already appeared beside it, casually walking past. Meanwhile, several bloody gashes appeared on its body. Chapter 417, Blade Liberation. In a withered forest located at the outer area of White Fog Canyon, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who had been standing watch around the team all this time, were currently dashing towards the Gorge Sister Fire Dance. Guild leader is too amazing. He can actually fight the battle monkey war chief, a berserk level 25 chieftain, all by himself. With eyes filled with anticipation, Flying Shadow added, "I hope that monkey war chief can last until we get there." Flying Shadow, you're still in mood to joke around? Although guild leader is amazing, a chieftain that has gone berserk is no laughing matter. In a moment, we'll need to be careful when we go in and support guild leader. We will lose our lives if we're hit by the monkey war chief. Fire Dance reminded him. Fire Dance felt that it was too risky for Shurfeng to fight a berserk level 25 chieftain all by himself. Such a battle did not permit even the slightest mistake. After Fire Dance succeeded in her class change quest and became a Tier 1 assassin, she had wanted to test her own standards. Hence, she had sent the members of the guild out looking for monsters for her to test herself against. At the very beginning, she had required little effort to defeat a level 15 special elite. She then challenged herself with a level 16 chieftain. However, 20 seconds into the battle, she was already in a miserable state. In the end, she had to use Vanish and Flee. Hence, Fire Dance knew clearly just how powerful a chieftain rank monster was, let alone a level 25 chieftain that was constantly in a berserk state. Sister Fire Dance, I can hear sounds of battle coming from the front. They should be fighting over there, Flying Shadow said excitedly. Many people wished they could watch the battles of the one-hit Azura. Some players were even offering to purchase unpublished battle videos of the one-hit Azura at high prices, hoping to learn a thing or two from watching these videos. Flying Shadow himself had also watched Shurfeng's battle videos over 100 times and received great benefits from doing so. However, at the end of the day, a video was still a video. It simply could not compare to seeing a battle live. However, Shurfeng's battles were simply too fast-paced. Even though Flying Shadow could witness them, there was a limit to how much his mind could absorb. Hence, Flying Shadow also wanted a recording of the battle to study it in detail. After returning to this end, Flying Shadow had specially asked Fire Dance to activate holographic simulation mode to record Shurfeng's battle. Before Flying Shadow had experienced a virtual gaming cabin, he had only been dismissive of the machine. Wasn't it just a 97% sync rate? The virtual gaming helmet also possessed a 90% sync rate. How huge of a difference could there be? The makers of the virtual gaming cabin were simply trying to swindle people's money. However, after Flying Shadow tried the cabin for himself, he instantly fell in love with it. Not only could the virtual gaming cabin allow him to display more of his actual combat power, but it was also of great help in regard to learning how to fight in God's domain. The holographic videos in particular were far superior to flat-screen videos, unfortunately. There were only 5 virtual gaming cabins in Zero Wing's workshop, 3 of which were dedicated to the guild leader, Fire Dance, and Blackie. The remaining 2 had to be shared with other core members in rotation currently. Flying Shadow was not using the virtual gaming cabin, so he could not utilize the holographic recording. He could only request one from Fire Dance. That way, he could properly watch the video the next time it was his turn to use a virtual gaming cabin. In regard to Flying Shadow's request, Fire Dance was not opposed to it. She, too, wished to learn from Shi Feng's battle. Then, she simply needed to give Flying Shadow a copy. When the two arrived at the scene of the battle, they suddenly saw Shi Feng disappear, before shortly reappearing beside the battle monkey war chief and slowly walking by it. Meanwhile, a few additional gashes manifested on the monkey war chief's body, fresh blood spurting out all over the place. What's going on? The sight suddenly set off an endless ripple in Fire Dance's and Flying Shadow's hearts. Each of Shi Feng's strikes only managed to deal around minus 900 damage. The 3 slashes amounted to just slightly over minus 2,700 damage. To the battle monkey war chief, which had 140,000 HP, they were merely scratches. However, the monkey war chief appeared even more furious after it was struck suddenly. The battle monkey war chief sent a barrage of attacks raining down on Shi Feng. The monkey war chief started using Dance of Blades with greater frequency, sealing Shi Feng's path of retreat every time it did so. However, Shi Feng also dashed directly at the Dance of Blades every time, disappearing before reappearing. Shi Feng was like the moon's reflection in the water. Although the monkey war chief could see him, it always failed to hit Shi Feng's physical body. Meanwhile, the monkey war chief's HP also continuously decreased for a moment. Shi Feng had completely suppressed the battle monkey war chief. Has the guild leader learned a new technique? Flying Shadow muttered with uncertainty. Though he wanted to call a skill, that would be incorrect. Normally, powerful skills possessed very long cooldowns. How could a skill that allowed one to disappear and reappear shortly after be frequently usable? It shouldn't be a skill. Fire Dance had been paying rapt attention to Shi Feng's battle, and with surprise filling her eyes, she said, "If it were a skill similar to instantaneous movement, then the moment he disappears, he should simultaneously reappear at another location. However, after guild leader disappears, it takes a short moment for him to reappear in our sight. Moreover, there's always an awkward pause whenever we activate a skill. Yet, there is no pause when guild leader uses that move." Fire Dance's observations were indeed on point. However, they only gave Flying Shadow an even greater shock. Players can actually carry out such powerful moves without using a skill. This revelation completely shattered Flying Shadow's understanding of virtual reality. Games guild leader seems greatly exhausted. It seems that this move places an enormous burden on one's mental strength. Fire Dance's observations were quite thorough, and very quickly, she noticed that Shi Feng's complexion seemed somewhat pale. His eyes seemed slightly dimmer as well. Prepared to take action. In fact, it was exactly as Fire Dance had said. Void Steps was advanced footwork, a technique that removed one's own presence from the other person's brain. In other words, despite others clearly being able to see and sense Shi Feng's presence, their brains would actively shunt this information to the subconscious mind and focus on other less relevant information, which would result in failing to see or sense Shi Feng. However, such advanced footwork posed extremely high demands on its user, whether in terms of movement, breathing, and so on. Although Shi Feng had already succeeded in executing Void Steps, and his proficiency improved with each subsequent use, the technique still placed a significant burden on his mental strength. Flying Shadow silently nodded. At this moment, he had already focused all his concentration on Shi Feng, hero worship filling his eyes. Even though such a powerful move greatly exhausted one's mental strength, it was still very impressive when the battle monkey war chief had only half its HP remaining. Shi Feng was already beyond exhaustion. I guess using Void Steps to deal with a Berserk chieftain is really pushing things too far. Feng smiled bitterly in his heart as he looked at the battle monkey war chief that grew increasingly fearless the more it fought. If he were up against a player, he could definitely finish them off after using void steps twice. The battle would not drag on for such a long time, however. This battle against the monkey war chief was greatly beneficial to Feng, as he honed his mastery of void steps with each subsequent use of the footwork. Meanwhile, when the battle monkey war chief noticed that its opponent looked no different from a tired dog, it squinted its eyes as it revealed a cold smile. It then brandished its saber, using Dance of Blades once more at this moment. Feng was quickly reaching his limit. If he used void steps one more time, it was highly possible that he would faint on the spot, faced with the 9 saber images that completely sealed his movements. Feng suddenly erupted with Power Blade Liberation. This was the Tier 1 Super Berserk skill Feng had spent 20 legacy skill points to learn. The skill's duration was only 20 seconds, and after that period, he would enter a weakened state, with all his attributes decreased by 80% for 3 minutes. If he could not finish off his enemy in 20 seconds, then only death awaited him. Meanwhile, the weapon Feng used Blade Liberation on was the level 20 Dark Gold ranked Purgatory Shadow. Suddenly, the power of the Purgatory Shadow flowed into Feng. His body started glowing a faint red. Feng then tightened his grip around the abyssal blade and slashed at the incoming blades of light. Chapter 418, Clean Break. Faint red, glowing dots began circulating around the blade of the silvery gray sword, the dots closely resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Upon colliding with the sword images, a bang resounded. Strong winds then blew outwards into the surroundings, sweeping the leaves scattered across the ground into the air. The battle monkey war chief's Dance of Blades suddenly vanished. The monkey war chief was forced back by 4 steps, and a hint of fear suddenly appeared on its sneering face. The man, who was at the brink of collapse a second before, suddenly possessed strength that could make others tremble in the next second. Even Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who were observing the fight from a short distance away, were stupefied. Guild leader's strength is amazing. Flying Shadow, exclaimed Feng, had actually managed to force a Berserk level 25 chieftain to retreat. Even Berserkers, who were known for their strength, were far from capable of such a feat if this strength were used against players. Even if Feng did not use any skills, he could still finish them off with a single attack. It isn't just his strength. Even his speed has received a huge increase. Before, I could still manage to see the after images of his attacks. Now, I can't even see his sword images. I can only barely see his hand swinging his sword. Fire Dance said, shocked. An ordinary burst skill would increase its user's strength and speed by 50% at most. On the other hand, the burst skill Feng used was simply too frightening. According to Fire Dance's initial judgment, Feng's basic attributes had, at the very least, doubled. Such an increase would improve his combat power several-fold. Looking at the battle monkey war chief, Feng slowly raised the corners of his lips as he said softly, "Let's start the second round, then." The buff Feng received after activating Blade Liberation had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had his strength increased by 100%, but his agility had also increased by 150%. Feng could overwhelm the battle monkey war chief, even in a direct confrontation. Now, G. The monkey war chief screeched and bared its fangs at Feng. Instead of acting wildly like before, it calmed down and carefully observed Feng's every action. It even tightly gripped its war saber and took a fighting stance. "It seems that you're finally getting serious." Feng smiled faintly as he, too, shifted to a fighting stance, prepared to receive the monkey war chief's next move. The monkey war chief possessed very high intelligence, and it was no worse than ordinary NPCs. Hence, it was capable of using skills based on the situation currently. Feng possessed strength that surpassed the battle monkey war chief's. Naturally, the monkey war chief knew not to try to suppress Feng, using its strength in God's domain. Chieftain rank monsters were not only stronger than other monsters in terms of attributes and techniques, but they also possessed unique traits. It was precisely these unique traits that made it very difficult for players to solo chieftains. There was a large variety of these unique traits. Some monsters possessed extraordinary destruction skills. Some possessed skills that enhanced their own bodies. Some possessed very long-range attack-type skills. And so on as far as Shurfeng could recall, the Battle Monkey Warchief possessed an ultimate move called Clean Break, was a skill with godlike speed. When activated, the Monkey Warchief would swing its saber with a speed that could not be tracked by the naked eye, instantly killing its opponent. In the past, many Tier 1 experts had died from this single move. Even a level 30 Tier 1 Shield Warrior expert could not withstand it. As for Tier 1 Assassins, a class known for its speed, they would be killed before they could even use block with their weapons. Even now, when Shurfeng possessed speed superior to the Monkey Warchief's, he still dared not take the risk and had directly activated Defensive Blade. Why did Guild Leader go on the defensive? He clearly possesses strength and speed superior to the Monkey Warchief's. He should be able to kill it with ease. Flying Shadow said, surprised, standing beside him. Fire Dance was silent. She had challenged a chieftain before, so she knew how powerful a monster of that rank was. She, too, could sense that the Battle Monkey Warchief was about to display its true power, which was why she silently focused her attention on Shurfeng. She wanted to see just how Shurfeng was going to deal with this situation. However, something surprising happened. Although Shurfeng had readied his stance and taken defensive measures, he did not wait for the Monkey Warchief's attack to look for an opening to exploit. Instead, he took the initiative to attack first. Earth Splitter. A blade of light emerged from the fractured earth, slashing at the Battle Monkey Warchief. Just as the mighty blade of light was about to hit the Monkey Warchief, the blade of light suddenly shattered, as if something struck it. Meanwhile, by the time everyone noticed, the Monkey Warchief's posture had changed. Its body had also moved 2 steps backward. It was obvious that the Monkey Warchief was the one that shattered the blade of light. However, Shurfeng's strength was simply too overwhelming. As a result, the recoil had forced the Monkey Warchief to retreat by 2 steps so fast. Flying Shadow said in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Flying Shadow had not even seen the Monkey Warchief draw its saber. This showed that the Monkey Warchief was even faster than Shurfeng. 6 yards? Shurfeng roughly gauged the Battle Monkey Warchief's attack range from its previous attack. Clean Break did not affect the Monkey Warchief's movement speed. It only gave the monster a frightening drawing speed. However, its saber was only so long, so its attack range was very limited based on Shurfeng's estimates. The Monkey Warchief's attack range should be 6 yards. The area within these 6 yards was the Monkey Warchief's absolute domain after identifying its attack range. As long as Shurfeng avoided moving too close, he would be absolutely safe. Shurfeng then brandished his sword dozens of times in quick succession. As Defensive Blade increased his attack range, Shurfeng could always maintain a distance of around 10 yards every time he attacked. Meanwhile, the Battle Monkey Warchief also rushed at Shurfeng while defending against his attacks, trying to get within 6 yards of him. Unfortunately, the Monkey Warchief's strength was inferior to Shurfeng's. Every time it defended against Shurfeng's attack, it would be forced to take a few steps back. Moreover, Shurfeng's speed was originally faster than the Monkey Warchief's, making it even more impossible for the Monkey Warchief to close the distance. However, Shurfeng's attacks were also unable to cause any damage to the Monkey Warchief. They were all blocked by Clean Break. Furthermore, the Battle Monkey Warchief's HP was continuously increasing due to its battle recovery. Sure enough, Clean Break is indeed powerful. However, what do you think about this move? Smiling faintly, Shurfeng activated 9 dragons. Suddenly, 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade appeared around Shurfeng. Simultaneously, all 12 phantoms stabbed at the Monkey Warchief. The moment the 12 phantoms entered the Monkey Warchief's attack range, it was as if they had stabbed into a protective barrier. The phantoms were instantly sent flying backward, unable to hit the Monkey Warchief at all. However, Shurfeng was far from done with his assault. In the next moment, scorching hot flames emerged around the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow. This was the effect of Shurfeng's Sure Kill skill, the level 9 Flame Burst. It concentrated the power of flames to a single point for 12 attacks. Suddenly, Shurfeng charged at the Battle Monkey Warchief. Once more, just as Shurfeng was about to enter the attack range of Clean Break, he suddenly vanished. Although the monkey war chief was on high alert, it still could not detect Feng's existence at all. Moreover, it also needed to face the simultaneous attacks of the 12 phantoms. It had no energy to spare for locating Feng when Feng appeared again. He was already standing directly in front of the battle monkey war chief. The abyssal blade was also only a short distance away from hitting the monkey war chief. Yet, the monkey war chief still managed to block the magic weapon with its godlike skill. Clean break. What kind of attack speed is that? Fire Dance had been wholeheartedly focused on the battle now. However, she too was stupefied. In her view, Feng's sword simply could not be blocked at such a short distance. Yet the monkey war chief had managed to do exactly that. How was Feng supposed to kill it? However, despite having succeeded in blocking Feng's attack, the battle monkey war chief had an extraordinarily grim expression on its face in the next moment. The abyssal blade cleaved the war saber in its path, like a hot knife through butter. Immediately after, the purgatory shadow slashed the monkey war chief's body with zero resistance, following which, sword after sword landed on the battle monkey war chief's body. A series of 11 attacks struck the monkey war chief. Each attack dealt close to minus 10,000 damage. Some even achieved a critical hit, dealing close to minus 20,000 damage. The total damage caused by the 11 slashes completely surpassed the battle monkey war chief's 140,000 HP. The battle monkey war chief was as dead as a doornail. It's my win. Feng looked at the dead battle monkey war chief, smiling faintly at this moment. He was mentally exhausted. He sat down involuntarily, his body unable to even stand properly, following which the sound of an emergency notification from the system rang out by his ears. Chapter 419, Mysterious Guests. Guild Leader. Fire Dance activated wind steps and rushed over to the fallen Feng. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, was completely stunned by what he had seen. He was still in a complete daze. Guild Leader, what's wrong? Fire Dance asked, panicking as she looked at Feng's pale complexion. Ultimately, God's domain was only a game. Even if a player entered a weakened state, only their attributes would decrease. The debuff definitely would not weaken a player's mental state. It's nothing. I'm just tired. That's all. Feng muttered a reply. I'm going to enter system sleep mode to rest for now. You two take care of the loot and meet back up with Aqua. Remember, continue to grind in the gorge and do not go anywhere else. The battle monkey commander was not an ordinary chieftain. It was a chieftain found inside the White Fog Canyon, far different than other chieftains. Without void steps, even if Fire Dance and the others joined hands to fight it, they would inevitably have to flee. If Feng had not used void steps during his battle, defeat would have been his only outcome. Feng's mental capacity had long since reached its limit. Now that he had used void steps again, he had exceeded that limit. Nothing good would come from a player exceeding their own mental limit. Hence, the main god system would automatically send an official warning, suggesting the player to enter sleep mode. Players could recover their mental capacity while in sleep mode. In reality, it was exactly the same as sleeping. Only, while resting in sleep mode, players could recover more thoroughly. After instructing Fire Dance, Feng entered sleep mode and logged out of the game to rest. Sister Fire Dance, what happened? Flying Dance asked curiously when he saw Feng log off. As soon as he arrived, Guild Leader is exhausted and has logged off to rest. Let's tidy up the drops here and return to the gorge, Fire Dance said. Sighing relief, logged off to rest. Flying Dance was surprised, his mind riddled with questions. This was the first time he had heard of a player needing to log off to rest due to a battle. Flying Shadow had once tried to grind continuously for over 10 hours. Although he was tired after his endeavor, he was fine after he ate some food and went to the hotel to rest. Now, Feng actually needed to log off and rest. However, after giving it some thought, Flying Shadow found nothing strange about this situation. After all, despite the battle monkey war chief being such a powerful monster, Feng had soloed it with that mystifying move. It was unbelievable. Hence, it was not at all strange that it would take such a toll on his guild leader. On the contrary, it was perfectly reasonable. It would be awesome if I could learn that move. Flying Dance was still fascinated when he thought back to Feng's battle. but I think it will be very difficult to convince guild leader to teach me such a powerful move. No, I cannot give up. As long as I contribute more to Zero Wing, guild leader might agree to teach me if I ask. Flying Shadow's loyalty towards Zero Wing soared once more. He inwardly vowed to contribute his all to Zero Wing after swiftly collecting the loot of the Battle Monkey War chief. Fire Dance noticed Flying Shadow's dazed expression. At this sight, she could not help but chuckle, saying, "Flying Shadow, stop daydreaming. We're going back to the gorge." Fire Dance could, more or less, understand Flying Shadow's thoughts. The player soloing a Berserk level 25 chieftain in God's domain was undeniably a miracle. Furthermore, the mysterious technique Shurfeng had used shattered the common ideas everyone had of battles in God's domain. Hence, how could she blame him for being mystified? Compared to Flying Shadow, Fire Dance had a far more profound experience of the battle. She was connecting to the game using a virtual gaming cabin, so she could see and feel the formidableness of void steps. Clearly, the benefit she obtained from watching this battle had exceeded what she had gained from watching over 100 battles of other experts. So, Flying Shadow followed hurriedly after he recovered his wits after Shurfeng logged off. The members of Zero Wing took up residence in the gorge. They did not go anywhere else, luring and killing monsters in the gorge. The monsters in White Fog Canyon were numerous. Moreover, their loot was similarly bountiful. With a strategic location like the gorge, Zero Wing's players had nothing to worry about. Even if they faced an army of battle monkeys, their leveling speed here was several times faster than grinding elsewhere. Moreover, they also obtained plenty of equipment and various materials. However, while Zero Wing peacefully leveled, White River City had exploded with commotion. After the discovery of a great lord in the White Fog Canyon, everyone eagerly awaited news of the various guilds raiding it successfully. However, the results were completely unexpected despite having sent so many level 20 and above elite players. Before the various guilds found the Great Lord, they had lost over half of their players. Suddenly, everyone's view of the White Fog Canyon had changed. Many players who had originally intended to rush towards the canyon to grind and level up dismissed their plans at this revelation. However, although many had given up on the White Fog Canyon, it did not prevent them from discussing it. Although most of the guilds in White River City had given up on the White Fog Canyon, Overwhelming Smile, Emperor's Light, Assassin's Alliance, Ouroboros, and Zero Wing, the top 5 guilds of White River City, still pushed forward in the White Fog Canyon. Even now, everyone had their guesses on which of these 5 guilds would be the first to kill the Great Lord at this moment. The teleportation array inside White River City's teleportation hull started to flash, and 6 figures suddenly appeared. The instant these 6 appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the players in White River City. These 6 people possessed stunning levels. Each one of them was at least level 25. Among them, one had even reached level 26. This player had actually surpassed White River City's highest leveled player, Blackie. However, this was not the most shocking aspect. The equipment they wore was what truly left others in a daze. The equipment these players wore gave off the glow effect that only a fine gold equipment possessed. They also had a few pieces of dark gold equipment in the mix. The level 26 Guardian Knight leading this party wore 5 pieces of dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, the quality of the bone shield on his back was indiscernible. Shockingly, this Guardian Knight possessed over 5,600 HP, an amount that not even the chief MTs of first-rate guilds had reached yet. None of these players wore a guild emblem on their chests. Clearly, they were independent players. It was astonishing that independent players had acquired such equipment, boss. The people here are weird. Why are they all staring at us? It's giving me goosebumps. The country bumpkins here are just envious after seeing our equipment. This place isn't that bad after all. The average players here are around level 18 or 19. It's just slightly lower than ours. All right, enough. We're here on official business. First, ask around for information on that one-hit Azura. Having their objective, the party of 6 exited the teleportation hall on the street. Any players who encountered this party of 6 would unconsciously move aside and look away in fear. Unexpectedly, Shifeng had slept for more than a day inside the virtual gaming cabin. What's going on? Why did I sleep for so long? Shifeng was stunned when he exited the gaming cabin and saw the time. Shifeng had several years of experience using the virtual gaming cabin, and this was not his first time exceeding his limit. In the past, he had only slept around half a dozen hours or so. Now, he had actually slept over 30 hours. This was the first time Shifeng had encountered such a situation. What? Even a nutrient solution that's supposed to last me half a month has bottomed out already? Before Shifeng could make sense of the situation, he suddenly heard the virtual gaming cabin launch a warning, notifying him that the cabin's supply of nutrient solution was quickly running out. Chapter 420, Conditions for Cooperation. Although Shifeng wasn't sure what had happened, he felt better than ever after leaving the virtual gaming cabin. Even his body felt relaxed. Shifeng exercised lightly, throwing a few dozen punches at the empty air in front of him. Every time he punched, he could faintly feel his fists piercing the air. My body has become a lot more flexible. Even the speed of my punches has improved significantly. It seems that the best way to train is with moderation. Shifeng could immediately tell his body's current condition after his workout previously. Shifeng had trained relentlessly, constantly maintaining physical tension. Over time, he would become exhausted. Even when he drank nutrient fluids, the effect was limited and would never fully relieve his exhaustion after over 30 hours of rest. He was completely relaxed. As a result, he could now display his true power. Although his physique had not improved, he was now more flexible than before. This was something that Shifeng had always wanted after sleeping for so long. I wonder if anything has happened in the White Fog Canyon. Hopefully, Aqua doesn't risk the team and delve further into the canyon. After Shifeng's brief moment of joy, his mind suddenly drifted to the dangers in the White Fog Canyon, and he began to worry. The White Fog Canyon consisted of two regions, the outer and inner region. The battle monkeys in the outer region were tolerable, and there were only a few traps and forbidden areas. However, after entering the inner region, not only were all the monsters their level 25 and above, but the majority of the monsters were also special elites. The danger in the inner region was many times higher than the canyon's edges, with only Zero Wing's 500 members. Even if they had a few dozen Tier 1 players in their midst, they would suffer terrible losses should they venture into the inner canyon. Most of Zero Wing's experts were on the team of 500. If they died, Zero Wing would suffer for it. Worrying about the possibilities, Shifeng hurriedly ordered takeout. At the same time, he also contacted the game store and purchased a large batch of nutrient solutions. He had nearly depleted the nutrient solution in his cabin, and although he could use the gaming cabin without it, the nutrient solution was meant to counter certain situations. If he did not replenish the solution, should he exceed his mental limit again, his body would not recover to its peak condition like it had this time. After a short rest, Shifeng was ready to enter God's domain once more. Suddenly, however, his quantum watch rang. Looking at the caller ID, Shifeng discovered that it was Manager Shao of Big Dipper Training Center. Why is he contacting me all of a sudden? Shifeng recalled that, regarding the matter of cooperation with Big Dipper, Manager Shao said he needed to discuss things further with his superiors before making a decision. In the end, for days had passed since they spoke. Manager Shao had not contacted him. Assuming that negotiations had failed, Shifeng gave up on the notion of cooperating with Big Dipper. Beyond that, Shifeng had been busy with his legacy trial, so he had forgotten about the matter entirely. Only after seeing the caller ID did Shifeng recall it. Originally, Shifeng had already prepared to start his own training center. In any case, he had 30 million credits from Gentle Snow, so he had the funds to start one on his own. After a moment, he answered the call. However, upon seeing Manager Zhao's appearance, he had to ask, "Manager Shao, what's wrong with you?" In the image displayed by his quantum watch, Manager Shao looked exhausted. It looked as if the man had not slept for days. There were even dark circles beneath his eyes. Manager Shao was a martial artist, so his physique was far from that of an ordinary person's. He also had the benefit of the nutrient fluids. Even if Manager Shao had stayed up for a few nights, he shouldn't look this miserable. Ha. It's nothing. It's nothing. Manager Shao laughed. Master Shifeng, regarding our previous discussion, I've reported the situation to my elder brother. My elder brother held a director's meeting specifically for this purpose. In short, we agree to your conditions. However, we have a condition of our own. A condition? Shifeng chuckled before continuing. What condition? Although Shifeng was physically only 22 years old, he was mentally over 30. He had experienced many negotiations before, so he could instantly tell that Manager Shao was hiding something currently. God's Domain's popularity had exploded. An increasing number of people had become addicted to the battles in God's Domain, and many had lost interest in the fights in real life. Naturally, this would affect locations such as training centers and dojos based on Manager Zhao's appearance. Shifeng was sure of it. Big Dipper Training Center's business was declining rapidly, so much so that it had caused even those in power in Big Dipper to tremble. Hence, they needed someone that could revitalize Big Dipper. Although fighting competitions were becoming less popular, there was still a market for them. Only, other than possessing first-class facilities, Big Dipper had nothing else to offer. Compared to the dojo commanded by Jinhai City's champion fighter, Chen Wu, Big Dipper Training Center was significantly inferior. If they had a martial arts master to lead the training center, helping them forge a name for themselves and acting as a combat instructor, they could save themselves from their current decline. After all, the combat techniques displayed in God's Domain were mostly evolutions of the combat techniques found in real life. We require Master Shifeng to compete against a well-known fighter. As long as Master Shifeng wins, we have no issues agreeing with all of the conditions you have previously stated, Manager Shao explained. May I know your thoughts on this? Even a fool could tell that the big shots of Big Dipper wished to test Shifeng's strength and at the same time increase Big Dipper's reputation. Meanwhile, to garner fame for the training center, Shifeng's intended opponent would certainly be powerful. Fine, but I have another condition. Shifeng answered. Master Shifeng, please don't hold back, Manager Shao said excitedly upon hearing Shifeng's reply. If I win, I want 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 S-rank nutrient fluids. Shifeng coveted the S-rank nutrient fluids. It was something that he could not buy even if he had the money. The virtual gaming cabins were similarly in high demand. Currently, Zero Wing's workshop was still in its development phase. If he wanted to improve the workshop quickly, he needed a large number of experts. However, ordinary experts of God's Domain would not do. He needed top-tier experts with the virtual gaming helmet's 90% sync rate. It was simply impossible to nurture a top-tier expert. However, until this day, Zero Wing only had a measly 5 virtual gaming cabins. Ignoring the ones dedicated to himself, Fire Dance, and Blackie, there were only 2 cabins available for the other core members of the workshop. If he could obtain another 5 virtual gaming cabins, although not every core member could have their personal cabin, rotating use should suffice this. Manager Shao felt cornered upon hearing Shifeng's request 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. With Big Dipper's connections, they could barely obtain so many. As for the 5 virtual gaming cabins, there are no problems on that end, either. However, these items together were worth around 30 million credits. Even to a successful corporation like Big Dipper, this was not a small sum of money normally. They could have afforded to agree to Shifeng's request. Now, however, Big Dipper's business was not doing too well. No good. Shifeng frowned slightly as he said, if you can't do it, I can only look elsewhere. His demands were not particularly extravagant. After all, as long as he won the match, Big Dipper would double their profits. Moreover, 30 million credits was spare change to Big Dipper. If they were unwilling to pay such a small price, Shifeng might as well start his own training center. Chapter 421, Did You Transmigrate? Live combat was not without danger. It was especially true in a fight between experts. Injuries were commonplace. Although the current medical facilities were top-notch, capable of healing a large majority of injuries very quickly, there were still some injuries that one could not fully recover from. Not even S-rank nutrient fluid could cure them. Moreover, martial arts masters were extremely rare. Finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. Hence, it was incredibly costly to invite martial arts masters to face each other in the ring. Even a martial arts master who had recently become famous would charge an appearance fee of over 100 million credits. This was in the case of an exhibition match, let alone an official match. Moreover, martial arts masters normally fought using internal force. Internal force possessed great power. Even if an attack containing internal force did not strike a vital point, it could still cause significant damage to the opponent. Regardless of whether they would win or lose, martial arts masters would not agree to fight one another if they're without sufficient potential gain. Shi Feng's grasp of internal force had already reached the standard of a martial arts master. Although he was not famous in any way, he would not undervalue himself. His price of 30 million credits was quite reasonable. Shi Feng wouldn't have even considered the competition if it were not for his new flexibility. After all, injuries were no laughing matter. The higher-ups of Big Dipper must be dreaming if they thought they could get him to fight for free. This was why battles in God's domain were gradually replacing fighting competitions in the real world, becoming increasingly popular among the public masses. Not only were the battles in God's domain safe, but players also had no scruples when they fought each other. Furthermore, players in God's domain possessed physiques that far surpassed their bodies in the real world. They could easily perform actions and combat techniques that were impossible in the real world. Take void steps, for example. This footwork had already far surpassed what ordinary humans could accomplish. It was simply impossible to perform in the real world. However, it was possible in God's domain. A fight between ordinary humans just couldn't compare to a fight between superhumans if it were only a battle inside God's domain. Shi Feng might have agreed without an appearance fee. Manager Xiao frowned in the video, hesitation appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, however, a disembodied voice addressed Shi Feng. Mr. Shi Feng, I agree to your demands. If you win, we will deliver 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to your doorstep. Elder brother. The other voice from the call was Xiao Yan's elder brother, Xiao Yu, the true wielder of the power of Big Dipper. Xiao Yu then took over the call and spoke with Shi Feng directly. Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan had very similar appearances, after being the chairman of Big Dipper for so long, Xiao Yu projected an aura of natural dignity and power with both his voice and demeanor. This aura made one unconsciously bow with respect before Xiao Yu. However, this aura of authority was useless against Shi Feng. He was not uncomfortable around this aura in the slightest. When is the battle? We still need to prepare for this, so the fight should be in roughly 4 days. As for the exact time, we will contact Mr. Shi Feng with the details in the future. All right. After Shi Feng and Xiao Yu set their appointment, the video call disconnected. Elder brother, Big Dipper has already spent a huge sum of money on nurturing the student fighters. If we spend another 30 million, it will have a massive impact on Big Dipper's future plans. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Yu skeptically. The premise of paying for those items is that Shi Feng can win. Before the battle has even begun, you are already so confident of his victory. It seems that this Shi Feng is not a simple man. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yan. He then shifted his gaze as he examined the test record on his table, smiling. The data on the test record was precisely what Shi Feng had left behind at Big Dipper. Such a young man is actually capable of using internal force and achieving a punching power 576 kilograms. Although he cannot compare to those other martial arts masters, he is still impressive. This appearance fee is not expensive at all. If we deepen our relationship now, it will benefit future cooperation. I understand. Xiao Yan helplessly nodded. Back in his apartment, Shi Feng logged into God's domain. What is going on here? Shi Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the scene before him. As far as the eye could see, corpses of players and battle monkeys littered the ground. Some of these players were guild players, and others were independent. Overall, there were over 300 player corpses. Furthermore, there were even more players currently engaged in combat, with 5 to 6 players dealing with a single crimson-eyed battle monkey. The players fighting were all level 20 and above, and they all possessed significant strength. Many parties here were far more powerful than the elite parties of guilds originally. The White Fog Canyon had been a forbidden area for players. Now, however, it had become infested. Shi Feng was confused. He had only logged out of God's domain for slightly more than a day. Yet, he was already so unfamiliar with the White Fog Canyon. Brother, are you alone? Seeing as you're a level 22, you should have some decent skill. Why don't you join our party? If equipment drops, we'll split it equally. How about it? Before Shurfeng could digest the information before him, a party of 6 approached him. Leading the party was a red-haired beauty geared with light blue scale armor. The woman had a forthright appearance, and the body-fitting scale armor fully displayed her tall and slender figure. She was no less attractive than Zhao Yur. This red-haired beauty was a level 22 shield warrior, and a shield and one-handed saber hanging on her back were both secret silver rank. The majority of her equipment was also secret silver rank. Moreover, there was no sign of a guild emblem on her chest, so she was clearly an independent player. As for the others in the woman's party, they were all at level 21. Their equipment was also mysterious iron rank and above. Overall, this independent party was stronger than even the elite parties from major guilds. Are you referring to me? Shurfeng asked strangely at this moment. He appeared as Black Flame. Although he kept his ID hidden, there was not a single soul in White River City who would not recognize him, however. This red-haired beauty had actually said to him, "You should have some decent skill," and had even invited him to join them. Shurfeng was speechless. "You're funny. Who else would we be speaking to?" The red-haired beauty laughed as she pointed to the surroundings. She then continued, "Are you worried that we will go back on our word once the loot drops? If you're worried, then we can sign a main god contract. You can relax with that, right?" At this moment, capable-looking male elementalist said, "Cloud, what's the point of wasting your time with this little brat? If he doesn't want to join us, then so be it. We are more than enough to deal with these crimson-eyed battle monkeys. We'll just earn less if we invite another person." Shurfeng could not help but laugh bitterly as he shook his head. He had guessed that none of them recognized him. Or, to be precise, none of them recognized the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom, Black Flame. As for matters like swindling equipment, Shurfeng was not worried whatsoever. In White River City, even an organization like Underworld would not get away with stealing loot. You guys are not local players of White River City, right? Why have you come to White Fog Canyon? Shurfeng asked curiously. Yuri, right. We are not local players of White River City or Starmoon Kingdom. We came from Beacon City of the Black Dragon Empire. However, that's really not surprising though, right? Many of the parties here have also come from different cities and countries. Didn't you know that? You couldn't have transmigrated, right? Chapter 422, Warfire Set Equipment. Shurfeng was rendered speechless by the red-haired beauty. If possible, he really wanted to say that he had not transmigrated, but had reincarnated instead, or their players from other countries as well. Shurfeng looked at the surrounding players. Confused, he asked, "The teleportation fees between countries are not cheap. With an elite player's income, it is simply impossible to accumulate enough unless they sold a majority of their equipment. However, if they did so, why would they come to White Fog Canyon?" Previously, Shurfeng had spent close to 300 gold to teleport Aqua Rose and her 100-plus subordinates to White River City. On average, each person had spent over 2 gold, of course. This was a little higher than average because the Storm Empire, where Aqua Rose and the others had originally resided, was very far away. However, even if a player came from the Black Dragon Empire, they would need to pay around 1 gold 40 silver to reach White River City. Only those powerful players might be able to afford such a fee. As for the party of independent players before him, even if they emptied their pockets, at most, they would have 20 to 30 silvers accommodations, food, potions, repairs, and such things required a lot of money, so it was not possible for players to save too much yet. Among the crowd of players in White Fog Canyon, many had traveled across countries to visit. This was simply madness. You came to White Fog Canyon without even knowing this? The red-haired beauty's eyes widened, looking at Shurfeng as if he were a fool suddenly. Shurfeng was momentarily stunned as he thought of a possibility. Don't tell me they've already discovered the secret of the Starfire, or? Shurfeng's chest tightened. He then shook his head, denying his thoughts. No. Even if the secret of the Starfire or had been discovered, there had not been this many players traveling to White Fog Canyon from other countries in the past. Although Starfire or was quite valuable, it was not that easy to obtain in White Fog Canyon. The risks outweighed the benefits by far. Even in the past, not many players had risked themselves for the ore. On top of that, The levels of the current player population were much lower than in the past. With far greater risks, the canyon should not have attracted so many people. Moreover, in the hands of others, Starfire or was not particularly valuable each, or was only worth 1 silver. Only by collecting 100, or could one earn 1 gold. However, with the level and tier of the current players, the difficulty of collecting 100 Starfire or was more difficult than clearing a 20-man hard mode team. Dungeon Showdown had considered Starfire profitable because he had the Horizon Alliance, a lifestyle guild, working under him. There were even a large number of amazing forgers working for him. With the Starfire ore, he could produce various high-level equipment and make a huge profit cloud. Let's stop wasting time with this brat. If this continues, the others will steal all the remaining crimson-eyed battle monkeys. How are we supposed to make a profit then? The elementalist grumbled indignantly. Don't forget, we borrowed a lot of money to come here. If we waste any more time, our equipment will belong to someone else. You really do not know? The red-haired beauty asked again. However, seeing Sure Feng's confused gaze, she didn't think he was lying previously. She thought Sure Feng belonged to another party when she saw him. However, after observing him for a while, she discovered that Sure Feng was alone. A level 22 assassin would find it very difficult to venture so far into the White Fog Canyon, much less a swordsman. For this reason, she was optimistic about Sure Feng's strength. If their party had another strong player, they could explore further into the canyon. At that time, they would have fewer competitors, and their opportunity to make a fortune would grow. I really do not know. I haven't logged into the game for over a day now. What exactly happened while I was gone? Sure Feng spoke truthfully, a bitter smile on his face, so that's why. However, you really are amazing. Despite not logging into the game for over a day, you're still level 22, the red-haired beauty laughed. I'll tell you then. One day ago, one of the monsters in White Fog Canyon dropped an amazing item, so we hurried over. We'll make a fortune if we obtain that item. An amazing item? Making a fortune? Sure Feng searched his memories. Soon, he laughed and said, might you be talking about the Warfire set equipment? That's right. It's the Warfire set equipment. The red-haired beauty nodded. Immediately, she rolled her eyes at Sure Feng, saying, so you do know about it. I was just wondering if you had some other method to earn money. Sure Feng apologized. However, the drop rate of the Warfire set equipment is extremely low. Also, even if one did drop, it would not be sufficient to cover your travel expenses. The Warfire set equipment was unique to White Fog Canyon, and any player could equip it. If a magical class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to magical classes. If a physical damage-dealing class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to physical damage dealers. If a tank class wore it, the set would similarly generate attributes suitable to tanks. Overall, the Warfire set equipment was very special. In addition, the Warfire set equipment was evolvable. It started out as bronze rank, and if one was willing to sacrifice a sufficient amount of EXP, they could evolve the set to fine gold rank. Meanwhile, the Warfire set equipment's level range from 20 to 30. Similar to epic items, it would level up according to the player's level. The attributes of the equipment would similarly improve a level 30 fine gold set equipment. To the core team of any guild, equipment of such quality was extremely precious. It was incredibly hard to obtain, even from a dungeon. Not to mention, dungeons had a cooldown time, making it far more difficult to obtain a complete set. Hence, in the past, the Warfire set equipment had been highly sought after by the various guilds. As long as they sacrificed sufficient manpower, time, and EXP, they could obtain a fine gold set equipment. The Warfire set equipment was the easiest fine gold set equipment to obtain. But do you know? The Elementalist said disdainfully. Someone has already offered to purchase each set piece for 5 gold coins. If we collect all 7 set pieces, that person is willing to pay 80 gold. Moreover, this price was offered up 10 hours ago. Now, it's definitely higher than 80 gold. 80 gold. Sure Feng could not help but laugh. If they could really farm the full Warfire set equipment, Sure Feng was willing to spend even 180 gold, not to mention a level 30 fine gold set equipment. Even if fine gold ranked arc light shields, Sure Feng previously made had sold for over 30 gold coins in the past. There were many players who had sought to make a fortune through grinding for the Warfire set equipment. However, the set's drop rate was abysmally low. Only when guild teams had spent a long time grinding did they barely manage to obtain a few sets. Look at how excited you are. We need to get the full set in order to get 80 gold. The red-haired beauty laughed. How about this? If you guys obtain any of the set pieces, I'll buy them for 10 gold each. Showdown decided that the red-haired beauty's party was relatively powerful. If given a few days, they might obtain 1 or 2 set pieces. It was not a bad idea to purchase the Warfire set equipment directly. Items such as a fine gold set equipment were mainly used for raiding dungeons. To an independent player, its usage was limited. If you gather all 7 pieces, I'll buy the set for 180 gold. Hearing Showdown's offer, the red-haired beauty's party was stunned. Showdown had so casually offered 180 gold. It was not easy to obtain so many gold coins, even if one had the credits to afford them. Not even the tycoon players could come up with so many gold coins at a moment's notice. However, they had actually met such a player at this moment. All 6 had the same thought: they met a godlike tycoon. Chapter 423, Final Cave. Are you serious? The red-haired beauty could not help but re-evaluate her opinion of Showdown, going as far as using an identification skill on him. However, other than the fact that Showdown was level 22, she could not uncover any information about Showdown. The beauty's companions had similarly focused on Showdown, hoping he would confirm their suspicions. Showdown's offer of 10 gold coins for each piece of the Warfire set far surpassed any offer they had received thus far. Furthermore, if they could collect the entire set, they could sell it to this swordsman for 180 gold, making a fortune. Of course, we can add each other as friends. As long as you obtain the Warfire set equipment, you can contact me anytime, Showdown said, smiling. What a joke. That was the Warfire set equipment. If he bought it for 180 gold, he would only profit. Fine gold set equipment dropped from level 20, 50-man large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, only hard mode dropped them. Only 100-man Hell mode team dungeons would drop dark gold set equipment. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to collect a complete setas for the Warfire set equipment. Showdown recalled a few valuable farming locations for it. It was not because those locations had higher drop rates, but because the battle monkeys there were densely packed. The more monkeys one killed, the higher chances they would have of the set equipment dropping. Although Showdown wished to grind for a few pieces himself, those locations required a sufficiently powerful team. With Zero Wing's current 500-man team, farming in those areas would be suicidal. At the very least, they needed a team of 500 Tier 1 players for now. The only thing Showdown could do was to enter the inner region of the White Fog Canyon and mine Starfire, or Excellent. My name is Virtuous Cloud. We will contact you if we obtain the Warfire set equipment. Virtuous Cloud sent a friend request to Showdown, then clicked Accept. Black Flame, is it? Okay, I will remember it. Virtuous Cloud nodded when she saw Showdown's alias appear on her friends list. I will contact you once we obtain the equipment. At that time, make sure you do not reject my call. Showdown simply smiled in response before walking towards the gorge. At the same time, he contacted Aqua Rose Guild leader. You're finally online. I have some important news for you. Aqua Rose said, smiling. You must be talking about the large number of outsiders arriving in White Fog Canyon, right? I've already learned about it. Where are you right now? Why don't I see any of you in the gorge? What's the status of the team? By this time, Showdown had arrived at the gorge. However, the area was desolate, which worried him somewhat, but don't know where we are right now. We had kept to the gorge, grinding. However, somewhere along the way, over a dozen flame guards suddenly ran out of the inner region of the canyon. These flame guards were all level 28 lords. Their flame domain was simply too powerful. As the battle monkey army waited for us outside the gorge, we had no choice but to go further into the White Fog Canyon. Fortunately, we got lucky. We retreated to a place called the Final Cave. The flame guards were huge. They couldn't follow us into the cave. However, they've been standing guard outside the entrance, so we can't leave. Final Cave? Where is it? Showdown was surprised. He was very familiar with the White Fog Canyon. However, He had never once heard of the final cave we don't know, either. The system map doesn't show our location. However, this cave is massive. There are also plenty of monsters here. Fortunately, there aren't any Lord-ranked monsters, so we have been able to cope. Aqua Rose did not know their current whereabouts. While Shurfeng had been offline, they had been busy escaping for their lives, and had no time to worry about where they fled to add me to the team. And don't venture too far into the cave. I'm on my way, Shurfeng hurriedly said, frowning. There were many dangerous areas in White Fog Canyon, and it was highly possible that Aqua Rose and the others had found one in God's domain. Dangerous areas were forbidden lands for players like the cold water pool Shurfeng had encountered in the Origin Sword domain. If one did not possess the appropriate countermeasures, they would die with absolute certainty. After Aqua Rose sent a team invite to Shurfeng, she reminded, "Guild leader, you need to be careful. There are over a dozen flame guards outside the cave's entrance." I understand." Shurfeng nodded after Shurfeng joined the team. He activated team tracking with this mechanic. Shurfeng could locate a specific team member and meet up with them in the stone forest of the south. After activating tracking, Shurfeng could see faintly glowing footprints on the shattered rocks. These footprints belonged to Aqua Rose. The stone forest in White Fog Canyon's inner region was complex and chaotic. Even with a map, it was incredibly easy to get lost there. However, the paths in the stone forest were narrow, so it was the perfect location to shake off enemy pursuit along the way. Shurfeng cautiously avoided the high-level monsters as he followed the footprints. However, after tracking Aqua Rose for over 10 minutes, the footprints suddenly vanished. It was as if Aqua Rose had disappeared. How could they disappear? Shurfeng's frown deepened as he examined the empty space before him. There was no sign of any caves nearby, much less the large forms of the dozen or so flame guard. Shurfeng decided to explore his surroundings. Even so, he still could not find any tracks. Aqua Rose's footprints had just ceased to exist. Could there be a barrier? After giving it some thought, he could only think of one possibility. There were various kinds of barriers in God's domain. Some trapped people inside, some were lethal, and some even contained hidden areas. However, certain conditions must be met to enter a barrier. Aqua Rose and the others must have fulfilled those conditions, so they were able to enter the barrier. Shurfeng, however, had not. This was what had troubled Shurfeng. With a team of 500 players, who knew what they had triggered in order to enter the barrier? Who would even know what the conditions were? I wonder if the Omniscient Eyes will work. Shurfeng walked to the location where the footprints had disappeared. He then activated Omniscient Eyes. Omniscient Eyes could uncover all information within a 100-yard radius. Nothing could hide from it. After Shurfeng activated Omniscient Eyes, his heart skipped. A Bayada light blue wall loomed before him. Beyond the wall, there were over a dozen flame guards roaming around the entrance of a cave. However, due to their massive bodies, they could not fit inside. However, they would certainly make it difficult for a player to enter Flame Guard, Lord rank. Level 28. HP 700, 000/700, 000. As these Flame Guards were in a berserk state at the moment, they were far more powerful than ordinary Lord-ranked monsters. A single Flame Guard could easily exterminate a 100-man team. With over a dozen gathered, even an army of several thousand elite players would be nothing more than ants to them originally. Shurfeng had considered his options of breaking into the barrier. However, as if the flame guards outside the cave had detected him, they all suddenly turned to stare at Shurfeng. Emitting low growls, they issued blazing flames from their hands that transformed into a sizable flame warhammers. One hit from this warhammer could instantly flatten a player, burning them to ash. No way. Shurfeng gaped at the flame guards as they charged at him, stunned. Every one of them radiated malicious intent without hesitation. Shurfeng immediately turned and ran before Shurfeng could get too far. The faint blue barrier wall instantly shattered as the flame guard's hammer struck it. The lords then stormed towards Shurfeng. Chapter 424. Locked Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The instant the flame guards broke out of the barrier, Shurfeng felt a wave of heat wash over him. the surrounding temperature rising rapidly. This was the flame guard's flame. Any enemy within a 50-yard radius would receive a burning dot and lose 400 HP every 3 seconds currently. Level 20 players only had around 2,600 to 2,700 HP on average, while plate armor classes only had around 3,000. On top of that, most players didn't have any fire resistance. Under the effects of the flame domain, most players would not last very long. Hence, compared to other lords, the flame guards were far deadlier to the current players of God's domain. Moreover, the flame guards had instantly shattered the powerful barrier that had hidden the cave. One could just imagine how powerful they were. Even if Feng activated Blade Liberation, he would not be a match for these guards faced with over a dozen level 28 Berserk lords. Even as a Tier 1 Blade Saint, Feng's only option was to flee for his life. Fortunately, the flame guards were not very fast, and with the dense stone forest hindering their movements, they were even slower. Moreover, the most frightening aspect of the flame guards, the flame domain, was ineffective against Feng with 60 points of fire resistance. Feng was not even slightly uncomfortable inside the flame domain. On the contrary, he felt warm and cozy considering that the barrier had shattered. Feng had an idea. Suddenly, he spun around. He then activated Defensive Blade and dashed towards the flame guards. The dozen or so Berserk flame guards roared as they watched the ant charge at them. They raised their war hammers, ready to slam their weapons down on Feng. Feng smiled faintly as he used Void Steps after having rested fully. Feng suddenly felt that the burden on his spirit was much lighter when he used Void Steps than it had been. Moreover, Feng had a sense of familiarity that he never felt before when using Void Steps. Every movement felt natural before the gigantic flame hammers could strike him. Feng's figure suddenly vanished from sight when the flame guards lost their target. Their flame hammers paused in midair as they scanned the area for Feng. After the dozen or so lords searched for a moment, they still could not find any traces of their quarry. It was as if Feng had never existed. Suddenly, the flame guards were at a loss. By the time Feng reappeared, he had already passed the flame guards' blockade and was about 10 yards from the lords. Such a long distance. Feng was shocked when he discovered that he could actually move more than 10 yards while using Void Steps. Previously, he had only been able to move around a distance of 5 to 6 yards before reappearing. Now, he could cross over 10 yards before he was discovered. Right now, he had almost caught up with the top-tier experts who had reached minor completion of Void Steps in the past. Before Feng could rejoice about his improvement, the flame guards spat scorching flames from their mouths like a tsunami. The fire blanketed the ground, devouring everything in its path as it swept toward Feng. However, although the flames moved swiftly, Feng was not any slower. With the 150% movement speed increase Wind Rider provided, Feng had easily shaken off the inferno chasing him as he dove into the final cave. Immediately after Feng entered the cave, a notification sounded out from the system. You have discovered the final cave. The final cave's interior was dark. However, the cave walls looked like the starry skies, softly illuminating the gloom. With the weak starlight, Feng could see up to 50 yards around him. If he encountered a monster, he could respond in time. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the footprints that Feng had previously lost track of had appeared once more. Feng then gradually advanced while following Aqua Rose's footprints. Along the way, the more Feng observed the final cave, the more he realized that this cave was not as simple as it appeared. Many mysterious runes and pictures were engraved onto the cave walls, and they gave off a similar feeling to the runes found in the Eternal Courtyard. They felt ancient and full of divine power. Other than these runes, there were also many earthen puppets roaming inside the final cave. These puppets were around the same size as a player. Though they were somewhat slow, their flesh consisted of stone. Their bodies were extremely tough. Ordinary weapons would only dull, and durability would decrease if they struck these earthen puppets. Earthen puppet, Special Elite. Level 27. HP 100, 000/100, 000. Although there were many earthen puppets, Feng could easily outdistance them after activating Windwalk. Once he was a certain distance away, he would simply use void steps. As these earthen puppets lost their target, they discontinued their pursuit after Shifeng had followed the tracks for over half an hour. He finally discovered his guild members who were currently resting after not seeing each other for more than a day. Everyone had leveled by at least one. The lowest level player in the team was level 23. Blackie had even reached level 26. Their leveling speed was something to behold. On the contrary, Shifeng had become the lowest level player on his team when everyone noticed Shifeng's arrival. Their eyes widened in shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost guild leader. "How did you manage to get in here?" The Guardian Knight, Kola, asked, concerned they knew full well just how powerful those earthen puppets were. Not only did they have high magic resistance, but their defense was also powerful. Their attacks were just as frightening. To kill just one, they had to spend a long time wearing it out. However, those earthen puppets respawned indefinitely. Sometimes, if they took too long to kill one another, would respawn the moment it died meanwhile. When those earthen puppets discovered an enemy, they would not rest until their target was dead. If they did not kill them, these puppets would overwhelm them. They had spent over half a day to reach their current location. Yet, Shifeng had arrived so casually. Moreover, only 2 hours had passed since he had started to search for them. "I ran here, of course." Shifeng laughed, guild leader. "Did you not encounter any earthen puppets?" Aqua Rose asked curiously as she stared at Shifeng, who did not appear exhausted in the slightest. "I met them, but I managed to throw them off." Shifeng smiled. "All right, let's not worry about that. Let's leave." "Guild leader, we can't leave," Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Previously, when Fire Dance scouted ahead, she discovered a locked dark gold treasure chest not far from here. She is currently trying to unlock it, while we're helping her fend off the patrolling puppets. A locked dark gold treasure chest. Shifeng could not help his excitement upon hearing those words. Shifeng could count on one hand the number of dark gold treasure chests he had encountered in the past. Countless guilds would drool over a dark gold treasure chest because there was a certain chance to obtain an epic item. Dark gold items were extremely rare in God's domain at the moment. As for epic items, most players dared not even dream of owning one. Shifeng had only obtained a few due to good luck. No other guild had one. "Let me have a look at it," Shifeng said as he walked over the 7 luminaries key Shifeng had obtained from the god's grave allowed him to unlock up to 3 dark gold treasure chests. He still had 2 uses left when he arrived at the dark gold treasure chest. He noticed Fire Dance trying to unlock it. However, the difficulty of opening a dark gold treasure chest was too high. Fire Dance's unlock skill level was not insignificant, and she had a very small chance of unlocking a dark gold treasure chest. However, after trying over 100 times, she had not succeeded. "Let me try." Shifeng walked over and took out the 7 luminaries key, inserting it into the ancient magic lock. In the next moment, a faint blue glow emerged from the 7 luminaries key and flowed into the lock. With a click, the chest unlocked.
Chapter 5060. You are right. This kind of level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill is used to help one break through to the Desolate Venerable Realm. Yi Xian seemed to have seen through Lu Zhangjing's thoughts. He nodded with a smile and admitted it. Level 29. Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill. Lu Zhangjing was stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then his eyes flashed, and he asked, "What does level 29 mean? Don't tell me there are levels 28 and 30. That's right. There are indeed levels 28 and 30. Yi Xian was gratified that the other party was able to get to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. He immediately explained, this kind of treasure pill is suitable for consuming when one is at the peak of the 9th step. Basically, consuming one will allow one to smoothly break through to the next realm in a short period of time. For example, the level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill that I just made, with a total of 90 pills, can allow 90 great beings at the peak of the 9th stage to smoothly break through to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. There are basically no accidents. I am very confident about this because I made this kind of treasure pill from level 1 all the way to level 29. Xiao. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out beams of light toward Lu Zhongjing. In the blink of an eye, these beams of light stopped in front of Lu Zhongjing. They were small green bottles containing various levels of treasure pills. 2 level 15 Venerable Treasure Pill. 2 level 16 Eternal Lord Treasure Pill. Level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. 2 level 18 Supreme Treasure Pill. There was one of each. Hiss, as expected. Judging from the aura, these 4 treasure pills should be from the Universe Night Realm to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. Seeing the 4 treasure pills floating in front of him, Lu Zhongjing's expression changed again. He gasped and said softly, "If the Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill that you just made is a level 29 item, then these 4 treasure pills should be from level 25 to level 28. This guy really did see through him." Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled and nodded, but didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he quietly waited for him to continue. "Fellow Daoist, you've refined a level 1 treasure pill all the way to level 29 treasure pills. Your attainments in the Tao of pills are truly admirable." After a short moment of silence, Lu Zhongjing continued, "Furthermore, judging from the way you refined it just now, you are clearly very familiar with this level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. This is definitely not your first time refining it. I wonder if you can refine the level 30 pills after that." When the last sentence left his mouth, Lu Zhongjing's eyes shone brightly. His chest rose and fell, and even his breathing quickened. Although he was shocked by the so-called level 29 pill, he was not interested in it at all. This was because his cultivation level was already at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy. He had no use for the level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. What he was really concerned about was the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill after the level 1 Treasure Pill. This was because he had been preparing for all these years. He had been at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill for many years. It was time for him to make another breakthrough and attempt to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. However, even he didn't have much confidence in breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm. He had been collecting all kinds of top precious materials and medicines. He wanted to refine a kind of treasure medicine to consume when breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm as a supplement. At this moment, it just so happened that he met Yi Xian and saw his various level of treasure pills. It could be said that he was shocked. Only because of this, Lu Zhongjing secretly rejoiced that he didn't come to the wrong place. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. However, if this thought was known by the middle-stage devil antelope that had been killed by his hoof, it was unknown how angry it would be. I naturally have a level 30 treasure pill. Although I have yet to begin refining it, I have already deduced the perfect pill formula. Since the other party had finally brought up the serious matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, "In fact, other than the perfect pill formula, I have already collected all kinds of materials for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. I can refine it at any time. However, the reason why this matter has yet to happen is because I have always had a strong feeling that the refinement will definitely fail. Although there is no problem with the pill formula's deduction, I have a nagging feeling that something is missing. The reason why I invited you to watch me refine the treasure pill is because of this. Previously, I heard you say that in order to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, you have been studying the Tao of alchemy for many years. You are preparing to refine a treasure medicine that can help you break through. Although I am confident that my attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extraordinary, the Tao of alchemy is endless. Stones from other mountains can also be used to improve jade. Therefore, I wish to discuss this matter with you. However, my perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill is no small matter, and not just anyone has the right to see it. Before I take out the pill formula, you have to at least prove your attainments in the Tao of pills to me. Otherwise, I'll have to give up on this matter, and you can leave at any time you wish, so that's how it is." At this point, Lu Zhongjing was enlightened. He immediately waved his hand and said, "You are right, fellow Daoist. This is the result of my meticulous research over the years. It is a kind of treasure medicine that is similar to the great flesh medicine refined by the survivors. However, it has a unique effect. However, although the formula for this treasure medicine is almost perfect, it has been constantly revised. This is because the formula requires several kinds of treasures to be transformed into the 5 elements. However, these treasures are impossible to obtain. Therefore, I was forced to revise it. Until now, it has yet to be completed. Phew. As he spoke, a ray of light shot over and abruptly stopped in front of Yi Xian. Shockingly, it was a jade slip. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He immediately took the jade slip and extended his spiritual perception into it. He immediately began to investigate. There was indeed a formula in the jade slip. In addition, there were detailed notes, as well as the cause and effect of every revision of the formula. The formula was indeed imperfect. According to the formula, the refined treasured medicine could increase the chances of a perfected desolate supremacy expert attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, this chance was at most 30%. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the breakthrough would succeed. Therefore, compared to Yi Xian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, this kind of treasure medicine that was beneficial to the Heavenly Tao realm was more than a little inferior. However, it also had its merits. For example, it mentioned the idea of using 5 kinds of treasures to transform into the 5 elements as a medicinal catalyst. This made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Lu Zhangke's heavenly velvet was also used in this heavenly path medicinal formula. It was the wood elemental medicinal catalyst of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. As for the other 4-5 elemental medicinal catalysts, they were all blank. Lu Zhangke had changed them again and again, but until now, he hadn't been completely sure. One thing was certain. Lu Zhangke did have good ideas when it came to pills. At the very least, he was qualified to take a look at the perfect formula for Yi Xian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Chapter 5061. Although fellow Daoist's elixir formula isn't perfect, and its medicinal effects are much worse than my level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, your formula does give you a unique insight. Yi Xian retracted his divine sense and smiled. He raised his head and looked at Lu Zhangke. Just based on this point, fellow Daoist is qualified to take a look at my level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill formula. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent a beam of light over. It stopped abruptly in front of Lu Zhangke. It was also a jade slip. Inside this jade slip was a copy of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill formula. This kind of thing could be said to be heaven-defying and too precious. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to leak it. After all, it was related to the existence of the Heavenly Path realm. However, Yi Xian didn't have such misgivings. Not to mention the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, even the level 29 Desolate Sovereign treasure pill and the level 28 Almighty treasure pill had to be refined with 9 colored flames in order to ensure that the treasure pill could be successfully refined. It was impossible to successfully refine its pill flame. Hiss. It really is the Heavenly Path treasure pill. Lu Zhangke's eyes flashed with excitement as he took the jade slip that was suspended in front of him. He immediately extended his divine sense and began to investigate. Only with just a glance, his expression changed. His chest rose and fell violently, and his body trembled slightly. With his attainments in alchemy, he could naturally see the value of this elixir formula. It could be said that if this level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill could really be refined, its effects would be many times better than his Heavenly Path treasure pill. His Heavenly Path treasure pill could at most increase the chances of a successful breakthrough by 30%, which was only about 1/3 of the chance. However, as long as one could refine Yi Xian's level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, the chances of a successful breakthrough would be at least 95%. This was basically a done deal. Lu Zhanke had studied the Tao of alchemy for many years, but he knew that if he were to study the formula of a treasure pill by himself, he wouldn't be able to reach the level of Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill even after 10,000 years. Just based on this point alone, the current him was completely convinced by Yi Xian. Fellow Taoists' attainments in the Tao of elixir are so profound that this old man has never seen anything like it before. I'm truly in awe. Lu Zhanke withdrew his consciousness, and the expression on his face turned solemn. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply toward Yi Xian. Today, I've only seen fellow Taoists' level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe, but I've already benefited greatly. This bow of mine is from the bottom of my heart. Then, he paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, although fellow Taoists' level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe is indeed rigorous and can be said to be perfect, your feeling is right. It's indeed missing something. If you don't believe me, fellow Taoist can add in the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts from this old man's heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe. It'll be different in an instant. Of course, among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, the wood elemental medicinal catalysts has already been indicated. It's this old man's heavenly velvet, but this old man didn't list the other 4 elemental medicinal catalysts in the recipe. At this point, Lu Zhanke shook his head and smiled bitterly. The reason for this is because this old man simply doesn't have the ability to obtain those 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Even if I listed them, it would be useless. However, it's different for fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, you have the ability to obtain those 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Then, Lu Zhanke immediately transmitted his voice to Yi Xian and told him the 4 heavenly Tao treasures. He also explained their effects and origins. Apart from the heavenly velvet, there are actually these 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He cried out involuntarily, "It seems that my exchange with fellow Taoists today is indeed fruitful." Previously, he had never heard of the heavenly velvet that Lu Zhanke had taken out. That was why he suddenly had the idea of exchanging pointers with him. He didn't expect that he would actually gain something. Just based on the 4 heavenly Tao treasures that Lu Zhanke had mentioned, together with the heavenly velvet, he could definitely form the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately closed his eyes and activated his powerful divine sense. He added the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts into the perfect level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe and began to deduce once again. Boom. In the next moment, his mind exploded with a loud bang. He was suddenly enlightened. It was as if he had been enlightened. In an instant, he completely understood everything. First, previously, he had felt that the perfect level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe was still lacking something. Now that he had added the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, it was finally complete. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt as if his state of mind had been elevated. The opportunity for him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation had arrived. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Beast was summoned. It stood in the void outside the star. Yi Xian cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhanke, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for a few days. I suddenly have an important matter to attend to in seclusion. After I come out, I will immediately go with fellow Taoists to get the 4 heavenly Tao treasures." After saying that, he directly ignored the confused and dumbfounded Lu Zhanke. With a flash, he went to another star and went underground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the shrunken farmer god's treasured cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In his line of sight, fine rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out the breakthrough this time. 10,000. Evil origin fluid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on were a dazzling array. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them were emitting an incomparably rich energy aura. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain. He compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, swallowed them into his stomach, and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! Swallow! The resources instantly dissolved in Yi Xian's body. Immediately after, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from inside his body. A majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, covered the sky and covered the earth. The critical moment had arrived. Yi Xian didn't dare to be distracted. He focused his mind and immediately began to circulate the heavenly Tao treasures continuously until they were completely refined. 3 days later, the river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely integrated into his divine soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. Only if he could tear it apart, this seclusion would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Oh brain! As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately thought of something. With just a single attack, the shackles had already been broken. Next. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. 5th Order Desolate Venerable. In just 3 short days, he had finally broken through. Chapter 5062. At present, Yi Xian had already left the primordial world and arrived in the primordial void. In the primordial world, the primordial heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. All living beings were suppressed by the primordial heavenly Tao. Therefore, without the primordial heavenly Tao's approval and permission, no one could forcefully enter the heavenly Tao realm. In the primordial void, the heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest existence. There were cultivation realms stronger than the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the heavenly Tao realm was not deliberately suppressed here. It was the same as other realms. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could break through. Therefore, in this place, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that came with the demonic ape bloodline in Yi Xian's body would not be suppressed within the heavenly Tao realm like in the primordial world. It would lose its effect once it touched the edge of the heavenly Tao realm. As such, with his current 5th rank desolate supremacy cultivation, once he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation of a 6th rank desolate supremacy. And once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation would soar by another realm, reaching the 6th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. He was already at the peak of the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just 1 step away from the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the primeval heaven's eye, he was only at the 8th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian's 6th rank heavenly Tao realm cultivation was only 2 small ranks away from him. Although he was still not a match for him, he was definitely qualified to fight the primeval heaven's eye head-on. This was also the reason why he was in such a hurry to make a temporary breakthrough before he went out with Lu Zhanke to search for the 4 special treasures. This time, there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. When the time came, Yi Xian's aura would disperse. It was very likely that he would attract the primeval heaven's eye. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the shrunken Shinong treasure cauldron transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Following that, his figure rushed out of the seclusion planet's underground and arrived at the Forbidden Land's cosmic void. On another planet in the distance, Lu Zhanke was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a towering mountain. He had been like this for the past 3 days and had not left. In the void of the universe beyond the star, the 500-million-mile-long Emperor Beast was also guarding it. Yi Xian was still a little worried about Lu Zhangke, so he needed the Emperor Beast to intimidate him when he was in seclusion. Whoa! In the depths of the Forbidden Star area, there was a long howl. The old pig spirit's figure shot out. Although he was only a few feet tall, the aura of the complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign was extremely powerful. Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Old Pig Spirit. In the following days, he would go out with Lu Zhangke to search for the 4 powerful existences and seize the precious medicines needed for the 4-5 elements medicinal catalysts. Century there was bound to be a great battle, and it was very likely to attract the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye. However, his target was likely only Yi Xian. A supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm like him naturally had no interest in the so-called Magic Hall army. Therefore, Yi Xian instructed Old Pig Spirit to restrain the upper echelons of the 6 major Magic Hall armies during this period of time, including the ferocious beasts from the Xia Forbidden Land and the Sikong Forbidden Land that had just been incorporated. They were to stay in the Forbidden Star area as much as possible and not attract unnecessary trouble at such a critical moment. Although Old Pig Spirit was not very reliable, he was still a peak complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign and a half-step Heavenly Tao realm existence. It was enough for him to preside over the Magic Hall. Again in addition, this old fellow had just made a mistake and almost brought a great disaster to the Demon Palace. This time, Yi Xian had specially instructed him to be honest for a period of time and not have any intentions of causing trouble for the Demon Palace. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian was immediately relieved. After Old Pig Spirit left, he waved his hand and stored the autarch beast into his body. Then, he looked at Lu Zhangke. At this moment, Lu Zhangke had already walked out of the distant planet and had been quietly waiting in the void of the star area. When he saw Old Pig Spirit leave and the huge autarch beast being stored into Yi Xian's body, he shook his shoulders and shot over, stopping abruptly 1,000 feet in front of Yi Xian. Here at this moment, the aura in Yi Xian's body was still concealed. Not a single bit of cultivation aura could be sensed. Therefore, Lu Zhangke had no idea that Yi Xian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation in the past 3 days. Clang, however, even if he were to tell him, Lu Zhangke would not believe him. Although Yi Xian had not spoken to him after coming out of seclusion, Lu Zhangke could already tell that Yi Xian was about to leave. He had called Old Pig Spirit over to give him a series of instructions. "Fellow Daoist, have you settled the matter at hand?" Lu Zhangke smiled and cupped his fists. Then, he continued, "If this old man's guess is correct, fellow Daoists should be going out immediately to look for the other 4 special treasures needed for the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, right?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking." Yi Xian nodded and replied with a smile. Previously, fellow Daoist only mentioned the names and effects of these 4 special treasures, but did not say where they came from. However, the wood-guiding medicine, heavenly velvet, only grew little by little in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast like fellow Daoist after entering the desolate venerable realm. Judging from the names of the other 4 treasures, the situation should be more or less the same. In other words, in order to obtain these 4 treasures, we have to find 4 Xiantian fierce beasts of the desolate venerable realm. My guess is correct, right? Indeed. Lu Zhangke nodded. Lu Zhangke nodded and explained, the other 4 treasures are indeed slowly grown in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast after entering the desolate venerable realm. Moreover, although we don't need many treasures, this kind of Xiantian precious medicine that contains a trace of heavenly energy grows extremely slowly. Therefore, the Xiantian fierce beasts that can provide us with enough treasures have entered the desolate venerable realm for many years. Fellow Daoists should be able to guess this from what this old man said just now about not being able to collect these 4 treasures with his own ability. The cultivation of those 4 existences is not weaker than this old man. Among them, the weakest is a half-step heavenly way at the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate venerable realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for fellow Daoist, I wouldn't have thought about these 4 Xiantian precious medicines at all. All along, the names of the other 4-5 elements medicinal catalyst have been missing in the prescription. Because of this, we have been changing the substitutes back and forth. At this point, a look of helplessness appeared on Lu Zhangke's face. He shook his head and sighed softly before continuing. The 2 pieces of heavenly velvet that this old man gave fellow Daoist just now is the wood catalyst origin of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. As for the remaining 4 Xiantian medicinal catalyst origins, this old man's intention is to first go to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area and obtain a heavenly eye from the half-step Heavenly Way realm demon pattern Sky Wolf. This Demon Wolf Heavenly Eye is slowly growing in the body of the demon pattern Sky Wolf after it entered the Desolate Venerable realm. It belongs to the metal catalyst origin of the 5 elements. Demon Wolf Heavenly Eye. Demon Wolf Forbidden Area. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "May I know where the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area is located? What's the general situation in the Forbidden Area?" Chapter 5063. The demon patterned Skywolf was also a connate ferocious beast. After entering the primordial supreme realm, its body would similarly contain a sliver of heavenly Tao powers. It could be used as a 5-elemental medicinal catalyst to grow flesh and blood medicine. The demon-patterned blood deer's heavenly velvet was a wood elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as wood attractions origins. While the demon-patterned Skywolf had a heavenly eye in its body. It was a metal elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as gold attractions origins. Just based on this point, Yi Xian was instantly extremely interested in the demon-patterned Skywolf. He immediately asked the demon-patterned blood deer about the demon-patterned Skywolf, as well as the general situation of the Fey Wolf Forbidden Ground it presided over. The demon-patterned blood deer originally planned on leading Yi Xian to the Fey Wolf Forbidden Ground to obtain the Gold Attractions Origins Treasure Medicine, which was the demon-patterned Skywolf's heavenly eye. Therefore, it naturally did not hide anything. It immediately recounted everything it knew in detail. The Fey Wolf Forbidden Ground is located in the middle of the Milky Way's right bank. It's adjacent to the demon-patterned deer Forbidden Ground that I presided over. The strongest person presiding over the entire Fey Wolf Forbidden Ground is the demon-patterned Skywolf I mentioned. Its cultivation level is at the peak desolate supremacy of the perfected rank 9 realm. Furthermore, it has been in this realm for many years. It is only a few hundred years behind me. This demon-patterned Skywolf is extremely strong. It is definitely one of the best among half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. If I were to fight it, we would be evenly matched. Neither of us would be able to do anything to the other. In fact, my demon-patterned deer Forbidden Ground and his demon-patterned wolf Forbidden Ground are hostile existences. Although they are adjacent, they do not get along well. The demon-patterned blood deer mostly live in the demon-patterned blood deer. Even the ferocious beasts vassal of other species are similar to the blood deer. They are docile in nature. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. However, the demon-patterned Skywolf is the exact opposite. This species is extremely ferocious. It is also because of this that the other ferocious beasts in the demon-patterned wolf Forbidden Ground are also ferocious and bloodthirsty existences. At this point, Lu Zhangke shook his head and sighed. His face was gloomy, but his eyes were filled with anger. Fellow Daoist, you should be able to guess that my demonic deer Forbidden Area has been bullied by the demon wolf Forbidden Area for many years, even though that 7-striped heavenly wolf can't do anything to me. And we've only fought to a draw in the past few times. It's impossible for me to intervene every single time the low-level vicious beasts of the 2 forbidden lands kill each other. If I did, I wouldn't be able to do anything and would be exhausted to death. However, fellow Daoist, don't worry. Luring you to the demon wolf Forbidden Area this time was absolutely not due to this old man's selfishness. Everything I said earlier was absolutely not a lie. Not only is that demon-marked Skywolf tyrannical in nature, the heaven's eye within its body is indeed the best source of metal attraction. Clearly, he was worried that Yi Xian would be oversensitive, so he deliberately spent more time explaining. However, it was only a 9th rank perfect perfection demon wolf. Yi Xian really didn't think much of it. Dong! He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since I'm friends with fellow Daoist, even if this demon wolf is useless for the Heavenly Path treasure pill, it's just a small matter for me to kill it for the sake of our friendship. Other than the demonic mark Sky Wolf at the peak of the 9th rank perfect perfection, there are 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts." Lu Zhangke immediately felt relieved after hearing Yi Xian's words. He continued to explain, however, although these 4 vicious beasts are also primordial supremes, they are only at the middle and late primordial supremes. To fellow Daoist, they are nothing. Moreover, these 4 fellows are also vicious and merciless people who seek revenge for every grievance. If it's convenient, it's best to get rid of them as well to avoid future troubles. While speaking, Lu Zhangke cupped his fists again. Of course, after the demon wolf forbidden area is destroyed, although it is adjacent to this old man's demon deer forbidden area, this old man has no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts are all cruel and bloodthirsty people. This old man doesn't like it. Therefore, after killing the 5 desolate supremes, this demon wolf forbidden area should be taken by fellow Daoist. This was what it should be. Lu Zhangke was so tactful and self-aware, which made Yi Xian quite satisfied. He immediately nodded. "In that case, fellow Daoist will lead the way. Let's set this demon wolf forbidden area as the first stop." Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhangke immediately waved his hand. With an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth, a void crack that was 100 feet wide instantly appeared in the void in front of them. Here at this time, Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke were both in their human forms. Yi Xian was in his original appearance, while Lu Zhangke was a red-bearded black-robed old man. A void crack that was 100 feet wide was enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, Lu Zhangke cupped his fists at Yi Xian and immediately shook his shoulders. His entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the void crack in front of them. Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all, because it was completely unnecessary. The difference in cultivation between the 2 sides was too great. No matter what schemes Lu Zhangke had, in front of absolute power, he was nothing more than a chicken or a dog. He immediately followed behind and entered the spatial rift. Very soon, the spatial rift was mended at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the laws of the primordial chaos, and the 2 of them vanished, in the middle section of the right bank of the river, in the demon wolf forbidden area. At this moment, a small-scale battle was breaking out in the periphery of the star domain of the demon wolf forbidden area. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the void surrounding the forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. There were too many forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank. Each forbidden area had a large number of ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial chaos. Although they would not invade other forbidden areas and star domains to fight and hunt, it would be regarded as an invasion. The powerful figures and even the old monster Huang Zun in the forbidden area would not sit idly by and watch. They would be suppressed and killed. However, in the void outside the Forbidden Land star area, if there were occasional encounters and conflicts, it was normal for them to kill each other. Even if it was close to the periphery of the Forbidden Land star area, the powerful figures in the Forbidden Lands, such as the Desolate Sovereign, would not easily protect their own. At this moment, although the battle outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area was only a small-scale battle, there were still many people on both sides. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people on each side. 2 days ago, a team of ferocious beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area went out to hunt and happened to pass by this place. The ferocious beasts in the forbidden area of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area noticed the situation and immediately rushed out. After 2 days of fighting, both sides suffered a lot of losses. However, in general, the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had more casualties. Although there were still more than 1,000 ferocious beasts in the Immortal realm, they were all injured. Counter, on the side of the demon wolf forbidden area, all the ferocious beasts were extremely ferocious and violent. Although their cultivation strength was similar to the ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden area, they did not suffer much damage. Hiss! At this moment, in the area 10 billion miles away from the battlefield, there was a sudden crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared quietly. Chapter 5064. Hiss! Far away from the battlefield, in the void 10 billion miles away, there was a crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared silently. Tight then, two figures walked out of the crack, one after the other. The figure in front was wearing a black robe and had a blood-red beard. The cultivation aura emitted from his body showed that he was the peak 9th stage Desolate Master. This person was the strongest person in the Demon Deer Forbidden Area, the Demon Pattern Blood Deer, Lu Zhangke. While, the one following behind him was naturally Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation was still hidden, and no aura could be sensed. If it wasn't for the fact that he could be seen with the naked eye, it would be as if this person didn't exist at all. However, although Yi Xian's cultivation aura was hidden, Lu Zhangke didn't. At this moment, as he and Yi Xian walked out of the void crack, the thousands of fierce beasts that were fighting fiercely in the void outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area all turned to look at them. The fierce battle came to an abrupt end. The 2,000 to 3,000 fierce beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area had fear and vigilance in their eyes, but they didn't retreat or escape. One behind them was the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area, and the strongest person in it, the Demon Pattern Sky Wolf, was not weaker than the Demon Pattern Blood Deer. Another on the one hand, this kind of battle outside the Forbidden Area was usually ignored by the powerful people in the Forbidden Area, such as the Desolate Master. Because, in order to make frequent outbursts, the scale of the outbursts varied. If they took action every time the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area fell into a disadvantageous situation, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, the fierce beasts of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area had been besieging the fierce beasts of the Demon Deer Forbidden Area for 2 days. In less than half a day, this battle would end, and they would reap the rewards. Therefore, if they took the initiative to retreat now and escape into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area behind them, they would naturally be unwilling. However, for the remaining 1,000 or so ferocious beasts of the Demonic Deer Forbidden Land, suddenly seeing the strongest person in their forbidden land was tantamount to seeing the dawn of life. Overjoyed, they immediately cried out to Lu Zhangke for help. In fact, with the current situation, if it had been before, even if Lu Zhangke just so happened to pass by, he would have pretended not to see them and quickly left. After all, this was the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. Moreover, the battle was taking place in the void of the universe outside the star field. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts participating in the battle was about the same. It could be said to be relatively fair. In such a situation, if he were to attack, the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf in the monstrous Wolf Forbidden Area would definitely not leave the matter at that. Although Lu Zhangke was not afraid of the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf, this sort of meaningless entanglement was completely unnecessary. Thus, even if he were to pass by, he would turn a blind eye and quickly leave. He would not give the ferocious beasts under his command the opportunity to call for help. But now, he was leading Yi Xian straight to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. He was not just passing by, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye and leave immediately. What's more, even if he left now, it was too late. The team of ferocious beasts that was about to be slaughtered in the Forbidden Land had already called for help. It was one thing to not see it and just pass by quickly. But now that the ferocious beasts under his command had already called for help, it was another matter. If he did not take action in such a situation, once the news spread, not only would the subordinates in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land be disappointed, but the ferocious beasts and experts in other forbidden lands and star fields would also secretly laugh at him. Again, like I said, Lu Zhangke did not come with good intentions this time. He could not wait for the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf in the depths of the Forbidden Land to rush out and die. So, now that there was an opportunity in front of him to instantly enrage the other party, he naturally would not let it go easily. roar. Bastards of the demon wolf forbidden land, you are getting bolder and bolder now. This old man is a subordinate of the demon wolf forbidden land. How can you kill me at will? Today, all of you will die. After raising his head and roaring angrily, Lu Zhangke's spiritual perception voice was instantly transmitted. It was filled with endless indignation as it rumbled into the depths of the demon wolf forbidden land. He did not delay either. Before his spiritual perception voice faded, he had already waved his hand. Boom. Boom. Bang. 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 The thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land 10 billion kilometers away were only at the immortal realm. How could they withstand the furious strike of a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert? Boom. After this shocking explosion, the thousands of fierce beasts in the demon wolf forbidden area all exploded and died. Moreover, because their cultivations were too weak, neither Lu Zhangke nor Yi Xian were interested in collecting the boundless blood mist that was formed from their bodies exploding with a wave of their hands. Lu Zhangke lived up to his reputation as a veteran peak desolate supremacy who had stepped into the half-step heavenly Tao realm for many years. At that moment, despite being separated by 10 billion kilometers, he attacked in anger. However, the control of his strength remained extremely precise. The thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land exploded and died instantly. However, the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts from the demonic deer forbidden land, including the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts' corpses in the void, were not damaged at all. At that moment, they were all scared silly. This was because such a thing had never happened before. Even when Lu Zhangke occasionally rescued his subordinates who were besieged by the demon wolf forbidden land outside the forbidden land, he would usually only take away the ferocious beasts on his side. That was why even when he punished the demon wolf forbidden land's ferocious beasts, he would not truly kill them. After all, although the two forbidden lands were evenly matched in strength, the demon wolf forbidden land was filled with a bunch of extremely vicious beasts. They were overly bloodthirsty and brutal. The ferocious beasts and upper echelons of the demon wolf forbidden land were already used to tolerating them. But this time, Lu Zhangke's attack was decisive. With a wave of his hand, none of the thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land were spared. All of them exploded, turning into a blood mist. Most importantly, this was not the demon wolf forbidden land, but the periphery of the demon wolf forbidden land's stellar domain. Lu Zhangke's actions were overly sensitive. The demon-patterned skywolf in the demon wolf forbidden land would definitely not let this matter rest. It was because they realized this that the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land were so shocked. They were scared silly in the void. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to come out and kill all of you? Seeing their reaction, Lu Zhangke's expression sank. With a light shout, he immediately attacked. With a wave of his hand, an invisible and terrifying power swept forth. It swept up all the ferocious beasts in the demonic deer forbidden area, as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were already dead, into the void 100 billion miles behind them. Whoa! At the same time, in the demon wolf forbidden land's stellar domain ahead, a shocking aura soared into the sky. Accompanied by a long and shrill howl, a divine sense voice rumbled, "Old Lu, what are you up to today? You actually took the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living?" The one who is tired of living is you. Lu Zhangke was not polite at all as he retorted, "This old man came here today for one thing, to borrow your demon wolf heavenly eye." Chapter 5065. You're the one who's tired of living. Lu Zhangke did not hold back in the face of the demonic wolf's provocation. He retorted, "I came here today for one thing, to borrow your demonic wolf's heavenly eye." "Whoa, old man Lu, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk to me like that?" As he spoke, the shocking aura in the demonic wolf forbidden land soared into the sky again, accompanied by a long, mournful howl. The voice of the divine consciousness rumbled, "My demonic wolf's heavenly eye is in its skull. Let's see if you have the ability to cut it open today." A woof, rumble, as the last howl sounded, a figure rushed out from the depths of the demonic wolf forbidden land ahead. Its body was extremely huge, more than 10 million miles long, like a small star. It was a demonic wolf with a shiny green mane, dotted with a large number of blood-colored demonic patterns. It was extremely obscure, giving off a mysterious, simple, and heavy aura. It only referred to the demonic wolf's fur. In addition, the aura emitted from its body was extremely ferocious and violent. Its eyes were as red as blood. At a glance, one could tell that it was an extremely bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Although there were many types and races of ferocious beasts in the primordial void, innate ferocious beasts were extremely rare. The so-called innate ferocious beasts referred to the bloodline descendants of the chaos demon gods that were born in the 3,000 nests at the beginning of the primordial era. Only with the bloodline of the chaos demon gods in their bodies, they could be called innate ferocious beasts. For example, the demonic patterned blood deer and the demonic patterned heavenly wolf that was roaring and rumbling over belonged to this category. Only in the bodies of innate ferocious beasts, after they grew to the supreme primordial realm, would special flesh medicine appear in their bodies because of the gradual atavism of their bloodline. Such as the demonic blood deer's heavenly velvet, the demonic wolf's heavenly eye, and so on. These special flesh medicine were extremely rare because when innate ferocious beasts advanced to the supreme primordial realm, the bloodline in their bodies would begin to atavism. Therefore, they all contained a trace of the primordial law power. Of course, this kind of innate flesh medicine that contained the primordial law power had different attributes. After all, there were thousands of great Tao laws in the primordial void. But what Yi Xian needed now was innate fleshly medicines that contained the laws of primordial 5 elements, and that was even more difficult to find. 5 of the 5 elemental guiding herbs, he had already obtained the wood guiding essence, which was the heavenly velvet of the demonic patterned blood deer. The heavenly eye and the skull of the demonic patterned sky wolf was the metal guiding essence of the 5 elemental guiding herbs. It would have been fine if he hadn't met him, but since he had found him, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his luck if he had to search elsewhere. Therefore, when he saw the 7-striped sky wolf appear, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already decided the end of the 7-striped sky wolf. Unfortunately, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf didn't realize this. He was too confident. Moreover, he had fought with the demonic-marked blood deer many times. Although neither of them could do anything to the other, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf clearly didn't realize this. But the demonic-marked heavenly wolf was ferocious by nature, while the demonic-marked blood deer was much more docile and peaceful. Therefore, even though the demonic-marked heavenly wolf couldn't do anything to the demonic-marked blood deer, in the end of every battle, the demonic-marked blood deer would basically give in. He didn't know what was wrong with the demonic-marked blood deer. It actually dared to take the initiative to attack outside the demon wolf forbidden area and even provoked it verbally. But because the two of them were too familiar with each other, he didn't think that the demonic-marked blood deer had any means to do anything to him. In fact, before the demonic-marked blood deer met Yi Xian, it was indeed like this. So therefore, even though the demonic-marked blood deer's actions were a little abnormal today, the overconfident demonic-marked heavenly wolf still didn't think too much about it. Yi Xian, at this time, was standing far behind the demonic-marked blood deer. His remnant form was inconspicuous. Compared to the demonic-marked blood deer, which had already revealed its bloodline true body and was also tens of millions of miles large, it was like a star and a speck of dust. In addition, he deliberately concealed his aura, so when his figure was blocked by the demonic-marked blood deer, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf couldn't see him at all. There was no trace of him with its divine sense, so it didn't know the existence of Yi Xian at all. Roar! Old Ghost Lu, you actually dare to provoke me. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter is not over. Rushing out of the demon wolf forbidden area, the demonic marked heavenly wolf appeared at the edge of the star domain tens of billions of miles away. The demonic marked heavenly wolf raised its head and roared. The aura in its body was violent to the extreme. It raised its four claws, and the entire terrifying body of tens of millions of miles large instantly pounced forward. Like a huge meteor, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the demon-patterned blood deer in the air. Roar! Old ghost, you're still so stubborn even in the face of death. Seeing that we've known each other for countless years, this old man will send you on your last journey today. When the demonic marked heavenly wolf on the opposite side pounced, the aura in its huge body was extremely fierce. Clearly, it was ready to kill. The demonic marked blood deer's anger seemed to have been aroused. It raised its head and roared. As the voice of its divine sense spread, its huge body shook and it looked like it was about to attack. These two old guys were old enemies. After so many years of fighting, neither of them could do anything to the other. If they really fought, it would obviously take a long time. Enough, this king doesn't have the time to watch you fight blindly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian curled his lips. The voice of his divine sense rang out, and his figure flashed in front of the demonic marked blood deer. Standing proudly in the void, he raised his hand and punched out, bang. Although Yi Xian had only lightly punched out this strike, not to mention his figure, his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, so it was naturally impossible for the demonic marked sky wolf to withstand it. Following that, with a loud boom, the massive body that was still pouncing through the void instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Oh, that's not right. Although not a single hair was left behind, there was a fist-sized blood-colored bead. It was clearly visible amidst the spreading bloody mist. Phew! When he saw this blood-colored bead, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he instantly waved his hand and shot out an incomparably boundless, formless energy. Soon, the demonic marked heavenly wolf's massive body exploded into a bloody mist that swept over. It was sucked into Yi Xian's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. From there, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, the fist-sized bead amidst the bloody mist shot over as well. It was now in Yi Xian's hand. He fiddled with it for a moment before putting it away with a flip of his hand. This fist-sized bead was the heavenly eye in the demonic marked heavenly wolf's head. It was also the gold essence that Yi Xian needed. Now, he had finally obtained it. Chapter 5066. With just one punch, Yi Xian had easily finished the battle. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just short of stepping into the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. He was truly too powerful. No, after all, this demon-patterned skywolf was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was also a half-step heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was the same as the demon-patterned blood deer. It was a senior existence that had stepped into this realm for many years. It could be said that his peak desolate supremacy cultivation level was thick and solid. He was not very far from the true heavenly Tao realm. If in a head-on battle, although the demon-patterned skywolf would ultimately die if he used all his strength, he would barely be able to last a round or two against Yi Xian. He would definitely not be instantly killed. All of this was because he was overconfident. The demon-patterned blood deer's actions were so abnormal that it failed to raise his guard. It deserved to end up in such a state. With the demon-patterned skywolf killed with one punch, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He originally had 33 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, after killing the demon-patterned skywolf, he had an additional blood essence, reaching a whopping 34. And this demon-patterned skywolf was a senior peak desolate supremacy. It was an existence that was extremely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. The blood essence refined from the massive blood mist formed from its body's explosion was definitely of high quality. If it was used to refine a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, one would be equivalent to 2. Based on this alone, the harvest this time was incomparably huge. Even more, not to mention that other than this top-grade desolate sovereign blood essence, Yi Xian had also successfully obtained the source of the gold guide. As a result, among the 5 elements innate medicine, only the source of the fire guide, the source of the water guide, and the source of the earth guide had yet to be obtained. The mission of collecting the connate 5 elements herbs was nearly half completed. However, since the demonic wolf Forbidden Land had already arrived and even killed the 5 desolate supremacies, the strongest demonic striped sky wolf, it was only natural that they would delay for a while. Previously, the demonic patterned blood deer had said that other than this demonic patterned sky wolf that was at the peak of the 9th rank perfection realm, there were 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Although the 4 beasts were supremacy of the primordial era, they were only at the mid and late stages. To Yi Xian, who was already at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, they were nothing. As long as he wanted to take action, the 4 old bastards would have no way of escaping. This is, after all, it was 4 desolate supremacy blood essences. Furthermore, the demonic patterned blood deer had previously said that these 4 fellows were vicious and merciless people who would definitely seek revenge. If it was convenient, it would be best to get rid of them as well to prevent future troubles. Furthermore, this old fellow was extremely tactful. He had already made it clear that after the demon wolf forbidden grounds was destroyed, although it was adjacent to his demonic deer forbidden grounds, he had no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty, so he was extremely displeased with them. Therefore, after eliminating the 5 desolate supremacies guarding the demon wolf forbidden grounds, the demon wolf forbidden grounds would still be taken over by Yi Xian. This is, however, Yi Xian naturally would not refuse to take over a powerful ferocious beast forbidden grounds. This is, therefore, after waving his hand to collect the heaven's eye in the demonic patterned sky wolf's head and the boundless blood mist that was formed after its body exploded, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at the dumbfounded demonic patterned blood deer in the void behind him. His tone was light, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. Let's go. There are still 4 desolate supremacies inside. Let's finish, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a weak beam of light that shot forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the edge of the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Roar! Seeing this, the demonic patterned blood deer raised its head and roared. Without any hesitation, its huge body shot out like a blood-colored meteor in the void, following closely behind, charging into the demon wolf forbidden grounds in front of it. Demon wolf forbidden grounds. Demon There were a total of 5 desolate supremacies guarding the wolf forbidden grounds. Other than the demonic patterned sky wolf that had been blown up by Yi Xian's light punch, there were 4 other desolate supremacies. The bloodlines of the 4 desolate supremacies were different. Only one of them was the same as the demonic patterned sky wolf, but it was only a desolate supremacy. Its 3 of them belonged to other bloodlines and were not innate ferocious beasts. Dang! When Yi Xian and the demonic patterned blood deer descended upon the demon wolf forbidden grounds and attacked at the edge of the stellar domain outside the forbidden grounds, the 4 desolate supremacies in the demon wolf forbidden grounds had sensed it. However, as the strongest demonic patterned sky wolf was the first to attack, they remained dormant. Although they did not appear, they were secretly observing everything. At the instant the demonic patterned sky wolf perished, the 4 desolate supremacies were dumbfounded. They almost could not believe that all of this was real. Only when Yi Xian's figure flashed and charged into the demonic patterned forbidden ground stellar domain did they suddenly snap to their senses. Nearly simultaneously, they rushed out of their respective cave abode stars and fled in horror. At that moment, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Demon the demonic pattern Sky Wolf was a desolate supremacy, a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection. Yet, it was instantly blown up by a single punch. Before it perished, it did not even have the time to let out a shrill howl. Only just from this point, they could roughly infer how terrifying the cultivation level of the remnant expert they had previously overlooked was. It was definitely a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was basically impossible for it to be at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It was very likely that it was a terrifying old monster at the middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Upon realizing this, they instantly felt an intense sense of danger that they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. No, after a moment of hesitation, the 4 old fellows made a decision in an instant. They rushed out of their respective cave stars at the same time, but they did not escape in the same direction. Instead, they rushed in 4 different directions: north, south, east, and west. Who lived and who died was up to fate. Bam! In the void beside them, a desolate supremacy had pushed its cultivation to its limits as its entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. Unfortunately, his luck was really bad. This direction happened to be right in front of Yi Xian, who was charging into the stellar domain. Yi Xian curled his lips and with just a punch, his massive body instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew! As the bloody mist dissipated, a ghastly glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He instantly waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. The bloody mist formed by the desolate supremacy's body's explosion swept over. Yi Xian absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Phew! In just an instant, one of the 4 desolate supremacies perished. Although the remaining 3 did not turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled as they hurried off. Instantly, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. It's useless. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Yi Xian's voice sounded out through his spiritual perception. With a flash of his body, he instantly vanished from his original spot. Chapter 5067. As Yi Xian rushed into the demon wolf forbidden ground, one of the 4 desolate supremes in the forbidden ground died in an instant. Although the remaining 3 didn't turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled, and their momentum suddenly accelerated. They were all frightened out of their wits. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips, and at the same time the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Swish! Swish! A sharp sound was heard. An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air, and it was so ear-piercing. When the demonic patterned blood deer rushed into the demon wolf forbidden ground star field, Yi Xian's figure was already hundreds of billions of miles away, appearing in another direction. While, about 10 billion kilometers in front of where his figure suddenly appeared, a dark blue ball of light was fleeing in that direction, emitting a sense of endless shock and panic. This is... It was a mid-stage 5th-order desolate supremacy old monster. He did not reveal his bloodline true body. His entire body had transformed into a dark blue ball of light that was only 1,000 feet long. This was beneficial for escaping and could achieve the fastest speed. But, unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to a true heavenly Tao realm expert. Even when he was escaping, Yi Xian only needed to teleport behind him. The moment he appeared, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately circulated the power in his body and punched out, "Fellow Daoist, let's talk nicely," as if realizing that he could not escape. The desolate supremacy old monster, who still had a trace of wishful thinking, suddenly stopped in the void. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, revealing the intention of begging for mercy. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. Bang! The majestic power of Yi Xian's punch directly enveloped the dark blue ball of light. Everything that happened next was without suspense. An earth-shattering boom instantly sounded. In the blink of an eye, the berserk power of this attack had already smashed into the old man's body. This old monster Huang Zun was already at the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm, but he didn't have the time to react when facing the full strength of Yi Xian, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. The blue light ball only shook slightly. Electricity in less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc within his body. His entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Who? At the same time, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the howling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. It was sucked into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region's volcano in the cauldron space. From there, it began. Blood essence condensation. This scene happened to be seen by the demon-patterned blood deer that had just charged into the stellar domain. The old fellow's body trembled violently as a look of shock appeared on his face. After drawing a cold gasp, he exclaimed in horror, "Heavens, he's actually at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He's just one step away from reaching the late-stage heavenly Dao realm." Back in the stellar domain of the magic hall, Yi Xian had not taken action. He had guessed that Yi Xian was definitely at the mid-stage heavenly Dao realm since his avatar was already at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. However, he believed that Yi Xian was likely at the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Following that, he arrived outside the demon wolf forbidden land. With the appearance of the demon-patterned demon wolf, Yi Xian suddenly took action. With a punch, he instantly killed the defenseless demon-patterned demon wolf. Due to his fast speed, the demon-patterned blood deer failed to capture Yi Xian's cultivation aura. Previously, when Yi Xian killed his first target in the demon wolf forbidden land, the demon-patterned blood deer was still outside the forbidden land. It had yet to charge into the stellar domain, so it did not have the opportunity to sense Yi Xian's cultivation aura. But now, when Yi Xian attacked a second time after charging into the demon wolf forbidden land, he killed the mid-stage desolate Zun monster with one punch. Although it was a fleeting glimpse, the demon-patterned blood deer was able to keenly capture the information that it had always been curious about. 6th stage heavenly Dao realm. This mysterious and young remnant expert had reached the terrifying 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Although the 4th and 6th stages were both at the mid-stage heavenly Dao realm, the concepts were completely different. The Heavens A 4th stage heavenly Dao realm expert was bound to be crushed when encountering a 6th stage heavenly Dao realm expert. The 6th stage was already close to the late stages of the heavenly Dao realm. It was just one stage away. To the demon-patterned blood deer, who was only at the perfected 9th stage of the desolate Zun realm and had yet to step into the true heavenly Dao realm, such an existence was something it could only look up to. He never did it imagine that it would one day reach such a height. Screech. Just as the demon-patterned blood deer was reeling in shock, a shocking screech sounded from another direction of the void. Looking over, the mysterious remnant expert had already arrived 5 billion kilometers behind his third target after teleporting. No hesitated for a moment, but he still threw out a light punch. Bam! A boundless force enveloped the desolate Zun monster. Before the screech from his mouth could fade away, an earth-shattering boom sounded. Everything happened too quickly. In a blink of an eye, a boundless force surged into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body, causing his entire body to explode. It transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Immediately after, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. In just a few seconds, he had attacked 3 times in a row. Each attack killed a desolate Zune monster. Such terrifying and valiant strength caused the demon-patterned blood deer's body to tremble. He had lived for countless years, but he had never seen such a powerful existence. Thankfully, he was not an enemy, otherwise, he would probably have died here today even if he had 10 lives. Roar! Why? Why are you so ruthless? Bam! At this moment, in the void on the right, the last desolate Zune monster, who was originally rushing away, stopped abruptly. He knew that he couldn't escape and gave up struggling. Raising his head and roaring, his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a blood mist that spread out. Yi Xian approached him in a flash, waved his hand, collected the blood mist that exploded, and sent it into the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body, starting the blood essence condensation. It was too fast, from the moment Yi Xian rushed into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land star field, to now, everything was settled. In less than 10 breaths, the 4 powerful desolate Zune monsters had all fallen. All of this fell into the eyes of the countless fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land. They were so scared that their souls had already left their bodies, and their bodies were crawling on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian's figure also stopped abruptly at this moment. The power of divine sense extended out, enveloping the entire Forbidden Land star field, and said coldly, "From this moment on, I am the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." Chapter 5068. As Yi Xian charged into the star domain of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Grounds, he brazenly attacked and killed 4 desolate supremacies within 10 seconds. All of this fell into the eyes of countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. They were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian waved his hand and absorbed the last wisp of blood mist into his body. His figure came to an abrupt halt as his divine sense extended out and enveloped the entire Forbidden Grounds. He said coldly, "From this moment onwards, I am the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." Whoosh! 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 This time, there was no need for Yi Xian to urge them. Beams of light shot out from all around the star domain. They stopped abruptly when they were 5 billion kilometers away, transforming into massive ferocious beasts. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian's words had already revealed that he would not attack again. The mighty figures of the primordial era in the Forbidden Grounds felt as though they had been granted amnesty. They naturally did not delay any further. They immediately rushed out and prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their submission. It was as though they were afraid that if they were half a step slower, Yi Xian would think that they were refusing to submit and would attack again. It was truly speechless that mighty figures were frightened to such an extent. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. They had not even reached the desolate supremacy realm. Against a powerful 6th-stage heavenly Dao realm expert, they had the realization that they were nothing more than ants. Yi Xian swept his gaze over. There were nearly 50 ferocious beasts prostrating in the void 5 billion kilometers away. All of them were mighty figures of the primordial era, but at this moment, they were like ants. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any delay, he immediately waved his hand and shot out beams of light into the bodies of these ferocious beasts. There were no exceptions. From then on, with nearly 50 mighty figures of the primordial era under his control, the entire Demon Wolf Forbidden Grounds fell into his hands. It became a vassal of the Magic Hall. Deng, however, due to other considerations, Yi Xian did not announce his name as the Master of the Magic Hall. Instead, he referred to himself as the Demon Wolf Demon Lord. The two words Demon Wolf here naturally refer to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area. Therefore, the beasts in the Forbidden Area should call him the Demon Lord. If there are no major changes, without my order, you are not allowed to go too far from the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area. Otherwise, if I find out, you will be executed without mercy. After doing all this, Yi Xian's soul consciousness spread out. The entire monster wolf Forbidden Land could hear it clearly. Countless beasts in the Forbidden Land roared in unison, replying respectfully. This time, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely shocking. Other than the gold guiding origin Demon Wolf's Heaven's Eye, he had also obtained several desolate supreme blood essences. Boom! After killing the demonic patterned Sky Wolf, he had obtained 34 desolate supreme blood essences. Now, he had obtained 38. He was only 2 desolate supreme blood essences away from 40. More importantly, he had successfully obtained the gold guiding origin. As a result, among the innate 5 elements herbs, only the fire guiding origin, the water guiding origin, and the earth guiding origin had not been obtained yet. The task of collecting the innate 5 elements herbs was almost completed. However, Yi Xian had no clue where the next 3 innate 5 elements herbs were. He had to rely on Lu Zhangke to lead the way so that he could smoothly obtain them. He immediately turned around and left the monster wolf Forbidden Land. He did not even go to the neighboring demonic deer Forbidden Land. Instead, he went straight to the next stop. At this time, Lu Zhangke also removed the bloodline true body state and transformed into the appearance of a remnant. He was an old man with blood and blood beard. He looked a little mysterious and strange. Reverse Yi Xian was not very eye-catching and was extremely young. This was a combination of remnant powerhouses. Generally speaking, the old man should be an elder or a powerful existence, while the young remnant should be his follower or junior. However, the truth was the opposite. Now, the two of them were flying in the void. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back and was calm and relaxed. Lu Zhangke followed beside him. Although he seemed to be leading the way, he would occasionally look back with a flattering smile on his face. He took the initiative to talk to Yi Xian. Fellow Daoist, the next stop is the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. While rushing, Lu Zhangke explained the general situation of the next destination to Yi Xian. This Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a little special. It is located in the right section of the right bank of the Milky Way. The strongest powerhouse in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a water-patterned blue unicorn. This water-patterned blue unicorn is also a connate ferocious beast. There is a dark blue liquid in its body called heavenly liquid. This liquid is a substance that the water-patterned blue unicorn, a connate ferocious beast, slowly accumulates in its body because of its connate ferocious beast bloodline after its cultivation has advanced to the desolate venerable realm. Because it contains a trace of the power of the primordial law and its attribute is water, it is called heavenly liquid. It is extremely precious. The strongest water-patterned blue unicorn in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land has also reached the peak of rank 9 Desolate Venerable, which is half a step into the heavenly path. It is similar to my cultivation and that of the water-patterned Sky Wolf. There is not much difference. In addition to this water-patterned blue unicorn, there are 2 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. Their cultivation is also very strong. They are both rank 8 desolate venerables and are not far from the peak of rank 9. Hence, although there are only 3 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, their overall strength is not weak. Among the many supreme forbidden lands and supreme starfields on the right bank of the Milky Way, they are quite famous. However, the situation in this forbidden land is a bit special. The other supreme forbidden lands have a large number of space beasts. Although their bloodlines are different, they gather together and live in the forbidden starfields. However, there are not many space beasts in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. There are only a few hundred of them. The weakest one is a Universe Supreme, and they are all space beasts that like water and cold. The reason for this is because the entire blue Qilin forbidden area is a world of water and ice. The fire Qilin's entire body is crimson red, and its attribute is fire, while the blue Qilin is of the water attribute, and likes water and cold. The blue unicorn forbidden land is a world of water. There are not many stars, and they are all immersed in the endless cold liquid. Also, when the water-patterned blue unicorn is cultivating, there is a large amount of cold air coming out of its body. If it stays there for a long time, the entire starfield's endless cold liquid will be frozen. That scene is spectacular, as if the entire space is frozen. All the space beasts in the starfield, as well as a small number of stars in the starfield, are all frozen. Such an extreme environment, even some powerful space beasts can't withstand it. They don't like it, so there are very few space beasts that rely on the water-patterned blue unicorn. Now, the hundreds of space beasts living in the blue unicorn forbidden land, although their bloodlines and races are different, without exception, they all like water and cold. When the water-patterned blue unicorn cultivates, the entire starfield is frozen in an extreme environment, which is beneficial to their cultivation. Hence, they gather there. From this point of view, these hundreds of space beasts are more or less dependent on the water-patterned blue unicorn. Hence, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive would be a disaster in the future. Chapter 5069. When the water-patterned blue Qilin cultivates, it freezes the entire stellar domain in an extreme environment. It is beneficial for the hundreds of ferocious beasts that are attached to the blue Qilin forbidden land. Therefore, they are gathered there. Upon saying that, a cold glint flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes. From this point of view, the hundreds of astral beasts are somewhat reliant on the water-patterned blue Qilin. Therefore, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive will only lead to future trouble. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Upon hearing that, a faint glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke, he swept his gaze to Lu Zhangke and gave him a meaningful look. Before heading to the Fey Wolf forbidden land, the old bastard had reminded Yi Xian not to spare the remaining 4 desolate supremacies in the forbidden land after killing the water-patterned Sky Wolf. This was because they had a good relationship with the water-patterned Sky Wolf. They got along very well, so if they were not killed, it would probably cause trouble in the future. Back then, Yi Xian did not think too much about it. After all, Lu Zhangke's performance back then was extremely ingratiating. In order to curry favor with Yi Xian, a heavenly Dao realm expert, it was understandable that he would take the initiative to remind him. Furthermore, the old bastard was clearly worried that Yi Xian would misunderstand. Back then, he made his stance clear that he would not covet the Fey Wolf forbidden land. Furthermore, he gave a reasonable reason. That was, the astral beasts in the demonic deer forbidden land were the mild type. As for the astral beasts in the Fey Wolf forbidden land, they were the exact opposite. Even if they were to incorporate the Fey Wolf forbidden land, it would not be a good thing. Instead, they would be inviting trouble. Everything was reasonable. Yi Xian did not think too much about it. But this time, when the old bastard brought him to the blue Qilin forbidden land on the right bank of the Milky Way's right bank, he seemed to ingratiate himself by reminding Yi Xian that he had to kill all the few hundred astral beasts in the forbidden land after killing the water-patterned blue Qilin. And this time, the reason he gave was just as reasonable, so Yi Xian wouldn't have thought too much about it. But this old man had always said that he had a gentle temperament. Now that he said these words, it seemed as if they came out of his mouth without any pressure at all. It gave people a strange feeling. In an instant, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and he became vigilant. This time, although he had only casually mentioned it, Lu Zhangke seemed to have immediately realized something. He gave a dry laugh and explained a few words, then no longer said anything. That was even more suspicious. Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but he didn't point it out. He followed behind the other, spreading his wings and shooting toward the right section of the Milky Way's right bank. Although it was not far from the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way to the right section, it was not close either. With Yi Xian's current cultivation at the 6th level of the Heavenly Path realm, it should have been faster. But because Lu Zhangke, who was leading the way, was only at the half-step Heavenly Path realm at the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy, it took 2 full days before the two finally arrived at the edge of the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. At this point, the temperature in the void suddenly rose by hundreds of degrees. Even a breath could instantly turn into ice shards. Perhaps it was because of this that there was no sign of any ferocious beasts in the nearby starfields. Even the 2 forbidden lands on the left and right of the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land were extremely far away, avoiding the cold air that was emitted from this place. Looking ahead, in the void at the end of the line of sight, there was a light blue ice block that connected the sky to the earth. This light blue ice block was too big, and it extended to the end of the line of sight. Clearly, the entire star sector was frozen. Through the translucent ice block, one could vaguely see some stars in the ice block. There were not many of them. Within a radius of a few 100 billion miles, there were only about 600 to 700 of them. This number was about the same as the number of astral beasts in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land that Lu Zhangke had mentioned earlier. If there were no accidents, among the hundreds of stars in the giant light blue ice block, there should be an astral beast hibernating in the interior of each star. The weakest among them was a universe supremacy, and there were dozens of primordial antiquity almighties. The rest were the water pattern Blue Qilin, which was at the 9th level of perfection, and the other 2 desolate supremacies, which were at the 8th level. Hundreds of astral beasts had bloodlines that were fond of water and cold. Now, the endless liquid sea that covered the sky and earth in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land had all turned into a solid light blue ice block. This meant that the water pattern Blue Qilin was cultivating, which was why its body emitted cold air. Gradually, the entire star sector of the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, along with the endless liquid sea, was frozen. While the hundreds of astral beasts attached to the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land had their eyes on the extremely cold air emitted by the water pattern Blue Qilin when it was cultivating. This was also beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the hundreds of astral beasts hibernating in the hundreds of stars should all be in a state of closed-door cultivation. Xian and Lu Zhangke were standing right outside the Blue Unicorn star field. About 10 billion miles ahead of them was the Forbidden Land, which had been completely frozen and turned into a giant ice cube. He tried to extend his divine sense, but he discovered that the light blue ice block had a mysterious effect on his divine sense. Even though Yi Xian was a supreme existence at the 6th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, his divine sense might not be able to envelop the entire area in an instant and detect that the water pattern Blue Qilin was in closed-door cultivation on that star. However, it didn't matter. Since the light blue ice block had an effect on his divine sense, he could just blow it up with a single punch. With Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation at the 6th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, even if this giant ice block was the size of a star sector, he could still blow it up with a single punch. Since he had decided, he had to do it. Bang! In the next instant, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he punched out. The space exploded as an invisible, majestic force enveloped the giant light blue ice block in front of him. What happened next was without a doubt, an earth-shaking rumble resounded in an instant. The ice that covered Pang Da's entire star field instantly exploded, and the entire vast void trembled as a result. This force was too powerful. Not only did it explode the giant light blue ice block that froze the entire star sector, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Clearly, the astral beasts hibernating in closed-door cultivation on the stars were also killed by this punch. Phew! With some hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Following the whistling sound of a gale, an incomparably boundless force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that had exploded within the light blue ice. It was absorbed into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. What surprised him was that there was actually a blood mist of the desolate venerable old monster's flesh. Clearly, among the stars that were blown up, one of them belonged to one of the two 8th-ranked desolate venerables in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. This old fellow was really unlucky. Before the sun even rose, he was blasted apart by Yi Xian along with the star that was hibernating in closed-door cultivation. It left him speechless. Chapter 50-70. Yi Xian threw a punch, and an earth-shattering boom was heard. The ice in Pang Da star sector exploded instantly. This power was too strong. No, however, when the giant light blue ice that froze the entire star sector exploded, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Very clearly, the ferocious star beasts that were hibernating in seclusion within the star were also killed by this punch. Among them, there was an 8th-level desolate venerable among them, which made him speechless. In fact, other than this 8th-level desolate venerable, there were also 14 blood mist from the bodies of powerful beings of the primordial era. The rest were all primordial supreme beings. Yi Xian did not waste any of this. He collected all of them and sent them into Shenong Cauldron. The bloody mist that exploded from the bodies of universe supreme beings could also be used to refine a level 28 supreme beings treasure pill. There were more than 700 space beasts in Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. Apart from, there were 3 desolate venerable old monsters and dozens of primordial supreme beings. The rest of the 700 were all universe supreme beings. It was rare to encounter such a high-density group of universe supreme beings. After killing them easily, he could obtain about 700 supreme beings' blood essence. Of course, Yi Xian would not refuse this kind of thing. As for the possible conspiracy of that old man Lu Zhangke, Yi Xian did not care at all. In front of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes were just fleeting clouds. If this guy was honest, it would be fine. If he really had any schemes in private, he would be seeking his own death. At most, he would just kill him with one punch. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the next moment, a figure rushed out from each of the 400 surviving abandoned planets in the gigantic ice block that was exploding. They were all ferocious beasts of the universe. They had different bloodlines and races, but they were all extremely arrogant. They lifted their heads and roared endlessly. They looked up and roared endlessly. It was unknown where these space beasts got their confidence from, but they dared to act so arrogantly in front of a terrifying existence that could shatter a giant ice block that sealed an entire star field with a single punch. Rumble, old Lu, it's you. Are you tired of living? How dare you invade the Blue Chelan Forbidden Area? Along with a heaven-shaking roar, a ferocious space beast, tens of thousands of miles long, roared over from the right side of the front. It was the other 8th-stage old monster, Huang Zun. He obviously knew Lu Zhangke. When he saw that the intruder was actually Yi Xian, he was instantly enraged. He directly ignored Lu Zhangke, whose aura was not obvious, and rushed toward Lu Zhangke with murderous intent. Bang! Xian wasn't interested in talking to him at all. He didn't have the slightest intention of pestering him. He immediately punched out. Pounds an incomparably boundless and terrifying power directly enveloped the ominous chariot. Everything that followed was without suspense. An earth-shattering roar instantly resounded. Although this desolate supremacy old monster was already a rank 8 desolate supremacy, it was not far from the peak of rank 9 perfection. However, in the face of Yi Xian's all-out attack, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, he didn't have time to react. In a split second, a majestic force rushed into his body. In less than half an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in its body. Its entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Yi Xian gently waved his hand. With the sound of a strong wind whistling, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate supremacy old monster's huge body and directly absorbed it into its body. At this point, 2 of the 3 desolate supremacies in the Blue Chelan Forbidden Land had been destroyed in a single exchange. Only the 9th stage perfection water pattern Blue Chelan was left. This water pattern Blue Chelan was the main target of Yi Xian's arrival. After killing the rank 8 desolate supremacy with a punch, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He shifted his gaze and directly locked onto the water pattern Blue Chelan's aura. Hiss. This power is actually at the Heavenly Tao realm, and it's at the middle stage. As the rank 8 ferocious beast was blown apart by Yi Xian's punch, he shifted his gaze. In front of him, in the left side of the void, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came. Damn it. What the hell are you doing, remnant expert? And you, Lu Zhangke, as a ferocious beast, you colluded with the remnant. Today, you wreaked havoc in my Blue Chelan Forbidden Land. Do you have a death wish? The one who roared was the strongest expert in the Blue Chelan Forbidden Land, the water pattern Blue Chelan whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage perfection of the desolate supremacy. Its figure wasn't very large, and it was merely around a few million kilometers in size. However, it was completely dark blue in color, and its entire body was suffused with boundless light blue cold mist. It seemed extremely mysterious, and it even imperceptibly emanated an extremely noble and ancient aura as it coiled around the mist. At this time, even when it spoke to Lu Zhangke, there seemed to be a hint of condescension, which made Yi Xian extremely uncomfortable. No. Regardless of whether the water pattern Blue Chelan was pretending or really had something to rely on, Yi Xian did not care. He was not even interested in learning about it because today, he had to obtain the water guide origin no matter what. If this water pattern Blue Chelan had to die. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he did not say a single word of nonsense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he directly punched out, bang. Yi Xian only lightly punched out this strike, and his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the water pattern Blue Chelan couldn't withstand it at all. With a loud bang, the huge body that was still roaring in the void instantly exploded, leaving not a single hair behind. It turned into a light blue blood mist that spread out. Within the light blue blood mist, there was a blue liquid that was about 10 feet in radius. It was condensed and did not disperse. It was clearly visible in the spreading blood mist. Ooh. Seeing this deep blue liquid, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A light flashed in his eyes as he immediately waved his hand. An invisible force surged out. Very quickly. Soon, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the water pattern Blue Chelan's huge body swept over. It was absorbed by Yi Xian and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Similarly. At the same time, the blue liquid in the blood mist also shot over. At the same time, it was compressed by Yi Xian's invisible force of the Heavenly Tao. When it landed in Yi Xian's hand, it had already turned into a mysterious liquid the size of a fist. It was deep blue, but it did not condense and did not disperse. Yi Xian played with the fist-sized ball of blue liquid for a while before putting it away with a flip of his hand. The ball of blue liquid that did not disperse was the heavenly liquid in the water pattern Blue Chelan's body. It was also the water essence that Yi Xian needed. Now that he had finally obtained it, he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a lot more relaxed. There were only 2 connate 5 elements herbs left to find. As long as he found them, he could start refining the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian could not wait any longer. However, now was clearly not the time to leave. In the void ahead, there were still more than 10 blood essences of mighty figures and hundreds of blood essences of supremes waiting for him to harvest. Chapter 5071. With the water guide Origin in his hands, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt much more relaxed. Next, there were only 2 types of innate 5 elements herbs left. As long as he could find them, he would be able to refine the level 30 pill of heaven path. The most. Yi Xian could not wait to find the last 2 types. However, it was obviously not the time to leave yet. There were still hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void space in front of him that had not been dealt with. To him, these were the blood essences of more than a dozen powerful beings and hundreds of supreme beings. Howl. Damn you. You actually killed him. You actually killed him. Howl. Do you know who I am? You must be tired of living and want to die. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack and deal with the 300 universe supreme beings and more than a dozen powerful beings of the primordial era with one punch, a shocking roar suddenly came from the depths of the blue unicorn forbidden land in front of him. After the roar, there was another roar, and it sounded even more arrogant than the water-patterned blue unicorn that had just been killed a moment ago. The being that was roaring and jumping in the void space was one of the hundreds of ferocious beasts that had survived in the blue unicorn forbidden land. It was a ferocious bird with light green mysterious markings on its body. It was unknown what bloodline it had. Its head was like an owl's, but its body was like a giant eagle's. The body of this owl-headed eagle was not very big, only about 1,000,000 miles long, but the energy in its body was not weak. It had reached the peak of the 9th stage, which was a half-step desolate master. Obviously, in this blue unicorn forbidden land, besides the 3 desolate masters that had already been killed, this owl-headed eagle's cultivation was the strongest. Even so, with his power at the peak of the 9th stage, he should not have the confidence to be so arrogant in front of Yi Xian. After all, he had just seen Yi Xian attack and kill all 3 desolate elder monsters of the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, including the water-patterned Blue Qilin, one by one. He was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th rank Great Perfection realm. Even the water-patterned Blue Qilin, who was an entire realm higher than him, was not Yi Xian's match. His body was blown apart by a single punch, yet this fellow was still clamoring at Yi Xian. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either he was stupid, or he was confident that his identity or background was not weaker than Yi Xian's and had something to rely on. Since it was obviously impossible, the only explanation was the latter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slowly curled into a playful smile. He turned to look at Lu Zhangke, who was standing behind him. But he didn't say anything. His line of sight quickly shifted to the owl-headed eagle that was roaring and jumping in the void ahead. He curled his lips and replied lightly, "I'm sorry, who are you?" "I am not interested in knowing." Bang! Bang, 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 the voice of his divine sense sounded again, and there was no suspense about what happened next. The terrifying pressure of a 6th-order heavenly Tao realm instantly filled Xian's body and crushed the void of the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land in front of him. The aura was too terrifying. An earth-shattering roar was instantly heard. Blink! In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and violent force had already blasted the bodies of hundreds of space beasts in the star field, although they were universe supremes and powerful figures of the primordial era. Facing Yi Xian, who was at the 6th-order heavenly Tao realm, they couldn't react in time. The difference in strength between them was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Electricity in the blink of an eye, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than 1/10 of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. A series of earth-shattering explosions were heard. Including the dozens of powerful figures of the primordial era, all the huge bodies of the space beasts exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood fog that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Who? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a majestic invisible force. the rapidly spreading blood fog swept over and was absorbed into his body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. Until, at this time, the blue Chelan Forbidden Land was completely destroyed. In the entire star field of the Forbidden Land, there was not a single living space beast. It had turned into a barren land like a dead zone. In this battle, Yi Xian's harvest was so great that it even surpassed the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land from before. Division with the Water Guide Origin, he also obtained 3 pieces of Desolate Sovereign Blood Essence. He already had 38 pieces before, and now with the addition of 3 pieces, he had a total of 41 pieces. Division in addition, he also obtained 36 pieces of blood essence of powerful figures this time because there were exactly 36 powerful figures of the primordial era in the Blue Chelan Forbidden Land. In addition to the 3 desolate sovereign old monsters and the 36 powerful figures of the primordial era, there were a total of 713 Universe Supreme Beasts left in the Forbidden Land. Now, all of them were killed, and the majestic blood fog that exploded from their bodies was collected by Yi Xian and sent into the Shannon Cauldron. Soon, it will turn into more than 700 supreme blood essences. Congratulations, my friend, you have also obtained the Water Guide Origin. After the cut, Lu Zhangke, who was following behind, immediately rushed over to Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and bowed to him, repeatedly congratulating him. TSK, TSK, TSK. My friend, I have never seen such a powerful cultivation in my life. I have been thinking about the 5 elements guiding herbs for many years, but I never thought that one day I would have the ability to gather all of them. On the other hand, fellow Daoist, it has only been a short period of less than 10 days, yet you've already gathered 3 of them. I presume you'll be able to easily obtain the remaining 2 as well, and you'll be able to obtain them very soon. Just thinking about it really makes me sigh with admiration. My friend, you are too polite. As for the 5 elements guiding herbs, aside from your heavenly velvet, I have already obtained the Gold Guide Origin and the Water Guide Origin. My friend, you also contributed. Turning around, Yi Xian nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although you did not participate in the battles in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land and the Blue Chelan Forbidden Land, if you did not lead me here, I would not have known that the 5 elements guiding herbs were in need of these 2 forbidden lands. Therefore, in the future, when the 5 elements guiding herbs are gathered, I will open the furnace to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. If the treasure pill is successfully refined, I will give you one. This is what I meant, and it is what my friend deserves. So, there is no need to politely decline. Oh, by the way. While speaking, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Lu Zhangke again, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, just now, that owl-head eagle, who was at the peak of the 9th stage, seemed a little strange. He clearly saw me kill the water-patterned blue Chelan with one punch, but he still shouted and roared so arrogantly. It was as if he had something to rely on. My friend, you should have seen it too. Do you know that guy? Do you know his origin and background? This matter is indeed a little strange. Hearing this, Lu Zhangke was startled, and a blank expression quickly appeared on his face. He immediately shook his head, but that owl-head eagle is very unfamiliar. This old man has never seen it before. Chapter 5072. Never seen it before. Then forget it. Yi Xian seemed to have expected Lu Zhangke's answer. He was not surprised at all and immediately glossed over the matter. Anyway, that owl-headed eagle's cultivation level is only at the perfect stage 9. Even if he has a background, how strong can he be? At most, he's at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It's fine if an existence at this level doesn't come looking for me. He's lucky. If he dares to seek death, I'll just kill him. Yes, yes, yes. Fellow Daoist's cultivation level is shocking. A mere half-step desolate supremacy dares to be so presumptuous. What a joke. Hearing this, Lu Zhangke's eyes flashed, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. Oh, by the way, fellow Daoist, the matter of the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land has come to an end. We should go to the next stop. As for the general situation of the next target, this old man will tell you as we walk. That's good. We've already obtained 3 of the 5 elements medicinal catalysts. It's not convenient to delay the remaining 2 for too long. Let's talk as we walk. Yi Xian nodded. As he spoke, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, which had long been a dead zone. Behind him, a cold light flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His face was once again filled with a smile as he chased after Yi Xian. At the same time, in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, in an extremely powerful forbidden area, which was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out without warning. Screech! Who is it? How dare you attack this lord's youngest son? In the blink of an eye, the soul lamp has been extinguished. This is clearly an instant kill. It has to be at least a peak desolate supremacy at the perfect stage 9. It might even be at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. No matter who you are, this lord will definitely find you, burn your bones, and burn your soul. Screech. This forbidden land was called the Demonic Condor Forbidden Land. The strongest person in the Forbidden Land was a supreme existence at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. Such as the one who let out the earth-shattering roar was the dark-feathered demonic condor. Caught off guard, countless fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land trembled in fear. They did not even dare to breathe. Silver in the right bank of the river, in the universe void not far from the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. 2 silhouettes were flying through the void, almost side by side, only a body's distance apart. Slightly the one in front was an old man in a blood-red robe with a red beard. Behind him was a young human expert. These 2 were none other than Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke. While they traveled, Lu Zhangke, who was half a body's length ahead of them, would occasionally turn his head around with an ingratiating smile on his face. He would tell Yi Xian about their next target and the situation in the Forbidden Land where they were stationed. Fellow Daoist, at this time, we have to temporarily leave the right bank of the Milky Way because the next 2 targets are both on the left bank of the Milky Way. Furthermore, these 2 targets are very special. They are supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, fellow Daoist, you have to be mentally prepared. There might be a fierce battle coming up. But of course, with fellow Daoist strength at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem at all. At this point, Lu Zhangke stole a glance at Yi Xian. Seeing that he only raised his eyebrows and did not say anything else, Lu Zhangke heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "Let's first talk about the next target. This target is a scarlet-patterned black crow. It is said that it has the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow in its body. It is also a connate ferocious beast with a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It is a crystal that slowly grows in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body due to its ancestral bloodline after it enters the desolate supremacy realm. It is also a special connate treasure medicine. It is of the fire attribute and can be used as a fire source. This scarlet-patterned black crow's cultivation level is extraordinary. It has already entered the true heavenly Tao realm, but it is only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With fellow Daoists' terrifying cultivation level at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem to take it down. At most, it will be slightly troublesome and there will be a huge battle. The scarlet-patterned black crow presides over a forbidden area known as the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds. It is located on the right side of the left bank of the Milky Way. It is considered famous in the left bank region. Now, we are heading to the right bank. When we reach the end, we will follow the edge of the Milky Way star domain to the left bank. Using this route, we will reach the left bank, and the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds that the Scarlet Pattern Black Crow presides over is located near the end of the right bank. Therefore, after circling around it, we will quickly reach our destination. Compared to the right bank of the Milky Way, the Forbidden Grounds on the left bank are much stronger. There is a reason for this. Although the entire Milky Way is protected by an invisible primordial chaos nomological force, it does not allow any experts to enter. Even a true Heavenly Tao realm expert would not be able to forcibly tear through this invisible primordial chaos nomological force. All we can do is wait until the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain will allow some experts to enter. Only when we are vying for the next era's primordial chaos providence will we be able to enter in small numbers, but in fact, the ultimate goal of all the ferocious beasts and survivors lurking in the forbidden lands and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way is actually that mysterious mother planet. The Milky Way star domain is extremely vast, and the homeworld is only a mysterious ancient star domain. Although it is in the Milky Way star domain, it is located on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. It is also for this reason that after the Milky Way star area was discovered, the ancient beasts and survivors who rushed here first gathered on the left bank. It was not until the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden areas that a large number of the most powerful forbidden areas and star areas slowly gathered on the right bank of the Milky Way. From this point of view, it can be seen that although both sides of the Milky Way are the most powerful forbidden areas and star regions, the one on the left bank is obviously more ancient and powerful. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed by the powerful existences that came later. Therefore, there are still very few true Heavenly Tao realm experts on the right bank of the Milky Way. Even if there are, they are lurking in the mysterious unknown void, typically not revealing themselves. But on the left bank, although not every forbidden ground or ancient star domain has a Heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over it, more than a third of them do. As for the remaining 2/3, even if there are no Heavenly Tao realm experts in the ancient star domain, they are definitely in hibernation or in seclusion. Without a Heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over it, the forbidden grounds and ancient star domains are destined to be unable to survive on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. They would have long been wiped out. Having said that, Lu Zhanke stole another glance at Yi Xian before exhorting, therefore, on this trip to the left bank, if fellow Daoist wants to take action, it is best to finish it off. After killing that Scarlet Pattern Black Crow, escape immediately. As for the remaining desolate supremacies and mighty figures, there is no need to worry about them. It is to avoid attracting the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the neighboring forbidden grounds, which would cause unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 5073. Previously, Lu Zhanke had instructed Yi Xian to eliminate the other beasts' upper echelons in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land and Blue Qilin Forbidden Land after killing the demon-patterned Sky Wolf and water-patterned Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. Yi Xian did not think too much about it the first time in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land. But the second time in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, Lu Zhanke, who always claimed to be gentle, did not show any abnormalities when he mentioned the matter of exterminating the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. It was as though he had blurted it out naturally. This immediately aroused Yi Xian's suspicions, making him keep an eye on Lu Zhanke. But this time, when they headed to the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the end of the left bank of the galaxy, the old man acted out of character. Not only did he not advise Yi Xian to kill the Scarlet Pattern Black Crow, he also attacked the other upper echelons of the beasts in the Black Crow Forbidden Land. He instructed Yi Xian to retreat after a single strike to prevent attracting the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands on the left bank that bordered the Black Crow Forbidden Land. It would appear as though he was doing everything for Yi Xian's sake. Either the old man realized that Yi Xian was already suspicious, so he deliberately did this. That was the method he used to scheme against Yi Xian. He did not target the Scarlet Pattern Black Crow, but the final target after the Black Crow. To Yi Xian, he was clearly leaning towards the latter. And previously, he could not figure out how Lu Zhanke had the guts and confidence to scheme against a Heavenly Dao realm expert. But now, after learning of the situation on the left bank of the galaxy, Yi Xian was finally enlightened. Since 1/3 of the supreme forbidden lands and stellar domains on the left bank had Heavenly Dao realm experts permanently stationed there, as long as the benefits were great enough, it was clearly not too difficult for Lu Zhanke, who was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th order, which was equivalent to having a half-step Heavenly Dao realm cultivation level, to request the help of some Heavenly Dao realm beasts, as long as the benefits were great enough. Previously in the Blue Chelan Forbidden Land, the identity and origin of that peak mighty figure all-headed eagle at the great perfection of the 9th stage were clearly extremely suspicious. With his half-step desolate venerable realm cultivation, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing a supreme existence like Yi Xian, who was at the middle stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. From this point of view, the power behind the other party was probably not weaker than Yi Xian. They were likely at the peak of the mid-stage Heavenly Dao realm at the very least. It was even possible that they were at the late-stage Heavenly Dao realm at the 7th stage. This is Lu Zhanke definitely knew about this. It was also because of this reason that he secretly instigated Yi Xian to attack the owl-head eagle. He was determined to kill it. Such as this was equivalent to helping him ensure that he would be able to invite a Heavenly Dao old monster, who was not weaker than Yi Xian, and who was most likely at the late stage of the 7th order, when he made his final calculations. When the time came, even if the Heavenly Dao old monster ate the meat while he followed behind and drank the soup, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be much more than what Yi Xian gave him. Yi Xian was only scheming in his heart. He basically had a plan in mind, but he did not expose it. He even pretended not to know. Bai He still had not obtained the final 2 Fire Guide origins and Earth Guide origins. He still needed this old fellow to lead the way. It was far from the time to fall out with him. Phew. Phew. In the air, a sharp sound tore through the air. 2 beams of light, one in front and one behind, streaked across the right end of the Milky Way's right bank. Soon, they disappeared into the endless black bank ahead. After circling around this incomparably deep and dark region, one would reach the left bank of the Milky Way. When that happened, one would once again see the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field. However, this deep and dark region was extremely vast. There was nothing that existed in the void. Furthermore, there was no resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field as a guide. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would get lost here. Thankfully, as an ancient half-step Heavenly Dao realm expert, Lu Zhanke had clearly been to the left bank of the Milky Way more than once. With him leading the way, it prevented Yi Xian from taking a roundabout route. From this point of view, this old fellow was indeed valuable. Furthermore, the idea of the 5 elemental catalyst was originally proposed by him. Although he did not personally hunt for the subsequent 5 elemental catalyst, he was the one who led the way to the Forbidden Land. This saved Yi Xian a lot of time. Just based on this, Yi Xian would not be stingy. Once a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill was refined, he would definitely get one. Guan regarding this matter, Yi Xian had already made it clear to him that this was his intention. However, if this old fellow was blinded by greed and insisted on scheming against Yi Xian to obtain more, he would only be courting death. Yi Xian had already given him a hint. If he failed to comprehend it, he would definitely deserve whatever fate awaited him. In this endlessly dark region, Yi Xian and Lu Zhanke traveled at full speed. After spending a total of 9 days in the void, the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way star field finally appeared at the end of the darkness in front of them. They had arrived at the left bank, but there was still a certain distance between them. They did not delay and continued forward. Another day passed. After a total of 10 days, the surrounding darkness finally receded completely. In the void ahead of them, large amounts of starlight emitted from the resplendent Milky Way star field. At this point, they could be considered to have truly arrived at the left bank's void. Even with Lu Zhangke's peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation base, it took him a total of 10 days to travel at full speed. If Yi Xian were to travel alone in the void using his physical body, it would probably take him 6 to 7 days at full speed. From this, it could be seen how vast the two dark regions that separated the left bank and the right bank of the Milky Way star field were. Fellow Daoist, our destination is 100 billion miles ahead of us. It's the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the edge of the right bank of the left bank. At this moment, Lu Zhangke, who was leading the way, had already stopped. He stood in the void and turned to look at Yi Xian before pointing ahead. Forward Yi Xian, who was in the Supreme Forbidden Land, also saw it. He nodded slightly when he heard what Lu Zhangke said. Then, his eyes flashed as if he suddenly thought of something. He casually asked Lu Zhangke, "The Black Crow Forbidden Land is located at the edge of the right bank of the left bank of the Milky Way. It seems that the cultivation level of the scarlet-patterned Black Crow is not very high here. He's a second-stage heavenly Dao realm existence, but he's still the same. Just based on this point, the water on the left bank is indeed much deeper than the water on the right bank." His words seemed to be hinting at something, but halfway through, Yi Xian did not continue. When Lu Zhangke heard this, he chuckled and echoed a few words, but did not explain too much. Very quickly, the two of them did not hesitate. This time, Yi Xian was in front and Lu Zhangke was behind. Both of them fully activated the strength in their bodies. Their bodies turned into a beam of light and shot toward the Black Crow Forbidden Land. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from sight and entered the star field of the Black Crow Forbidden Land. At the same time, in the left bank of the Milky Way where the water was deeper, an army of foreign forces suddenly arrived without warning. The commander at the front of this army was a huge green heavenly eye that was as huge as a star. Chapter 5074. Due to the homeworld's location in the Milky Way, it was closer to the left bank. Therefore, after the discovery of the Milky Way stellar domain, the first ancient beasts and survivors to gather were gathered on the left bank. It was only when the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden zones that the right bank of the Milky Way slowly gathered a large number of powerful forbidden zones and star domains. From this point of view, the forbidden zones and star domains on the left bank were clearly more ancient and powerful. If they weren't strong enough, they would have long been destroyed by powerful existences. Therefore, on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were still very few true heavenly Dao realm experts born. Even if there were, they would hibernate in the mysterious unknown void and typically would not show themselves. However, on the left bank, nearly 2/3 of the feral beast forbidden lands and the remnant star region had heavenly Dao realm experts appear. Such a situation had not occurred more than 10 years ago. At that time, whether it was the left bank or the right bank, the strongest experts in the ominous beast forbidden lands and the remnant star field were all almighty experts of the primordial era. Although there were also primordial supremes, they were very few. Especially after the appearance of the void turtle, all the desolate supremes in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way went into hibernation, except for the few that were killed by the void turtle. However, this situation did not last long. 10 years ago, heavenly Dao realm astral beasts and star domain experts began to appear on the left bank. It was also for this reason that the void turtle disappeared from both sides of the Milky Way after that. If there were no accidents, he should be searching for a place to enter seclusion. The injuries he suffered in the battle of the primordial era had been completely healed. In the primordial era, breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm was a necessary choice. And ever since the void gigantic turtle vanished, the desolate supremacy and heavenly Dao realm experts that were hibernating in the various beast forbidden lands and remnant stellar domains on the left bank began to appear. As the void turtle was a famous existence in the battle of the primordial era, his appearance was extremely sensitive. It made the ancient existences that were hibernating in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way realize that the end of the primordial era was approaching. After the end of the desolation era, it would be the beginning of the next primordial era. At that time, the Milky Way star field would be fully opened. However, before that, the Milky Way star field would still have a conditional opening. Experts who met the conditions would be able to pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and enter the Milky Way star field to compete for the primordial providence of the next era. With the arrival of the Desolation era, the opportunity to seize the primordial luck of the next era was very close. Therefore, those old fellows who had been in hibernation for countless years had come out one after another. It could be said that compared to the right bank, the waters of the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper. These ancient existences had sharper divine senses, and they had realized all this before the upper echelons of the right bank of the Milky Way. Such as today, when Yi Xian, led by Lu Zhangke, rushed to the Black Raven Forbidden Land at the end of the right section of the left bank, an army of foreign forces suddenly arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way, where the waters were even deeper. The commander at the forefront of this army was an azure heaven's eye that was as huge as a star. No, that was not right. This army was from the desolation world that had just fully descended and fused together like a broken mirror. The leader of this army was the primeval heaven's eye, who represented the will of the desolation world's heavenly Tao. The entire desolation world was created by the demon god of power, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial era. And now, the primordial era was coming to an end, and a new era was about to begin. The primeval heavens eye was indignant, so he led the desolation world army to the left bank of the Milky Way in order to seize the primordial providence of the next era. Boom. Rumble, at that moment, in a dark void on the left bank of the left bank, an earth-shattering boom was heard. Such as, a huge void rift appeared in this area. It was as vast as a star field, and it was a ghastly sight. Such as, a void rift of this magnitude was probably not something the typical heavenly Tao realm expert could tear apart. After all, this was the primordial chaos void. The formless nomological forces were just too powerful. However, the heavenly Tao's eye was far from the typical heavenly Tao realm expert. It had already stepped into the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm and was not far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection heavenly Tao realm. Whoosh! The heavenly Tao's eye, which resembled a gigantic star, charged out of the terrifying void rift. Immediately following that, there was a crashing sound that blanketed the world. Netherworld the cauldron had also arrived. It was similarly incomparably large, as if it was a cauldron, and possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 rune chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles, waving about with incomparable agility. Following closely behind the Netherworld cauldron was a massive army of living beings. Be it in terms of numbers or auras, they far exceeded the Magic Hall army that Pig Spirit had brought from the Desolation world. This terrifying army was made up of all living beings from the Desolation world. Both there were astral beasts, as well as all sorts of human battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. There were even planetary regions that humans had built over the years. Some of the battleships were painted with all sorts of emblems. Among them, one could clearly see the emblems of the first universe's original slave races. There were also the Blood Wirm race, Blue Rock race, Battle Lion race, Inji race, Raging Bull race, Golden Eagle race, Colored Python race, Ravenous Wolf race, and Tree Spirit race. Even the human army of the Third Universe was among them. The Heaven Extinction Palace, which resembled an energy stellar vortex the size of a planet, the 10 Stars of Eternity, and the Temple of Glory that resembled a continent could all be seen. However, they were all located at the back of the Desolation World Army. Clearly, they were not the main force. Even though the slumbering patriarchs of various eras in the ancestral grounds of these races and factions had been awakened, and their respective armies had the auras of many primordial supremes and primordial supremes, they were still placed at the back of the Desolation World Army. As for the front of the army that followed behind the Netherworld Cauldron, they were all gigantic astral beasts. The auras that emanated from their bodies were at least that of primordial supremes. Most of them were desolate supremes and extremely ancient. These pharaohs were all ancient existences that had followed the heavenly axiom's green eyes since the primordial war. Over the years, they had been in hibernation to heal their wounds. Some of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries, but they still came out into the world, following the heavenly axiom's green eyes from the end of the primordial era to the primordial void. As for the 9 pharaohs closest to the netherworld cauldron, the auras emanating from their bodies had all reached the true heavenly axiom realm. However, they were only at the early or middle stages. Among them was a weeping soul-blood ape with a single horn on its head, Roar. No matter who the forbidden zone in front belongs to, give up the forbidden zone at once, or die. At that moment, as the army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly axiom's green eyes roared angrily, heading towards the forbidden zone on the left bank ahead. From this day forth, this place shall be renamed as the Forbidden Zone of the Primordial Era. Chapter 5075. No matter who the Forbidden Land in front belongs to, immediately hand over the Forbidden Land star region. Otherwise, die. Roar. As the entire army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly Tao's green eye roared and rushed towards the Forbidden Land on the left bank. From today onwards, this place will be renamed as the Primordial Forbidden Land. It was clear that regardless of the situation of the Forbidden Land in front and the cultivation level of the strongest person in the Forbidden Land, since it was the closest, he would successfully snatch it and make it the resting place of the Primordial World's army. No, needless to say, the Heavenly Tao's golden eye was indeed in existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, what he was doing was the same as when Pig Spirit led the Fiend Hall army to the right and left banks. However, compared to Pig Spirit, he was a lot more domineering. In fact, he did have the confidence. He knew that the waters on the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper, and that the supreme forbidden lands and star regions on the left bank were more powerful than the right bank of the Milky Way. However, the Heavenly Tao's green eye was not far from the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. He had the confidence and strength. No, although the Heavenly Tao's green eye was strong, the unknown forbidden land in front of him was not weak either. Several just as the Heavenly Tao's green eye's voice rumbled out, a shocking roar suddenly came from the unknown forbidden land star region hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Roar. You are the primeval heaven's eye. Why? Has the primordial world's apocalypse really descended? You actually left the primordial world with your primordial world army and came to the primordial world. From the looks of it, the conditional opening of the Milky Way star region is not far away. The time to enter the Milky Way star region and fight for the providence of the next era is coming. I have been waiting here for countless years. Now that everything is about to open, you want to chase me away. Green Eye, what right do you have? Roar, boom. Rumble. As the last roar resounded, numerous figures instantly rushed out from the unknown forbidden area 100 billion kilometers away. All of them were extremely large, easily hundreds of millions of kilometers in size. Although there were all kinds of dire beast bloodlines and races, almost half of them were in the form of tigers. There were dark void, white tiger, piebald tiger, and even winged tiger. At the very front of this army of beasts was a blood four-head tiger with a slanted eye that was 15 million kilometers long. Its entire body was covered in white fur, and there were bloody marks that exuded a ferocious aura. There was a red mark on its forehead that was as dense as blood, and it looked like a third eye. The slit-eyed blood four-head tiger was the strongest person present. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was so powerful that it left one trembling. It had reached the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was on par with Yi Xian, who had activated the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power and cast it to the 9th transformation. Division with the slit-eyed blood four-head tiger, there were 2 other tiger species dire beasts following closely behind. They were also extremely large in size. One of them had a mane as black as ink, while the other had an ordinary yellow mane. However, it had a pair of wings on its back. The black tiger was at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the winged tiger was at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It had probably just broken through not long ago. Further back, in the majestic army of dire beasts with different bloodlines and races, there were more than 10 desolate-level dire beasts and more than 100 primordial-era mighty figures. The rest were basically all Universe Supremes, Universe Masters, or Universe Knights. There were nearly 10,000 of them. Just from this alone, one could tell how powerful the forbidden area on the left bank was. It was on a completely different level from the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way. Of course, in some of the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were heavenly Tao realm mighty figures. However, they had yet to appear in the world. They were not in their respective forbidden areas or star domains. Instead, they were hibernating and lying dormant in unknown voids, and although the forbidden area overseen by the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger was extremely powerful, it was still much weaker compared to the primordial army that Heavenly Tao's green eye had brought along, which was made up of all the living beings in the entire primordial world. At that moment, the human race from the 3 main dimensions of the universe, as well as the armies from the other races, had already stopped behind the primordial army. This was Heavenly Tao's green eye's command because they were not qualified to participate in such a huge battle. However, at the front of the army, the ancient dire beasts that followed closely behind the netherworld cauldron all raised their heads and roared. The auras in their bodies were extremely agitated, and their ferocity was overwhelming. Clearly, they were the forces that were about to participate in this expedition together with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Double the disparity in strength between the two sides was too obvious. Ignoring the number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, just the strength at the heavenly Tao realm left the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger in a clear disadvantage. He only had 3 heavenly Tao realm existences on his side, but the primordial army, including Heavenly Tao's green eye, had 10 of them. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao's green eye, who was the strongest, was even a late-stage expert at the 8th stage of the realm. He was not far from the peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of the perfected Heavenly Tao realm. However, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger had no choice. The Milky Way stellar domain's conditional activation was about to begin. He absolutely could not abandon the forbidden star domain that he had been defending for years. Furthermore, the dignity of a Heavenly Tao realm expert absolutely did not allow him to escape. Dang, however, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger was not bent on seeking death. The reason why he chose to fight despite his immense disadvantage was naturally because he had his own considerations. After all, this was the left bank of the Milky Way. Nearly 2/3 of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains had Heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over them. Furthermore, he was a veteran expert here, while the primordial army opposite him was an outsider. First, once the battle began, the phenomena would be astounding. Most of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank of the Milky Way would be alarmed. When that happened, the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains would rush over. With the primordial army led by Heavenly Tao's green eye failing to take down the enemy after a prolonged battle, the only choice left was to unwillingly retreat. On this point, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger was quite confident. Although he knew that he was no match for the primeval Heaven's Eye, he was still at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He was just one step away from the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Heavens! Even if he were to fight the primeval Heaven's Eye head-on, he was confident that he could last for a period of time. It would be enough for the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank to arrive in time. Roar! 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 With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Immediately following that, the 2 Heavenly Tao realm experts, the black tiger and the winged tiger, did the same. The void quaked violently as a result. It could be heard clearly from more than 500 billion kilometers away. Screech. In that case, all of you can die. Roar. Noticing the other party's insistence on fighting, a green light flashed in Heavenly Tao's green eyes. At the same time, it charged forward with a rumble. Behind it, 9 Heavenly Tao realm beasts of different bloodlines followed closely behind. The battle instantly unfolded, and the moment it began, it was already in full swing. Chapter 5076. On the other side, the slit-eyed blood-headed tiger, the black tiger, and the winged tiger behind it raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their roars traveled billions of miles, and even the void trembled. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle to the death. Screech. If that's the case, then all of you can die. Roar. Seeing that the other party was determined to fight, a green light flashed in the Heavenly Tao Green's eyes. At the same time that the voice of the Divine Spirit echoed, it charged out, followed closely by 9 Heavenly Tao pharaohs of different bloodlines. Behind them were even more desolate sovereigns and primordial great beings, as well as powerful pharaohs of the 3 realms of the universe. Their numbers were equal, and they clashed in the void, creating sparks of blood. A terrible battle descended, and it was already in full swing from the moment it began. The battle was taking place at the outskirts of the unknown Forbidden Zone. There were definitely more pharaohs of the Forbidden Zone in the star domain, but their cultivation was too weak. Without reaching the 3 realms of the universe, they were not qualified to participate in such a celestial battle, which was why all of them were cowering in the Forbidden Zone, trembling in fear. Similarly, the various legions behind the Primeval Legion had already stopped 100 billion miles away. The upper echelons of the various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were gaping at the earth-shattering battle, subconsciously holding their breaths as their bodies trembled slightly. Among them, one could see the silhouette of the Immortal Emperor, as well as the various palaces lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces, as well as the Grand Elders of the Temple of Glory. Countless champions from various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were all here, standing. Amidst the various battleships, fortresses of various sizes, star fortresses, and star battleships that blotted out the sky. Back then, as the fragments of the primeval world fused together again like a broken mirror, the primeval world reappeared, and every living being in that world became the slaves of the Heavenly Tao Green Eye. Even the Grand Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era who had been sleeping in their ancestral lands were all awakened. No matter how angry they were, they could only grit their teeth and be enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Now, although they had entered the legendary primordial chaos void, they had lost their freedom. Moreover, they were not afraid of the Heavenly Tao. Everyone knew that in the eyes of the primeval Heaven's Eye, they were just cannon fodder sacrificed at a special time. Unfortunately, even though they knew this and felt great hatred in their hearts, no one dared to express it unless they were not afraid of having their body and soul destroyed. This is along the way, as the primordial Heavenly Tao Green Eye moved from the primordial world's doomsday void where the power of the Heavenly Tao laws was gradually drying up, almost everyone was filled with endless regret. They had long since known that Yi Xian had left. Not only had he left, but he had also left with the countless subordinates of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Moreover, it was said that they had also entered this mysterious and ancient primordial void. But, the only difference was that they had been brought here by the primeval Heaven's Eye, as if they were being held hostage, with the purpose of enslaving them. They would be used as cannon fodder at a certain time in the future. The Heavenly Tao was not benevolent, and it treated all things as dogs. This was vividly reflected in the primeval Heaven's Eye. However, the countless experts of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun were different. Although they had also been brought into this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void, the Yi Xian who had brought them here was not to enslave them, but to protect them. The gap between them was simply enough to make one weep. Thinking of this, in one of the incomparably huge command cabins with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 meters, the folded space inside was even more vast. In the 2 universes, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyan Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, a group of powerful experts and desolate venerable realm elders from the 9 major clans suddenly sighed faintly. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Even their careful mutterings revealed endless regret and unwillingness. I really envy the experts of the various clans who had been captured by the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. They are now official members of the Magic Hall. That's right, this can be seen from the fact that the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, did not abandon them. Instead, he took them with him and entered this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void. Thinking back, the various clans of the Second Universe hated Yi Xian so much and swore to rescue the clansmen who had been captured by him. Now, it seems that those words were really laughable. Those guys are probably secretly happy. Although they were captured before, now they are living more comfortably than us. At least they didn't lose their dignity. At this point, a group of higher-ups of the various clans of the Second Universe looked at each other and sighed faintly. In the entire command cabin on the top floor of the huge star fortress, the atmosphere was gloomy and oppressive to the extreme. The same scene was playing out in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where the higher-ups of the various clans of the First Universe were gathered. It was as if it was replicated. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with deep annoyance and regret. It was even more so for the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious clan, and the higher-ups of the Desolate Venerable Realm. Their 3 clans had formed an alliance with the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they were obsessed and cut off this friendship. If otherwise, not to mention the other clans of the First Universe, the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan would never have fallen to such a state. They would have left with Yi Xian's Magic Hall army and entered the post-apocalyptic chaos world. God, would there still be a scene of them being mercilessly enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye. But in fact, among the various clans and factions that were enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye and forcibly brought from the post-apocalyptic chaos world to this chaos world, the ones with the most intense regret were far from the higher-ups of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan. You and I compared to them, the higher-ups of the 2 human factions were even more regretful. It was not an exaggeration to say that their intestines were green with regret. At this very moment, on the undying star of the human faction, the Immortal Emperor and the other higher-ups of the human faction, as well as the higher-ups of the cultivation faction in the sky and palace that was like an energy star vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that was like a giant star continent, all of them seemed to have a tacit understanding of the past. They all shook their heads and sighed. How did we fall to such a state? Even the greatest beings and desolate supremes of our clans were all awakened, and yet we were still enslaved. Even our most basic dignity has been lost. I really miss the past. If it wasn't for the fact that I became enemies with Yi Xian, with the relationship between him and my eternal dynasty, I'm afraid that the Imperial Army would be able to occupy an extremely important position in the Demon Palace. It's all fate's fault. The heavens are heartless and treat living beings like dogs. And yet, the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, values friendship and righteousness. Why didn't we understand all of this back then? Sigh. Now, it's too late for regrets. Chapter 5077. Hundreds of billions of miles away, amidst the huge army of the ancient universe, the various powers and the higher-ups of the races from the 3 main planes of space were all regretting their decision. Ahead of them, Primeval Heavens, I led the ancient beast army and charged forward, starting a huge battle at the edge of this unknown forbidden land. Both sides didn't have many soldiers, less than 1,000,000. However, any one of the ferocious beasts that participated in the war was at least a universe knight or above. These were definitely 2 elite beast armies. Even undying emperors weren't qualified to participate in the battle. Close to 2 million powerful beasts were fighting together. Even though this was the primeval world, where the laws were incomparably strong, the universe void was still torn apart from time to time. The aura was too chaotic. Looking from afar, one wouldn't be able to see the details of the battle. One could only see the raging aura raging and tumbling. Occasionally, the silhouettes of some ferocious beasts would be caught a glimpse of amidst the chaotic aura that roiled without end. Sometimes, a bloody mist would spread out, and sometimes, an enormous bang would resound out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood exploding, and it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. Rumble. Rumble, roar. Roar, the sound of thunder resounded incessantly, and there were countless beasts roaring and howling. This kind of high-level, large-scale close combat battle was extremely rare. It was different from the space battles between armies of the current era, where there were cannons and energy beams from battleships wreaking havoc. Inside, there was only blood and fire. It was all close-quarters combat. The powerful beasts on both sides relied on their chi and blood, their powerful bodies, and the supernatural powers of their bloodlines to fight. This kind of battle was like a miniature version of the primeval war that had once destroyed the entire primeval world. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a dazzling feeling. Green Eye, you're destined to return empty-handed. At this time, as the battle unfolded, the godly awareness of the slanted-eyed blood-headed tiger suddenly sounded in an area of the space hundreds of billions of miles away. So, your great desolate world has already entered the end of the world and is about to disappear completely, swallowed by the endless turbulence of the void. All of you are just history. In the next primordial era, there will be no place for you. You are destined to fail in this battle. Although you are at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, you will not be able to kill me in 12 hours. 12 hours is enough for all the heavenly Tao realm upper echelons of the left bank's forbidden zones to rush over. You will be expelled. They will not allow the originally peaceful forbidden land of the Blood Eye to be replaced by an external force with uncertain factors. You will not have a chance. Roar. Is that so? 12 hours. You are really thinking too much. In response to such a warning and provocation, the voice of the way of the heavens of the untainted land responded. It paused for a moment, and then its tone suddenly turned fierce. I just want to kill you. I can do it now. Weeping soul. Roar. The heavenly Tao's Eye's final sentence was clearly a call for action. And as it finished its final roar, an angry bellow sounded. With the bellow, a figure charged out of the chaotic void. It had a body like an azure ape and a blood-colored horn on its head. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. This, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, was similarly a heavenly Tao realm expert. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely be alarmed to see it. The Blood Ape was too mysterious. It had once appeared in the heritage images of supreme divine powers like the heaven-falling bow. Yi in the heritage images that Xian saw, the entire great desolate world was embroiled in a shocking bloody battle. Countless powerful desolate world creatures were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the void. Every moment, lives were lost. Every moment, a rain of blood would splatter across the sky. There was a Weeping Soul Blood Ape that stood out from the scene of blood and fire. It had converged all of its aura and was lurking in a shadowy corner of a gigantic abandoned planet. Its eyes emitted a dark glow as it secretly observed the entire battlefield. Just from the heritage images, it was impossible to tell which faction the Weeping Soul Blood Ape belonged to. The Heavenly Tao's Eyes faction. No, the Infant Corpses faction. No, that was all, but now, it had come with the primeval Heaven's Eye, descending into the primordial chaos void. The mystery was finally solved. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was a subordinate of the Heavenly Tao's Eye. Dang, in the beginning, Yi Xian had obtained a Weeping Soul Blood Horn under a planet in the Fiend stellar domain. Furthermore, this Weeping Soul Blood Horn was related to the Cage stellar domain. Back then, Yi Xian believed that the mysterious blood ape that had escaped from the Cage stellar domain and was killed by the Azure Eye's avatar. Its body was embedded in the walls of the caged stellar domain's entrance, leaving only its soul to escape. It transformed into a bloodhorn and lay dormant under the planet. However, he later learned that it was only a descendant of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. Such as the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that was following the primeval heavens, I now was the true owner of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that he had seen in the heritage images of the heaven-falling bow. Of course, there was also a Weeping Soul Blood Ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet who had transformed into Dier. However, its whereabouts were unknown later on. If there was no accident, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet should be the one by the primeval heaven's eye. After all, the primeval heaven's eye and the mysterious guest from the home planet were originally on the same side. Screech, at this moment, as soon as its figure appeared, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. Its voice was extremely sharp. When it entered the ears, the eardrums instantly burst. Even the divine soul was affected. Furthermore, when the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's head emitted circles of invisible blood-colored ripples that rapidly radiated outwards. It was very fast, and wave after wave of ripples surged out in all directions. The raging battle instantly slowed down. However, the target of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape's bloodline divine power was clearly specific. The ferocious beasts on the Heavenly Tao's side were not affected in any way. However, on the Blood Forehead Tiger side, all the ferocious beasts trembled and stopped their attacks. Their eyes revealed a dazed look, and even their divine souls were in a trance. It was as though they had been instantly pulled into some kind of illusion. Even the three Heavenly Tao realm existences, including the Black Tiger, the Winged Tiger, and the Blood Forehead Tiger, were the same. The battle should come to an end. Phew! In the next instant, the voice of the primeval heaven's eye's spiritual perception sounded once again, as though it was murmuring in its sleep. As the voice of the divine sense sounded, the green eye suddenly opened after it was closed. A huge green light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it blasted into the forehead of the Blood Forehead Tiger, who had temporarily fallen into a daze. It directly penetrated the head of the Blood Forehead Tiger, leaving a huge bloody hole. With just one strike, the Blood Forehead Tiger perished. The forbidden land that belonged to it had changed owners. From this moment onwards, the primeval forbidden land appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 5078. Boom. Rumble, roar. Screech. After a momentary silence, the sound of thunder resounded incessantly once again. There were also countless ferocious beasts roaring angrily. This time, they were all from the Azure Eye faction. After the Azure Eye closed, it suddenly opened as a gigantic azure beam shot out. In a blink of an eye, it struck the glabella of the Blood Forehead Tiger, who had momentarily fallen into a daze. It tore through his head, leaving behind a gigantic blood-colored hole. With one strike, the Blood Forehead Tiger perished. The outcome of the battle was instantly decided. There was no suspense to the final outcome. Roar! Bam! Screech! With a resounding boom, there was no need for the primeval heaven's eye to take action. 8 of his 9 Heavenly Tao realm beasts charged forward together. While Black Tiger and Winged Tiger were still in a daze, unable to react in time. In just a few seconds, the 2 powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences were blasted to death. In less than 30 seconds, the 3 powerful Heavenly Tao realm experts were completely finished off. If Yi Xian were to see this scene, he would definitely be alarmed as he raised his guard. But, the one who was wary was not the Heavenly Tao's Azure Eye, but the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that was only at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. His bloodline divine power was just too astounding. When he let out a roar, the blood-colored horn on his head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples. Even the Blood Forehead Tiger, who had reached the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, was unable to withstand it. Caught off guard, his consciousness was pulled into an illusion as he fell into a daze. If not for that, the blood-forehead tiger would not have been killed so easily. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Black Tiger and Winged Tiger, who perished one after another, would not have perished so easily if their consciousness had not fallen into a daze as though they were in an illusion. Heaven's which supreme existence at the Tao realm did not have a trump card to protect their lives. How could they be so easily killed? One, he knew that the current Yi Xian was only at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and using it to the 9th transformation. Yuan's eye, this blood-forehead tiger with slanted eyes, was the same. From this point of view, if it was Yi Xian here, he would most likely have fallen victim to that attack as well. Roar. Screech. Ruthless, 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 ruthless. At that moment, with the death of the 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm experts, the sky-eyed blood-forehead tiger, Black Tiger, and Winged Tiger, nearly 1,000,000 powerful beasts in the heavenly Tao's green-eyed camp raised their heads and roared angrily and violently. Tight then, an incomparably tragic massacre unfolded. Wrong, it was a massacre. This time, it didn't encounter much resistance at all because practically all of the near 1,000,000 ferocious beasts in the blood-forehead tiger's camp still had infatuated expressions and hadn't struggled free from the influence of the weeping soul blood ape's bewitching howl. Here at that moment, they were like motionless targets of flesh and blood in the void. They were destined to be slaughtered in a short period of time. The experts led by the heavenly Tao's green eye to participate in this battle were all astral beasts with ancient bloodlines. Among astral beasts, they relied on flesh and blood to raise their cultivation levels. Right to them, the treasured bodies of their opponents who perished in battle were the best source of flesh and blood. This scene was extremely tragic and filled with endless blood. Hundreds of billions of kilometers away, countless experts in the various factions and races of the 3 main astral planes trembled as they watched. These ferocious beasts with ancient bloodlines were too brutal. After the battle, they devoured the flesh and blood of their opponents. It left them shuddering. Unknowingly, a thought flashed through some people's minds as their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. They were suspicious. With their insignificant battle strength, they were all brought from the primitive world to this mysterious primordial void by the primeval heaven's eye without leaving a single one behind. To the heavenly Tao's green-eyed, apart from being used as cannon fodder at certain moments, could there be another use for them? That was just like the large number of powerful ferocious beasts in the enemy camp that were being slaughtered on the battlefield and then devoured bite by bite. They were clearly temporary supplies of flesh and blood. Some people thought of the source of all evil star field. In the depths of that star field, there were originally a large number of astral beasts, all of whom were the bloodline descendants of ancient ferocious beasts. However, later on, when the netherworld furnace wreaked havoc, most of those astral beasts in the depths of the star field were devoured by the netherworld furnace. Only a few were rescued by the Yi Xian, such as the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. Even the space beasts in the depths of the star zone, the source of all evil, and the bloodline descendants of the ancient beasts under his command, were treated like this by the eyes of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land. What was he worth? Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle was about to end, and it was also at this time that the netherworld furnace also rushed forward. It was still incomparably enormous, as if it was an enormous life star in the shape of a cauldron, and it possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 talisman marking chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles that fluttered about with extreme agility. As they waved, large amounts of remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were collected and sent into the netherworld furnace. This included the remnant corpses left behind by the Black Tiger, the Winged Tiger, and the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger after their deaths. Clearly, even supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm could not escape being devoured by the netherworld furnace after their deaths. Following that, their flesh and blood would be ground into blood, and after the final purification, they would be transformed into the origin liquid of all evil. When they thought up to this point, the figures of countless experts from the various clans shook violently and trembled. Perhaps they weren't afraid of dying, but to be treated as food by the ancient army of ferocious beasts under the command of the primeval Heaven Dao's green eye and be devoured bit by bit was something that no one could accept. That was a great terror, and just thinking about it caused their souls to disperse. At that moment, as such guesses grew in their minds, a seed was planted in the hearts of countless experts from various races in the massive army that was spread out in the void billions of kilometers behind them. Roar, rumble, the battle came to an end. Under the netherworld furnace's sweep, the remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were quickly cleaned up and sucked into the netherworld furnace. At this moment, as the huge millstone in the netherworld cauldron rotated, the green eyes of the great Tao of the untainted land immediately gave the order. All the battleships of the untainted land army that were spread out in the void billions of miles behind them started to move, rushing towards the forbidden land ahead. At that moment, a few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras extended over from the distant void. It had been less than 2 hours since the battle began. The few heavenly Tao realm experts had arrived extremely quickly. They were likely guests from the neighboring forbidden lands, but unfortunately, they were still too late. Upon seeing the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger perish, the few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras only stayed for a brief moment before silently retreating. Chapter 5079. It was also on the left bank of the Milky Way, but it was on the right side of the left bank. Furthermore, it was at the edge of the right bank. This was the Black Crow Forbidden Land. Just as the primeval heavens, I led a huge army of primordial creatures and tore through the void. They arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way and killed the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the slitted-eyed blood-headed tiger in a short period of time, causing the primeval Forbidden Land to appear. Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke, who were leading the way, had also arrived at the star sector of their next target. No hesitation. After arriving at the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke immediately charged into the star sector. However, this time, Lu Zhangke was at the back while Yi Xian was charging forward alone. He wanted to end the battle. He wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible so as not to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star sectors around the Black Crow Forbidden Land. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, if there were too many powerful heavenly Tao realm existences, even with his heavenly Tao realm stage 6 cultivation base, it would be a headache for him. This time, Yi Xian's target was a scarlet-patterned black crow. It was said that it had the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow and was also a connate ferocious beast. The scarlet-patterned black crow had a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It was a crystal that slowly grew in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body due to its ancestral bloodline after it entered the desolate supremacy realm. It was also a special connate treasure medicine with a fire attribute and could be used as a fire source. The scarlet-patterned black crow's cultivation base was extraordinary as it had entered the heavenly Tao realm. However, it was only at stage 2 of the heavenly Tao realm. With Yi Xian's terrifying stage 6 cultivation base, there was naturally no problem in taking it down. However, if they were to fight head-on, it would obviously take some time, which was somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, before entering the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Yi Xian had a private discussion with Lu Zhangke and Lu Zhangke on how to kill the scarlet-patterned black crow. At this moment, Yi Xian shot forward in front of him. The instant he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Land, he activated the mental energy in his body with all his might and activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique. Such as now, he was a powerful existence at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just a step away from reaching the late-stage heavenly Tao realm. Edison with such a terrifying cultivation level, Yi Xian's figure was concealed. Even his aura was perfectly concealed. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, could not detect him. Only a 9th-order consummation Heaven's Path Pinnacle expert would be able to do so. As for the scarlet-patterned Black Crow in Black Crow Forbidden Ground, it was only in existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was still in the early stages of the realm, so it was clearly impossible for it to sense Yi Xian's aura. No, however, Yi Xian did not know his opponent's current location, so he could not determine where he was hiding. If he extended his divine sense to investigate, his aura would leak out and be detected by the other party at the first possible moment. Century at that time, even if the second stage scarlet-patterned Black Crow did not escape, it would take a certain amount of time to kill Yi Xian in a head-on battle. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't extend the power of his divine sense to investigate. He had already discussed this matter with Lu Zhangke before he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. The latter would be in charge. Lu Zhangke had yet to step into the true Heavenly Tao realm, but he was still a veteran peak desolate supremacy. Among all the powerful half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences, he was considered one of the strongest experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was infinitely close to the Heavenly Tao realm. Roar! As Lu Zhangke charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground, he, who had transformed into an elder of the Blood-Beard tribe, raised his head and roared. He instantly revealed his bloodline true body. It was thousands of miles wide, and his blood was astonishing. His half-step Heavenly Tao realm cultivation was instantly pushed to the extreme. Boom! Rumble! After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhangke immediately raised his front hooves and stomped on an abandoned planet in the void hundreds of millions of miles in front of him after his bloodline true body appeared. Alarmed! There was an explosion in the sky. The abandoned planet exploded in the blink of an eye, and there was a bloody mist spreading out. It was clear that some of the fierce beasts in the forbidden area were caught off guard and didn't have time to escape. Under this stomp, they directly exploded and died. This was definitely a blatant provocation. A demon-patterned blood deer that was infinitely close to the true Heavenly Tao realm actually charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground like a madman. Without saying a word, it raised its front hooves and killed tens of thousands of beasts in the Forbidden Ground. Such a scene was absolutely unacceptable to the scarlet-patterned Black Crow. Furthermore, Lu Zhangke deliberately stirred up all the aura in his body. The commotion was so great that it immediately alarmed the crow. Caw! Blood deer, are you courting death? Following an extremely hoarse and ear-piercing cry, a figure instantly rushed out from a corner on the right side of the void. It was a black-red blob of light. The blob of light emitted a powerful aura at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was clearly the scarlet-patterned Black Crow. Yi Xian did not hesitate when the main body appeared. He continued concealing his body and concealing his aura. He immediately approached and threw out a punch. Bam! At that instant, the boundless strength of Yi Xian's punch enveloped the black-red blob of light. There was no suspense in what happened next. An earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and berserk power had already smashed into the old fellow's body. Although he was a powerful existence at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to react in time against the full-powered strike of Yi Xian, who was at the sixth stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. The black-red blob of light only shook slightly before exploding. At that moment, the boundless strength surged into the scarlet-patterned Black Crow's body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body. As his entire body exploded, the scarlet-patterned Black Crow perished. Its massive body transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet-red blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Amidst the spreading blood mist, there was clearly a scarlet-red crystal that soared into the sky. That crystal was Yi Xian's main target. Phew! With some hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. Following the howling of a strong wind, a boundless strength whizzed out. Half in less than a second, the Heavenly Tao old freak's massive body exploded into a blood mist that swept over him. He absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. With a flip of his hand, a scarlet-red crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. This item was named Heaven Crystal. It was a connate origins item in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. It contained a sliver of the primordial chaos heavenly Tao nomological powers. Furthermore, it was fire elemental. It was the fire catalyst origins that Yi Xian needed. Now, with the scarlet-red heaven crystal in hand, Yi Xian was finally short of one of the 5 elemental catalysts that he needed. Chapter 5080. Whoosh! With the sound of a strong wind whistling, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a majestic force whizzed out. The heavenly Tao old monster's huge body exploded into a bloody mist and was absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. After that, he flipped his hand, and a scarlet crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. It was the innate source of the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. It contained a trace of the primordial heavenly Tao law and was of the fire attribute. It was the fire guide source that Yi Xian needed. Until, with the fire guide source in hand, Yi Xian only lacked the earth guide source among the 5 elemental guides that he needed. Previously, they had agreed that after killing this scarlet-patterned black crow, they would immediately leave this place and not stay any longer. Although there were still many desolate supremes and primordial ancients in the Black Crow Forbidden Land, this time, Yi Xian did not continue to attack. Roar! Lu Zhangke raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, Peng Da's terrifying true body suddenly disappeared and turned back into an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. With a shake of his shoulders, he immediately walked toward Yi Xian with a fawning expression. Fellow Daoist's method is indeed amazing. With one strike, you instantly killed a second-stage Heavenly Tao realm cultivator. Congratulations! You finally obtained the Heavenly Crystal. He did not say these words through voice transmission but through his mouth. For the Black Crow Forbidden Land's desolate supremes and primordial ancients who were hibernating in the abandoned stars in the distance, it was obvious that they heard it clearly. Yi Xian looked at him meaningfully, but he did not expose him. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the Black Crow Forbidden Land star region and into the distant void. Ha ha! Lu Zhangke let out a hollow laugh. Without any hesitation or delay, he immediately followed her. Soon, the two of them reached the end of the void outside the forbidden area and disappeared. Roar! 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 As the two left, the Black Crow Forbidden Land, which had become deathly silent because of Yi Xian's attack, was instantly filled with shocking roars. Just, the dozen or so desolate elders in the Black Crow Forbidden area had clearly seen everything that had happened, including what Lu Zhangke had said to Yi Xian. Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land's strongest powerhouse was killed in the blink of an eye. It was easy to imagine how angry these desolate supremes were. Although they weren't Yi Xian's match, it was impossible for them to let this matter rest. As the furious roars rang out, the voices of divine senses circulated amongst the dozen or so desolate elders of the Black Crow Forbidden area. I've seen the guy who transformed into a remnant. He comes from the right bank of the Milky Way. He's the strongest powerhouse in a forbidden land on the right bank. He's famous because he's the most proficient in the Tao of pills among all the fierce beasts. That's right. I've heard of this person. He calls himself Lu Zhangke. He's a fierce beast with an innate bloodline and a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation base. Although he's a fierce beast, he's been studying the Tao of pills. It's said that he has a treasure pill formula that can refine a supreme treasure pill that can increase the chances of breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, this pill requires 5 types of innate 5 elements origins as medicinal catalysts. His heavenly velvet is one of them. Just now, Lord Black Crow was killed and the heavenly crystal in his body was taken away. That's the fire catalyst essence. The one who attacked is a remnant. Although it's just a glance, I can roughly tell that this person is at least a mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm expert at the 5 stars realm. Otherwise, even if he launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lord Black Crow in one strike. This demonic patterned blood deer is too arrogant. As a fierce beast, it actually colluded with the remnant to kill Lord Black Crow of our forbidden land. It looks like he wants to refine the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. We also need this pill, but with our desolate supremacy cultivation base, we can't obtain it. We have to spread this news and stir up the waters. Only then can we have a share of the pie. Roar. Roar. Roar, screech. Having said that, the desolate supremacy stopped talking. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they transformed into beams of light and shot out. They rushed out of the Black Crow forbidden land and headed for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. They wanted to spread the news that Lu Zhangke had colluded with the remnant to refine the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Whoosh. Whoosh, an empty sound rang out. In the dark void, 2 beams of light streaked across. They were very fast as they shot toward the endless darkness ahead. The 2 figures were Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke. Now, Yi Xian already had the wood guiding origin heavenly velvet, water guiding origin heavenly liquid, metal guiding origin heavenly eye, and fire guiding origin heavenly crystal in his hands. The only thing he lacked was the last kind of earth guiding origin. Yi Xian had no idea what the earth guiding origin was or where to find it. Therefore, as the 2 moved through the void, Lu Zhangke was still leading the way. However, after the 2 left the Black Crow forbidden land, they did not head for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. Instead, they followed the original path and rushed toward the deep darkness between the left bank and the right bank, where there was no trace of the Milky Way's starlight. Yi Xian was puzzled. Could it be that the earth guiding origin was not on the 2 banks of the Milky Way, but in the endless dark void between the 2 banks? Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately glanced at Lu Zhangke and asked without batting an eyelid, "Tell me, where is the source of the earth guide?" "It's in the endless darkness ahead," Lu Zhangke replied. Lu Zhangke had obviously expected him to ask such a question, so he was not surprised. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the endless darkness ahead. Speaking of which, this can be considered a coincidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a similar innate origin that contains a trace of the primordial law's power and has the attribute of earth. The earth guiding origin that I'm talking about is a kind of heaven pill. This kind of heaven pill is contained in the shell of a void giant turtle. The void giant turtle is a primordial fierce beast with the chaos demon god's bloodline in its body. It's famous in the Eldritch world. Even in the Eldritch world's great war that destroyed the entire Eldritch world, it was an extremely eye-catching existence. Countless years ago, this void giant tortoise was already at the peak of the 9th stage perfection realm, the desolate supremacy realm. Therefore, there is definitely more than one heavenly pill in his giant tortoise shell, and what we need is only one. However, this void giant turtle is not easy to deal with. It's extremely ferocious. Not long ago, it wreaked havoc on the 2 banks of the Milky Way. At that time, there were basically no primordial supremes guarding the 2 banks of the Milky Way. They were all hibernating. It's precisely because of its appearance that the upper echelons of various parties realized that the Eldritch world was about to end. Therefore, a large number of desolate supremes and heavenly path experts appeared one after another. Chapter 5081. More than a decade ago, it was because of the appearance of this famous void gigantic turtle from the primordial desolate era that made the upper echelons of various factions realize that the primordial apocalypse was approaching. Therefore, large numbers of desolate supremacy old freaks and heavenly Tao realm experts appeared. Ever since then, the void tortoise that wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way disappeared. The outside world believed that it was afraid of the desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts that appeared in the 2 sides of the Milky Way, so it left. However, that wasn't the case. At this point, a smug look appeared on Lu Zhangke's face. Fellow Daoist, you are lucky to have met me this time. Otherwise, even if you encountered other existences that knew about the connate ferocious beasts, they would only be able to lead you to the first 4 connate herbs. As for the earth essence, you would definitely not be able to obtain it. I have always been researching a supreme treasure pill that can help me smoothly break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Although I know that I don't have the ability to gather all 5 elemental herbs, I have always been secretly paying attention to existences with 5 elemental origins herbs in my body. Among the 5 elemental herbs, the earth elemental connate herb is the rarest. It has never appeared before. Therefore, when this void tortoise appeared, I hid in the dark and observed its movements. Although it is an extremely ancient existence with a cultivation realm of peak desolate supremacy at the perfected rank 9 realm, its true combat strength is comparable to a rank 1 heavenly Tao realm expert. However, I am also a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert. Furthermore, with a mystic technique to conceal my aura, I was able to spy on it from the distant void. It was similarly undiscovered. This void tortoise has indeed hibernated, but it hasn't gone far. Instead, it tore apart a corner of the void in the darkness at the end of both sides of the Milky Way and hid within it. It entered seclusion to attack the heavenly Tao realm. If you didn't know about this beforehand, even with your powerful rank 6 heavenly Tao realm perception, you probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance to the void tortoise's seclusion grounds. As he spoke, Lu Zhangke raised his hand again and pointed to the right. He said smugly, "Hey, a corner of the void has been torn apart 100 billion miles away from that area. However, that void tortoise has used some means to conceal the entrance. Once you enter, you'll be able to reach the void tortoise's place of seclusion. Although that old bastard's true combat strength is comparable to the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he is nothing to you. You can finish him instantly." Whoosh! Whoosh! After saying that, Lu Zhangke didn't say anything else. His feet tightened, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed hundreds of billions of miles of void and came to an abrupt stop in front of him. At this moment, although Yi Xian had not said anything, the expression on his face was extremely strange. Who would have thought that the final earth-guiding origin that was required would actually land on the void giant tortoise? This demon-patterned blood deer could be considered extremely daring. The void tortoise was not an existence to be trifled with. That fellow looked like a simple and honest giant tortoise, but in reality, it had a very violent temper. Furthermore, the last time the void tortoise appeared, it was with the primordial Yiksha. Desolation. The primordial Yiksha was an existence in no way weaker than the void tortoise. It was also a famous existence in the primordial war that had caused chaos in the primordial world. It was even more infamous than the void gigantic turtle. This was because the primordial Yiksha had a powerful divine power, the heaven-falling bow. In the battle of the primordial desolate supremacy, although the primordial Yiksha was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th order perfection realm, its combat strength was comparable to that of a first-stage heavenly Tao realm existence. And if one were to use a supreme divine power like the heavenly fallen bow, any heavenly Tao realm expert would feel apprehensive. Back in that epic battle, the primordial Yiksha had once used the heavenly fallen bow to nearly shoot down the primordial heavenly Tao Azurite into the void. Therefore, when the void tortoise and the primordial Yiksha were together, even with Yi Xian's powerful cultivation at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was basically impossible for him to kill the void tortoise and obtain a heavenly core from it. Desolate. The primordial Yiksha's heaven-falling bow was just too intimidating. Even Yi Xian had to be wary of it. Thankfully, this battle clearly wouldn't result in an explosion. This was because Yi Xian, the void tortoise, and the primordial Yiksha were not considered enemies. Due to the headless infant's corpse, Yi Xian had long been branded and labeled as part of their faction. Furthermore, Lu Zhangke had said it himself. There was definitely more than one heavenly core in the void tortoise's body. If that was the case, it shouldn't be difficult for Yi Xian to obtain it if he asked. Besides, this old bastard wanted to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. If he could obtain the help of a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, the chances of him successfully breaking through would be much higher and faster. It was the same for the primordial Yiksha. He also needed a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Therefore, as long as Yi Xian opened his mouth, even if he took out a heavenly pill, it would more or less affect him. The void tortoise shouldn't refuse. Yi Xian was quite confident in this point. Boom! Rumble, old bastard, hurry up and come out to die. While Yi Xian was pondering, Lu Zhanke had already waved his hand and opened the entrance to the void passageway that concealed its aura. Following the earth-shattering sound, the voice of his divine sense rang out as well. It passed through the void passageway and into the endless darkness behind this corner of the void. Hiss! Hum! In the next instant, the clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out from the right side of the void where the two of them were, followed by a low buzzing sound. Yi Xian was shocked. A sense of alarm rose in his heart as an inexplicable strong sense of danger enveloped his entire body. He was no stranger to this feeling. It was as though he was suddenly being stared at by a venomous snake at close range. It was the same feeling he had when he encountered the primordial Yiksha. With a slight change in expression, he almost subconsciously turned his head to look. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused his eyes to narrow as he sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 billion miles to the right of his line of sight, a crack silently opened in the dark void. It was only about 10,000 feet wide. Shockingly, there was a figure standing in the middle of the spatial rift. He stood on his hind legs with a pair of wings on his back. His appearance was incomparably ferocious. Who else could it be but a primordial Yiksha? Yi Xianxian had seen the inheritance phantom many times in the inheritance picture of the fallen sky bow. It was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Even the aura was the same. Not long ago, he had seen the primordial Yiksha's true body. Although the two of them did not communicate, he could see it clearly. However, what shocked Yi Xian was that the primordial Yiksha stood there silently with his right arm raised high. A giant energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared, it was the fallen sky bow. Obviously, Lu Zhanke's clamor had angered the primordial Yiksha, causing him to think that an enemy had arrived. Therefore, he appeared immediately, and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 5082. Selah, hum, to the right, there was the clear sound of ripping cloth, followed by a deep buzzing sound. Turning around, the winged primordial Yiksha was standing there silently. His right arm was raised high as a gigantic energy bow appeared. Even his right hand was on the bowstring as an energy arrow appeared. His eyes were glowing with a sanguine beam as the powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm aura remained. But upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Primordial Yiksha. As the deep buzzing sound sounded behind him, Lu Zhanke's heart skipped a beat as he turned around. A few moments later, in the next moment, his body shook violently, and his expression changed. He gasped and exclaimed in horror, "Hiss! That's the heaven-falling bow." Countless years ago, in the primordial war that had brought chaos to the primordial great world, the primordial Yiksha's ferocity was in no way inferior to that of the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. It was even more ferocious than them. He naturally recognized it at a glance. He originally believed that there was only a void giant tortoise here, but he never expected to encounter a primordial Yiksha before he even saw the real deal. And the other party had clearly been lying in wait. Just as he activated the spatial passageway that the void giant tortoise had concealed with a mystic technique, the primordial Yiksha appeared behind him and tore through the void. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to conjure the heaven-falling bow. Speaking of which, the heaven-falling bow's ferocity was even greater than that of ancient peak desolate supremacies like the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. This was because, in the primordial war, the primordial Yiksha had conjured it and shot an arrow. It had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye into the dust. That was the primeval heaven's eye. During that battle, he was already at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the 7th Order realm. If that was the case when facing the primordial Yaksha's heaven-falling bow, how could Lu Zhanke, who was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th Order, dodge it? It could be said that as long as the other party released the bowstring with his right hand, this arrow would instantly kill him on the spot. However, the primordial Yaksha's energy arrow was aimed at him instead of Yi Xian, who came with him. This was clearly because he was the one who had activated the passage to the Void Giant Tortoise's place of seclusion. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Zhanke's mind, his intestines turned green with regret. He stood in the void with a deathly pale complexion, his knees slightly trembling. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. In fact, there was nothing to explain. He had led Yi Xian here to kill the Void Tortoise, but the ancient Yakshas were on the same side as the Void Tortoise. Now that they were here, it was to protect the Void Tortoise. As for him, he had already roared at the Void Passage entrance the moment it appeared, calling for the Void Giant Tortoise to come out and die. How else could that be explained? Roar! Who is it? How dare you come to this old man's place of seclusion and make a ruckus? Are you tired of living? At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the endless darkness in the depths of the Void Passage entrance that had been activated. It was the voice of the old Void Giant Tortoise. That old fellow was probably still preparing and hadn't entered seclusion yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have responded so quickly. Breaking through to the Heavenly Path realm was no joke. When he heard this roar, Lu Zhanke's expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. Originally, he was hoping that the Void Tortoise was already in seclusion. If that was the case, he and Yi Xian would have to face the primordial Yaksha alone, and the other party would have to protect the Void Tortoise who was already in seclusion. Therefore, the heaven-falling bow in his hand could only be used as a deterrent. He didn't dare to use it for real, but now, it was over. The Void Tortoise hadn't entered seclusion yet. Judging from its roar, it was clearly charging in their direction. Once the Void Tortoise rushed out of the Void Passage, it would be a 2-on-2 situation. At that moment, the primordial Yaksha, who was aiming the heaven-falling bow's energy arrow at him, would most likely change its target and aim it at Yi Xian instead. Even if he was a Heavenly Path 6th-stage existence, he could only be deterred by the heaven-falling bow that had nearly shot the primeval Heaven's Eye out of the void during the primordial war. He definitely wouldn't act rashly. However, for Lu Zhanke, it wasn't a good thing that the primordial Yaksha had shifted the energy arrow away from him. Because, once Yi Xian was threatened by the primordial Yaksha's heaven-falling bow and didn't dare to act rashly, he would have to face the Void Tortoise alone. Although, however, the Void Tortoise was the same as him. Its cultivation level was at the peak of the Desolate Supremacy 9th stage, which was half-step into the Heavenly Path. But compared to him, the Void Tortoise was clearly stronger. Its true combat strength was comparable to a Heavenly Path 1st stage existence. He was definitely no match for it. Once the battle erupted, although he could hold on for a while, if Yi Xian didn't save him, he would definitely end up seriously injured even if he didn't die. Roar. Rumble. Just as he was feeling alarmed and his face turned ashen, another shocking roar came from the Void Passage in front of him. Following that, a huge figure rushed out of the Void Passage. To be precise, it was forcefully squeezed out. After all, this was the primordial void. The laws of the void were extremely powerful. Even the Void Tortoise couldn't tear open a void rift that was too big, and it was able to form a stable Void Passage entrance. Therefore, even though he had shrunk his body to the extreme using a secret technique, his body was still tens of millions of miles wide. This Void Passage was only a few million miles wide. Since the Void Tortoise had forcefully squeezed in earlier, it naturally had to do the same now that it wanted to come out. In the blink of an eye, as the rumbling of thunder rang out, the entrance of the Void Passage that he had squeezed back and forth through twice finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Then, under the influence of the powerful primordial laws of the void, it was quickly mended and mended. However, the void tortoise didn't care about any of this. Since this place had been found, it could no longer be used as a place for seclusion. There was no need for this stable void passage constructed using a secret technique to exist. The guy who called for this old man to come out and die, was that you? At this moment, as the void tortoise squeezed its way out of the void passage, Lu Zhanke, who was standing 10 billion miles away from the void passage and didn't dare to move at all, immediately entered its field of vision. A cold light flashed in the void tortoise's eyes. As it reprimanded Lu Zhanke, it looked him up and down. Lu Zhanke almost collapsed on the spot. Even though the void tortoise had already come out, the energy arrow on the heaven-fallen bow in the hands of the primordial Yiksha was still firmly aimed at him, with no intention of moving away at all. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained, Don't be impulsive, fellow cultivator. If this old man said that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chapter 5083. As the void tortoise charged out of the void passageway in front of him, the suppressive aura emanating from its body immediately locked onto Lu Zhanke. He was so frightened that he nearly collapsed on the spot. Because, even though the void tortoise had already appeared, the energy arrow on the ancient Yiksha's heaven-fallen bow was still firmly aimed at him from 5 billion kilometers away. It had no intention of moving away at all. It was clearly targeting him. By the side, Yi Xian, who had retracted his aura like an ordinary person, seemed to be ignored by these two fellows. With this in mind, Lu Zhanke nearly cried out on the spot. He hurriedly waved his hand and explained, No. Fellow Daoist, please don't be rash. If I were to say that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Alright, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. When Lu Zhanke said those words, his face drooped and was filled with despair. However, Yi Xian had already spoken. Yes, that's right. He was indeed on guard against Lu Zhanke, but Yi Xian had always done things this way. Since he had made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. Otherwise, it would affect his Tao heart. The greater his future achievements, the more obvious the effect would be. Lu Zhanke might have really been scheming, but at least until now, this old fellow had been doing his best to help him find the 5 elemental catalyst. Even if he had any schemes in mind, he would not be able to put them into action in the future. Under such circumstances, since Yi Xian had made a promise to give him one of the great 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills refined, he would not deliberately avoid this matter. Therefore, before the great 30 heavenly Tao treasured pill was given to Lu Zhanke, Yi Xian would not sit idly by and watch him perish as long as the old fellow did not really plot against him. Dang! However, he was now a supreme existence at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm in his Devil Ape 9th transformation state. Although Lu Zhanke was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence, he did not think much of him. It was not worth it to damage his Tao heart for such an existence that he did not think much of. Yi Xian would not make such a choice. Phew! Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, as his voice fell, Yi Xian had already made his move once again. The 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts that he had previously collected were the wood catalyst origin heavenly velvet, the metal catalyst origin heavenly eye, the water catalyst origin heavenly liquid, and the fire catalyst origin heavenly crystal that he had just obtained not long ago. In an instant, all of them were taken out by him and hung in front of him. At the same time, because of Yi Xian's attack, the cultivation aura that he had been concealing in his body was finally released. It was clearly sensed by the void tortoise and the primordial Yiksha. Both of them were clearly stunned at the same time. Then, the void giant tortoise's soft exclamation suddenly rang out, What? 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It's only been a few years, and you've already broken through 2 levels of cultivation, you little bastard. Billions of miles away, the primordial Yiksha's eyes flashed with a dark light. He looked deeply at Yi Xian, then shifted his gaze and paused for a moment on the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of him. He seemed to have understood something, then he lowered his left arm and withdrew the heaven-fallen bow. However, his figure did not continue to linger here, as if he had no interest in communicating with Yi Xian. Soon, the void crack behind him was repaired under the influence of the primordial void laws, and the primordial Yiksha's figure disappeared. But it was obvious that they hadn't left yet. Instead, they were silently lying in wait in different voids just like before. If necessary, they could suddenly appear like they did before and take out the Heaven's Fall bow, to intimidate everything. Heavenly Velvet. Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Liquid. Heavenly Crystal. Damn, you brat, you've killed 4 connate ferocious beasts, and none of them were weak. You even gathered the 4 elements medicinal catalysts. At that moment, the void giant tortoise's gaze was also attracted by the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of Yi Xian. Pang Da's huge figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yi Xian. No wonder you came looking for me at this time. You're clearly thinking about the heavenly core. What's going on? Look. At this scene, Lu Zhangke, who had been thrown to the side in the distant void, was dumbfounded. He stared at Yi Xian and the void giant tortoise in a daze with his mouth wide open. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Just a moment ago, he was in a situation of certain death. In front of him was the void giant tortoise, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Tao realm cultivator, and behind him was the primordial Yiksha, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Tao realm cultivator. It had even taken out the infamous heaven-fallen bow and aimed an energy arrow at him. Following that, there was a possibility that he would be killed on the spot. But now, in the blink of an eye, the primordial Yiksha was gone. The void giant tortoise also ignored him and rushed in front of the mysterious heavenly Tao realm expert. It seemed like they were still talking, and from the sound of it, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Furthermore, they seemed to have a good relationship. That's right. I'm here to get a heavenly core from you. At that moment, Yi Xian smiled and looked at the void giant tortoise. The 4 elements medicinal catalysts have been gathered. All that's left is the Earth Heavenly Core medicinal catalysts. Then, I can immediately start refining a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. It's up to you whether you want to give it to me or not. Level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. SSS. Darn brat, you should have said so earlier. Upon hearing that, the void giant tortoise's body trembled violently. After drawing a cold gasp, a yellow beam shot out from its body. Phew, the beam shot over with a sharp sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, it came to a halt in the void in front of Yi Xian. It was a crystal the size of a head. It was yellowish-brown in color and it emitted an extremely thick and corporeal aura. Clearly, this was the final earth essence that Yi Xian needed. It was also the heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Although this item was equally important to him, it contained a sliver of the primordial chaos laws, allowing him to accumulate energy in his body. However, there was clearly more than one such heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Compared to a single heavenly Tao treasure pill that could allow him to successfully break through in a short period of time and enter the true heavenly Tao realm, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Phew. 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 Apart from this, the void giant tortoise was stunned for a moment before beams shot out from its body once again. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. They were the lifeblood spheres he had collected from killing desolate supremacy realm astral beasts when he wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way. There were a total of 7 lifeblood spheres. They were immediately collected by Yi Xian and sent into the Shinong cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. Previously, Yi Xian already had a total of 41 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. Now that he had 7 more, the total number of desolate sovereign blood essences had reached 48. Among the 48 desolate supremacy blood essences, there were even a few supreme grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Phew. 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 In an instant, beams shot out. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. Before this, Yi Xian already had 41 desolate supremacy blood essence in his hands. For example, with another 7, he had a total of 48. Among them, there were even a few supreme grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Once the cauldron was opened for refinement, the number of level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills that could be produced would probably be more than 50. It was absolutely shocking. Of course, apart from that, he still had a Heavenly Tao blood essence. It was obtained from killing a scarlet-patterned blood crow. He kept it for the time being as it would be of great use in the future. Just one level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection to successfully break through the bottleneck of a large realm in a short period of time, leaping to become a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. At present, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. He was still 4 stages away from consuming a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. It was only 4 stages, so it would not take long. Therefore, to him, this cauldron of Heavenly Tao treasure pills was extremely important. It could not be delayed any further and had to be refined as soon as possible. However, it was still unknown how many desolate supremacy treasure pills could be produced in this cauldron, but it would at least be more than 50. Out of caution, Yi Xian had thought of only using half of the desolate supremacy blood essence to refine it. However, that would not maximize the benefits. Furthermore, it would be difficult to gather the required 5 elemental medicinal catalyst in the next cauldron. Furthermore, he had repeatedly deduced the perfect pill formula for the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. This time, he had added the concept of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. The possibility of an accident was almost 0. Therefore, after some thought, Yi Xian decided to refine all 48 desolate supremacy blood essence in one cauldron. He had already handed over the pills and the 7 aprons desolate supremacy blood essence he had collected. If he did not refine them on the spot, the void tortoise would obviously not agree. Therefore, Yi Xian had no intention of leaving. After instructing the void tortoise and Lu Zhanke to stand guard in 2 other directions, his figure flashed, and he dashed into an abandoned planet 10 billion miles away. He directly entered the planet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! With a wave of his hand, he took out all 48 desolate supremacy blood essences. These desolate supremacy blood essences would be used by Yi Xian to refine the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, along with a large amount of other top-grade precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial beings. Clang! Apart from these 2 most important basic materials, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil origin liquid and the top-grade resources he had found in the primordial void. Most importantly, the most important things were the heavenly velvet, heavenly eye, heavenly liquid, heavenly crystal, and heavenly pill. These were the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts that contained a trace of the primordial law's power. They would ensure that this cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pills would be successfully refined without any accidents. After all the preparations were done, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-notch precious herbs required for the recipe. Then, he closed his eyes. God! In the inner space of the known cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another. Densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the top of the cauldron in the central domain's volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. After a sudden delay, all of them came to an abrupt halt and hovered in midair. These strands of light were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path pellet. Hoo! In an instant, a sound like the howling of a gale rang out. Below these top-grade resources, a majestic Shannong 9-colored flame whizzed up from the bottom of the volcano in the central region. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 10 feet amidst the gale. It was small and simple, but it exuded an extraordinary aura. Soon, the desolate supremacy blood essence and 5 elemental guiding herbs, as well as other materials and resources that had been prepared, automatically flew up and entered the tiny flame cauldron with a radius of 10 feet. From at that moment, the refinement of the first cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pills in Yi Xian's hands officially began. Just one level 10 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy, a powerful existence at the perfect stage of the 9th step, to instantly become a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. And this time, Yi Xian was refining a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pill for the first time. The raw materials used were all desolate supremacy blood essence. Every essence represented a powerful primordial supremacy. Especially the Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill, which were the 5 guiding herbs. They were extremely rare. All of them were precious. All of these were too precious. If he failed, the losses would be so severe that he did not dare imagine it. Therefore, this time, he didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Even if he was 100% sure that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still didn't dare to be distracted. He wholeheartedly controlled everything, concentrating on it like never before. Soon, with his incantation, one alchemy technique after another appeared in Yi Xian's hands. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xian did not feel it at all. His entire mind was immersed in the refinement of the cauldron of desolate supremacy treasured pills, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at that moment that a loud boom sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region. With the arrival of the boom, the cauldron formed by pure Shannong 9-colored flames instantly dissipated, and the 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. And what remained above the flame pool were 55 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. These round beads were all steaming with rich black and white colors, and the surface was suffused with an extremely dense fog. There was even a layer of dreamy halo, exuding a simple and heavy aura. It was a level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. Just one pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy 9th stage cultivator to break through the realm in a short period of time after swallowing it, directly stepping into the true level 30 of the Heavenly Path realm. Heavenly Path treasure pill. There are actually 55 of them. After the process was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 55 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense Heavenly Tao aura, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily. As the soft voice came out, his eyes were burning with excitement, revealing endless surprise. Yi Xian only had a total of 48 desolate supremacy blood essence used to refine a level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. Although he was certain that he could produce more than 50, the fact that 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills were produced still left him alarmed. It exceeded his expectations. This time, the refinement of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pills was extremely smooth. Out of the 48 desolate supremacy blood essence, a total of 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills were produced. It left Yi Xian surprised and pleasantly surprised. Boom! Rumble, and with the appearance of the 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills, the Heavenly Tao nomological powers in the primordial chaos void instantly sensed it. The dark void where Yi Xian was refining the pills was suddenly enveloped by black clouds, and there was a rumbling sound. This, the pill tribulation of the 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills, had descended. After all, it was a supreme treasure pill that was related to the Heavenly Tao realm. Under the Heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos void, a Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was expected. This was something Yi Xian had long expected. Phew! With a wave of his hand, he stored the farmer god treasure cauldron into his body. However, the 55 Heavenly Path treasure pills remained in the outside world. He did not store them in the cauldron. If he did, the pill tribulation that he sensed would instantly dissipate. That was not something Yi Xian wished to see. The 15 Heavenly Path treasure pills gathered together, transforming into a grayish-white blob of light that was about 10 feet wide. It hovered above Yi Xian's head, and with a step, he walked out of the planet where he was in seclusion and entered the primordial chaos void in the outside world. Rumble, Ka-cha. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure appeared, the vast tribulation cloud that enveloped the entire area instantly arrived in the sky above his head. At the first moment, a bolt of purple-gold lightning descended from the sky. Too much. It was too thick, over 100,000 zhang in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be hacked apart with a single strike. Roar! However, Yi Xian did not take it to heart. He raised his head and spat softly. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire body was like the most blazing small star. At this moment, it was as if endless treasure light had burst out from the 1.08 billion pores on his body. Ka-cha! A crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation cloud in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In just a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purplish gold lightning had already smashed down. Rai Di Seal. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian let out a soft cry, and the Rai Di Seal that was hovering above his sea of consciousness shot out. He had originally left the Rai Di Seal in the Origin Nest planet's base camp, but this time, when the Magic Hall's army was in trouble, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over to help and stored the Rai Di Seal into his body. Screech! At this moment, as soon as the Emperor's seal was activated, the Rai Di Seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably loud and tyrannical howl resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of lightning tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. The Thunder Spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the primordial sovereign realm when Yi Xian was undergoing his tribulation. Furthermore, after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body emitted a strong desolate sovereign pressure. Such as, today, after sensing the powerful aura of the lightning tribulation descending once again, the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's seal rejoiced once again, because this lightning tribulation was also its opportunity. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Rai Di seal would become even stronger, and the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's seal would most likely break through. This, however, this great fortune made it extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could no longer hold back and wanted to rush out. It has actually reached the 4th stage of the desolate sovereign realm. Seeing the appearance of the Thunder Spirit, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, "This wave of lightning tribulation is a pill tribulation. There will be a total of 3 bolts of lightning. Let's stick to the old rules. I'll let you devour the first 2 bolts. As for the last one, let the tribulation lightning baptize the precious pill." Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already smashed down. Although it was falling towards Yi Xian's head, it did not leak out at all. All of it was absorbed by the Rai Di seal. Screech! The Thunder Spirit's cheers came from the seal once again. This time, it had eaten to its heart's content. After all, the Heavenly Path treasure pill had attracted a special lightning tribulation. The tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the thunder spirit. No matter how strong the tribulation lightning was, it would not be able to cause any harm to it. It was a thunder spirit, and it had always been nurtured within the Rai-D seal. That was the source of all the lightning in the world. Rumble, Kacha, just as the thunder spirit's joyful cry fell, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. A bolt of purple-gold lightning that was thicker than the previous one instantly pounced over. Facing this wave of lightning tribulation, Yi Xian still did not do anything. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai-D seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Screech! Very quickly, an even more cheerful and tyrannical cry came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the 8th order of the desolate ancient realm. It was only one step away from reaching the great circle of the 9th order, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. If all of this were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. However, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit was originally an innate thunder spirit. It followed Yi Xian and devoured the power of the lightning tribulation time and time again. The last time the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was deduced, the lightning tribulation power it devoured already contained a trace of weak Heavenly Tao power. This time, 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills were produced, and at the same time, the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation contained even more Heavenly Tao power. Even if it only devoured 2 waves, it was enough for its cultivation to break through 2 levels. Consider yourself lucky to have stepped into the late desolate supremacy realm. Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai-D seal, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. There was a look of joy on his face. This time, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit's fortune was great. Although it was only at the 8th order of the desolate supremacy realm, due to its thunder spirit body, its combat strength was terrifying. Even a peak desolate supremacy realm great circle of the desolate supremacy realm might not be its match. Once they encountered it, they could only retreat in horror. Below the heavenly Tao realm, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit was basically unafraid of anyone. Of course, the void giant tortoise and the desolate ancient Yiksha, who were peak desolate supremacies at the 9th order great circle of the desolate supremacy realm, but whose true combat strength was comparable to the 1st order of the heavenly Tao realm, were naturally not included. Swish! In his joy, Yi Xian waved his hand. The Rai-D seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared, transforming into a purplish gold beam of light that entered between his eyebrows. It once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The thunder spirit had only absorbed the energy of the 2 terrifying waves of tribulation lightning. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to slightly improve. Kacha! Just as the Rai-D seal was put away by Yi Xian, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, this incomparably vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its power had actually increased by several times compared to before, and the diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 100,000 feet. Moreover, along with the descent of this bolt of lightning, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dispersed. Kacha! Just as the Rai-D seal was put away, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above Yi Xian's head once again. The final bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and with this bolt of lightning striking down, the black tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 1 billion miles instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud was gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning. Its power was so strong that it caused one to tremble. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had experienced in the past, and it couldn't even be compared to it. It emitted an endless destructive aura. However, Yi Xian was still fearless. He now had the terrifying combat strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, and he had always been known for his powerful body. Even the terrifying tribulation lightning that was 100,000 feet in diameter could only temper his body a little. As for the grayish-white ball of light above his head, it was formed from 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills. During the refinement of these 55 Heavenly Tao treasure pills, 5 types of connate medicinal ingredients were added: Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill. 5 these connate medicinal ingredients all contained a trace of the power of the primordial laws. Just this point alone made him absolutely unafraid of the final bolt of tribulation lightning that struck down from the sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian curled his lips. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged straight towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At that moment, his emotions were in turmoil as he let out a long roar. He did not dodge, but instead, he charged forward amidst the roar. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Boom! Boom! The scene of the afterlife was too shocking. Within the extremely vast purple-gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying explosions resounded incessantly. Enormous bolts of lightning with a diameter of 300,000 m exploded and transformed into a sea of purple-gold lightning. Countless. The vast void that spanned 1 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the purplish-gold sea of lightning. The void trembled slightly, as though it could collapse at any moment. It was just a bolt of lightning, but it wreaked havoc for dozens of breaths. Then, the vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of the void completely disappeared. The vast void was thus cleared. In the darkness, there was an endless sense of tranquility. Tribulation. The clouds dissipated and the sea of lightning was no longer visible. However, Yi Xian remained standing proudly in the dark void. A grayish-white ball of light hung above his head, and the 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. And due to the lightning tribulation's baptism, the Heavenly Tao aura emitted by each treasure pill had become purer and richer. This was a sign that the pill's medicinal effects had been enhanced to the point where they had reached their peak. Without a doubt, any desolate supremacy half-step Heavenly Tao realm expert would be able to smoothly break through to the Heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time after consuming one of the Heavenly Tao treasure pills, as long as there were no major accidents. It was as though it was a done deal. Screech. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. Yi Xian had spent a total of a month refining a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. During this month, the dark void he was in was extremely quiet. Separated by a distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers, the void gigantic tortoise, Lu Zhanke, and the hidden primordial Yiksha were in 3 different directions. They were like 3 legs of a tripod as they secretly protected him. During this period, the primordial Yiksha did not reveal himself. He had hidden himself in the void. As for the void gigantic tortoise, it had shrunk its massive body to about 5 million kilometers. It was as though it was in a deep slumber, quietly taking a nap in the void. As for Lu Zhanke, he remained in the form of a remnant expert dressed in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. He had hidden himself in another direction of the void and was silently lying in wait. However, he had never given up on his little scheme. On the 3rd day after Yi Xian entered the abandoned planet and entered seclusion to refine pills, Lu Zhanke had secretly sent a message using a special bloodline mystic technique of the devil pattern blood deer race. The destination of this message was the fiend condor forbidden grounds that he had long calculated. Back in the Azure Chilan Forbidden Grounds, Yi Xian had killed the primordial mighty figure, an owl-headed condor at the perfected Tier 9 realm. It was the strongest person in the fiend condor Forbidden Grounds, a mixed-blood youngling at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Because the reason he did this was because of Lu Zhanke's own greed. Although Yi Xian had promised that one of the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills would belong to him after they were refined, Lu Zhangke was not satisfied. However, Lu Zhangke was clearly not satisfied with just one Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Such a Heavenly Tao treasure pill could only increase the chances of a successful breakthrough when attempting to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. However, not every pill that was swallowed would guarantee a successful breakthrough. There was also a certain chance of failure. Once the first pill failed to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, the second attempt would require at least 2 pills due to the increased difficulty. Desolate Supremacy had been at the perfected Tier 9 realm for a long time. He had been obsessed with the research of Heavenly Tao treasure pills because he was not confident in his bloodline and talent. However, similarly, Lu Zhangke's deep desire to step into the Heavenly Tao realm could be seen from how engrossed he was in the research of the Heavenly Tao treasure medicine. After all, his final goal in studying the Heavenly Tao treasure medicine was to make a breakthrough for himself. Therefore, just one Heavenly Tao treasure pill was not enough to satisfy him. He was not confident in his bloodline and talent. At the same time, he knew that this was his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, and the only Heavenly Tao treasure pill he had failed to allow him to successfully break through and enter the true Heavenly Tao realm, he believed that there would never be a similar opportunity in his life. Unfortunately, the primordial era had already descended. The next primordial era was about to begin, especially when the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain was imminent. Although, up to now, no one knew the exact conditions for entering the Milky Way star domain. However, Lu Zhangke also hoped to enter and vie for the providence of the primordial era. It could be said that there was not much time left for him. No matter what, he had to smoothly break through and step into the true Heavenly Tao realm before the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain. It was because of these various reasons that Lu Zhangke decided to take the risk and join forces with the Arrow Plume Demon Condor to attack Yi Xian and snatch the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill from him. He was quite confident about this. On one hand, Yi Xian was an expert of the remnant people. On the other hand, he and the Arrow Plume Demon Condor were both astral beasts. They were closer to each other. Again, the Arrow Plume Demon Condor's young son had died at the hands of Yi Xian. Furthermore, he also had some peak desolate supremacies at the great perfection of the 9th stage under him. They also needed the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Again, although the primordial Yiksha and the void giant tortoise were extremely powerful, their combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Regarding their existence, Lu Zhangke had clearly stated in the message that the Arrow Plume Demon Condor would not come alone. Therefore, in Lu Zhangke's opinion, if there were no accidents, Yi Xian would not be able to escape this time. Chapter 5084. In the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds was an extremely powerful place. It was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the deepest void of the Forbidden Grounds without warning. Screech. A remnant. An existence who dares to attack my youngest son is actually a remnant expert? It's fine if you escape, but since there's news, I'll definitely drag you out and burn your bones. Screech. At this moment, the one who let out the roar was the strongest expert in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, a supreme existence at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. This Aeroplume Fiend Condor was also Owl's biological father. Although Owl was only a mixed-blood descendant, he was still his youngest son. Furthermore, Aeroplume Fiend Condor was a late-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence at the 7th stage. His dignity was not to be offended. If someone dared to attack his descendant, even if Owl wasn't well-liked and was wandering outside, he wouldn't let the matter rest. At this moment, as his angry roar sounded, countless ferocious beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds were caught off guard and trembled in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Boom. At this moment, thunderclaps suddenly rang out from the depths of the forbidden land of the demonic condor. An enormous black demonic condor that was close to 100 million kilometers in length charged out of the void with an unstoppable force of wind and lightning. With the appearance of the strongest expert in the Forbidden Grounds, the entire Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds fell into a dead silence. There was not a single sound. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Next in an instant, the black fiend condor that was nearly 100 million kilometers long instantly transformed into a tall remnant expert about 10 feet tall. His figure was extremely burly, and he wore a black robe. He had a black beard on his face and was an old man. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and he exuded an infinite domineering aura that looked down on all life. He was qualified because even the primeval heavens I was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for this arrow plume fiend condor, it wasn't far from the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This matter in fact, he was the same as the primeval heavens I, an embodiment of the heavenly Tao. In this primordial era, there was more than just the chaos world. This is at the beginning of the primordial era, there were 3 star source nests in the primordial void, giving birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. The chaos world was created by one of the demon gods. Although some of the other existences among the 3,000 demon gods had fallen and accomplished nothing, there were also many who, like the power demon god, had opened up different great worlds. Know then, as the primordial era gradually declined and was about to dry up, the various great worlds also entered the doomsday era. After entering the doomsday era, all the great worlds were swallowed up by the endless void turbulence. The wills of the heavenly Tao in these large worlds, or the strongest experts, brought the living beings of these worlds to the primordial void. They lay dormant on both sides of the Milky Way, establishing the strongest forbidden lands and strongest star regions. That was how the supreme forbidden lands and the supreme star areas on both sides of the Milky Way star area came to be. As for the chaos world, it was only the last existence among the many great worlds in this primordial era that was heading towards the end of the world. Of course, there were differences in strength between these great worlds. The wills of the heavenly Tao, or the strongest experts, that came from the powerful great worlds were comparable to the primeval heavens I. For example, the arrow plume fiend condor in the fiend condor forbidden land was one such example. While the wills of the heavenly Tao and the strongest experts that came from the weaker great worlds were slightly weaker, but they were basically existences at the desolate supremacy level. For example, Lu Zhangke was actually the strongest expert that came from a weaker great world. However, although he had once ruled over a great world, Lu Zhangke was clearly unable to match existences like arrow plume fiend condor or the primordial heavenly Tao's azure eye. He had never even stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. Yes, to a supreme existence that had once ruled a great world, it was a great humiliation to not even step into the heavenly Tao realm. This was also one of the reasons why he was so obsessed with the heavenly Tao realm. Roar! Roar! Screech! At that moment, as the arrow plume fiend condor charged out of the cave abode star and transformed into a 10-foot-tall black-robed elder in the middle of the fiend condor forbidden land stellar domain, there were shocking roars and screeches coming from the other 3 directions around the fiend condor forbidden land. From the sounds, the owners of the 3 roars and screeches were clearly powerful heavenly Tao realm experts. This was to be expected. For the fiend condor forbidden land to occupy a stellar domain in the middle of the Milky Way's left bank, it was obvious how powerful the arrow plume fiend condor's faction was. Although it was not considered one of the top 10 existences in the Milky Way's left bank, it was not far from the top 10. It was probably in the top 10, although the heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over the fiend condor forbidden land was the arrow plume fiend condor. He was not the only one. There were a total of 4 heavenly Tao realm experts in the fiend condor forbidden land. First, previously, the message received by the arrow quill demon condor had clearly stated that in addition to the mysterious survivor at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, there were 2 powerful ferocious astral beasts by his side. They were the famous void tortoise and primordial yiksha of the great wilderness world. This although the two existences were only at the peak desolate supremacy realm at the 9th stage of perfection and had yet to truly step into the heavenly Tao realm, their true combat strength was enough to match the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Also that was to say that in the dark stellar domain where Lu Zhangke was, there were 3 other heavenly Tao realm experts in the opposing faction apart from him. Also it was for this reason that the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor made the decision to mobilize all the heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. Among the 4 heavenly Tao realm experts, he was at the late stage heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. It was more than enough to suppress the mysterious heavenly Tao realm expert at the 6th stage. As for the other 3 heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, one was at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm, one was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and the last one was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Once they arrived at the endless darkness at the end of both sides of the galaxy, the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor would first restrain the mysterious heavenly Tao realm expert at the 6th stage. The 2 powerful beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land were respectively at the 1st and 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They would hold back the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha respectively. The remaining mid-stage heavenly Tao realm existence would be able to take action in a short period of time, killing the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha. As such, only one of the 3 heavenly Tao realm experts was left in a short period of time. 6. His realm was at the peak of the mid-stage heavenly Tao realm. Although he wasn't easy to kill, he was fighting 1 against 4. Furthermore, the enemy faction had a late-stage heavenly Tao like the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. His death was only a matter of time. There was no suspense at all. Forbidden Land. Roar! Roar! Screech! At that moment, as the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor rushed out of the cave abode star, it transformed into a black-robed elder about 10 feet tall in the middle of the Forbidden Land stellar domain. From the other 3 directions around the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, there were shocking roars and howls. The other 3 heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land also rushed out of their respective lairs and cave abodes. These 3 beasts had different bloodlines and were of different races. However, they were about 10 million kilometers in size. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary as well. One was at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm, one was at the 2nd stage, and the last was at the 4th stage. At that moment, the 4 heavenly Tao realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land were gathered. 2 were at the early stage, one was at the middle stage, and one was at the late stage. It could be said to be an extremely powerful lineup. There was still a certain distance to the Black Bank at the end of both sides of the galaxy. Even heavenly Tao realm experts would need some time to arrive. On the way there, they naturally couldn't reveal their massive bloodline true bodies. That would be too ostentatious. The 4 heavenly Tao realm experts of the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land would be too eye-catching and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts rushed out of their respective lairs and gathered with the Arrow Plume Fiend Condor in the Forbidden Land Central Domain's void, they immediately transformed and put away their massive bloodline true bodies. Similarly, they transformed into the appearance of the remnant experts. Cold at a glance, the 4 remnant elders standing in the void were clearly the 4 remnant elders. Although they had converged their cultivation auras, they gave off a feeling of rich lifeblood that left one trembling. The place we are heading to is the dark zone at the end of both sides of the galaxy. The Arrow Plume Fiend Condor glanced at the 3 remnant heavenly Tao realm experts who had transformed into their beast forms. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said in a low, muffled voice, "The remnant who killed my youngest son is there. This person is at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In addition, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha from the Primordial World are also there. Although these 2 old fellows have yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm, their true combat strength is comparable to that of a 1st stage heavenly Tao realm expert. The one who sent the message is Lu Zhangke from the right bank. Although he is a beast, he is proficient in the remnant medicine. According to him, this sixth-stage remnant is refining a heavenly Tao treasure pill that can allow a peak desolate supremacy to smoothly step into the heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time after consuming it. At this point, the arrow plume fiend Condor's tone suddenly changed. Lu Zhangke's request is to give him 3 heavenly Tao treasure pills after he succeeds. In my fiend Condor forbidden land, such heavenly Tao treasure pills are equally important. Therefore, when the time comes, the sixth-stage remnant cannot be allowed to escape no matter what. After everything was explained clearly, he didn't say anything else and suddenly waved his hand. Rip. At the next moment, a crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded and a spatial rift appeared in the void ahead. The dark-feathered deity Condor took the lead and stepped into it. The other 3 beast-transformed survivors didn't delay any longer and entered the spatial rift one after another. The 4 of them disappeared in an instant. Silver. In the endless darkness at the right end of the 2 banks of the river, the refinement of the level 10 heavenly Tao treasure pill was successful and it successfully passed the pill tribulation. Now that the tribulation clouds had dissipated, the sea of lightning was no longer visible. But Yi Xian still stood proudly in the dark void. Above his head was a cluster of gray and white light. The 55 level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. Moreover, due to the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the heavenly Tao aura emitted by the 55 heavenly Tao treasure pills was purer and richer. This was a sign that the medicinal effects of the pills had been enhanced and had reached the peak. As long as any desolate supremacy or half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the perfection stage of the 9th stage consumed one of these pills, they would be able to smoothly break through to the heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time without any major accidents. There was no longer any suspense. It was as though it was a done deal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Screech! One with a wave of his hand, the 55 heavenly Tao treasure pills were put away. Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. This scene was seen by Lu Zhangke and the Void Tortoise, who were guarding the 2 sides of the void 100 billion kilometers away. Both of them were excited as their breathing quickened. Although they were still a distance away, they could determine the effects of the 55 heavenly Tao treasure pills with a sweep of their divine perception based on the rich heavenly Tao realm aura they emitted. No! They dared to say that they would definitely step into the heavenly Tao realm after consuming the pills because everyone's talent, bloodline, and foundation were different. But even if 1 pill couldn't break through, 2 pills would do the trick, at most 3. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Zhangke's mind, he immediately became excited. What he had requested from the demonic arrow plume Condor was precisely 3 treasure pellets. Right now, he had a total of 55 treasure pellets. If it was merely 3 treasure pellets, there would be no accidents. He would be able to obtain them. This, at that moment, his entire mind was consumed by greed. He was looking forward to arrow plume fiend Condor's arrival. Rip! At that moment, the crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded 100 billion kilometers away. At the most critical moment, the 4 heavenly Tao realm experts from the fiend Condor forbidden land had finally arrived. A crack appeared in the void, and 4 figures walked out from it. Roar! 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 With some hesitation, the moment they charged out of the void rift, arrow plume fiend Condor and company powered the powers in their bodies. In a blink of an eye, their bodies expanded rapidly as 4 massive astral beasts appeared in the void. The 3 beasts were 10 million kilometers in size. The strongest among them, arrow plume fiend Condor, was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He had already stepped into the latter stages of the realm. The moment his bloodline true body appeared, his extremely powerful heavenly Tao realm perception enveloped the dark void. Everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers seemed to be sealed. There was no way to escape through teleportation. Rip! Almost at the same instant, another clear sound of ripping cloth sounded from the right side of the void. Following that was a deep buzzing sound. Looking over, the winged ancient Yaksha stood there silently, but its right arm was raised high in the air. 1. A gigantic energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was knocked on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared. A sanguine beam flashed in his eyes. The powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm aura in his body did not dissipate, but upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Roar! In another direction, the void behemoth's concealed figure suddenly appeared. Its body instantly expanded, but it did not push it to its limits. Otherwise, it would be even bigger than Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. Such as, he had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm, so he was at a disadvantage. His overly massive body was disadvantageous for him in battle. In a blink of an eye, the dark void's atmosphere turned extremely stagnant. For heavenly Tao realm beasts descended, but on Yi Xian's side, Lu Zhangke remained hidden by the side and did not appear. This was clearly a battle of the weak against the strong, a 3-on-4 situation. On the right side of the sky, the desolate ancient Yaksha with wings on its back stood there silently. A mysterious aura spread out like a raging river. He had already raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The bow's design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed beast. The 2 heads were facing up and down, and in the middle of the ferocious beast's mouths were the legs of 2 humanoid lifeforms. Furthermore, all of them had their mouths wide open, as though they were roaring. The 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures, which were obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together. This was none other than the most powerful divine power of the primordial Yaksha that was infamous in the primordial desolate universe, Skyfall Bow. Countless years ago, in the primordial desolate war, the primordial Yaksha, who was as powerful as the void behemoth and the golden divine dragon, had once used this powerful divine power to shoot a gigantic, irreparable hole in the primordial desolate universe. 1. It was just an arrow, but its might was truly overwhelming. Even the heavenly Tao's eye that represented the primordial heavenly Tao's will was nearly blasted down by that arrow. And at that moment, with the appearance of an energy arrow on the bowstring, the primordial Yaksha's aura suddenly turned intense. His eyes were bloodshot. A sanguine glint flashed in his eyes as the powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm aura in his body did not dissipate. Just a touch would suffuse him with an intense sense of danger. Primordial Yaksha. With a low buzzing sound, the dark-feathered demonic eagle, who had already shown his bloodline true body, turned around. With a touch of vigilance in his eyes, he said in a low voice with divine sense, "I have to say that your heaven-falling bow is indeed extraordinary. It is said that in the Battle of the Untainted Land countless years ago, you almost shot the green eye of the untainted land down from the void. Unfortunately, you are ultimately too weak. Although your combat strength is comparable to a first-stage heavenly Tao, you have yet to truly step into that realm. If you were a true heavenly Tao realm expert, even if you were only at the 3rd stage realm, a single arrow from you would have very likely perished. But now..." At this point, the arrow-feather demon condor didn't say anything else. A trace of disdain flashed through its eyes as it withdrew its gaze. It turned to Yi Xian and sized him up with interest. "You're that daring 6th-level heavenly Tao? The existence that killed my son. Hand over the heavenly Tao treasure pill, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. You speak as if you are very powerful. Aren't you just a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert at the 7th stage realm? Furthermore, you are about to perish. I really don't understand why you are so smug." Xian curled his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the gigantic arrow-feather demon condor. Halfway through his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to the left and looked in the direction of the void where Lu Zhangke was hibernating. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his voice enveloped the void. "Come out. I know you are the one who lured me here. Don't play dumb. I really don't understand. I have already agreed to give you a treasure pill. Why are you still acting like this? As his voice faded, Lu Zhangke's figure appeared in the void 100 billion miles to the left. However, it was not his bloodline true body. Instead, it was the form of an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. One treasure pill is not enough for this old man. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Lu Zhangke no longer had anything to worry about. He had already raised his vigilance and would not approach. Furthermore, the arrival of 4 Heavenly Dao realm experts was a formless deterrent. He believed that Yi Xian would not dare act rashly. I see. Then, I'll let you see the final outcome of this choice. Xian nodded and did not say much. He retracted his gaze from Lu Zhangke and swept it back to Arrow Plume Fiend. The primordial Yiksha has yet to step into the Heavenly Dao realm. It's true that he can't kill you with the Skyfall Bow in his hands. But, what about me? Before his voice fell, he had already raised his left arm. The originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a large golden bow in the form of energy appeared. It was the supreme divine power, the Skyfall Bow. It was the same as the one in the primordial Yiksha's left hand. The only difference was that Yi Xian was in his human form. Therefore, his Skyfall Bow looked much smaller. However, the size of the bow did not affect such a powerful supreme divine power at all. Instead, due to his powerful 6th-stage Heavenly Dao realm cultivation base, the aura emanating from the miniature Heavenly Bow that appeared in his left hand was even more terrifying. Even the Arrow Plume Demon Condor felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His expression changed, and he exclaimed in horror, "Another fallen sky bow. That's impossible. Aren't you a remnant?" Whoosh! By the time his exclamation faded, an energy arrow had already appeared on the bowstring. Yi Xian's aura suddenly turned sharp as he silently released the bowstring with his right hand. A sharp sound that caused one's soul to tremble resounded. A golden beam of light shot out from the bow in Yi Xian's left arm and instantly disappeared. In less than a split second, it had already struck Arrow Plume Fiend's head. Peng! Everything happened too quickly. There was no suspense at all in the next scene. An earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant. In the face of the golden arrow that had teleported and appeared directly in front of him, the Arrow Plume Demon Condor had no time to react at all. It could only open its mouth slightly, and it didn't even have the chance to let out a shocking roar. Then, a majestic force rushed into his body, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Phew! At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the Arrow Feather Demon Eagle's enormous body and absorbing it into his body. This was the second Heavenly Dao blood essence he had obtained. Furthermore, it was obtained by killing a late-stage 7th-stage Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beast. And all of this happened in an instant. Arrow Plume Fiend Eagle. It was like a dream. It appeared so unreal. Caught off guard, the 3 Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts that came with Arrow Plume Fiend were dumbfounded. Until, Lu Zhangke, who was standing on the left side of the void, stared so hard that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No, what happened? Oni terrifying existence at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, was gone in the blink of an eye. This was simply a sin. He had calculated everything, but he never expected that Yi Xian, who was considered an expert of the remnant people, would actually wield the most powerful bloodline divine ability of the primordial Yiksha race, the Heaven-Falling Bow. 1. With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, even a late-stage Heavenly Dao realm expert would be insta-killed if caught off guard. It was just an arrow. Caught off guard, Arrow Plume Fiend was instantly killed. The heavenly bow was just too powerful. Back in that battle of the primordial desolate era, the primordial Yiksha was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Yet, it was able to nearly shoot down the primordial heavenly Tao Azuride, who was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Now, Yi Xian was at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was only 1 stage weaker than Arrow Plume Fiend. Furthermore, he had attacked while Arrow Plume Fiend was caught off guard. If he couldn't be insta-killed, the Heaven Falling Bow wouldn't be worthy of being called the strongest bloodline divine ability. Following, with Arrow Plume Fiend's death, the void fell into a brief silence. But, immediately following that, Lu Zhangke was the first to react. Without any hesitation, he turned tail and fled, taking advantage of the fact that there were still 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts blocking him. He had to escape as quickly as possible. Until, there was no longer any hope of obtaining the heavenly Tao treasure pill. This was because the 3 early and mid-stage heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts were unable to suppress Yi Xian. Are you trying to escape? Do you think you can still escape? Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Splash. His figure disappeared. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, and the sound of water splashing could be heard from the space where he was originally standing. Yi Xian's entire body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and violent howls rang out. In the blink of an eye, 3 enormous figures rose from the ground in the boundless sea of blood. They were none other than the 3 primordial demon ape bodies. Split. Apart from the body of flesh and blood, it was the primordial demon ape. There was also the skeletal body without any flesh or blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Finally, there was the body of black fog. Although it was in the form of a violent ape, its body was a shroud of black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 shrouds of purple light. It looked extremely strange. In a short span of time, the 3 blood sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But this clearly wasn't the end. Whoosh! As the figure appeared, one of the 3 primordial demon ape avatars, the violent ape, waved its hand. With a sharp sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. It expanded with the wind and in a blink of an eye, it was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. It was none other than the Empyrean beast at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In a blink of an eye, the situation on the battlefield had reversed. The 3 blood sea avatars, the Empyrean beast, the void gigantic turtle, and the primordial Yiksha. On Yi Xian's side, there were already 6 supreme existences that had reached the heavenly Tao realm. While on the side from the fiend Condor Forbidden Land, there were 4 previously, but now, there were only 3 left. The situation suddenly became 6 against 3. This was completely melodramatic. The 3 heavenly Tao beasts in the distant void nearly vomited blood. They even suffered internal injuries from holding back their anger and indignation. This was King bullying. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have rushed over to their deaths after being kicked in the head by a dog. Previously, when the arrow plume fiend Condor was killed by a single arrow, the 3 of them were shocked and appalled. However, they were far from panicking. This was because they did not believe that they would perish here today. Although it was already impossible to do anything, and they had even lost a powerful late-stage heavenly Tao at the 7th stage, the final outcome was to turn around and leave unwillingly. Although the other party had 3 people, the mysterious expert at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already used the Heaven Fallen Bow once. His strength was in a depleted state. Not only was he unable to use this supreme divine power again, but he was also powerless to stop them and forcefully hold them back. As for the void gigantic turtle, it was completely ignored. Its combat strength was only at the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was impossible for the weakest of the three to be held back. Although the heaven-fallen bow in the primordial Yiksha's hand was a threat, they were already prepared. Even if the arrow was shot, they could still dodge it. However, in fact, the primordial Yiksha had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Although the heaven-fallen bow was powerful, it might not be able to kill a heavenly Tao realm expert when used by him. Therefore, it was basically just a form of deterrence. Under such circumstances, the three of them could easily leave at any time. They naturally did not feel threatened. All they felt was indignation and resentment. But now, things were different. Right. There were only 3 of them, but now, there were 6 of them. As for the mechanical war beast, it was still fine. It was only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was neither weak nor strong, so it might not be able to hold them back. However, the 3 demonic ape avatars in the vast blood sea were troublesome. The violent ape's aura was somewhat weak. This was likely the true body that had used the heaven-fallen bow. Ignoring him, the other 2 skeleton avatars and the black fog avatar were at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Their auras were extremely focused, in a 3-on-3 situation, once they were surrounded, with the primordial Yiksha glaring at them with the heaven-fallen bow, as well as 3 6th-stage heavenly Tao realm existences, 1 weak and 2 strong, attacking them head-on. It was almost impossible for the 3 of them to escape wretchedly, much less leave easily. Roar! Screech! Screech! With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts from the fiend Condor Forbidden Land trembled as they finally snapped back to their senses. Everyone. After raising their heads and roaring angrily, they turned around at the same time and shot off into the distance. They wanted to escape before the enemy camp took action. It's too late for you to leave now. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips. At the same time, the violent ape suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! A 9-colored beam shot out and expanded with the wind. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a boundless 9-colored sea of flames. It was so fast that it blocked the path of the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts. Immediately following that, before they could react, the boundless 9-colored sea of flames closed up, transforming into a circular fireball hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter. The fireball's interior is hollow. The 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were attempting to escape are now trapped inside. Roar! Screech! There was no need for the void gigantic tortoise or the primordial Yiksha to take action. The autarch beast was the first to charge into the fireball. At the same time, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar raised their heads and roared angrily as they charged forward. At the same time, the instant before the skeleton avatar entered the sea of flames, an extremely ancient cauldron appeared in its right hand. As for the black fog avatar, a huge black club appeared in its right hand. At that moment, the violent ape turned to look at Lu Zhanka, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly gave chase. Lu Zhanka happened to turn his head as well, taking in everything that was happening behind him. His body trembled violently as his expression changed drastically as he drew a cold gasp. But, there was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea's secret technique? Farmer God Treasure Cauldron. And that big-headed black stick. Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. Chapter 5085. In the dark zone, the violent ape turned to look at Lu Zhanka, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly chased after him. At this moment, the latter happened to turn around and take in everything behind him. His body suddenly shook violently as his expression changed dramatically. He sucked in a breath of cold air and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea's secret technique. Farmer God Treasure Cauldron. And that big-headed black club. Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. At that moment, he finally understood everything, but his intestines turned green with regret. Although Lu Zhangke had never seen the violent ape from back then, he had heard of the violent ape's shocking battle results after coming out of hibernation. No. That was wrong. Back then, the raging ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the galaxy's right bank. It was incomparable to the void tortoise that had stirred up fear on both sides of the galaxy before old freak Huang Zun and supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm appeared. However, in fact, in Lu Zhangke's opinion, the ferocity and monstrous level of the violent ape back then were far above the void tortoise. When the void tortoise appeared in the Milky Way stellar domain and wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way, it made everyone in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains panic. Few desolate supremacies had appeared in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains, much less supreme heavenly Tao realm existences. However, back then, the void tortoise was already a perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy the moment it appeared, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. The few desolate supremacies that it killed were all inferior to it in terms of cultivation level. The strongest was only a late-stage stage 7 desolate supremacy. After the void tortoise killed a few desolate supremacies, the remaining desolate supremacies that had appeared were no match for it as none of them had reached the perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy. Therefore, they hurriedly left and hid in the unknown void. This created the void tortoise's supreme might. Just by itself, it stirred up the winds and cranes on both sides of the Milky Way. However, in fact, the void giant tortoise really couldn't compare to the starry sky violent ape that had appeared before it. Even though the cosmic violent ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the Milky Way's right bank, it had always been the weaker party that launched counterattacks. Not only that, but the more it fought, the stronger it became. It advanced triumphantly all the way, and the speed of its cultivation advancement was simply astounding. It was said that when the space berserk ape was first noticed, he was only an emperor-level undying. Back then, he was already hunting emperors everywhere, even a few early emperors had fallen at his hands. However, this time, the space berserk ape was only at emperor level. In a short time, the targets he hunted went from emperors to emperors, then universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes. Soon, he started hunting for universe emperors, universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes. In just a dozen years, he began to hunt down almighty beings of the primordial era. At that time, his cultivation base had reached the primordial era. Not only was the speed of his advancement unheard of, but from then on, he was even able to kill one or two almighty beings of the primordial era, during the period when it was wreaking havoc in the left corner of the right bank of the Milky Way. The ferocious starry sky ape had encountered more than one situation where it had to face a few or even a dozen existences of the same level or even stronger existences by itself. However, every time, he was able to turn danger into safety. Even those powerful existences who were full of confidence in surrounding and hunting him, even if they were stronger than him by an entire realm, were all killed without exception in the end. This ferocious ape was too monstrous. Even the Showdown cauldron, a primordial supreme treasure of the great wasteland world, had fallen into his hands. In addition, he also had a primordial supreme treasure, the big-headed black stick, which was famous for its ferocity. He also had the Showdown 9-colored flame, which even the old monster Huang Zun had to be wary of and avoid. As for his bloodline power, not only did he have the Blood Sea technique, but he could also form 3 Blood Sea bodies that were identical to his original body in an instant. Even more so, as for the sky-falling bow, he had even mastered the supreme bloodline power of the primordial Yiksha. There were even rumors in the outside world that his true cultivation base was actually far from being as strong as it was when he fought in the outside world. Instead, it was an entire realm lower. This was because he had grasped a powerful bloodline divine ability, and when he used it, he could instantly raise his cultivation base by an entire realm. Moreover, there was no time limit to this kind of instantaneous increase in cultivation base. Lu Zhangke had heard about all of this. In his opinion, when it came to monstrous means and cruel temperament, the giant void tortoise was far from comparable to him. Yes, the starry sky ferocious ape that had once left behind an epic legend in the starry sky on the left bank of the Milky Way had vanished without a trace many years ago. No one knew where it had gone. According to the guesses of the outside world, perhaps it had perished. Thus, Lu Zhangke had never imagined that he would one day encounter such a monstrous starry sky berserk ape. He had also never thought that he would feel an unprecedented sense of danger under the shroud of the other party's powerful strength. However, all of this had now happened. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian use the heaven-falling bow and the Blood Sea secret technique to condense 3 Blood Sea clones, as well as the appearance of the Shannon cauldron and the big head black rod, he instantly understood the other party's identity. At the same time, because he understood the other party's identity, Lu Zhangke suddenly had an even more shocking guess. At that moment, as he looked back and cried out in alarm, despair flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes. As though he was unwilling to accept this, he said again, "Berserk Ape, you are not a true Heavenly Tao Realm expert. Your cultivation base of Heavenly Tao Realm level 6 was forcefully raised by some kind of heaven-defying secret technique. Is this the truth? Congratulations, you guessed right." Yes. Yi Xian had no intention of hiding anything from Lu Zhangke's question, because in his eyes, the other party was already a dead man. Yi Xian curled his lips. At that moment, he was still walking slowly in the void. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, in fact, he was extremely fast. Lu Zhangke had already pushed his level 9 perfection desolate supremacy cultivation base to the limit. It could even be said that he had used all his strength to run for his life. Although moreover, he'd been running for so long. But now, Yi Xian seemed to be strolling leisurely behind him. In just a few breaths of time, he'd already approached the void that was billions of kilometers behind him. Less than billions of kilometers was a distance that could be considered close combat for a level 6 Heavenly Tao Realm expert. A casual strike could easily hit the other party. TCH, it's time to end this. He's just a half-step Heavenly Tao with a sinister mind. Yi Xian thought nothing of him and had never looked him in the eye. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom! As the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Zhangke, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom! As the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Zhangke, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. Screech! This old man can't accept this. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Zhangke's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, revealing his endless unwillingness. After all, he was a peak level 9 perfection desolate supremacy, which was also a half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, he had been in this realm for many years. His cultivation base had long been consolidated and extremely stable. But today, he had perished at the hands of a level 5 desolate supremacy berserk ape. Thinking back to the various hardships he had gone through over the endless years, he had finally stepped into the half-step Heavenly Tao realm with great difficulty. He even saw the hope of stepping into the true Heavenly Tao realm right in front of him. However, all of this was like a dream. In an instant, it would be reduced to nothingness. Dust to dust, dust to dust. After perishing, the return to ruins would be the final annihilation. Bang! There was no suspense in the next scene. Everything happened too quickly. As Berserk Ape attacked, even though it was tens of billions of miles away, an earth-shattering boom could be heard in an instant. Lu Zhangke could not resist such a terrifying power. In fact, he did not even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before he could finish letting out an earth-shattering roar, a majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Huff, whoosh. At the same time, Berserk Ape waved his hand. Following the whistling of a gale, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of Lu Zhangke's huge body swept over and absorbed it into his body. The desolate supremacy blood essence in his hand had been completely consumed, turning into 55 level 30 heavenly Tao pellets. This was the first desolate supremacy blood essence he had collected. Even if he did not refine the heavenly Tao pellets, it would still be of great help to him if he consumed it as a cultivation resource. After all, this was obtained from killing a powerful desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage. It could be said to be extremely precious. Same as at the same time, there were 4 heavenly velvet tassels. Previously, Lu Zhangke had said that he had 4 heavenly velvet tassels. 2 had been given to Yi Xian as an apology gift, so there should be 2 more. But now, there were 4 heavenly velvet tassels shooting over. It meant that this old fellow was not honest from the beginning. He appeared to be honest and gentle, but in fact, he was sinister and even ruthless. He was not a good person. He deserved to be killed. This was a good thing. Although Yi Xian already had 55 heavenly Tao treasure pills in his possession, if nothing unexpected happened, there was no need for him to refine more. After all, it was impossible for heavenly Tao realm experts to be like cabbages on the streets. However, in the primordial chaos, the heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest cultivation level. Above the heavenly Tao realm, there were even more powerful realms. Heaven's the perfect pill formula for the Tao treasure pill was already so difficult to deduce. If not for Lu Zhangke's idea of using the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst, Yi Xian might not have had the confidence to immediately begin the refinement. Even if he gritted his teeth and attempted the refinement, the final outcome was very likely to be failure. That would be a huge loss. All the desolate supremacy blood essence in his hands would be destroyed. That would drive him crazy. However, from this point of view, the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst could be said to be extremely important. In the future, in order to break through to an even more powerful cultivation level after the heavenly Tao realm, Yi Xian would very likely refine an even more powerful level 31 treasure pill. Although he did not know what realm came after the heavenly Tao realm, he could not even confirm the name of the level 31 treasure pill. But one thing was certain, and that was that if he were to refine this kind of level 31 treasure pill, the perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would very likely also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, and even more elements would have to be added. Therefore, it was very likely that the perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and even more elements. Therefore, the 4 heavenly velvet needles that he had just obtained were extremely precious. It would be difficult to find them again in the future. Now that he still had them, he had to treasure them well in case he needed them. Otherwise, it would be too late to cry if they were gone when I really needed them in the future. It seems like I have to get a few more heavenly pills from Old Tortoise. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian flipped his hand and put the 4 heavenly velvet needles into his undying world. Then, as he muttered softly, he turned around and looked behind him. On the other side, the gigantic fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames was still there. From time to time, there would be shocking roars of anger and ruthless roars coming from it. There were also thunderous rumbles. Very obviously, a great battle had already broken out inside, but the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yikshas did not join in. Without Yi Xian's help, they would not be able to safely pass through the 9-colored fireball and enter the inner space. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured. He was in no hurry to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill because the battle had yet to end. The Void Tortoise was probably more anxious than him about this matter. After the battle ended, it would definitely take the initiative to ask Yi Xian for a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. And he wasn't the only one. It was the same for the desolate ancient Yakshas. The two old fogies had long wished to step into the true Heavenly Dao realm, but they lacked confidence. Furthermore, they had yet to recover from their injuries. Now that the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill that could help them was right in front of them, it would be strange if they did not ask for it. When the time came, it would be the best time for Yi Xian to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill. And now, it was best to deal with the 3 Heavenly Dao realm beasts in the 9-colored fireball first. Now, apart from the 3 Heavenly Dao realm beasts that came with the arrow plume fiend condor, Yi Xian was also battling the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar of the devil ape's 3 avatars. Apart from them, there was the Empyrean beast. The Empyrean beast was only at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. It was of little use and could only restrain one of the beasts. As for the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar, although they were powerful existences at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, one of the 3 beasts was at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would probably take some time even if the other party was trapped in the 9-colored fireball. And the reason why the battle was so intense was because it was 3 against 3. Yi Xian's faction held the advantage, but it wasn't an absolute suppression. However, this didn't matter. Ignoring the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yakshas, there was still the Devil Ape's avatar outside the 9-colored fireball. It was also Raging Ape's true body. As long as he joined the fray, the battle situation inside the 9-colored fireball would instantly change. After killing one Heavenly Dao realm beast in a short period of time, the remaining 2 would quickly perish one after another. Phew, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Raging Ape no longer hesitated. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his massive body instantly transformed into a beam of light. He was shockingly fast and in a blink of an eye, he had already charged into the 9-colored fireball. Boom! Rumble, roar! Roar! Inside the 9-colored fireball, the battle was in full swing. The 3 Heavenly Dao realm beasts that accompanied the arrow plume fiend condor were completely suppressed. On Yi Xian's side, the Empyrean beast's cultivation level was the weakest. It was only at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, and the one fighting it was the weakest of the 3. It was only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. The difference in cultivation level between the 2 was only 1 stage. Therefore, although the Empyrean beast held the absolute advantage, it wasn't enough to overwhelm it. The 2 figures occupied a corner of the 9-colored fireball's interior as they exchanged blows. It was a delightful battle. This, however, the intense battle at the Heavenly Dao realm had escalated to the point of life and death. The auras were just too intense. If not for the 9-colored fireball restraining the raging and chaotic auras within, the scene outside would have been unimaginable. In the other 2 regions of the fireball's interior, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar each occupied the other 2 Heavenly Dao beasts. The situation in the 2 regions was completely different. The skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar had the same cultivation level as Yi Xian. Furthermore, they were in the same state as him when he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power and cast the 9th transformation. They were at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. As for the 2 Heavenly Dao beasts, one was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. The difference was too great and they were far from being his match. Now, not only had they lost their advantage, they had even fallen into a predicament of being completely suppressed. The 4th stage Heavenly Dao was slightly better. After all, it was the same as the Black Fog Avatar. They were both at the mid-stage Heavenly Dao realm. However, one was at the early stage while the other was at the peak of the mid-stage. Although it was in a suppressed state, it was temporarily fine. As for the second stage Heavenly Tao Realm Beast, it was fighting the skeleton avatar alone. In a short period of time, it was already covered in injuries. However, a second stage Heavenly Tao Realm existence was far from useless. Although it was no match for it and was even being suppressed, it was still impossible for the skeleton avatar to completely obliterate it in a short period of time. Shoo! It was under such circumstances that the raging ape's figure charged in from outside the nine-colored fireball. It scanned the situation of the three battlefields inside the fireball and immediately, a cold glint flashed in its eyes as it charged at the skeleton avatar. Screech, the second stage Heavenly Tao beast naturally knew what was about to happen. Its heart palpitated as it immediately screamed. It realized that death was about to befall it, but unfortunately, there was nothing it could do to change it. Peng, everything happened too quickly. As the raging ape attacked, it threw a punch across the air. The skeleton avatar also approached in an instant. The inverted Shinon cauldron in its right hand was like the flipping sky seal as it slammed down on the head of the Class 2 dire beast. The result of the joint attack of two Heavenly Tao Realm 6 was obvious. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom resounded. Face the second stage Heavenly Tao beast could not resist such a terrifying power at all. Originally, he was already heavily injured. Under this attack, he didn't even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before the earth-shattering roar from his mouth had finished, a wave of majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. It was too much. Soon, the violent force raged as the second stage Heavenly Tao beast's entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Shoo! In the next instant, the raging ape waved its hand. With the sound of a howling wind, a majestic force whizzed out. The Class 2 dire beast's massive body burst into a majestic blood mist that swept over and absorbed it into his body. Until, he now had 3 Heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession. However, this was far from the end. It could even be said that this was just the beginning. After killing the second stage Heavenly Tao beast with one strike, the raging ape retracted its hand. Together with the skeleton avatar, it turned to look at the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast in another direction. At this moment, the black fog avatar holding the big-headed black cudgel was swinging the black cudgel high above its head, smashing it down on the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast's head. If it were a moment ago, the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast would have had the ability to dodge the strike. After all, it was also at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. However, at this moment, as the Class 2 ferocious beast fell in an instant, the raging ape and the skeleton clone that had killed it also turned to look at him. Their auras locked onto him, and in an instant, half of his soul was scared out of his body. These were peak Heavenly Tao realm existences at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. It would have been fine if it was just one of them, but with 3 of them joining forces, there was no way it could withstand a single strike. It was certain to perish. At that moment, his heart was shrouded by the shadow of death. The only outcome was to accelerate the process of his death. Boom. Rumble. At the same time, the raging ape and skeleton avatar's bodies flashed as they teleported and appeared not far from the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast. Together with the black fog avatar, they formed a tripartite confrontation. The former struck out with a punch while the farmer god cauldron in the latter's hand smashed out like the Empyrean seal once again. 3 Heavenly Tao realm existences were attacking with all their strength at the same moment. The final outcome was needless to say. There was no suspense. Bang! With the 3 of them attacking at the same time, the majestic and endless power smashed into the body of the Class 4 dire beast, and an earth-shattering roar sounded in an instant. In the face of 3 such terrifying roars of power, even a Class 4 dire beast could not resist at all. Previously, the second stage Heavenly Tao beast had let out an earth-shattering roar, but now, this fourth stage heavenly Tao beast only opened its mouth slightly and a majestic power rushed into its body. In an instant, as the violent power raged out, the entire body of the Class 4 ferocious beast exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that shrouded a corner of the void. With a wave of the Bao Yuan's hand, a gust of wind was stirred up, and the majestic power whistled out, sweeping up the bloody mist that was formed from the explosion of the ferocious beast into the Bao Yuan's body. At that moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 4. However, this was still not the end, but it was already very close. This was because the remaining first stage heavenly Tao beast could not move at all, nor could it stir up any waves. Screech, bang. At the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars turned around at the same time and approached the first stage heavenly Tao beast that was entangled with the Empyrean beast. It was instantly frightened out of its wits. At this moment, an unprecedentedly strong shadow of death had completely enveloped his entire mind. It was in despair and even lost the thought of resisting. After raising its head and letting out a roar, the first stage heavenly Tao beast chose to self-destruct. Since it was only a matter of time before it died, rather than face 4 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences alone, with 3 of them being at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, resulting in it being tortured to death, it was better to end it quickly. Phew, however, this was good as well. It saved Yi Xian the trouble. Upon seeing the blood mist disperse, the raging ape immediately waved its hand and swept it into its body. Until, at that moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 5, it was over. Following, with the 3 Blood Sea avatars and the Empyrean beasts quartet attacking, the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts that came with the arrow plume fiend condor were all killed without exception. Because of this, Yi Xian once again obtained 3 heavenly Tao blood essences. Currently, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession had reached 5, and he had unexpectedly obtained 4 heavenly Tao blood essences in this battle. This kind of resource was very precious and rarely seen. Yi Xian always felt that if he kept it in his hands, it would definitely be of great use in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he once again thought of the heaven pellet in the hands of the void giant turtle. In an instant, a playful smile appeared on the corner of the violent ape's mouth. This time, he would definitely obtain the heaven pill, and there definitely wouldn't be the slightest bit of suspense, because the void tortoise's life gate was currently in his hands. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, the 200 million mile-long emperor beast turned into a streak of light and was put away by Bao Yuan. Walala! Xiao! Following that, after calming down his excited emotions, a dark light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. With a thought, the black fog avatar and the skeleton avatar instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. Suddenly, it condensed into a point and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it entered his glabella and disappeared. At the same time, the 9-colored fireball that enveloped nearly 100 billion kilometers of void instantly dispersed, turning into a vast sea of blood. In less than half a breath, it also condensed into a point and rushed into Yi Xian's glabella, disappearing in a flash. At this point, in this vast dark void that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away, Yi Xian was the only one left in the form of a violent ape. The 4 heavenly Tao beasts from the demonic condor forbidden land were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time after Bao Yuan rushed into the 9-colored fireball. Just like that, even the majestic blood mist formed after their bodies exploded was taken away. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. This scene was truly shocking and shocking. Even the eyes of the void tortoise and the primordial yiksha who were standing in the dark void 100 billion kilometers away, who could be said to be knowledgeable and had lived from the distant primordial era to the present, couldn't help but focus because of this. They knew that Yi Xian's current cultivation level was only at the desolate supremacy realm, so they didn't underestimate him previously. However, they might not necessarily treat him as an existence on the same level as them. But now, through that battle, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha finally realized how powerful Yi Xian was. The Empyrean Beast and the three Blood Sea avatars represented the supreme combat strength of four heavenly Tao realm existences. If they were the opponents, the final outcome would probably be the same even if the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha still had more powerful divine powers that they had yet to use. Although they had the combat strength of the heavenly Tao realm, they were only at the first stage of the realm. Against the all-out assault of four heavenly Tao realm experts, three of which were at the sixth stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and the help of a heaven-defying object like the nine-colored fireball, even if it was them, they would definitely die. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha finally officially treated Yi Xian as an existence on the same level as them. They felt wishful. After all, according to what they knew, when the heavenly Tao nascent soul corpse first encountered Yi Xian, he was extremely weak, not even comparable to an ant. In a short period of time, he had grown to such a stage. Just imagining the hardships and dangers involved naturally made them feel emotional. However, from a certain point of view, Yi Xian could be considered their disciple and successor. After all, Yi Xian had grasped the Void Tortoise's ancient cave void art and the Primordial Yiksha's supreme bloodline divine power, Heaven Falling Bow. Furthermore, they were extremely profound. Being able to have such a monstrous and heaven-defying descendant was not a bad thing, it was also a blessing. With this thought in mind, the two old men's eyes immediately softened. Previously, they had barely treated Yi Xian as an existence on the same level as them because of the heavenly Tao nascent soul corpse. But now, they had truly acknowledged Yi Xian. Sorry for the long wait. After Yi Xian finished everything, he walked over step by step in the air from afar. He had already used a secret blood technique to remove his violent ape form and return to his original form. The Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha were huge in size, especially the former. In comparison, when Yi Xian, who had a human body, stood next to him, it was as if he was a speck of dust that corresponded to a gigantic giant star. In addition, the aura of his cultivation was completely restrained, so he might not be able to notice it at a glance. However, the Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha clearly did not underestimate Yi Xian at all. They immediately responded and nodded at him. Originally, I only wanted 2 heavenly Tao treasured pills. I didn't expect you to be so shockingly generous. In one refinement, you actually produced 55 heavenly Tao treasured pills. As Yi Xian walked over, the voice of the Void Tortoise's divine sense also sounded. Compared to before, it was clearly much more intimate, so, this time, you might have to be mentally prepared. The heavenly Tao treasured pills that the two of us will ask for from you will not be a small number, that's right. There are many existences under the infant corpse that urgently need this item like the two of us. For example, the golden divine dragon that you are familiar with. Yi Xian's consciousness was even a little flattered. This time, as soon as the voice of the Void Tortoise's divine sense fell, the Primordial Yiksha, who had always been cold and had never communicated with Yi Xian, actually also sent him a divine sense voice. And his tone was surprisingly good. However, after being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. If the Primordial Yiksha hadn't mentioned the golden divine dragon, he probably would have flatly refused on the spot. For these two old geezers to remind him to be mentally prepared before speaking, how could it be a small number? These were level 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills. Yi Xian had been preparing the ingredients for so long, and this was only his first refinement. Although it was a huge surprise to have 55 pills in one go, in Yi Xian's opinion, unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't refine this kind of heavenly Tao treasured pill again. At the very least, the 5 elemental catalysts were a big problem. Even if he still had the 4 heavenly velvet needles, and the Void Tortoise's heavenly pill wouldn't be a problem, but what about the other 5 elemental catalysts of the metal, water, and fire attributes? Where could he find them? He originally thought that the 55 level, 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills would be enough for him to use no matter what. But now, it seemed that the pills hadn't even warmed up in his hands yet, and someone had already set their sights on them. This time, if he nodded and agreed, he would clearly suffer heavy losses. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression suddenly became more vigilant. Like a local tycoon sizing up a bandit who came to borrow money, he sized up the void tortoise and the primordial yiksha several times. Only then did he cautiously ask, "You, how much do you want? Let's make this clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave." He clearly had the intention to negotiate. The void tortoise and the primordial yiksha exchanged glances, then grinned. Chapter 5086. Although Yi Xian realized that he might suffer a heavy loss this time, for the sake of the headless baby corpse, he had no choice but to quickly make a decision. "Look." He glanced at the two old men opposite him and carefully asked, "How many do you want? Let's make it clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave." Hearing what he said, it was clear that he had the intention to negotiate. The void tortoise and the ancient yiksha exchanged a look and then grinned. In an instant, the two old men's divine sense voices sounded. "Actually, it's not a lot. At least compared to the 55 heavenly path pellets you have, it's definitely not a lot. Let's be frank, we need 20 pellets." "That's right, including us, there are 13 people who need a heavenly path pellet. The remaining 7 are spares. After all, there are a few old friends who still need a heavenly path pellet to fully recover from their injuries." 20. That's impossible. Hearing this, Yi Xian was so shocked that he jumped up in the void on the spot and directly refused. What a joke, he only had 55 level 30 heavenly path pellets in total. The number of 20 was almost 40%. It was more than a third. How could it be called a heavy loss? It was simply robbery. It had far exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. 10 at most. After jumping a few times, Yi Xian did not wait for the void tortoise and the ancient yiksha to speak again and immediately said his bottom line. With a serious face, it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. "Not one more pellet. If you agree, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll turn around and leave. You're too stingy. 20 treasure pills are only equivalent to 1/3 of what you have," Su said. The void tortoise was obviously not satisfied and continued in a low muffled voice. "Besides, looking at the materials you used before, there are only about 40 Baron Supremacy blood essences, but there are 55 Heavenly Path pellets out of the furnace. More than that. It can be seen that 1 Desolate Supremacy blood essence is enough to refine a Heavenly Tao treasure pill. If that's the case, if you need it again in the future, you can just refine it again. After all, you have the 9-colored flame, so you don't lack any refining conditions. This is really good guidance. Even Yi Xian's second batch of pills in the future has been thought out for him. No wonder he asked for 20 pills right off the bat. He's basically treating Yi Xian like a heavenly hen that can lay precious pill eggs. It's easy for you to say. A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. He immediately rolled his eyes and refuted, "Even if I can refine a second furnace, where are the materials? Let's not talk about the Desolate Supreme's blood essence. After all, if you put in a bit of effort, you can still obtain it. It's not too difficult, but don't forget about the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. Lu Zhangke was killed just now. I'm sure all of you have seen it. I did obtain 4 pieces of heavenly velvet grass from his body. However, that was only the wood seed's origin of the 5-element seed. The other 4 5-element seed are still missing. This kind of thing is not easy to find. At the very least, I don't have any clues. Although you definitely have more heavenly pills, which are the earth element medicinal catalyst, the old guy who obtained the fire element, water element, and metal element medicinal catalyst has been killed by me. Where else can I find it? Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the void tortoise did not hesitate at all. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, for yellow rays of light shot out from his body, the rays of light shot over, bringing with them an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, they abruptly stopped in front of Yi Xian. They were 4 crystals the size of a head. They were earthy yellow and emitted an incomparably thick and solid aura. It was the earth element medicinal catalyst that Yi Xian needed. It was also the heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. Previously, it had given Yi Xian one. Now, without waiting for Yi Xian to ask for it, the void tortoise took the initiative to give him 4 more. It was obvious that the void tortoise had quite a number of such items in its body. Even if it was not a lot, there was definitely more other than these 4. Of course, this item was equally important to him. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within his body. However, on the one hand, there was clearly more than one such heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. On the other hand, compared to the 20 heavenly Tao treasured pills that could help him, the primordial Yiksha, the golden divine dragon, and the other old fellow successfully break through to the true heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Furthermore, he gave away 4 of them at once. Seeing this, Yi Xian was taken aback by his generosity. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, this item was clearly equally important to the void tortoise. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within its body. While he was about to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, he had already given him 1 heavenly pill, and now, he was giving him another 4. As such, it would definitely affect his impending breakthrough. Now, you even have the Earth Guidance Essence. Yi Xian was taken aback when he saw the 4 heavenly pills floating in front of him. The void tortoise's voice quickly sounded once again. As for the other 3 water guidance, fire guidance, and metal guidance essences, although the 3 beasts have been killed by you, it's not impossible to find similar treasured herbs. The so-called 5 elemental herbs only require 5 connate origins treasured herbs that match the 5 elemental properties. There are quite a number of connate origins beasts in the primordial chaos void. Similarly, there are many existences with connate origins treasured herbs in their bodies. Of course, they all have different properties. To find the other 3 connate origins treasured herbs with water, fire, and metal attributes is indeed not easy. However, it's not completely impossible. At the very least, I know of 2 connate origins beasts with fire guidance and metal guidance essences. Although they are existences at the heavenly Tao realm, they are only at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It won't be difficult for you. Whoosh! At this point, another beam of light shot out from the void tortoise's body, heading straight for Yi Xian. This time, it was naturally not a heavenly pill. To be precise, the beam of light was an information blob. It contained the detailed information of the 2 heavenly Tao realm beasts that the void gigantic tortoise had mentioned. It included their cultivation levels, as well as the location of the forbidden zone they presided over, and so on. But, in other words, once he grasped the information in this light ball, he would basically have the fire guidance and metal guidance essences in his hands. The only thing missing from the 5 elemental essences was the water guidance essence. The void tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20-level, 30 heavenly Tao pills that the void tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he rolled his eyes and put away the 4 heaven core pills and the information light cluster in front of him. Then, he waved his hand, and in an instant, 20 rays of light blasted toward the void giant tortoise in the opposite void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and put away the 4 heavenly pills and the information ball of light in front of him. With a wave of his hand, 20 beams of light shot towards the void tortoise in front of him. The void tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20 level, 30 heavenly Tao pills that the void tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. It would be a lie to say that his heart didn't ache when he gave away 20 level, 30 heavenly Tao pills just like that. However, at this point, it wouldn't be right if he didn't let go. That's more like it. Seeing the 20 heavenly Tao pills shooting towards him, the void tortoise immediately waved its claws and kept them. Next, then, it continued, by the way, you might not know, but the end of the primordial world has arrived. Not long ago, the primordial world was formed from the fusion of countless void fragments. Now, the heavenly Tao laws have collapsed and have been devoured by the endless void turbulence. As for the countless living beings in the primordial world, they have been brought into the primordial world by the primeval heaven's eye. Not long ago, they had just settled down in a star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way. That stellar domain has already changed owners. It has been named a primordial forbidden land. The strongest person presiding over it is the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed. Apart from that, there are more than 10 heavenly Tao realm generals under him. In this primordial world, the primordial world is the last great world to collapse. Therefore, the new primordial world is about to begin. Before the new primordial world fully begins, the Milky Way star domain will be open to all living beings who meet the conditions, regardless of which great world they are from, to enter and vie for the primordial world's light from providence in the next great era. That fellow and the infant corpse have already entered the Milky Way star domain, but no one knows what the conditions are for the Milky Way star domain to open up. When the time comes, if you meet the conditions, you can enter and vie for the primordial world's light from providence in the next great era. This will be of great help to you. You will know in the future. That's all I have to say. Yiksha and I will be leaving. A bunch of old fellows are still waiting in a hidden void. In the coming period of time, we will be in full seclusion to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Stay here alone. Be careful. Rumble, rip. Having said that, the void tortoise did not say anything else. With a wave of its right front claw, a shocking boom sounded. A huge rift was torn open in the void, but under the influence of the powerful primordial world's laws, it was rapidly mending itself. Swoosh! With some hesitation, the void tortoise and the primordial yiksha took advantage of the fact that the void fissure had yet to completely close up. With a flash, they darted into the void fissure and disappeared. In a short period of time, the void rift was completely mended. Nothing could be seen from it. Even with Yi Xian's present cultivation level and means, he was unable to trace the void tortoise and the primordial yiksha's whereabouts. He did not plan on doing so. They were there to deliver the treasured pills and enter seclusion with a bunch of old fellows under the headless infant corpse in the early stages of the primordial world to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Although they might not meet again in the near future, it was a good thing that should not be disturbed. In the future, when they successfully broke through and entered the heavenly Tao realm, they would naturally meet again. The primordial world has been devoured by the endless void turbulence. At this moment, Yi Xian was digesting the news that the void tortoise had revealed to him before it left. A look of shock suffused his face. Although, it could be said that he had expected this day to come sooner or later, but he had never expected it to be so fast. It could be said that the moment he left that place, the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes brought all the living beings in the primordial world over. However, Yi Xian did not plan on paying attention to the so-called primordial forbidden land for the time being. After all, it was located on the left bank of the Milky Way, while Yi Xian's magic hall was on the right bank of the Milky Way. The two were separated by the vast Milky Way stellar domain, so they would not cross paths for the time being. Yes. To him, what was next was to obtain the Fire Guide Origins and Metal Guide Origins. Otherwise, if the Milky Way stellar domain opened up in the future, it would probably be difficult for him to find the two old fellows mentioned in the Void Tortoise's information. No. Before continuing his journey to the Forbidden Land where the two old fellows presided over, Yi Xian had one more thing to do. It was to enter seclusion again to make a breakthrough. First, in the previous series of battles, he had already finished absorbing the gains from his previous breakthrough and integrated them into his soul and body. Coupled with the successful refinement of the Heavenly Path treasure pill, Yi Xian had removed a heavy burden from his heart. His state of mind had improved, so this was the best time for a breakthrough. With this in mind, he turned to look at the giant abandoned planet where the Heavenly Path treasure pill was refined. Without hesitation, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into the interior of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shannong cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Swish, swish, swish. After sitting down, Yi Xian waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In his line of sight, rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There was the all-evil origin liquid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them emitted an incomparably dense aura of energy. Very quickly. After calming down, he took a deep breath and activated the Shannong cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, he swallowed them all into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble, the resources that he swallowed instantly dissolved in his body. Then, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. 1. A majestic energy river formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder. This was the most crucial moment, so Yi Xian did not dare to be distracted. He concentrated and immediately began a large circulation cycle, continuing until he completely refined it. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely integrated into his soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. As long as it was torn apart, this closed-door cultivation would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately thought of something. He'd only accumulated enough strength to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already been broken. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, 6th Order Desolation Supreme. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Breakthrough. M.